On the eve of the Night of Annihilation, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes to find himself reincarnated as Sasuke. I end this new life. Madara vowed to protect Konoha with his indomitable and commanding spirit. Madara exclaimed, "My foolish and cowardly brother intends to annihilate our clan? Itachi truly deserves his fate." Itachi replied, "Sasuke, please show some respect for your brother. Since you thwarted my plan to destroy our clan, I have endured 10 beatings from you." Naruto interjected, "Nine Tails, why do you always urge me to mend my relationship with Sasuke? You need not fear him. If you lend me a modicum of your power, I shall surely triumph over him." Chapter 1. Uchiha Madara's rebirth as Sasuke. 32 years before the events of the Shinobi War, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were born. Their clans, historically sworn enemies, first met as children by the riverbank while skipping stones, unknowingly becoming friends without revealing their surnames, sharing dreams and aspirations. Hashirama, "You scoundrel, are you standing behind me to distract me? I'm sensitive, I can't perform when someone is lurking behind." Madara, "We are not evenly matched, you have already fallen while I stand tall, ha ha ha." In an era plagued by strife, their fleeting moments of joy were overshadowed by the burdens of their clans. They were compelled to uphold their family legacies, confronting each other with weapons drawn. Hashirama, "I shall never forgive anyone who seeks to harm my brother." "I feel the same, Madara. From this day forth, let us meet on the battlefield." "I am." Uchiha Madara, "I am." Senju Hashirama. Years of conflict ensued, with the land scorched and littered with the remains of the fallen. Ultimately, Madara challenged Hashirama to a duel at the Valley of the End. Following a fierce battle, Madara was defeated and resigned to death, wishing only to spare the Uchiha clan from harm. However, Hashirama proposed a truce and alliance. Moved by Hashirama's sincerity, Madara extended his hand in reconciliation. Thus, the Uchiha and Senju clans forged an alliance to establish a new village. Madara, "This is the village we have built together, you shall name it. If you possess would release, let it be called Konoha. Since you wield fire release, the village leader shall be known as Hokage." The prominent clans, such as Sarutobi, Shimura, and Hyuga, joined the alliance, rapidly expanding Konoha's influence. The system of one nation, one village was soon emulated by other nations. Under Madara's guidance, the Uchiha began to genuinely relinquish their hatred, rallying behind Hashirama, the Hokage. Yet the Senju clan, especially Tobirama, continued to harbor resentment towards the Uchiha. 2 years later, Madara and Hashirama convened before a stone tablet at the South Hegemai Shrine. "Hashirama, your clan despises me, and mine refuses to follow. The villagers shun me. I can no longer find meaning in protecting Konoha. Madara, circumstances will improve. Without your counsel, I'm like a bird with clipped wings. After my death, you shall become the second Hokage. Hashirama, spare me the talk of my becoming the second Hokage after your demise. That honor will surely go to Tobirama. By then, my clan will be annihilated. I regret our reconciliation. I no longer wish to protect Konoha. Henceforth, I shall pursue true peace for the shinobi world in my own way. Madara, where are you going?" Hashirama, "Prepare for our fateful confrontation. When I return, I vow to raze Konoha to the ground." 6 years later, Madara returned, controlling the Nine Tails, filled with wrath, launching an assault on Konoha. No one could withstand Madara's onslaught except for Hashirama. "Madara, this is the village we once built together. Even if you turn against it, I shall not relent. Hashirama, I am far stronger now than I was 6 years ago. Can you still stand as my equal?" Their titanic clash raged for a day and a night, reshaping the very landscape into the Valley of the End. In their ultimate exhaustion, both unleashed their final attacks. Hashirama, Madara. Their weapons clashed violently, with Hashirama's body pierced, collapsing to the ground. Madara turned to see Hashirama fall, a smile curling upon his lips. "I haven't slain you, Hashirama. This battle is mine. I stand victorious, unlike our childhood." Before he could finish, a blade pierced Madara's chest from behind. Madara's gaze faltered as he beheld Hashirama's body dissipating into a wood clone. The real Hashirama stood behind him, the blade embedded in his heart. "To protect the village, I would sacrifice everything, even your life." Madara knelt, his vision fading, murmuring, "Hashirama, you have betrayed me from behind." Thus, Uchiha Madara met his demise. Hashirama laid Madara to rest. Yet within the coffin, Madara met the conditions to activate Izanagi, sacrificing one eye to rewrite fate and resurrect himself. However, this process was partially obstructed by the residual yang release energy within him. Consequently, a fragment of Madara's soul returned to an earlier prepared shadow clone hidden in a subterranean cavern, reviving him, albeit with significantly diminished power and a frail body. Now I have lost the majority of my strength. I cannot return to my former glory. My aspirations may remain unfulfilled. Unbeknownst to Madara, another part of his lost soul was scattered throughout the shinobi world. 3 years later, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, passed away, and Tobirama succeeded as the second Hokage. 11 years into the Hokage era, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, and others emerged as the first batch of talents nurtured by Konoha, establishing the Konoha Academy. Under Tobirama's leadership, in the depths of the subterranean cave, Madara discovered that he could harness his will to create black Zetsu, which in turn uncovered a multitude of white Zetsu. Elated, Madara commanded Black Zetsu to relay intelligence from the outside world. 15 years into the Hokage era, the Konoha Academy was renamed the Ninja School, integrating with the Internal Affairs Department to train combat ninjas, during which Kakashi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade attended. 18 years into the Hokage era, the Cloud Village initiated hostilities against Konoha, igniting the First Shinobi World War. During this conflict, Tobirama perished, and Hiruzen Sarutobi ascended as the third Hokage. Deep within the cavern, Madara awakened the Rinnegan. Perhaps my Rinnegan can aid me in reclaiming my former strength. Alone, I cannot accomplish this. I require strategy. Black Zetsu, seek out suitable individuals to assist me in realizing my Moon Eye plan. Hashirama, my dream can still be realized, and in the end, I shall emerge victorious. 36 years into the Hokage era, economic disparities among nations intensified tensions, leading to instability. The fragile peace shattered, igniting the Second Shinobi World War. Caught between the earth, wind, and fire countries, the rain country became the battleground. Konin, Yahiko, and Nagato became orphans of war. For the first time, Madara emerged from the cavern, rescuing Nagato just as Konoha ninjas were about to slay him, extracting Nagato's eyes to replace them with his Rinnegan. 47 years into the Hokage era, Uchiha Obito sacrificed himself during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, giving his Sharingan to Kakashi to save his comrades Rin and Kakashi, thus earning Kakashi the title of hero. Unbeknownst to the world, Obito was saved by Madara in his final moments. Madara implanted a sealing curse within Obito's heart, forcing him to witness the death of his beloved Rin at the hands of his closest friend Kakashi, plunging him into despair. Compelling him to agree to fulfill Madara's Moon Eye plan in his twilight years. Madara imparted his final wishes to Obito. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had long since shed the prideful and combative demeanor of his youth. Instead, he now possessed a serene temperament. Tobi, I shall transplant Hashirama's cells into you, enabling you to wield Kimui continuously. After my demise, no one in the ninja world shall stand against you. Have Nagato resurrect me with the rebirth technique. The Eye of the Moon plan will transform this world, steeped in despair, into one of beauty, even if that beauty is but an illusion. Thus, Uchiha Madara departed from this world, awaiting resurrection at the hands of Nagato in accordance with Madara's dying wish. Tobi donned a mask and lived under Madara's identity, joining forces with Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko to establish the Akatsuki organization, seeking out formidable individuals from across the ninja world to join their ranks and gather tailed beasts. 55 years into the reign of Hokage, the Uchiha clan plotted a coup. As the situation spiraled beyond redemption, Uchiha Itachi, stationed in the Umbu, understood that should his clan instigate a rebellion, they would face total annihilation, dragging Konoha into ruin, while the other 4 great nations would seize the opportunity to obliterate the village entirely. Caught between family and country, Itachi realized that no matter his choice, he would bear the weight of guilt. Ultimately, he chose the nation. The young Itachi made the agonizing decision to acquiesce to Danzo's demands, agreeing to assist in the extermination of his clan on the condition that his younger brother, Sasuke, be spared. Alone, Itachi knew he could not wipe out the clan on the eve of the massacre. He sought out Tobi, who had long been plotting, promising that should Tobi help him execute the clan, he would serve the Akatsuki, effectively becoming a spy to secretly protect Konoha. Meanwhile, the fragment of Madara's soul, which had wandered the ninja world since his death at the hands of Hashirama, finally coalesced at this moment, descending upon child. This missing fragment of the soul was wholly unaware that its original self had aged and perished in the cavern of the Ten Tails, nor did it comprehend the Eye of the Moon plan. It retained memories only from 8 years prior, failing to recognize anyone in this era. This fragment preserved Madara's youthful thoughts, proud and combative, indifferent to life and death, and ready to fight if challenged. At this moment, in the courtyard of Uchiha Fugaku's home, Fugaku was summoned by Sasuke to assess his progress in fire release training at by the lakeside. Despite Sasuke's fervent attempts at fire release, he could not even reach half of Itachi's power. Observing his son lying unconscious on the ground, Fugaku could not help but sigh in disappointment. Ultimately, he still cannot compare to Itachi. Fugaku had witnessed Sasuke's dedication firsthand. Not only did he excel in the Ninja Academy, but even on weekends, he tirelessly trained in fire release. Yet, despite such efforts, the gap in talent between Sasuke and Itachi remained vast. Until that very moment, the fallen Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. The soul of the young Madara had indeed been resurrected within Sasuke. Just as Fugaku was about to carry his son inside to rest, he watched as Sasuke stood up, shaking off his earlier fatigue. His expression transformed with an arrogance Fugaku had never seen before. Recovered so quickly? Sasuke, your willpower is commendable. Before Fugaku could finish his praise, he was taken aback as his son burst into laughter. I am not dead. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, I am still alive. I will not concede. The fragment of Madara's soul, yet to return to its original form, retained only memories of his last moments battling Hashirama in the Valley of the End. Upon successfully utilizing the rebirth technique, Uchiha Madara, exhilarated, resolved to test whether his strength still rivaled that of his prime. Instantly, Madara formed hand seals, chakra coalescing, and directed his voice toward the expansive lake, fire release. Only forming one seal, how can he execute fire release? Fugaku silently shook his head, sighing inwardly. His willpower may be acceptable, but compared to Itachi, he still has a significant gap. No amount of effort can bridge this divide. Yet, in the next moment, the sight before him, accompanied by an overwhelming heat, caused Fugaku's expression to stiffen and his eyes to widen in disbelief. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. His own son clearly directed the fire release at the lake's surface, yet the scorching heat surged towards him like a tidal wave, engulfing the lake and the vast woods beyond it. Flames. The flames rolled and crashed like tumultuous waves, the intense heat obscuring the sky. The lake instantly boiled, and numerous fish floated belly up, lifeless upon the surface. The fire surged, violently consuming the dense forest behind the Uchiha territory. Help! In the woods, members of the Konoha Guard, secretly training their ninjutsu in preparation for the coup, cried out in panic. Quick, extinguish the fire! Who unleashed such terrifying fire release? It must be the clan leader. Is the clan leader engaged in battle with Konoha ninjas? Has our plot for rebellion been exposed? We must rush to support the clan leader. In the courtyard, Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, was cooking when the surging heat wave sent pots and pans flying across the kitchen. Mikoto immediately sensed the impending danger. Sasuke is in danger. What is happening over there with Fugaku? Recognizing that the threat originated from the direction where Fugaku was training Sasuke, her eyes turned crimson, 3 tomo manifesting as she dashed out the door. At this moment, as the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku had entirely forgotten that the members of the guard in the woods were being scorched by his son's fire release. Only now did he begin to grasp the situation. This power surpassed even tenfold of Itachi's. Even Fugaku's own fire release could not compare. He instinctively pondered whether he could withstand such a fire release if it had been directed at him. As the flames subsided, Uchiha Madara gazed at the distant, blazing forest, his brow furrowed, his expression taut with concern. This is not even close to my prime. How have I fallen to such a low level? Such a formidable fire release could easily be countered by even a casual water release from Tobirama, let alone Hashirama. Moreover, the chakra within him had diminished significantly. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Madara looked down at the lake's surface, where his reflection revealed a youthful visage. He appeared as a child, no older than 10. Handsome, resembling his deceased brother Izuna, yet distinctly not himself. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara gasped in astonishment. This is not me. Sasuke, this is you. This is the power you should possess. From behind Madara, Fugaku's voice resonated with pride. Sasuke, it turns out your talent is not inferior to Itachi's. In fact, it may surpass it. From this moment forward, as your father, I shall regard you with newfound respect. You are truly my son." As Fugaku's words left his lips, Uchiha Madara immediately grew vigilant. Who was standing behind him? He had not sensed them at all. Damn it, had he been careless, or was the perceptive ability of this body too weak? Or perhaps, the person behind him was someone he had never deemed a threat? Hashirama. Uchiha Madara recalled the moment before his resurrection, during the climactic battle with Hashirama in the Valley of the End, when he believed he had vanquished Hashirama, but was, instead, ambushed from behind. That anguish, hatred, and madness surged within him that I shall never again allow anyone to strike me from behind. Uchiha Madara turned, forming hand seals in an instant. Fugaku's face, once brimming with pride, froze in shock as he watched his son face him. Forming the same seal he had just executed, Fugaku felt a surge of panic within his heart. This seal was identical to the one from before. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Stop, Sasuke. I am your father. What are you planning to do? Fugaku's desperate cry was instantly engulfed by the searing inferno surrounding them. At that moment, Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, stood at a distance before the gates of their estate, her gaze fixed upon the scene unfolding before her. She was momentarily stunned. As the flames raged fiercely, so brilliant that they were unbearable to behold, the vast expanse of forest was completely consumed by the blaze. Regaining her composure, Mikoto quickly realized, there is no imminent danger, it is merely my son Sasuke, demonstrating his mastery of fire release. Yet, the sheer power of this technique is truly astonishing. Joy surged within her. The magnitude of this fire release, executed by Sasuke, is remarkable. Even my husband Fugaku could scarcely achieve such potency. Mikoto felt a swell of pride, her face illuminated with affection. Sasuke's future is boundless. He may soon surpass Itachi. That if Fugaku were to witness this, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride in Sasuke. Mikoto glanced around, puzzled. But where is Fugaku? Did he not just go to observe Sasuke's training? Where could he be? She saw no sign of Fugaku. But she did spot hundreds of Uchiha guards swiftly approaching, their murderous intent palpable as they raced toward Sasuke. Mikoto immediately positioned herself in front of the guards, raising her voice. "What do you intend to do, madam? We have come to assist. We were training in the forest when we suddenly sensed the clan leader's fire release. We feared that a formidable enemy had attacked, and that the plot for tomorrow's coup had been exposed." "What formidable enemy?" "Look closely. That is merely my son Sasuke, training in ninjutsu." "Are you truly considering attacking him?" "What? It is Sasuke?" Such a powerful fire release could not possibly be the work of the clan leader. The guards were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned to follow Mikoto's pointing finger. Their astonishment deepened. Uchiha Madara, convinced that an ambush awaited him, unleashed his fire release mercilessly upon the assailant. The flames surged like a tempest, crashing against Fugaku, enveloping him in a fiery embrace akin to molten lava. The sight left the Uchiha guards utterly stunned, their mouths agape. Indeed, it is Sasuke's fire release. Its power is truly terrifying. Sasuke is not yet even 10 years old. Such talent, he rivals both Itachi and Shursui. He has undoubtedly surpassed both Itachi and Shursui in their youth. In comparison to the first Hokage as a child, he may not fall short as the guard's murderous intent dissipated. Exclamations of awe intermingled with fear and pride echoed among them that a youth of such extraordinary talent had emerged from the Uchiha clan, a source of immense pride for the entire family. "Alas, my husband Fugaku is not here to witness Sasuke's performance. He would surely be overjoyed," Mikoto lamented, arms crossed over her chest. "Madam, where is the clan leader?" "I do not know. He mentioned he would teach Sasuke fire release. Where could he have gone?" No one paid heed to Fugaku's safety. All eyes were captivated by the ongoing fire release of Uchiha Madara. The clan leader's son's talent was being revealed before the clan, a rare and magnificent moment indeed. The onlookers paused to admire, all feeling a profound sense of pride in their clan's strength. After a few moments, the chakra within Uchiha Madara was nearly exhausted. The fire release subsided, and the oppressive heat began to dissipate. Mikoto, filled with exhilaration, rushed towards Uchiha Madara, followed closely by the guards. Overflowing with maternal affection, Mikoto beamed as she praised, "Sasuke, you truly are the son of Fugaku and Mead. If Fugaku could see your current prowess, he would be immensely proud." Suddenly, Mikoto froze in her tracks, As the flames receded, the onlookers beheld a man before Sasuke, charred and blackened, his body glistening with heat. The man knelt, his legs bent and torso hunched, arms crossed defensively before him. It seemed that, at last, he could no longer endure. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground. The fire that enveloped him, akin to lava, receded, revealing remnants of clothing that crumbled like ashes, yet still bore the insignia of the Uchiha clan. His eyes, glowing red with 3 interlocking tomo swirling vigorously, unmistakably marked him as belonging to the Uchiha lineage. Mikoto's heart raced, feeling as though it had abruptly halted, then quickened in panic as she gasped, "Fugaku?" In sheer terror, Mikoto dashed forward. That is indeed the clan leader. Sasuke was not merely training alone, he was battling the clan leader. Itachi, that ungrateful child, merely defied the clan leader's orders. But Sasuke is far worse, not only attacked the clan leader, but did so with lethal intent. The clan leader's sons are both utterly reckless. The clan leader has been struck down by Sasuke. Without the clan leader's Manjiki Sharingan, how can we succeed in the coup tomorrow? Let us avenge the clan leader. The guards, initially stunned into silence, were soon filled with rage. They surged forth, their murderous intent surging even more fervently than before. Is this not the end? Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Mikoto and the rushing guards. Chapter 3. A well-deserved reprimand. He breathed rapidly, his chakra nearly depleted, rendering him ill-prepared for further combat. Yet, throughout his life, he had always upheld a proud spirit, never succumbing to fear before his enemies. Uchiha Madara spoke little, swiftly forming hand seals, but just as he was about to unleash his assault, his eyes darted over the members of the guard team. In that instant, his movements halted and his pupils constricted. He did not recognize any of these fierce adversaries, but he was familiar with the insignia adorning their attire, the fan emblem of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, realization struck Madara. They were all his kin. He decided not to pursue the matter further. However, the guard members, filled with rage, charged forth, vowing to avenge Fugaku. Suddenly, a low grunt echoed. "What are you doing? Stop at once. I was merely playing with my son. What is your hurry?" Lying on the ground, Fugaku trembled slightly, coughed up some dust, and, brushing his lips, rose to stand before Madara. He coughed vigorously, then raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance to the crowd. "I'm fine, truly. Just a few minor injuries. Nothing serious. A visit to the medical department will suffice." Mikoto let out a sigh of relief, approaching Fugaku to assess his condition. Upon noticing his significant superficial wounds, her heart finally settled, though tears still threatened to spill from her eyes. The guard members, realizing their clan leader was indeed unharmed, relaxed their tense postures, sheathing their weapons and retracting their murderous intent. Madara observed the man before him, whose clothing, charred from his flames, still bore the unmistakable fan emblem. It was not Hashirama. Only then did Madara comprehend his earlier misjudgment. "Are you unscathed?" he inquired of Fugaku. "I'm fine." Fugaku waved his hand dismissively, casting a reassuring glance at Sasuke. "Rest assured, with my protection, no one dares to harm you." "Do I require your protection?" Madara scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Fugaku smiled, saying nothing more. It was only natural for his youngest son, having experienced a surge of talent and strength, to exhibit a certain arrogance. His transformation was no trifling matter. Had he not swiftly employed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, he might well have faced dire consequences. "Are you the current leader of the Uchiha clan?" Madara pressed. "Why else would I be here?" Fugaku replied, stepping closer to Madara, looking down at him as he placed a hand on Madara's shoulder, patting it gently with a proud smile. "Do you aspire to be the clan leader?" "No rush. With your abilities, that position will surely be yours in the future. Do not speak to me in such a manner," Madara retorted, brusquely shaking off Fugaku's hand, his expression darkening. "I have no interest in the title of Uchiha clan leader." He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Fugaku. That pair of crimson Manjiki Sharingan caught Madara's attention. It was these very eyes that had mitigated the damage from his fire jutsu, preventing significant harm to this Uchiha leader. "With these eyes, you indeed possess the credentials to lead our clan," Madara conceded. "Oh, has the time come for you to assess me?" Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly, folding his arms across his chest. A son evaluating his father. How delightful. Had his previous son, lacking in talent and strength, dared to make such an assessment, Madara would have struck him without hesitation. However, recognizing his youngest's exceptional talent, Fugaku refrained from such recklessness. He did not wish for his relationship with Sasuke to mirror the strained one he had with Itachi. Fugaku chuckled lightly. Your current demeanor, so proud, resembles that of the second Hokage, Tobirama. Humph. That scoundrel has no right to compare himself to me. Madara spat. Well said. The second Hokage is indeed a scoundrel. Fugaku agreed. Wait, the second Hokage? Just as Madara was about to continue his tirade, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Has Tobirama become the second Hokage? Indeed. It is common knowledge, Fugaku replied. What of the first Hokage, Hashirama? Long deceased. Hashirama is dead. Madara's brow furrowed, his expression taut with shock. His last memory lingered in the Valley of the End, where he fell victim to Hashirama's ambush. Yet now, it seemed an eternity had passed. He did not recognize a single member of the Uchiha clan. He swiftly approached the lakeside, gazing into the water, which reflected the visage of a child. This child was certainly not him. Madara was astounded. Could it be that the Izanagi technique I used to resurrect myself malfunctioned, leading to this predicament? He turned back to Fugaku. What year is it now? What year? Fugaku exchanged a glance with Mikoto, both recognizing the confusion in each other's eyes. He whispered to her. Our son's talent surge may have unsettled him. We must handle this delicately. Mikoto nodded cautiously. Sasuke, it is the 55th year of the Hokage. The 55th year of the Hokage. Madara felt as if struck by lightning. When he was slain by Hashirama, it was the 8th year of the Hokage. In the blink of an eye, over 40 years had elapsed. These lost decades, coupled with his age at the time of his battle with Hashirama, meant he should now be nearing 90. Yet here he was, revived in the body of a child not yet 10. The reason for this anomaly must surely lie in the ocular technique he had cast upon himself prior to his duel with Hashirama, leading to his current state. Given the circumstances, there was no turning back for Madara. He felt fortunate to have revived among his own clan. Had it been among the Senju, his composure would have been far more difficult to maintain. He discerned that this child's body belonged to Sasuke, the youngest son of the current Uchiha clan leader. Originally, Sasuke's talent was rather meager and his physical prowess lacking. Thus, for the time being, he could not reveal his identity as Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, countless enemies from his past would undoubtedly seek him out, and with this frail body, he would struggle to contend with them. Madara bore no disdain for this feeble vessel. As long as it contained the blood of the Uchiha, under his guidance, it would undoubtedly thrive. When he regained his former strength, it would be the day he revealed his true identity to the world. Should any of his past foes seek vengeance, he would not hesitate to cleanse the ninja world once more. Is Tobirama still alive? Madara inquired again. Dead, perished during the first ninja war, over 20 years ago. Mikoto replied. Madara erupted into laughter, cursing, good riddance. Fugaku joined in his laughter, echoing, well said. The guard members felt a sense of relief, yet appeared somewhat pale. Clan leader, keep your voice down. What is there to fear? This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. We are all kin. It one tea leak out. My son Sasuke dares to insult the Hokage. What do you have to be afraid of? Many clan members nodded in agreement, finding solace in the logic. After all, a coup was to be launched tomorrow. What harm was there in cursing a Hokage, especially one long dead? As Madara pondered, he was surprised to realize that Tobirama had not exterminated his clan as he had once anticipated during his reign. Fugaku urged Madara, Sasuke, continue your tirade. Do not hold back. Which generation is the Hokage now, and who holds the position? The third, came the response. The gaze of Fugaku shimmered with a murderous intent. The current Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen? A member of the Sarutobi clan? Uchiha Madara felt a surge of rage ignite within him. Absurd. While it is somewhat acceptable for Tobirama to ascend to the position, what right does a member of the Sarutobi clan have to inherit the title of Hokage? Who is this Sarutobi Hiruzen, anyway? It was he who, alongside Hashirama, established the village of Konoha. The Sarutobi clan merely attached themselves to the mighty alliance of the Senju and Uchiha clans. And only after his nod did they begrudgingly agree to join Konoha. The lands forged by him and Hashirama are now being usurped by the Sarutobi clan. How outrageous. What is that scoundrel Tobirama doing? Can he not even defend the position of Hokage? Is it that the Senju clan has lost its strength? Or that my Uchiha clan has become weak? The first two Hokage positions were held by the Senju clan. Now, it is only fair that the third Hokage should be from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara glared furiously at Fugaku, repeatedly pointing a finger at him. That Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing. You are the current leader of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage position should rightfully belong to you." As these words were spoken, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted solely by the crackling sounds of the trees ablaze. Chapter 4. Insulting one's father as worthless. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyes widened. Mikoto tightly shut her mouth. The members of the Uchiha Guard could not help but gasp in disbelief. Such heretical words, even as they planned a coup, they dared not voice so brazenly. Fugaku's gaze fixed intently upon his youngest son, his eyes trembling with emotion. Taking a deep breath, a smile began to form on his lips, evolving into a hearty laugh. "Sasuke, you truly are my son. You are so different from Itachi. I adore you just as you are. You are my pride." Fugaku laughed uproariously, a cathartic release of the pent-up frustrations of the past years. Once his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, had been his pride, but that was no longer the case. For Itachi, although he bore the Uchiha bloodline, stood against his own kin. He, Uchiha Madara, the mightiest of the Uchiha clan, had co-founded Konoha with Hashirama and was meant to be a great benefactor to the village. Yet now, not only had their territory been reduced to the outskirts of Konoha, but they were even denied participation in governance. The Uchiha clan now merely served as the village's guard. While it sounded prestigious, they were, in reality, the enforcers of Konoha's darker deeds. The benevolent acts towards the villagers were solely attributed to the Hokage. As a result, the villagers increasingly revered the Hokage while harboring disdain for the Uchiha clan. What a disgrace. They were but the vicious dogs of the Hokage. Fugaku had had enough of this life. He could no longer bear to see his clan treated unjustly. As members of the Uchiha clan, they must possess courage, just as Uchiha Madara had once demonstrated. Regrettably, the clansmen were unwilling to follow Madara. After he was ostracized from Konoha, the Uchiha clan's status gradually diminished. Thus now, Fugaku was determined, even if it meant a bitter struggle against Konoha, to lead his clan to rise again, just as Madara had done in the past. Just as his youngest son Sasuke proclaimed, the person who truly deserved to ascend to the Hokage position is him. Alas, for years, the higher-ups of Konoha, particularly Danzo, had been wary of their clan and deliberately sought to undermine their power, intensifying internal conflicts. Shursui, despite his extraordinary talents, was absorbed into Konoha's umbu, becoming a loyal subordinate. And no matter how Fugaku urged him, he remained unwilling to oppose Konoha. Even more infuriating to Fugaku was that his once proud eldest son had chosen a path similar to Shursui's, refusing to lend a hand in the family's uprising. It mattered not. He had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. In his original plans, he had believed that with his own strength, he could lead his clan to a fierce confrontation with Konoha. However, the circumstances had now changed. Fortune had once again smiled upon the Uchiha clan. His youngest son, Sasuke, had also awakened his talents, exhibiting strength at a young age that rivaled that of AJ Nin, akin to the legendary genius ninja Kakashi. What delighted Fugaku even more was that Sasuke, unlike Itachi, was on his side and believed he should become Hokage. What a wonderful son. Sasuke, you truly are my good son. Overwhelmed with joy, Fugaku approached to embrace Sasuke and plant a kiss on him. But Uchiha Itachi forcefully swatted Fugaku's hand away, furiously rebuking, "Who is your good son? Worthless. Fugaku, you are nothing but a waste, unable to even contend for the position of Hokage. Do you even deserve to be called Uchiha Madara? To have one's son insult him as worthless? Especially in front of his wife and numerous subordinates. Where could Fugaku hide his embarrassment? Itachi's words caused Fugaku's laughter to fade and his expression to tighten, his gaze fixated on Itachi. Sasuke, you must not speak to your father in such a manner. Mikoto admonished, this is excessive. The Uchiha guards, witnessing the scene, could no longer contain their outrage. Their eyes fell upon Itachi. Sasuke, the clan leader has tirelessly fought for our family's interests all these years. What right do you have to insult him? Sasuke, do not think that because of your talents you can disdain your father. Our Uchiha clan also deserves respect. Sasuke, I must teach you a lesson, you disrespectful brat. 3 kunai cut through the air, aimed directly at Uchiha Itachi, their lethal intent palpable, moving with astonishing speed. Sasuke, Mikoto gasped in alarm. Itachi's eyes briefly flickered. He sidestepped, lowered his head, and twisted his waist. The 3 kunai whistled past, not harming Sasuke in the slightest, but striking the charred trunk of a nearby tree with a resounding clang. Sasuke managed to evade them so effortlessly, Fugaku's pupils constricted. The entire exchange occurred in an instant, yet Fugaku perceived everything clearly. Initially, he had intended to shield his youngest son, but upon witnessing Sasuke's calm demeanor in the face of danger, he sought to test his son's awakened abilities in other aspects. The results astounded him. His youngest son, confronted by the kunai of 3J Nin from the clan, stood with his hands in his pockets, showing no inclination to raise an arm, nor did he shift his stance, displaying an effortless grace in evasion. Such astonishing reflexes, compared to Itachi in his youth, might even surpass him. Observing this, it was not only Fugaku who recognized the implications. The three Uchiha Nin who had been unable to restrain themselves from attacking Itachi also bore expressions of astonishment. Before they could make their next move, Fugaku raised his hand to signal a halt to the conflict, his voice low yet firm. Enough. We are all Uchiha. Why must we engage in infighting? Do we wish to provide outsiders with a spectacle? But the clan leader, Sasuke, insulted you as worthless, and I simply cannot endure it, one of the Nin protested. What does it matter if my son calls me worthless? Until today, I have been immensely disappointed in his performance. The number of times I have called Sasuke worthless is countless, now that he finally has a moment of triumph, calling me worthless to vent his pent-up frustration. What is wrong with that? As a father, I am willing to bear it. Why should you find it intolerable? Fugaku crossed his arms, exuding the commanding aura of a clan leader, his voice resonating with authority. To put it plainly, this is merely a jest between my son and me. Why are you taking it so seriously? Did my son insult you? You are, after all, Sasuke's elders. If you are displeased with him, a mere admonishment would suffice. Yet you resorted to using kunai. How ruthless. Is it really necessary to be so meticulous with Sasuke? How old are you and how old is he? Besides, my son speaks the truth. When compared to the Uchiha Madara of yesteryears, I am indeed a waste. His reprimand was laden with reason. The members of the Uchiha Guard could not help but feel enlightened, even a tinge of guilt washing over them. Particularly the three Uchiha Jonin who had just attacked Madara. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Makoto, moved by the moment, consoled, Fugaku, do not belittle yourself. You are not much inferior to the Madara of old. Before she could finish, Fugaku resolutely shook his head. No, I am far inferior. When Madara assumed the role of clan leader, the Uchiha clan was at its zenith. Turning to Madara, he added, Sasuke, they acted out of impulse. Do not take their actions to heart. Chapter 5. My son wants me to be Hokage. This trivial matter is hardly worth my concern. Madara, indifferent, didn't even spare a glance at the three Uchiha Jonin who had just attacked him. Why should an elder contend with juniors? After all, Madara held the highest seniority among them. Not only did the three juniors fail to injure him, but even if they had, he would not care to pursue it. He could not afford to lose face over such trivialities. Hearing Madara's words, the three who had thrown their kunai shuddered, exchanging glances. Sasuke was right, as his elders. What was there to quarrel about with him, a mere junior? Indeed, Sasuke was merely engaging in playful banter with the clan leader and had not offended them. How could they bring themselves to harm him? Fortunately, Sasuke had dodged earlier. Otherwise, they would have been guilty of extinguishing the flame of a generation of Uchiha genius, becoming pariahs within their clan. Regret washed over the trio for their earlier actions, guilt weighing heavier upon them. They set aside their pride and apologized to Madara. Madara, however, was disinclined to engage with them. He had intended to inquire further about the changes in Konoha over the years. Yet, he reconsidered, rather than relying on hearsay. It would be more prudent to personally visit the village and observe for himself. As he prepared to leave, Madara felt that Fugaku had embarrassed him. He pointed at Fugaku with an air of arrogance, declaring, just you wait. The position of the next Hokage will undoubtedly be yours. I shall ensure you become the fourth Hokage. You, who are deemed worthless, shall bring honor to our Uchiha clan. Sasuke, your filial piety brings me joy. But you truly must familiarize yourself with the history of Konoha's development. Do not spend all your time merely honing ninjutsu. Fugaku remarked. Isn't the fourth Hokage succeeded by Minato Namikaze? What? Madara halted abruptly. Someone had succeeded the fourth Hokage? Why, then, was the current Hokage the third? What chaos had ensued during his absence from Konoha? Minato Namikaze? By the sound of it, the fourth Hokage was yet another individual not from the Senju or Uchiha clans. He had never even heard of the Namikaze clan. Could it be a family of commoners, even less esteemed than the Sarutobi clan? Madara felt a swell of frustration for his clan. The alliance he and Hashirama had forged between the Senju and Uchiha clans had once been a formidable force, renowned throughout the ninja world. They had fought against other nations with unyielding resolve, who dared oppose Konoha. Hashirama and he, as the embodiment of wood and fire, had been invincible together, ensuring that where Konoha thrived, the flames of the village would never extinguish. Yet now, the Hokage position had been handed down to the fourth, snatched by a commoner. Madara mused to himself. It was acceptable for Hashirama to pass the mantle to Tobirama. At least he belonged to the Senju clan. I am indifferent to the reasons behind Tobirama's succession to Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the Sarutobi clan was a great family that had once allied with Hashirama and me. But what is this nonsense with the fourth Minato Namikaze? Is it now permissible for commoners to become Hokage? At this rate, the fifth Hokage might as well be a dog. What has become of the status of my Uchiha clan? The more Madara pondered, the angrier he became. Gazing at the amiable visage of the Uchiha clan leader before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. Channeling the last remnants of chakra within him, he swiftly directed it to his leg and kicked at Fugaku. You, as clan leader, are utterly incompetent. Fugaku observed as his young son launched a kick toward him. Yet he did not evade. What force could a child's kick possess? Although Sasuke's fire techniques were formidable, his age limited the strength of his taijutsu. The next moment, a thud echoed. Fugaku's expression faltered as he looked down at his furious son, his gaze falling to the leg that had been struck. He inhaled sharply, biting his lip, his face reflecting pain. Ouch! The agony. The force behind that kick was no mere child's strength. The pain was reminiscent of the time he had sparred with Might Guy, who had been well versed in taijutsu. That year, Might Guy had already mastered the 8 gates and, with his extraordinary physical prowess, had defeated 4 renowned members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet now, Sasuke was still so young, and the power behind his kick was already formidable. It was unfathomable to consider how terrifying Sasuke would become as he matured. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Uchiha Guard seemed unperturbed, accustomed to the playful banter between father and son. The clan leader and Sasuke shared a close bond. It was normal for the leader to endure a kick from Sasuke, and the display of pain was likely feigned for enjoyment. Only Mikoto, who was ever by Fugaku's side, sensed something amiss. She grasped Fugaku's shoulders and softly asked, "Fugaku, are you all right?" "Fortunately, it is nothing serious. My leg isn't broken, merely fractured. A visit to the medical department will suffice for healing." "What? It is already fractured?" Mikoto's eyes widened in shock. Sasuke's proficiency in taijutsu was unexpectedly impressive. Amidst her astonishment, Mikoto heard her husband gasp in pain and instinctively prepared to scold Madara. However, before she could speak, Fugaku gestured for her to refrain. He watched Madara, who had kicked him and hurled a few curses before turning to leave, murmuring, "I was too heartless towards Sasuke before. It is good that he can vent his frustrations on me. Moreover, I now understand Sasuke's taijutsu prowess. This kick was worth it. And if the clan members learned that Sasuke managed to inflict pain upon me, I would lose face." Mikoto nodded, comprehending Fugaku's sentiments, and refrained from further commentary. Fugaku gazed at Madara's proud figure as he walked away, his hands tucked into his pockets, and continued, "Tonight, I intend to discuss with Sasuke our plans for a coup against Konoha tomorrow." Mikoto's heart tightened, and she lowered her voice. "Fugaku, are you suggesting that we involve Sasuke?" "Indeed, but he is too young. What of his age? You just witnessed his exceptional ninjutsu, reflexes, and taijutsu. Why should he not enter the battlefield? I do not expect Sasuke to assist me. Should I rely on Itachi, who constantly opposes me?" "Very well." Mikoto still harbored concerns. "But I worry that Sasuke might not be able to accept our plans for a coup against Konoha, especially since he has grown up here. Initially, I harbored similar concerns. But I find solace now. Did you not hear my son just proclaim that he wishes for me to become the Hokage?" Fayek chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara, who had been lost in thought, could not shake off his frustration. The more he pondered, the more stifled he felt. He would never allow the empire he had toiled to establish to be usurped by an inconsequential stranger. Without hesitation, he turned to Fayek and bellowed, "Surely, the position of the 5th Hokage remains unoccupied?" "Not yet," Fayek replied with a shake of his head. "I warn you, the position of the 5th Hokage is meant for you alone. Whether you desire it or not, you must assume it. This is what Uchiha Sasuke declares. Anyone who dares to disagree, I shall eliminate." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. With that, Uchiha Madara lost interest in Fyake's response and departed. Fyake, his expression warm and affectionate, wrapped his arm around Mikoto's waist and gestured toward Madara's retreating figure. Ah, did you hear? Our son insists I become Hokage again. Truly devoted. Isn't he? If I were to instigate a coup, I fear he might even lead one against me given his current temperament. The members of the Uchiha Guard, still engrossed in Madara's earlier declaration, began to murmur among themselves. Fyake admonished them sternly. Are you still chatting? Hurry and extinguish the flames. The fire caused by Sasuke's previous jutsu has yet to be quenched. If this continues, our Uchiha territory's forests will be reduced to ashes. Furthermore, the talent exhibited by my youngest son today is our family secret. It must not be disclosed. He pointed to one of his trusted aides. You, follow Sasuke closely and protect him discreetly. Report to me tonight on his actions. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window. Puffing on his pipe, gazing at the ominous clouds of smoke rising from the Uchiha territory with a furrowed brow. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open as Shimura Danzo entered. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Hiruzen turned to glare at Danzo, remaining silent, exhaling a plume of smoke. His fierce gaze causing Danzo's heart to skip a beat. What is the matter? Danzo asked, still attempting to maintain composure. How can you even ask that? Hiruzen thundered, stepping forward and slamming the door shut behind him. Danzo, have you lost your senses? We agreed to eliminate the Uchiha clan under the cover of night. Why did you not consult me before advancing the plan? Such actions in broad daylight are reckless. Should the villagers witness this internal strife, panic will ensue, complicating matters immensely. Although Itachi possesses remarkable abilities, the Uchiha clan is no mere assembly of fools. Especially Fyake, if he becomes aware, he will undoubtedly thwart Itachi's extermination efforts. The reason we devised an assassination plan was to ensure the Uchiha did not suspect anything. Now, allowing Itachi to act openly is tantamount to sending him to his doom, provoking the Uchiha into a preemptive coup. Our Konoha ninjas could unite against the Uchiha uprising, but it would undoubtedly endanger countless innocents, reminiscent of the Ninetales incident. Danzo, you are truly foolish. Are you so eager for chaos? Your actions are bound to plunge us into turmoil, inviting other nations to exploit our vulnerability. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he furiously gripped Danzo's collar, berating him fiercely. Danzo, grasped by the collar, averted his gaze, peering through the expansive window towards the Uchiha territory. What is that immense smoke? Has there been a fire? Stop pretending, Danzo, Hiruzen shouted, shaking him. You must take responsibility for this. Quickly, mobilize all root members to evacuate the civilians and organize a defensive strategy. Danzo remained passive, allowing Hiruzen's tirade to wash over him. He understood that he had not ordered Itachi to act prematurely against the clan. He was not foolish, nor was Itachi. Such a foolish task would never be obeyed. Hiruzen, in his fury, had little patience for explanations. Danzo continued to gaze toward the Uchiha territory, puzzled, muttering to himself, from the volume of smoke. This is no ordinary fire. It seems to engulf a significant portion of the Uchiha forests. Not even a typical ninja's fire jutsu could achieve this unless it was Fyake himself who unleashed it. It was undoubtedly Fyake who had struck. Do you think I cannot see this? That is why I am so enraged. Itachi must be engaged in battle with Fyake, who has just executed 2 fire jutsus. Danzo, as Hokage, I command you to mobilize your root members immediately, organize a defense, and minimize civilian casualties. You must heed my orders this time, and summon all the jonin in the village, quickly. With that, Hiruzen forcefully shoved Danzo aside. Danzo stumbled against the filing cabinet, files cascading around him. Unperturbed, Danzo rose, casually collecting a few documents and placing them on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen, you remain unchanged. As soon as the village is in peril, you become impulsive and lose your reasoning. This is unlike your usual demeanor. Hiruzen glared at Danzo, slamming his palm on the desk. Danzo, can you still find humor in this? The village is in crisis, and you find joy in that? Of course. I find joy in it, for it is not the village that is threatened, but the Uchiha clan, Danzo replied, gesturing towards a shop on the bustling street below. And I did not instruct Itachi to execute the extermination plan early. Look, he is currently enjoying dango at that shop, not engaged in slaughter. What? Hiruzen's expression faltered as he rushed to Danzo's side, following his pointing finger. There, at a dango shop, Uchiha Itachi stood outside, a half-eaten skewer of three-colored dumplings in hand. Gazing toward the Uchiha territory with a perplexed and solemn expression, his cheeks bulging with unchewed food. Why is Itachi here? Was he not executing the extermination plan in the Uchiha territory? Have I misjudged the situation? Hiruzen pondered aloud. Danzo shot Hiruzen a scathing look. What nonsense? Do you recall your tone with me earlier? What have I done wrong? Do you have the audacity to ask, Hokage-sama? Danzo pointed again. Now, look at that child over there. Hiruzen turned his gaze once more to where Danzo indicated. At the end of the street, Uchiha Sasuke, hands in pockets, walked steadily, curiously observing the streets of Konoha, while behind him, another Uchiha clan member discreetly trailed, assigned by Fayek to monitor his actions. Uchiha Sasuke had long since noticed the surveillance. It was evident that Fayek had dispatched someone to keep an eye on him. The boy, Sasuke, was woefully lacking in ability, yet now that he occupied this body, his strength had remarkably increased. It was only natural that Fayek would be curious about his transformation. It was nothing of great concern. He found no reason to engage with these trivial matters. What Uchiha Madara yearned for was to comprehend the changes that had transpired in the village during his absence through his own sentiments. This scene was witnessed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who observed intently from the Hokage's office. It was Sasuke indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a favorable impression of Sasuke. Throughout his time at the Konoha Academy, Sasuke consistently excelled, garnering praise from numerous instructors. Following him was a trusted aide of Fugaku, likely covertly ensuring Sasuke's protection. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke, nodding slowly as understanding dawned upon him. It appeared he had misjudged Danzo. Itachi had not yet initiated the clan extermination plan. Otherwise, Sasuke would not be meandering through the streets so leisurely. Moreover, Fugaku would lack the manpower to secretly safeguard Sasuke. Hiruzen gazed out, observing the billowing black smoke rising from the Uchiha territory. But what was the cause of the inferno? Such a magnitude of fire release could evidently only be wielded by Fugaku. As the clan leader, he would not act unless faced with formidable adversaries, indicating that the Uchiha clan was embroiled in internal strife. Furthermore, the intensity of this conflict was so fierce that Fugaku had resorted to action. Chapter 7. Perhaps I should relinquish my position as Hokage to you. So that was it. Danzo, your reasoning is sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced a moment of clarity. His heart enlightened. No wonder Danzo had shown no sign of alarm earlier and even wore a smile. The Uchiha clan's internal discord was indeed beneficial. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, casualties were inevitable. This would further facilitate Itachi's impending extermination of the clan tonight. Hiruzen's previously anxious heart settled completely, a smile gracing his face as he took a deep drag from his pipe. Danzo, you truly are my right-hand man. With a meticulous mind and a unique perspective on issues. Before he could finish his sentence, Hiruzen felt a piercing gaze directed at him. It was Shimura Danzo, who was beside him. Hiruzen, your smoke is bothering me. My apologies, Danzo. I misjudged you in a moment of impulse. Please forgive me. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly, the wrinkles on his face folding together. Forgive? I, Shimura Danzo, have never been one to forgive. Danzo crossed his arms, his expression taut. I am Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root, a high-ranking political figure in Konoha, your right-hand man, and a hero who once fought valiantly on the battlefield for Konoha. You called me over without any discernment, scolding me, pulling my clothes, and pushing me to the ground. Is this how you treat an old hero of Konoha, Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of shame wash over him, coughing several times to mask his embarrassment. Forgive me. Forgive me, Danzo. We grew up together. You know my temper well. I have never harbored ill intentions towards you. Danzo was not in the mood to show gratitude. His earlier restraint was merely to expedite the resolution of the issue, not indicative of a lack of anger. Now that the problem was resolved, he was in the right. Danzo glanced at the scattered documents beneath the filing cabinet, glaring at Hiruzen, speaking in a sarcastic tone. You may push me over, but I, this old hero, am now battered and bruised, no longer as valiant as I once was, and thus no longer worthy of your respect. However, you must show respect to the second Hokage. Tobirama, look at what you have done. Danzo's finger rapped sharply on the desk as he pointed at the strewn papers. Those are documents previously signed by second Hokage Tobirama. The policies enacted were executed by both of us. Now, you allow these documents to lie scattered on the floor. Do you not regard Tobirama in high esteem? At this point, Danzo, with righteous indignation, pointedly tapped Hiruzen's shoulder. Hiruzen, my friend, I must say, you have become rather arrogant. Oh dear, Danzo, calm down. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Come now, forgive me. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled sheepishly. Danzo ignored him, arms crossed. Seated at the Hokage's desk with a stern expression, silent. Hiruzen prepared a cup of tea for Danzo. Danzo, do not take it to heart. Try this. It's fine tea that my beloved disciple Orochimaru brought from a small country. After his processing, it stabilizes chakra within the body and is quite precious. Once you finish this cup, please tidy up those documents on the floor. Danzo accepted the teacup, draining it in one gulp, smacking his lips and exhaling a sigh, yet still maintained a sour expression. He slammed the teacup down on the desk with a thud, gruffly stating, "One cup is not enough." "Very well, Danzo. Consider this my apology. If it eases your anger," Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, picking up the kettle to refill the cup. As Hokage, pouring water for Danzo felt slightly undignified. But with no one else around and being old comrades, he did not mind. However, just as he added a bit of hot water to the cup, Hiruzen paused. Leaning in to look at the cup, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Danzo, did you drink all my tea leaves as well?" Danzo, half seated on the Hokage's desk, turned his back to Hiruzen and repeated, "One cup is not enough." Hiruzen reminded him, "I mentioned that it was rare tea processed by Orochimaru." Danzo interrupted again, reiterating, "One cup is not enough." Hiruzen tightly closed his mouth, his cheeks puffing up, displeased. "Fine, fine, I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Only you would merit my indulgence. If it were anyone else, I would have been far less accommodating." Hiruzen took out the remaining tea leaves, hesitated for a moment, then dumped them all into the teacup. He poured water, raised the cup, and offered it to Danzo. "Drink up, it's all in there. I left none for myself. Surely this will ease your anger. Once you finish, quickly tidy up that pile of documents." Danzo took the teacup and drank it all in one go. With a satisfied sigh, he gently set the cup down, but remained half-seated on the Hokage's chair, his face still taut, showing no intention of organizing the documents. Hiruzen glared at him, dissatisfied. "What is the meaning of this? Are you throwing a tantrum and refusing to comply with my Hokage's orders? Shall I relinquish my position as Hokage to you?" Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of light flashed in Danzo's eyes, a rare smile appearing on his face as he slowly turned his head, nodding slightly. "You insolent fool. Are you getting too big for your britches? Get off my desk." Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a fit of rage, delivered a sharp kick to Danzo's back. Meanwhile, Mito Aoi, who was ascending the stairs to report on mission progress, was humming a tune cheerfully. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Mito Aoi immediately slowed his pace, straining to listen. There were more cries, and it sounded like Danzo's voice. It came from the Hokage's office. "This is bad. The Hokage is in danger." Mito Aoi's expression turned alert, chakra gathering as two kunai connected by chains appeared in his hands, swiftly heading towards the Hokage's office. Within moments, he arrived at the office door, and with a powerful kick, he smashed the door to pieces. Just as he crouched low, preparing for a fierce battle, the scene before him rendered him momentarily stunned. Chapter 8. Fugaku has sent someone to monitor me again. Inside the Hokage's office, the scattered documents had already been organized by Shimura Danzo. Danzo stood beside the desk, hunched over, one hand resting on his back where he had been kicked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, grimacing in pain. Hiruzen, meanwhile, was beside him, assisting in massaging the injured area, applying pressure without restraint, especially during the initial moments when Danzo gasped in agony. San Yiching Chung burst into the room, causing the two elderly men to pause momentarily, their piercing gazes fixated upon him. "What is the meaning of your presence, San Yiching Chung? Do you intend to rebel?" Shimura Danzo's voice resonated with authority. Noticing that there were no adversaries in the Hokage's office, San Yiching Chung felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon meeting the intense stares of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, a sense of trepidation enveloped him, prompting him to take a step back and hurriedly sheath his kunai, explaining, "I just heard Lord Danzo's cries and thought there was a formidable enemy intruding." "My cries?" Danzo's eyes narrowed momentarily, and then realization dawned upon him, his face flushing with embarrassment. Suppressing the pain in his waist, he chuckled, "There is no formidable enemy. I merely tripped while sorting through documents. Thank you for your concern. Ching Chung, I am quite well." "Really? Quite well?" San Yiching Chung scrutinized him. Danzo quickly straightened his posture, casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. Then, Hiruzen chuckled heartily, patting Danzo's back lightly while explaining, Danzo has fought valiantly in battles during his youth, which has left him with lingering ailments. I was merely assisting him in alleviating his discomfort. My actions may have been somewhat exaggerated, but it is of no consequence. That is good to hear. Lord Danzo, you have worked tirelessly. Please take good care of yourself. If there are matters to discuss, I shall take my leave and return shortly, San Yi Ching Chung said, scratching his head and chuckling sheepishly, indifferent to the specifics of the situation as long as there were no formidable enemies intruding. He swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. Danzo, once more stooped over, glanced at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. By the way, the plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan will proceed as scheduled tonight. As he walked toward the door, he sighed. Though the Uchiha clan harbors ambitions of insurrection, they are still citizens of Konoha. Their contributions to both internal and external security cannot be overlooked. As for their remains, I shall take care of the arrangements, ensuring they receive a proper burial. Very well, you may handle the Uchiha corpses, Danzo. You are considerate. Hiruzen nodded. Their Sharingan should remain with their bodies, interred alongside them as a mark of respect for their clan. I understand. Those cursed eyes will only bring misfortune to Konoha. I wish to avoid them at all costs. Danzo responded, his heart racing, his tone resolute. Those malevolent Sharingan were his ultimate prize. With that, he stepped away. Wait, Danzo, Hiruzen called out once more. Danzo halted, not turning back, a sense of tension creeping into his heart. Silence enveloped the room as Hiruzen approached him, standing beside Danzo, gazing at him intently for several seconds without uttering a word. Danzo's expression remained stoic, though anxiety churned within him. Finally, Hiruzen gently patted Danzo's shoulder, his voice tinged with remorse as he sighed. Danzo, I have wronged you over the years. When Tobirama appointed me as the third Hokage, I knew you harbored discontent. I intended to pass the fourth Hokage position to you, but then Minato emerged like a brilliant star, his achievements too resplendent to ignore. I could not pass the mantle to him without inciting public discontent. Hiruzen's hand pressed firmly on Danzo's shoulder. Danzo, as long as you assist me diligently, I assure you that the position of fifth Hokage will be yours. Humph. Danzo swatted Hiruzen's hand away with a hint of displeasure, chuckling. You still possess a semblance of conscience. Hiruzen continued. Danzo, the position of Hokage is not as easy as it appears. There are countless burdens to bear. Look at us. Of similar age, yet I seem older than you due to the weight of responsibilities. Enough with your ramblings. You are still the same as in your youth. Full of idle chatter, Danzo interrupted, his tone dismissive. Hiruzen, hunched over, made his way out of the office, leaving him alone. Approaching the large window, Hiruzen gazed at the thick smoke rising from the Uchiha territory, pondering, this complicates matters. I have promised the position of fifth Hokage to both Orochimaru and Danzo. How should I arrange this? Never mind, I shan't worry about it. These are matters for the future. After I am gone, let them contend for it themselves. Danzo descended the staircase, grumbling. Hiruzen goes on about the toil of being Hokage, and it irks me. How has he not collapsed under the pressure? The new tea Hiruzen had offered was quite delightful. It even stabilized chakra. He decided to ask Orochimaru for a portion later. On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Madara leisurely strolled, hands tucked into his pockets. Voices of vendors calling out, children laughing and playing, and adults chatting animatedly filled the air, accompanied by the enticing aromas of various delicacies. Madara surveyed the vibrant scene with satisfaction. Konoha was far more prosperous now than during its founding with Hashirama. In his time, the faces of the people were often marked by the dread of war, whereas the current generation seemed free of such anxieties. Yet, he could sense an undercurrent of worry in their conversations, concerns about making money. Was acquiring wealth truly that difficult? In his era, he and Hashirama had distinct roles. Hashirama managed internal economic affairs, while Madara traveled to other nations, employing his domineering presence to persuade them to submit to Konoha. Money was never an issue. When his own nation was short on funds, he would simply ask Hashirama. When other nations lacked resources, he would request them from their leaders, who were always amiable and willing to comply. Madara could not fathom why people worried about money. He had no desire to delve into the matter. As time passed, every street seemed to echo with the memories of his and Hashirama's footsteps. Now, Madara longed to visit the cliff where they once stood. deliberating over the naming of the village head and the Hokage. He wished to see how Hashirama's Hokage rock had weathered the years. Suddenly, Madara felt a peculiar gaze upon him. That Uchiha with prominent tear troughs must have been sent by Fugaku to monitor me. How bothersome. If he wishes to keep an eye on me, he should follow discreetly, not block my path as if to ensure I notice him. Foolish. Attempting to mask his surveillance while munching on dango, does he take me for a fool? Madara chose to ignore Uchiha Itachi and continued his leisurely stroll. Not far from a dango shop, Itachi observed his approaching brother and then glanced up at the thick smoke rising from their clan's territory. A sense of worry creeping into his heart. What has transpired in our territory? Such commotion must indicate a skirmish among ninjas. Could it be that Lord Hokage and Lord Danzo believe I would not hesitate to eradicate our clan and have thus taken the initiative? However, if Hiruzen and Danzo had indeed dispatched forces against his clan, Sasuke would surely be aware of it. This crybaby, having come from the direction of the clan's territory, should not appear so unfazed. Itachi glanced back at Sasuke, who was trailing behind, shadowed by a member of the Uchiha clan. His unease deepened. The half-eaten dango in his hand lost its appeal, and he approached Uchiha Madara, calling out, "Sasuke." Chapter 9. Sasuke, do not act recklessly. Madara ignored Itachi, pausing to curiously observe a nearby shop. Such a storefront did not exist in his era. He craned his neck and beheld an elderly gentleman, clad in wooden clogs and sporting a graying mane, who, with a headband adorned with oil characters, was drunkenly enjoying the company of several young maidens. Was this a novel form of amusement characteristic of this age? Uchiha Madara felt a spark of curiosity and contemplated entering to investigate further. "Sasuke," Itachi called out once more. It was then that Madara realized someone was beckoning him. He was now Sasuke, and being addressed by that name felt somewhat unfamiliar. Although he had returned to life, his strength was a far cry from its former glory. To conceal his true identity and evade the countless adversaries he had amassed in his previous life, he had to live as Sasuke. Turning around, Madara noticed a member of the Uchiha clan, sent by Fugaku, with pronounced tear lines, standing before him. "Is there something amiss?" Madara inquired, tilting his head towards Itachi. "What has transpired within the clan? Something seems off. Did father use fire style to combat an enemy?" Itachi asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "Off." Madara turned his gaze towards the clan's territory, observing the thick smoke billowing from the fire style technique he had utilized earlier. He could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. Pathetic, he thought. The body of Sasuke was severely lacking. In his prime, a single fire style would have incinerated the entirety of Konoha, not merely stirred this modest commotion. Madara glanced back at Itachi and remarked without a second thought, "Yes, I did that. You need not mock me. I merely released 2 small fire styles." His attention, however, was primarily captured by the dumpling in Itachi's hand. It emitted an enticing aroma, a flavor he had never encountered in his bygone era, where the predominant scents were blood and the stench of decaying corpses. "You released 2 small fire styles." Itachi's gaze sharpened at Sasuke's words, though he quickly dismissed the notion, attributing it to his brother's desire for validation, a tendency to exaggerate his capabilities. He had witnessed the feeble potency of Sasuke's fire styles during training. They were merely adequate for roasting a wild boar. At that moment, Itachi observed that a significant portion of the clan's woodland had been consumed by flames. Such power could only belong to their father. "Hey, are you the one Fugaku sent to deliver dumplings to me?" Madara questioned, pointing at the half-eaten dumpling in Itachi's hand. "Dumplings? Sasuke, do you wish to have some?" Itachi glanced down at the remaining half of the 3-colored dumpling and offered it to Sasuke. "Thank you." Madara accepted it, taking a bite, and his eyes lit up. "Delicious. Quite remarkable. Though only half remains, the craftsmanship of dumpling making has indeed improved," he exclaimed in delight, stuffing the rest into his mouth. "Why is it that the clan leader's name should be addressed as father?" Itachi reminded. "Addressing Fugaku as father? Nonsense. My father is Taijima. By all accounts, every Uchiha in this era is my junior. It is absurd for an elder to refer to a younger as father." Madara scoffed, his cheeks puffed with dumplings, muttering, "That fool Fugaku should consider himself fortunate. I do not demand he call me grandfather." Itachi's expression shifted to one of surprise. He found Sasuke's reaction peculiar. Typically, Sasuke displayed utmost respect towards their father, yearning for his acknowledgement. Why, then, did he speak so disrespectfully? Itachi glanced up at the thick smoke rising from the clan's territory. Sensing urgency, he dismissed his concerns, attributing Sasuke's words to the excessive strictness Fugaku imposed, which had fostered resentment in his brother. Bending slightly, Itachi extended 2 fingers to lightly tap Madara's forehead. A rare smile graced his usually stoic face. Sasuke, there may be trouble within the clan. Stay here and do not wander. Once I have resolved the clan's matters, I shall return to enjoy dumplings with you. Forgive me for not having much time to accompany you. Regardless of how father may criticize you, to me, you have always been my. Before Itachi could finish, he suddenly halted. His fingers, poised to touch Sasuke's forehead, were firmly grasped by Madara's small hand. Do you wish to kill me? Attempting to pierce my skull with your fingers? Madara's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Itachi. With his mouth full of dumplings, he found the man before him rather tedious. In his previous life, countless individuals had attempted to assassinate him, none succeeding. Any movement towards his person would alert him. Previously, such attempts were veiled in secrecy. Yet in this era, assassinations seemed so brazen. The claim of concern for the clan was merely a diversion to distract him. Madara had just come from the clan's territory and knew full well that all was well there. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Reveal the mastermind behind this. Madara demanded, chewing on a dumpling as he held on to Itachi's hand. His cherubic face was undeniably adorable, yet the intensity in his eyes unsettled Itachi. Sasuke, what is wrong with you? Why would I want to kill you? Are you feigning ignorance? Madara replied, his patience wearing thin as he tightened his grip on Itachi's fingers. Suddenly, Itachi's expression darkened. Sasuke, stop fooling around. Release me. You are the one playing games with me. Madara retorted, regarding Itachi as if he were a simpleton. To so overtly attempt to burst his head with mere fingers was nothing short of folly. Even Tobirama, who had attempted to assassinate him multiple times, would not resort to such a subpar tactic. Sasuke, your strength seems to have increased significantly. Itachi noted, growing serious as he resisted Sasuke's grip. To his astonishment, his younger brother's strength was now comparable to his own. This is promising. My brother has grown stronger. However, he had no time to linger. He was eager to investigate the situation within the clan. Itachi immediately exerted more force to withdraw his hand, only to discover that even with increased effort, he could not extricate his fingers from his brother's grasp. A sense of unease began to creep in. Frowning slightly, he spoke in a grave tone. Sasuke, let me go. This is not the time for games. I do not wish to resort to force. Madara paid no heed to Itachi's warning. With a sharp crack, Itachi's middle finger snapped, broken by Madara's unyielding grip. Itachi's face paled. Madara remained unyielding, believing that any attempt on his life must come with a price. Merely breaking a finger was a trivial consequence. To attempt to kill me is one thing. Perhaps you might find an opportunity from behind me. But to do so in my presence is futile. Considering your relation to me, I shall spare your life, but know that you shall not keep this arm. As his words fell, Madara advanced a step, extending his other hand to grasp Itachi's arm. With a swift motion, he exerted force. A rush of alarm surged through Itachi's heart. Sasuke, he exclaimed, his dark eyes suddenly turning crimson. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan began to spin, and an immense surge of power coursed through him. A kunai materialized in his other hand, and instinctively he aimed to strike Sasuke's head. He lifted his leg, preparing to kick at Sasuke, and contemplated unleashing a jinjutsu upon him. Tsukuyomi could be activated in an instant. However, these thoughts flickered through Itachi's mind momentarily, and he hesitated. Restraining himself, Sasuke was merely engaging in playful antics, but Itachi could not afford to indulge him. He feared that a moment of carelessness might lead to the death of his beloved younger brother. In that fleeting moment of indecision, a sudden, jarring sound echoed, the grinding of bones, sharp and piercing. Itachi felt a surge of agony as he managed to withdraw. He stepped back quickly, legs spread and bent in a defensive posture, one arm dangling limply at his side. Though it was not severed, it was dislocated. Itachi's gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, have you had your fun yet? Chapter 10. Itachi, I offer you a chance. You possess a measure of strength, at least superior to that of Fugaku. That inept fool. Madara discerned that, in that fleeting moment, Itachi was already concocting multiple strategies to counter him, even activating his Sharingan to its 3rd tomo. Surely, he was preparing to cast a Genjutsu. At that moment, Madara resolved that if Itachi retaliated, he would not hesitate to respond with utmost seriousness. Fortunately, he ceased his offensive, displaying restraint, and for that, Madara felt no need to pursue further conflict. It seemed this individual was not a mindless brute, but rather someone who understood the nuances of power and consequence. Given this, perhaps he could be persuaded to reconsider his path. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Madara's eyes. You are still quite young, yet your talent is exceptional. With time, you will undoubtedly become formidable, especially with the Uchiha blood coursing through your veins. It would be a pity to end your life so soon. Thus, I grant you this opportunity to live. Regrettably, despite Itachi's evident talent, he had just attempted to kill him. If he could act in such a manner towards him, how could he possibly treat the other members of the Uchiha clan any better? Ending Itachi's life could be justified, but since he was still of his own lineage, Madara decided to offer a warning instead. Madara's gaze darkened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I care not who your puppet masters are, but I advise you to refrain from actions that would bring harm to the Uchiha clan. Regardless of how the current Uchiha may pale in comparison to the past, they are still my kin, and I shall protect them. Upon hearing those words, Itachi's heart trembled. His eyes quivered, and a myriad of chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Had Sasuke discovered the truth about the plans orchestrated by the Hokage and Danzo to annihilate their clan? The puppeteers behind him were indeed the Hokage and Danzo. Yet he would never reveal such information. In the conflict between clan and country, Itachi had chosen the latter. He began to comprehend why his younger brother, who had always clung to him, would suddenly lash out violently, never once addressing him as brother. So it was. Itachi was not foolish. He understood everything clearly. Sasuke must have been aware of his intentions and approached him with a heart full of rage. Indeed, anger and hatred could fuel Sasuke's growth. He had evidently become stronger. Madara remained oblivious to the fact that his impulsive actions had sparked such contemplations in Itachi's mind. He pointed at Itachi and declared, "If you choose to amend your ways and return to your true self, standing alongside your clansmen, I will overlook today's events. However, should I discover any further actions detrimental to our kin, I will not hesitate to end your life. Let this be a warning." Itachi's eyes trembled slightly, and he remained silent. One hand moved to adjust his dislocated arm, and with a click, it was set back in place. He remained mute, yet his middle finger, broken by Sasuke, could not be healed for the time being. Itachi silently regarded Madara, and after a moment, a faint smile graced his lips. "Brother, I never expected you to grow stronger." "Brother?" Madara's expression hardened at Itachi's words. "Am I your brother?" "No. To be precise, the original owner of this body, Sasuke, was indeed the younger brother of this teary-eyed individual before him. This was hardly a good situation. Was it not true that they were bound by blood? This was an immutable fact." Itachi's gaze softened with a hint of affection. Madara understood. The young man before him was the elder brother of the body he now inhabited. He had never experienced what it was like to have an elder brother. In his previous life, he was the eldest son, with a younger brother named Izuna, whom he cherished deeply. Strangely enough, this current body bore a striking resemblance to Izuna. Alas, Izuna had been slain by that wretched Tobirama. This vendetta was etched into Madara's soul for eternity. "Sasuke, it seems that hatred truly can foster your growth." Itachi sighed, remaining silent. It appeared his decision was indeed the right one. Hatred could compel Sasuke to evolve, but it could also lead to mutual destruction between their clan and Konoha. If the sole solution lay in redirecting that hatred towards himself, he was willing to bear that burden. This was not only the final wish entrusted to him by Shisui, but also the fate he had willingly accepted for himself. "Father, mother, Sasuke, my kin, forgive me," Itachi murmured, leaping into action. He landed on the eaves of a nearby house, racing towards the territory of his clan. The plan for annihilation was set for this night. However, the thick smoke rising from the clan's territory indicated a battle had already commenced. What if the Hokage and Danzo had altered their plans and were engaged in combat with his clan? Itachi was uncertain. Regardless, he needed to investigate. At the very least, he could save the innocent villagers. Yet, in the midst of his rapid movements, he suddenly halted, confronted by a small figure. Itachi's expression froze. "Sasuke?" He turned to look back. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had vanished from sight and now stood before him, blocking his path. A weight settled in Itachi's heart. Could it be that Sasuke had already discerned his intentions and was attempting to thwart him? That could not be allowed. This resolution was both Shisui's last wish and the calculated strategy he had crafted between clan loyalty and village allegiance. His mind was made up. There was no turning back. If Sasuke sought to impede his course, he would have no choice but to act decisively against his own brother. Standing upon the eaves, Madara approached Itachi with hands tucked into his pockets. Sasuke, do you still wish to stop me? Itachi's crimson eyes spun rapidly within their three-tomo. Madara halted, raising his chin defiantly, shouting at Itachi, "Shut your Sharingan." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. The force of his presence startled Itachi. What? Sasuke continued. I said to shut your Sharingan. Do you not comprehend? Why flaunt your abilities in front of me? Do you think that the meager chakra within you can withstand repeated use of the Sharingan? Were it not for the fact that you are my kin and my brother, I would not even bother to remind you. Sasuke, are you concerned for me? Why else? You are my brother, and I naturally care for you. As for your earlier attack on me, let us put it aside. I cannot be bothered to hold it against you. After all, by lineage, you are the elder brother of my grandfather. He dismissed the matter, not wishing to dwell on it. In truth, he had not sustained any significant harm during their previous encounter. He could feel that Itachi's chakra was limited and his physical condition was subpar. Should he overexert himself with the Sharingan, he would meet an early demise. Being of the same clan, Madara had no desire to witness such a fate befall him. Itachi felt warmth in his heart at Sasuke's concern. He remained silent, his crimson eyes ceasing their rapid rotation, shifting from red to black as the Sharingan was closed. However, Itachi's conviction remained unshaken. Sasuke, are you still intent on obstructing my path? Itachi inquired once more. What would I stop you for? I couldn't care less where you intend to go. I sought you out to ask you something, Sasuke replied as he approached Itachi, his hands tucked into his pockets. Exuding an air of nonchalance, devoid of any semblance of wariness or restraint, Itachi sensed no hostility from his brother. Rather, this confidence and composure inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure within him. Particularly, the way Sasuke looked up at him, so unabashedly forthright, heightened Itachi's vigilance. What do you wish to ask? Itachi's mind churned with tumult, though his expression remained serene. Concealed within the elongated sleeves of his attire, his hand tightened around a kunai. I merely wish to inquire where you purchased the dumplings you just gave me. They were absolutely exquisite, Sasuke said, recalling the delightful taste. Chapter 11. Sasuke. You have grown stronger. Uchiha Obito reminisced about the sweet and flaky dumplings, laughing heartily at Itachi. Seeing you like this, it seems you're not planning to buy me more. I won't press you. I'll acquire them myself if you simply provide me with the address. What? Itachi's eyes widened slightly. Was Sasuke seeking him out for this trivial matter? Not to confront him. Observing Obito's cheerful demeanor, Itachi relaxed, turning to point toward a shop on the street. Sasuke, it's that shop over there. The 3-color dumplings I just gave you. Got it, I'll remember. By the way, lend me some money. Money? Yes, I have none. One must pay for dumplings, after all. All right, how much do you need? Itachi, slightly bewildered, retrieved his wallet. It was the first time Sasuke had asked him for money. The notion of spending his own money on Sasuke felt rather pleasant. At least it would leave a favorable impression on him. I'll take it all. Uchiha Obito snatched Itachi's wallet, eager to leap off the eaves, but suddenly recalled something and turned back to Itachi with a smile. If you have time, come find me later. I'll order more dumplings and save you a portion. Oh, all right. Make it quick. If you come late, there won't be any left. And I won't wait for you. Okay, Sasuke. Itachi nodded, smiling as he allowed Obito to take his wallet and depart with flair. Watching his brother's figure recede, a slight smile graced Itachi's lips. Although Sasuke had grown stronger, he still seemed rather naive, much like before. Uchiha Obito made his way to the dumpling shop, occasionally sifting through Itachi's wallet. A photograph slipped out. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a picture of 2 brothers. With a note in the lower right corner, Sasuke, age 3, with his brother Itachi. It dawned on him that Sasuke's brother was named Itachi. Uchiha Obito realized that Itachi must harbor deep feelings for Sasuke. Yet why had he just poked his forehead with 2 fingers as a form of attack? He couldn't fathom what was going through Itachi's mind. In any case, he couldn't shake the feeling that Itachi harbored ulterior motives, akin to a rebellious child. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but lament. That Sasuke is truly unfortunate. Father Fugaku is a fool, and brother Itachi is a rebel. My own family was much better. My father Taijima led our clan to prosperity. My brother Izuna and I were united. And as for my brother Hashirama, well, he's not worth mentioning. As he continued to berate Hashirama, Uchiha Obito came to a halt, gazing into the distance. There, the Hokage rock loomed, prominently displaying the likeness of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He recalled the days when he and Hashirama deliberated over the village's name and the title of the leader atop that very rock. Years have passed, and the village has undergone monumental changes. The taste of a mere dumpling could bring Uchiha Obito joy. In the end, I triumphed over you, Hashirama. I am still alive. Reflecting upon the battle at the Valley of the End, when he had been ambushed by Hashirama and nearly killed, Uchiha Obito's heart seethed with anger, exclaiming, "You coward who only strikes from behind. If you have the guts, come back to life and face me in battle." Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi hurried toward the clan's territory, grappling with turmoil as he witnessed the Leaf Ninjas clashing with his kin. Instinct urged him to assist his family, while reason dictated he should support the nation. However, upon arriving at the clan's domain, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A wave of heat assaulted him. Where were the Leaf Ninjas? His clansmen were busily extinguishing fires with buckets of water. The dense forest within their territory still burned fiercely, having consumed a significant portion. To his dismay, he saw no bodies, nor a single drop of blood. Thick smoke billowed. Clansmen, with their Sharingan activated, stood by the lakeshore, desperately wielding water jutsu to douse the flames. Alas, the fire had spread too deep into the forest, and their efforts could not reach it. Itachi, filled with suspicion, immediately questioned a nearby clansman who was laboring tirelessly. "What has transpired here? Wasn't there a battle between the Leaf Ninjas and our clan?" "Itachi?" The clansman regarded him with a hint of disdain. "What? Do you long to witness our clansmen battling the Leaf Ninjas? Do you wish for our kin to be slain by them? Huh, truly. You are an exemplary ninja of the Leaf's Umbu, devoted to serving the Hokage. But you will be disappointed. None of our clansmen have perished." With that, the clansman shot Itachi a fierce glare and resumed his efforts to extinguish the fire. Itachi had long grown accustomed to the clansmen's attitude toward him. He had never participated in their conspiracies and had repeatedly urged them against plotting rebellion, thus positioning himself in opposition to them. Their disdainful attitude toward him was entirely expected. It was not only him, even his father, Fugaku, had not spoken to him in quite some time. The feeling of helplessly witnessing his kin perish, potentially dragging many innocents into the fray, was unbearable. One knows the warmth of their own heart. Although the clansmen were reluctant to divulge the truth to Itachi, the sight of the raging fire sparked his suspicions. By the lakeshore, Fugaku, having completed a water jutsu, felt fatigued. "Water jutsu is my weakest skill. That little rascal Sasuke has truly caused me trouble." Earlier, he had stubbornly endured Sasuke's great fire annihilation, depleting a substantial amount of his chakra. His body had already been weakened, and now he felt even more drained, in dire need of rest. He had assumed that the fire jutsu his son had employed, while impressive, would be easy to extinguish. Yet, he soon discovered that this fire was unlike any ordinary blaze. It was far more tenacious. The amount of water used was insufficient, and any miscalculation could lead to it becoming fire retardant. Recollecting the fire jutsu Uchiha Obito had used, Fugaku pondered. "Sasuke's earlier fire jutsu does not seem to be the Great Fireball technique I taught him. It appears to be a jutsu called Great Fire Annihilation. What kind of technique is that? I certainly did not teach him that. If he did not extinguish the flames in time, the fire would undoubtedly endanger innocent villagers. With such thick smoke, the higher-ups of the Leaf must have noticed, yet they had yet to dispatch any water-style ninjas to inquire if support was needed. Indeed, those scoundrels of the Leaf must relish witnessing my clan's plight." Fugaku cursed under his breath, quickly forming hand seals. He executed a technique he had copied during the last great ninja war, water-style, water dragon jutsu. In an instant, a water dragon erupted from the lake, its massive form sending waves crashing over every clansman, bringing a momentary relief from the oppressive heat. The water dragon roared, spreading through the blazing forest and wherever it passed. The flames diminished significantly. Witnessing this scene, all the clansmen halted their tasks, their hearts filled with hope. Such a powerful water technique would surely extinguish the fire. Yet, regretfully, within less than 10 breaths, the water dragon's form weakened, the vapor evaporated, and it vanished. The flames, though slightly reduced, remained fierce, the sound of cracking trees echoing incessantly. "Chief, if this continues, the flames will reach the houses on the streets of Konoha," a clansman exclaimed anxiously. "I know," Fugaku replied solemnly. "I truly wish to bring Sasuke back and give him a good slap." He inhaled deeply, channeling chakra within him once more. The extensive use of a ninjutsu he was least proficient in took a tremendous toll on his body. Suddenly, A figure landed in front of him. Father, please rest. Leave this to me. Itachi? Fugaku's eyes widened in surprise, and upon realizing, he couldn't help but question, was it the higher-ups of Konoha who sent you? Itachi shook his head. No, I did not receive any orders from the Umbu. I came because I sensed something was amiss in our clan's territory. Fugaku's heart sank as he understood. Indeed, the higher-ups of Konoha would never extend a helping hand to my clansmen. It was a foolish fantasy. He cautioned Itachi. This fire is no ordinary blaze. If it is not extinguished completely in one fell swoop, the chance of reignition is exceedingly high. I see that. Itachi nodded silently. Fugaku gazed at Itachi's silhouette, his expression profound. Although his eldest son often contradicted him, Fugaku could sense that Itachi cared deeply for the clan. Most importantly, he recognized Itachi's strength. Since Itachi was willing to intervene, it would undoubtedly be fine. Even if the fire could not be entirely extinguished, quelling a significant portion was definitely within reach. The remainder could be left to him. I will not rest, Itachi. It is rare for us to work together as father and son. Let us proceed. Fugaku bellowed. He and Itachi quickly formed hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon was conjured once more, roaring and spiraling directly toward the burning forest. Yet, Fugaku's focus remained on Itachi, who had not executed any ninjutsu. Fugaku furrowed his brow, staring at Itachi. Itachi, why have you halted your hand seals? Itachi's face was tense, but he remained silent. Suddenly, Fugaku had a realization, his heart leaping with joy. Itachi, could it be that you are preparing an immensely powerful water technique? Even without hand seals, you can execute it now. Itachi, you truly are my pride. Father, you misunderstand, Itachi replied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his injured hand, his expression betraying his pain. My middle finger is broken. I cannot form seals. What? Fugaku exclaimed, pulling Itachi closer to inspect the injury, then loudly calling for the medical team to come and treat him. Itachi, your middle finger looks as though it was forcibly broken. Despite their strained relationship, seeing Itachi in such pain brought a pang of sorrow to Fugaku's heart. Yes, it was broken, Itachi confirmed. Itachi, with your strength and vigilance, the one who could injure you must be few. It has to be those despicable higher-ups of Konoha. Fugaku said, his expression complex, tinged with guilt. It seems the conflict between our clansmen and the Konoha higher-ups has ensnared you as well. Then, Fugaku realized something, his tone carrying a hint of delight. Could it be that you've come to understand? Finally willing to abandon your faith in Konoha and stand with our clan to destroy it? Is your stance what has displeased the higher-ups, prompting them to act against you? Tell me, which vile creature broke your finger? When the coup d'etat occurs tomorrow, I shall make certain to break that creature's fingers and toes. Father, it was Sasuke. Itachi said flatly. Sasuke? Your brother? He broke your finger? Yes. Fugaku inhaled deeply, remaining silent for several seconds before slowly speaking. When he attacked you, did he mention my name? Did he say he wanted to teach me a lesson as well? No, he did not. Itachi shook his head. That is good. Fugaku sighed in relief. Did you provoke Sasuke? Otherwise, why would he randomly break your finger? I did not provoke him. I merely encountered him on the street recently, and, as usual, lightly tapped his forehead with my finger, Itachi explained. Before he could finish, Fugaku interrupted as the medical team arrived. I told you provoked him. It must be that Sasuke has long disliked you tapping his forehead and has endured it for a long time. Today, when you did it again, he exploded. Fugaku glanced at his own leg, still aching slightly. Sasuke merely broke your finger. That's fortunate. Given his current temperament, I wouldn't be surprised if he broke your arm. I would not be surprised either, as Sasuke has already broken my arm, but I managed to heal it myself, Itachi sighed, allowing the medical personnel to treat his finger. Listen, Itachi, your brother is not quite the same as before. His temper has become quite volatile. You must show him the utmost respect moving forward. I understand, Itachi nodded. Additionally, Itachi inquired, Father, I am in the Umbu and aware of Konoha's situation. The higher-ups have yet to issue orders against our clansmen. Such a fierce fire must be the work of a formidable Konoha ninja, harboring personal grudges and plotting for a long time. Do you know who is responsible? I will not let this person go. Fugaku shrugged. I think you should let this person go. Why? Because that person just broke your finger. As soon as the words left his mouth, Itachi's eyes widened, realization dawning upon him instantly. The one who unleashed such a powerful fire technique was none other than his brother, Sasuke. Itachi found it hard to believe. Father, Are you saying that the one who plotted for so long, unleashing such a fierce fire and causing our clansmen to struggle with the flames, is Sasuke? No, no. You are mistaken. It truly isn't Sasuke. He did not plot for long. He merely unleashed a fire technique today during training, with his talents suddenly erupting. What? Oh, no, it wasn't just one fire technique. It was two. The second one was aimed at me. Look, it left me in this wretched state. That little brat is truly infuriating. Though Fugaku scolded him, there was no hint of blame in his tone. Rather, it carried a sense of pride. Itachi remained silent, astonished. He suddenly recalled earlier on the street when he asked Sasuke what had happened in the clan's territory, leading to such thick smoke. Sasuke had told him that he had cast two small fire techniques in their territory. At the time, Itachi had not believed Sasuke's words. Yet now he was convinced. Itachi's mind echoed with Sasuke's earlier warnings, and some matters became crystal clear. He silently mused. Sasuke could not have undergone such a significant change without reason. He must have sensed my intentions to harm our clan, leading to this drastic transformation. Hatred has accelerated Sasuke's growth beyond my imagination. Itachi's injured finger had been treated. His hands swiftly formed seals, his dark pupils turning crimson. 3 tomo spun rapidly. Water release, water barrier. This was a technique developed by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha clan's fire techniques. Today was Itachi's first time utilizing it. At this moment, Itachi recognized that this water technique was indeed designed to counter their clan's fire techniques. The gathered chakra was instantly released. The surface of the lake stirred, swirling like a tornado, as the water flowed backward, shooting skyward and enveloping the edges of the flames. The searing heat dissipated, replaced by a damp, chilling atmosphere. Within the dense forest, the temperature plummeted sharply. The fire was visibly diminishing, and at the edges, a towering wall of water, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, formed. This deluge cascaded down, enveloping the flames. For ordinary fires, such a torrent would extinguish them instantly. Yet, the flames before them merely diminished in intensity, submerging in the water. Still clinging to life, requiring a tad more time to be fully extinguished. However, this brief moment consumed a significant amount of Itachi's chakra. Water poured forth from the lake like a hurricane. Itachi maintained his hand seals, standing resolutely, his expression grave. Such an overwhelming display of Suiton was enough to leave not only the other Uchiha clansmen in awe, but even Fugaku himself, speechless. Truly, he was proud to call him his son. As the situation unfolded, the extinguishing of the flames seemed inevitable. The clan members collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, no one noticed the increasingly prominent blood vessels in Itachi's eyes. Soon, the fire was completely extinguished. Fugaku commanded the clan, "Let the events of today remain undisclosed." The act of a younger brother setting a fire and an elder brother extinguishing it would bring him great shame as the clan leader. When the topic of the coup was broached, a murderous intent flared in Fugaku's eyes. The coup will proceed as planned tomorrow. The clan members' expressions turned resolute, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping them. Upon hearing Fugaku's intentions, Itachi remained silent, weary as he departed. "Itachi, wait." Fugaku suddenly called out, his tone somber. "Father, do you wish for me to join you in this coup?" Itachi halted, not turning back. He slowly shook his head. "It's futile, father. You need not persuade me. Konoha raised me, and no matter what, I will not assist in your coup." "Itachi, you misunderstand. I do not wish to convince you to join us," Fugaku replied, his demeanor calm. He understood Itachi's current disposition well. He could not fathom what kind of delusion the higher-ups in Konoha had instilled in Itachi, leading him to remain steadfastly loyal to them, while increasingly estranging himself from his clan. Even when faced with a choice between his family and Konoha, Itachi adopted a neutral stance. This disheartened Fugaku, making him feel incapable. Perhaps Sasuke's earlier remarks labeling him a failure were not entirely unfounded. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he could not elevate his kin, and even his once-favored eldest son stood in opposition to him and the clan. He felt entirely responsible for this. Fugaku sighed. "Thus, Itachi, I do not blame you for your disappointment in me. Indeed, I am a failure as a father." "No, father. You have never been a failure. Do not belittle yourself so," Itachi replied resolutely. In Itachi's heart, Fugaku had always been a towering figure. However, he had always been a double agent, caught in the turmoil between his family and Konoha, suffering greatly amid the clan's conflicts. The recent death of Shursui had left Itachi's spirit feeling as if it had been wrenched from him. Itachi, go fetch Sasuke for me, Fugaku urged, focusing intently. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression faltered. Father, do you mean to involve Sasuke in tomorrow's coup? Chapter 13. It seems I overestimated Itachi's resolve. Indeed, Sasuke has awakened his potential, and his strength has vastly improved. It would be a pity not to utilize him, and he should experience the battlefield, Fugaku asserted. Itachi hesitated momentarily before responding. But father, what if Sasuke does not wish to join you in the coup? That will not be the case. When Sasuke left here, he made it abundantly clear that he wanted me to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. Therefore, he will undoubtedly assist our clan in the coup. What? Itachi's expression shifted. Sasuke wishes for father to become the 5th Hokage. Initially, Itachi had only perceived Sasuke's newfound strength as arrogance, but he had not anticipated such audacity. Very well, Itachi nodded, preparing to leave. Sasuke should be at the dumpling shop right now. I will go fetch him. Itachi, Fugaku called out again, his tone low and serious. When our clan stages the coup tomorrow, should you choose not to assist, I will not force you. This is ultimately your decision. However, I must implore you not to harm our clan in your attempt to protect Konoha. I understand, father. Tomorrow, I will not harm our clan, Itachi replied, departing silently. His words were sincere. He truly would not lay a hand on his kin. For according to the orders given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he would eliminate all clan members tonight, except for Sasuke. The dialogue between Itachi and Fugaku was overheard clearly by the Uchiha clan members present. Especially upon hearing Itachi's reluctance to aid in the coup, their gazes turned icy. A white-eyed wolf. Even the clan leader's youngest son understands the need to assist his father in ascending to the Hokage position, yet Itachi remains passive. Coward. The derogatory remarks directed at Itachi were unmistakably heard by both him and Fugaku. Neither Fugaku intervened, nor did Itachi retort, silently exiting the clan's territory. Itachi did not look back, pausing momentarily, his eyes heavy with sorrow. Father, clan, I am sorry. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara strolled into the dumpling shop, his hands in his pockets. He seized the money from Itachi's wallet and slapped it on the counter. Bring me the menu. The dumpling shop owner's eyes sparkled as he hastily brought the menu to Sasuke. Sasuke, you've got money now? It seemed the owner had recognized Sasuke. Madara paid little mind to this. He had plenty of money. The earnings he had just acquired from Itachi were entirely rightful. As he gradually adjusted to being called Sasuke, he found himself becoming accustomed to it. After all, he had been resurrected in Sasuke's body and needed time to adapt. Madara instructed the owner, "What was the dumpling that my brother Itachi usually ordered here?" Itachi? He often orders the 3-color dumpling. Yes, the 3-color dumpling. Recalling the delectable taste of the 3-color dumpling he had recently enjoyed with Itachi, Madara felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It was exquisite. He intended to indulge this time. Previously, he had heard that the 3rd Hokage was succeeded by a man named Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 4th Hokage was succeeded by someone named Namikaze Minato. Madara felt a pang of bitterness. How frustrating. The village he had helped establish alongside Hashirama had, by the time of the 3rd Hokage, ceased to be a place for the Senju and Uchiha clans. Just the thought of it filled him with sorrow. He needed something sweet to alleviate this feeling. Without hesitation, Madara slammed his hand on the table. Give me 20 servings of 3-color dumplings. The sweeter, the better. 20 servings of 3-color dumplings? The owner was taken aback. That's correct. Hurry, I'm starving. Sasuke drummed his fingers on the table impatiently. You need not give me change. Consider it a gift. That might not be appropriate, Sasuke, the owner said, looking conflicted at the money on the table. Not appropriate. Madara glanced up. Noticing the owner's reluctant expression warmed his heart. It appeared the owner was genuinely hesitant to accept the extra money. Such integrity was indeed rare and commendable. At least, he had never encountered it in his previous era, rife with warfare and slaughter. Under Hiruzen's governance, were the shopkeepers of Konoha all this principled? What kind of person was this Sarutobi Hiruzen? He hoped to have the opportunity to learn more. If he is dissatisfied, simply eliminate him and let Fugaku take his place. At that moment, Uchiha Madara gathered the cash he had slapped onto the table and stuffed it into the boss's arms. It's all yours now. What could possibly be wrong with that? Don't be shy. Bring me 20 servings of dango. The boss still wore a troubled expression. Sasuke, what I mean to say is, you haven't paid enough. Huh. This money only covers 10 servings of dango. Silence. In the dango shop, after a few moments of quiet, Uchiha Madara slowly remarked, "Oh, I see now. It seems I overestimated Itachi's wallet." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he continued, "Then, I'll owe you for the remaining 10 servings of dango. My brother Itachi will be here shortly and will cover the bill." All right. Soon, 20 servings of dango were served. Aside from the initial awkwardness over insufficient funds, Uchiha Madara thoroughly enjoyed the experience. This was a delicacy he had been deprived of during the tumultuous times of his past. After finishing the 20 servings, Madara still craved more. He ordered another 20, on credit, allowing Itachi the opportunity to take care of his younger brother. The taste was exquisite. Uchiha Madara patted his bulging belly as he exited the dango shop. The streets were lined with many intriguing shops, yet at that moment, he had little desire to explore. His gaze was fixed on the distant Hokage monument. He could learn about the other changes in Konoha later. For now, he would visit Hashirama's statue. It had been over 50 years since Uchiha Madara and Hashirama joined forces to establish Konoha. Time had flown by. Madara couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. Hashirama, his old rival, had long since passed, yet he remained alive. It was truly unexpected that the only victory he had over Hashirama was in the longevity of his life. The citizens of Konoha now appeared to be living far happier lives than he and Hashirama had during their era. This was indeed the original intention behind their founding of Konoha. However, Uchiha Madara was deeply dissatisfied with the current leader of Konoha. "Hashirama, you may have triumphed over me at the Valley of the End, but so what? I, Uchiha Madara, have returned. Just give me some time to regain my former strength, and I will dictate the fate of Konoha as I please. Who can stand in my way?" Madara's gaze shifted from Hashirama's statue to Tobirama's. He couldn't help but curse. Tobirama's statue looks utterly insufferable. His eyes then fell upon the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he scoffed. Is this the current Hokage? That fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen? Clearly not of any remarkable quality. Finally, he glanced at the statue of Namake's Minato, muttering, "How can an ordinary person become Hokage? Is this guy truly strong enough?" Notably, beside the statue of Namake's Minato, he noticed a child dressed in orange, with short yellow hair, precariously climbing a ladder while holding a bucket of paint and a brush, slowly making his way up to graffiti the Hokage statue. Painting over the Hokage statue. Graffiti? Such an act is undoubtedly disrespectful. This scene caused Uchiha Madara to initially pause, then commend, "What a perceptive child. Well done, I admire your spirit." Suddenly, Uchiha Madara recalled something. Years ago, during his final battle with Hashirama at the Valley of the End, after his defeat, the 9 tails he had been carrying should have been captured by Hashirama. That fox mount had been quite comfortable to ride. Where was the 9 tails now? Immediately, Uchiha Madara bit his finger, formed a hand seal, and struck the ground. Summoning technique, 9 tails. At that moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something and looked up at the child on the statue who was engaged in graffiti. Chapter 14. Long time no see, 9 tails at this moment. On the Hokage statue, Naruto was happily painting. Having been called a demon fox by the villagers since childhood, he was ostracized, with no friends or playmates. He often consumed expired drinks and instant noodles, frequently accompanied by loneliness. To garner attention, Naruto frequently played pranks, like now, as he carelessly painted over the Hokage statue, drawing the ire of the statue's craftsman. "Naruto, come down. What are you doing? Stop this at once, or I will report you to the Hokage." The craftsman, standing beneath the statue, looked up angrily at Naruto. "You have no classes today, and you're causing mischief in the village. Haha. Go ahead and report me to Grandpa Hokage. I'm having too much fun." Naruto made a face at the craftsman and continued his graffiti. Report to Grandpa Hokage? He would welcome such attention. It had been a long time since he felt cared for by him. But just as his mischievous expression was complete, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The intense agony jolted Naruto's nerves, causing him to lose grip on the paint bucket and brush. Everything went black. In the darkness, Naruto seemed to see a colossal golden door locked tight. Behind it was a massive fox, appearing frightened and anxious. "Naruto, be careful. Don't fall." The craftsman, watching Naruto sway precariously, became alarmed. At that height, if Naruto fell, he would either die or be severely injured. "This is bad." The craftsman's expression tightened. Naruto was falling. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, attempting to catch Naruto. The impact from such a height would surely result in serious injury. But he was just an ordinary man, not a ninja, and lacked the speed to catch Naruto before he hit the ground. However, just as Naruto was about to plummet, a figure swooped in and effortlessly caught him, landing safely. Sasuke. The craftsman sighed in relief. Sasuke, you've saved Naruto's life. Naruto? Uchiha Madara gazed at the child in his arms, noting his yellow hair, round face, and a few whisker-like marks on his cheeks. His name is Naruto? Madara did not concern himself with the name. What he cared about was the tailed beast sealed within Naruto. At this moment, within the consciousness space sealing the nine tails, the once arrogant and powerful beast was now curled up, head bowed, peering through the crack of the door at the man who had entered, clad in red armor, with hair cascading to his waist and a pair of striking Sharingan. It was indeed Uchiha Madara in his original form. Long time no see, Nine Tails. Madara, it's impossible. You should have been killed by Hashirama. The Nine Tails replied, its tone filled with trepidation. It had never intended to fight alongside Uchiha Madara. It had been coerced by Madara's ocular techniques, a feeling it never wished to endure again. I am not dead, you wretched beast. Once a tailed beast that fought at my side, how can you now be treated so poorly? Uchiha Madara could see that the Nine Tails was sealed, imprisoned within this child named Naruto. This revelation left Uchiha Madara feeling quite displeased. Nine Tails, do you wish to be free? I can help you break the seal. I think no? I do not wish to. The Nine Tails hastily corrected itself. Sealed within this place, I endure only the loss of freedom, yet remain unscathed by pain. However, should I fall into the clutches of Uchiha Madara, I would inevitably succumb to the control of his ocular techniques. That torment would be truly excruciating. Nine Tails, why do you extend such courtesies towards me? We were once comrades in arms, and I know you yearn for my assistance in your liberation. Yet, I am reluctant. I find a peculiar comfort in my current confinement. No, I am aware of your desires. You are not speaking the truth. As these words lingered in the air, Uchiha Madara advanced, approaching the grand golden gate that sealed the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails trembled violently. Madara, this magnificent door was left by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, when he employed the four-symbol seal upon me. You lack the key and cannot open it. Abandon your efforts. Minato Namikaze? The name resonated with Uchiha Madara. Yet he dismissed the thought. Grasping the bars of the golden gate, he exerted a tremendous force. In an instant, the bars bent, and Uchiha Madara entered with composure. Such a feeble seal does not necessitate a key. This spectacle sent the Nine Tails into a state of sheer panic, causing it to retreat hastily. When it dared to look up again, it found no trace of Uchiha Madara. Even the bars, once bent, had returned to their original form. As though nothing had occurred, the Nine Tails gasped for breath, feeling as if the preceding events had been but a fleeting dream. But it was no mere illusion. That man was indeed Uchiha Madara, and he still lived. A wave of dread washed over the Nine Tails. Since its creation by Sage of Six Paths, it had only feared two men, the deceased Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. At this moment, beneath the Hokage monument, Uchiha Madara gently laid Naruto upon the ground, withdrawing his hand from Naruto's abdomen. Upon Naruto's belly lay the unmistakable four-symbol seal. Sasuke, leave Naruto to me, Madara instructed. The old craftsman hurried over. Concern etched across his face. Is Naruto gravely injured? Not at all, Madara replied, shaking his head. I merely had a fleeting thought to release the Nine Tails within him. Indeed, Madara had entertained such a notion, but quickly dismissed it. Though he could control the Nine Tails upon its release, his current chakra reserves were insufficient for prolonged control, rendering the effort futile. It was far wiser to let the Nine Tails remain sealed within Naruto and retrieve it when necessary. Upon hearing Madara's words, the old craftsman could not help but chuckle heartily. Sasuke, you have quite the sense of humor. Your recent display of taijutsu was indeed impressive, exhibiting astonishing speed to save Naruto in an instant. You truly are a child of the Uchiha clan. However, your claim of being able to release the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto is rather absurd. When the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, performed the four-symbol seal, he sacrificed his soul to bind the Nine Tails. No one can unravel such a seal. Excuse me, I have an inquiry. Uchiha Madara suddenly addressed the old craftsman. What is it, Sasuke? Aside from Naruto, who else is a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Chapter 15. Sasuke, are you sincerely trying to save Naruto? The old craftsman's expression stiffened as he scrutinized Uchiha Madara. Could a mere 7-year-old child pose such a question? Meeting Madara's unwavering gaze, he instinctively replied, only Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Is that so? Madara mused, casting Naruto aside onto the roadside. With a few agile leaps, he ascended to the Hokage monument, leaving the old craftsman to scold him. Sasuke, how can you do such a thing? You just saved Naruto and then tossed him to the ground. Are you truly trying to help? The old craftsman hurriedly scooped up the unconscious Naruto and rushed toward the Konoha medical department. Uchiha Madara stood in contemplation upon the statue of Hashirama Senju, murmuring to himself, something feels amiss. There must be more than one Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. When I was in the Nine Tails ceiling space, the chakra emanating from that creature was incomplete. It was merely half of the Nine Tails. Where could the other half have gone? Madara's gaze shifted toward the Hokage tower. It must be with the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter, when I require the complete Nine Tails, I shall simply demand it from him. Should he refuse, I shall eliminate him, thereby justifying Fugaku's ascension to the next Hokage. At this moment, within the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, sat in the Hokage chair, gazing towards the Hokage monument. He had witnessed the scene of Uchiha Madara rescuing Naruto in vivid detail. Beside him stood Orochimaru, who had just completed a task. Did you see that, Hokage-sama? It seems Naruto's seal has loosened, Orochimaru observed intently. I saw it. Humph. Serves that little brat right for defacing my Hokage monument, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with irritation. Hiruzen scrutinized Sasuke for a moment longer. If I recall correctly, Sasuke has always excelled in the ninja academy, hasn't he? Indeed, Orochimaru replied. Sasuke's performance when rescuing Naruto was commendable, rivaling that of a genin. He truly is a child of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru chuckled, his voice slightly gravelly. It is a shame that from this night forth, the Uchiha clan will be reduced to only Sasuke and Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. Fate is cruel. This outcome was never my intention. The Uchiha clan's existence posed a threat to Konoha, and I had no choice but to act for the village's preservation. Orochimaru chuckled softly, remaining silent. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru had harbored thoughts of defecting from Konoha. His plans for defection were already in motion, particularly after Itachi's massacre of the clan. Danzo had secretly conspired with him, promising a plethora of Sharingan for scientific research in exchange for Orochimaru creating an arm for transplanting the Sharingan. The surplus Sharingan would be his to utilize. Orochimaru was well aware of the implications. Within his laboratory resided a perfect specimen named Shin, capable of flawlessly transplanting any cells without rejection. He intended to implant the additional Sharingan provided by Danzo into Shin, hoping to unlock new mysteries of life through his experiments. Thus, once his plans materialized, he would defect from this Konoha, which held no sentimental value for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to gaze towards the Hokage monument. It seems Sasuke is looking in my direction. His gaze feels oddly unsettling, as though he seeks to gauge my intentions. Hiruzen dismissed the thought. The plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan must remain undisclosed. Sasuke could not be aware that after tonight, only he and Itachi would survive. Hiruzen commanded. The old craftsman must have taken Naruto to the Konoha medical department. Orochimaru, go fetch Naruto for me. But Hokage-sama, didn't you just say that Naruto faced retribution for defacing your monument? That was merely an expression of frustration. Do you take it literally? Hurry, Naruto's seal may have issues that require immediate attention. Understood, Hokage-sama. Just as Orochimaru was about to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out. By the way, Orochimaru, on your way back, bring some of that tea you concocted to stabilize chakra. Everything has been taken away by Danzo. What? That scoundrel Danzo. Did he leave me nothing? At this moment, atop the Hokage rock, Uchiha Madara gazed through the glass of the Hokage building, faintly perceiving an elderly man seated in the Hokage chair, smoking a cigarette. That fellow must be Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? How shameless of him to cling to the Hokage position at such an old age. As the sun set, the vast glass windows of the Hokage office reflected the twilight glow, obscuring the view within. Although it would not be difficult for Madara to see clearly if he activated his Sharingan, he felt little inclination to learn more about the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the day came that he found it interesting, he would simply pay a visit. Standing on Hokage Rock, Madara surveyed the entirety of Konoha. The vibrant scenery, so foreign to his memories, evoked a sense of nostalgia. Hashirama, do you remember when we stood here together, envisioning the future of Konoha? A few seconds passed in silence, with only the gentle sound of the wind. Madara slowly sat down, extending his hand to pat the Hokage statue of Hashirama. You remember nothing. You are dead, useless being. You do not even know that your Hokage position was usurped by someone named Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Madara gazed into the distance, he spotted a familiar figure. Itachi? At that moment, in the streets, Itachi entered the dango shop he had previously mentioned to Madara. Itachi had expected to find Sasuke waiting inside to enjoy some dango with him, as they had planned. However, his hopes were dashed. Itachi, you actually came. The shop owner exclaimed upon seeing him enter. Sasuke said you would come, and he was right. Is my brother not here? Itachi scanned the shop for any sign of Sasuke, but he was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke is not here, but he asked me to relay a message. The owner continued. He still owes for 30 servings of dango, and you need to settle that. The shop owner approached with a beaming smile, holding the receipt Sasuke had left behind. Itachi's expression hardened as he frowned slightly. Did my brother eat 30 servings of dango by himself? No, to be precise. It was 40 servings. He paid for the first 10. Itachi understood that the money for the initial 10 servings must have come from his own wallet. The shop owner then seemed to remember something and hurriedly retrieved a wallet from the counter. Itachi, is this your wallet? Sasuke dropped it on the floor after paying. I found it while cleaning up. He dropped it on the floor? Veins appeared on Itachi's forehead, and an unusual urge to reprimand Sasuke surged within him. This shouldn't be the case. He hadn't even begun to annihilate their clan yet. Did Sasuke's hatred for him grow so intense already? Itachi accepted the wallet, and unsurprisingly, it was empty, but the photograph of him and Sasuke from their childhood remained inside. Seeing the photo eased Itachi's heart. You should pay for your brother. The owner urged with a smile. Chapter 16. My brother, no one can insult him, Itachi replied helplessly. As you can see, my wallet is empty. I will bring money later. I apologize. I did not expect my brother to eat so much now, nor did I foresee him being so shameless, claiming he would eat dango with me while leaving me to foot the bill. And Sasuke didn't even show his face. Forget it. For tonight. In consideration of the unending hatred and suffering Sasuke would soon endure, he would let this matter slide. Itachi left the dango shop, heading toward the Uchiha territory. Meanwhile, Madara had completely forgotten about the debt he owed at the dango shop, as he had never been particularly concerned with financial matters. Observing Itachi exiting the shop, he remarked with mild surprise, how could Itachi not order a serving of that delicious dango? No, wait, judging by the owner's gestures, it seems he has to pay. So, he couldn't afford it? How foolish. Not wishing to dwell on Itachi any longer, Madara shifted his gaze elsewhere. As night fell, the view of Konoha's nightscape unfolded before him. Time had passed, and memories of the era once shared with Hashirama surged back like a tide. Unable to resist, Madara recalled the words he had seen on the stone tablet at the Uchiha ancestral shrine. Only by achieving the infinite Tsukuyomi can true peace be realized in the ninja world, and war can be eradicated from this realm. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara clearly remembered the method to achieve it, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, activating the Rinne Sharingan, and casting it upon the moon. With my current strength, accomplishing this would be quite troublesome. There is no need to rush. I will take my time. In the process of growing stronger, I also wish to experience the changes in the ninja world. It seems this world is far more peaceful than in Mai and Hashirama's era. If such tranquility can persist without further conflict, that would be splendid. Yet, should war erupt again, it matters not, for I will intervene when the time comes. Madara lifted his gaze to the moon, its silhouette outlined against the night sky. At this moment, within the Uchiha territory, the clan members had gathered under Fugaku's summons to discuss the plot for the impending coup. With everything laid out, all that remained was Sasuke. Everyone had witnessed the strength Sasuke exhibited with his fire release today. No one questioned his abilities any longer, and certainly no one regarded him as a mere child. Just as Fugaku was about to issue orders, Itachi slowly entered. Upon seeing Itachi, Fugaku's face lit up with joy. Itachi, did you bring Sasuke? As he spoke, he rose and looked around, but Sasuke was nowhere in sight. Fugaku's expression shifted to one of confusion. Where's Sasuke? Itachi remained silent, merely shaking his head. I couldn't find him. Couldn't he find him? Fugaku's expression tightened. Itachi, when you left, did you not tell me that you and Sasuke agreed to meet at the dango shop? How could you not find him? Did you not find him? Or did you find him but refuse to bring him back, unwilling to let him join us in tomorrow's coup? Fugaku's tone grew harsh, nearly shouting at Itachi. Filled with fury, to him, it seemed Itachi was being deliberately obstructive. The gazes of the gathered clan members turned icy as they looked at Itachi. As a fellow Uchiha, Itachi not only failed to stand with them, but also prevented Sasuke from siding with them. Countless whispers labeled the Uchiha clan as Konoha's lapdogs, and they had long felt aggrieved by their treatment. Yet, Itachi appeared resolute in his desire to remain a Konoha lapdog. First Shisui, then Itachi, and now Sasuke. It seemed the talented youth of the Uchiha clan had all fallen under Konoha's sway. As Itachi listened to the derogatory remarks about him, he seemed indifferent, calmly striding toward Fugaku, until he heard someone say, "Sasuke only just revealed his talent today, and now he can't even be called back. In my opinion, Sasuke isn't much better than Itachi. He's not a good person either." The moment those words fell, Itachi halted abruptly. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before the one who had insulted Sasuke, kunai poised at the man's throat, drawing blood. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. No one dared utter a word. The clan members dispersed into a cautious circle around Itachi, none daring to make a move. Unbeknownst to them, Itachi's once pitch-black eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, disdainful of his kin's attitude towards him. Itachi merely issued a warning to the clan member before him. "I do not care whether you understand me or not, but I insist that none of you speak ill of my brother Sasuke." The clan member who had just insulted Sasuke responded hastily, promising to apologize upon Sasuke's return. Silence reigned, yet when Itachi spoke, his words carried an undeniable weight, as if an invisible aura emanated from him, compelling the onlookers to tread carefully. If one were to ponder the root of their fear, it would undoubtedly be Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Are you suggesting that Sasuke will return home soon?" Fugaku, seemingly grasping something, inquired. "Yes, he should," Itachi nodded. Fugaku, puzzled, questioned why Itachi had not explicitly instructed Sasuke to avoid contact with the clan during tonight and tomorrow's impending coup. "Sasuke has always heeded your words. Had you given him such instructions, he would have complied. That is what you would expect, is it not?" "Father, you misunderstand me." "Misunderstand?" Fugaku squinted, sensing that the situation might not be as dire as he had presumed. Perhaps there was still hope for Sasuke's involvement in the coup. "Father, come here. I must elaborate on Sasuke's situation." "Oh." Itachi led Fugaku to the courtyard to disclose the details, as discussing such matters in front of the clan would be too humiliating. Upon hearing Itachi's account, Fugaku looked astonished. "Itachi, are you implying that you not only failed to locate Sasuke, but also fell prey to his deception, incurring a debt of 30 portions of 3-colored dumplings to the shop owner?" Reluctantly, Itachi nodded. "Keep your voice down." Chapter 17. You are truly filial. "You came to me seeking money to repay the dumpling shop owner, did you not?" "Yes, keep it down." Fugaku's expression stiffened. He had hoped Itachi would bring Sasuke back. Yet instead, Itachi was asking him for money and insisting on discretion for his own sake. This eldest son was truly a source of embarrassment. However, this also indicated that Itachi had not persuaded Sasuke to oppose the clan, which was a positive development. Fugaku took a moment, then firmly patted Itachi's shoulder. "Itachi, I now believe you cannot convince Sasuke to stand against the clan. He is already plotting against you. How could he possibly follow your lead?" "Enough. Just give me the money," Itachi reminded him. Fugaku chuckled. All right. With that, he pulled out his wallet and began to retrieve a stack of bills. However, before he could extract the cash, Itachi expressionlessly reached out and took the entire amount, effectively robbing him while simultaneously bulging his own wallet. Fugaku felt a chill run through him at Itachi's actions. "What do you mean by this?" "Apologies, father. But I fear Sasuke may become even more demanding of me in the future. I must keep some funds on hand, as I too enjoy the 3-color dumplings." "You are truly filial, Itachi. You flatter me. Father, I have never considered myself a dutiful son. Do you think I am genuinely complimenting you?" Fugaku shot a glance at his now empty wallet and glared at Itachi, weary of further discourse with this ungrateful child, and proceeded to consult with the clan about the coup. Yet Itachi once again obstructed his path. "Father, it is insufficient." Itachi pursed his lips, his expression somewhat troubled, but his gaze remained resolute. "What?" Fugaku narrowed his eyes. "Itachi, this is excessive. I have already given you ample funds. Forgive me, father, but the sum you just provided is merely enough to settle my brother's debt. What I seek now is my rightful share." Fugaku took a deep breath, tightening his fists. "What if I refuse?" As he spoke, Fugaku's dark eyes turned a fiery red. The 3 tomo connecting, kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Father, I know you will comply, for I am your son." Itachi's once black eyes mirrored Fugaku's transformation into crimson. The two pairs of eyes locked in a tense standoff. After several seconds, Fugaku deactivated his Sharingan and smiled. "No doubt about it. You are indeed my son, Itachi. You have awakened the kaleidoscope." Itachi paid no heed to Fugaku's praise, simply stating, "Money." Fugaku's cheeks puffed slightly. "You are truly my good son. Wait a moment. I shall retrieve your funds." He turned to return indoors. When he emerged once more, he held a substantial amount of cash, which he handed to Itachi. He added, "Itachi, do not blame your brother. Sasuke is merely mischievous, and it is of little consequence. You two are brothers and should support one another. Should you find yourself in need again, come to me, but remember to treat me well, for I am your father." Itachi accepted the money and bowed slightly. "I will take good care of Sasuke." With that, Itachi's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, hastening to repay his shameless brother's debts. Fugaku sighed and muttered, "Two sons, and I cannot rein them in. Not a single good one. One burns me with fire, the other robs me. Such rascals." Night had fallen, and the moon ascended the sky. Uchiha Madara remained perched upon the Hokage rock, yet he had not returned home. Logically, the Uchiha clan's territory was his home, but he did not perceive it as such at present. His father, Taijima, had long perished in the wars of yore, and his brother Izuna had met his end at Tobarama's hands. Years had passed, and those who once shared the era with him and Hashirama, whether foes or allies, had likely all succumbed to death. Madara could not help but lament. Leaning one elbow on his knee, he struck the Hokage rock statue of Hashirama beneath him, muttering, "Hey, Hashirama, I used to think your remarkable regenerative ability could allow you to be an immortal, yet here you are, gone too soon. Haha. You have no idea how delighted I was to learn of your demise, haha." Madara laughed heartily, slapping Hashirama's statue, rising to stand with hands on his hips, his laughter brimming with pride. However, his amusement gradually subsided. Madara's gaze shifted, and he murmured to himself, "Now that you are gone, I find myself somewhat lonely." The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. Madara reminisced about the year when he and Hashirama first established Konoha, often discussing their ideals in this very spot. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Hashirama had departed from this world, yet he remained. Nevertheless, Madara's unwavering conviction remained intact, to bring an end to warfare. However, at present, it seemed there was no conflict. The nine tails lay sealed within the body of a child named Naruto, and likely the other tailed beasts were sealed within their respective Jinchuriki. When my power is restored to its zenith, it will be no trivial matter to eliminate the Jinchuriki and gather the tailed beasts. Yet, the cessation of conflict in the ninja world was something I had never anticipated. Regardless, my Moon Eye plan will serve as my contingency. It would be ideal for the war to cease indefinitely. However, should it erupt into an all-out conflict like in the past, I shall undoubtedly activate the Moon Eye plan, preferring to ensconce everyone in a blissful dream rather than allow the majority to perish amidst the chaos of war. Yet before that, I wish to thoroughly experience the vast changes between this era and the one I once knew. Reflecting on the three-colored dumplings I savored during the day, Uchiha Madara found himself indulging in nostalgia. They were both crisp and flaky, delightfully sweet. I must return for more. After all, Itachi can cover the expense. Surely, there must be an abundance of culinary delights in this era that I have yet to savor. If the evolution of food is so pronounced, then the advancements in ninjutsu must be even more remarkable. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Madara's eyes. I wonder if anyone in this era possesses the strength akin to that of Hashirama, someone with whom I could truly engage in a satisfying battle. While Madara mumbled to himself, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound from below. Peering over the edge, he was surprised to see Naruto stealthily maneuvering a ladder and a paint bucket, climbing the Hokage monument. Upon reaching the face of the fourth Hokage statue, Naruto glanced around, chuckled to himself, and began to doodle. As he painted, he exclaimed joyfully, "Tomorrow, the whole village will notice my masterpiece." Haha. Madara looked down with a hint of disdain, his brow furrowing slightly as he pursed his lips. What a tiresome little brat. How could the nine tails be sealed within such a child? Whose foolish idea was that? At that moment, Naruto, who had been carefully doodling, was startled by Madara's words. He abruptly looked up. "Is someone there?" "Who's up there, sneaking around?" "The one sneaking around is you," Madara replied impatiently, standing with his hands in his pockets, his gaze averted. Oh, it's you, Sasuke. Naruto sighed in relief, grateful it was just his classmate and not an adult. If an adult caught him doodling on the Hokage monument, he would surely be reprimanded. Thank you, Sasuke. I heard you saved me during the day. Is that true? Although Sasuke often acted arrogantly in class, Naruto's perception shifted upon learning Sasuke had rescued him. Madara casually waved his hand, stepping back, unwilling to maintain eye contact or engage in conversation. He had nothing to discuss with such a juvenile. Were it not for Naruto being the host of the Nine Tails, he would hardly give him a second thought. As for saving Naruto during the day, that was indeed a fact. After all, Naruto had fallen from the Hokage monument while attempting to sense the Nine Tails location with his summoning beast. It was not an act of heroism. Rather, Madara was merely confirming whether the Nine Tails was truly sealed within Naruto. Unfortunately, he was not at his peak strength. Otherwise, he might have released the Nine Tails to play around, showing little concern for Naruto's safety. Hey, Sasuke, where are you? Sasuke, are you still there? Sasuke, since you saved me, does that mean you want to be my friend? Naruto's voice echoed from below the statue. Initially, Madara ignored the first few remarks, but he became increasingly annoyed upon hearing the latter. I'm right here, but could you please be quiet? Haha, you're still up there, Sasuke. What are you doing? Enjoying the night view. Contemplating. Contemplating what? You wouldn't understand. Madara's responses were curt, but Naruto's enthusiasm only grew. He climbed higher, continuing. What's so hard to understand? We're both kids. If you can figure it out, so can I. Sasuke, if you have any troubles, you can tell me, and I'll help you solve them. At this moment, Naruto emerged from the fourth Hokage's statue, peering down at Madara with a beaming smile, grinning foolishly. Such an annoying little brat, Madara muttered, turning his gaze elsewhere. Ignoring Naruto, the latter persisted, approaching Madara's side, chattering incessantly. Sasuke, you seem really down. Let us play a game. It might cheer you up. Sasuke, with that sour face, you look like you need a good laugh. Madara's irritation flared, and he swiftly grasped Naruto by the collar, not bothering to meet his gaze, and impatiently warned, keep talking, and I'll drop you. Instantly, Naruto's smile faltered. His playful banter silenced. The air grew heavy with silence on the Hokage monument, akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing Naruto's fervor. Madara's current demeanor mirrored that of the villagers who despised him. Earlier, Naruto had felt gratitude and joy at being saved, believing Sasuke might become his friend, finally granting him companionship in the village. Yet, it appeared that his hopes were in vain. It was merely wishful thinking. Sasuke, do you also think I'm a demon fox like the others in the village, and thus despise me? Naruto mumbled, his gaze lowered as Madara held his collar. Demon fox? Referring to the Nine Tails? Madara turned to look at him. Upon seeing Naruto's dejected expression, he felt a shift within himself, as though he understood something. He was not one to disdain Naruto for the Nine Tails. After all, the beast had once fought alongside him, instilling a slight fondness for Naruto. He simply found Naruto bothersome. However, in that moment, he seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of Naruto's words and asked curiously, Naruto, are you implying that the villagers all despise you? Yes. Aren't you? I do not. Madara spoke truthfully. He had just met Naruto and could not claim to despise him. He merely found him irritating. Yet, this matter seemed tied to the Nine Tails, prompting Madara's desire to learn more. He then released Naruto. Let us talk. What is going on? Are you willing to chat with me? Naruto's eyes lit up. Go ahead, Madara nodded. Wonderful, Sasuke, it's been ages since anyone wanted to talk to me. Will you consider me a friend? Naruto brimmed with hope. Fine, I'll be your friend. Now speak. Madara suppressed his irritation. All right, Sasuke, I want to share my dream of becoming Hokage with you. Listen closely. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. However, before he could finish, Madara could no longer tolerate it. Clenching his fist, he swung it towards Naruto's head. I want to hear about the demon fox. When did I express interest in your ridiculous Hokage dream? Naruto let out a pained yelp, clutching his head as he crouched down, a bump forming on his skull. Had Madara not restrained his strength, he might have shattered Naruto's head. Conversing with this child was utterly exhausting. Sasuke, engaged in a pleasant conversation, suddenly struck Naruto, who squatted down, feeling aggrieved. Are you endowed with monstrous strength? Your power is immense. Upon lifting his gaze, Naruto saw Uchiha Madara towering before him, his fists cracking ominously. Hastily, Naruto, with a conciliatory expression, amended his words. Sasuke, please do not act impulsively. Subsequently, He recounted to Madara the villagers' attitudes toward him, initially reluctant to share such painful memories. Naruto found himself speaking freely as the words flowed. In the end, sitting beside Madara, he lamented, "Sasuke, everyone claims that the fox within me has brought ruin to many families in the village. Is this truly my fault? It is not your fault. It is unrelated to you. You are merely a child," Madara sighed. Listening to Naruto's experiences stirred profound emotions within Madara, recalling his own dismal times in Konoha. He remembered how his kin betrayed him, and the villagers ostracized him, forcing him to leave the village. The similarity between his past and Naruto's current plight was striking. The difference lay in his ability to resist and even destroy the village, while Naruto, being just a child, lacked such power. Naruto, the chaos caused by the Nine Tails was not your doing. It was the result of the beast within you. If anyone should be blamed, it is the Nine Tails, not you. Yet, the villagers are too weak to confront the beast, so they choose to blame and bully you instead. Madara placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, offering a sense of comfort that warmed Naruto's heart. No one had ever consoled him in such a manner. However, Madara's next words left Naruto momentarily stunned. "How about I assist you in dealing with the Nine Tails within you?" In the sealed space of the Nine Tails, the creature lay coiled within the massive golden gate. Reflecting on Madara's earlier entrance, feeling a twinge of fear. Fortunately, Orochimaru had deepened the seal, granting the Nine Tails a modicum of security. Perhaps Madara could no longer enter. After all, hadn't he been dead for decades? This question perplexed the Nine Tails. Just as it pondered, a figure suddenly appeared outside the golden gate, a man with crimson eyes, clad in red armor, and long hair cascading to his waist. The Nine Tails' pupils constricted. "Madara, Nine Tails, you wretched creature. Tell me how many atrocities you committed on the day Naruto was born, how many villagers you slaughtered." Madara strode confidently to the golden gate. The gate, reinforced by Orochimaru, bore a set of golden chains. Without a key, it could not be opened. Yet, Madara raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick. With a resounding crash, the chains snapped, and he entered with unabashed authority. "Madara, what are you saying? I do not comprehend," the Nine Tails protested, attempting to shrink further. "Do not comprehend? I am unsure how to explain, as that little brat Naruto did not clarify much for me. He merely provided a rough outline," Madara replied, frowning. Hearing this, the Nine Tails exhaled in relief, feeling as though it had been saved. "Madara, perhaps you should first understand the situation before it could finish its sentence." Madara charged at the Nine Tails and unleashed a flurry of blows. "Regardless, I am quite irate, and a good thrashing will do you no harm." Although Madara had resurrected in Sasuke's body, his physical prowess was not on par with his former glory. However, his mental acuity remained unchanged. Beating the Nine Tails was as simple as disciplining a pet. Soon, wails echoed throughout the Nine Tails realm. After a while, the cry subsided. "Nine Tails, you mean to say that when you instigated chaos, you were under the influence of a genjutsu and have little recollection of the events?" Madara interrogated. "Yes, that is correct." The Nine Tails replied weakly. Madara's expression darkened. It was astonishing that someone could control the Nine Tails to ravage Konoha. This sensation felt eerily familiar. "Do you know who it was that controlled you?" "It was Uchiha Madara." "Absolutely not." Without hesitation, Madara lifted his foot and stomped on one of the Nine Tails' tails. "When I commanded you to destroy Konoha, I was far from the village and did not harm a single blade of grass." The Nine Tails howled in protest, quickly altering its statement. "Madara, what I meant was that the individual claimed to be you. He identified himself as Uchiha Madara. Someone dared impersonate me?" Indeed. The Nine Tails discerned Madara's displeasure. "The one impersonating you is truly a detestable creature. Do you know who it is?" "I do not know, but I only know he possesses the Manjiki Sharingan." At this revelation, Madara's eyes brightened. The curse words he was about to utter halted abruptly. "Oh, so it is one of my descendants. Quite impressive. It is only natural for a member of the Uchiha clan to respect and revere me while assuming my identity to control the Nine Tails." "Madara, the one impersonating you continues to control me," the Nine Tails resumed. Before it could finish its sentence, a sharp slap resounded against its cheek, causing its head to tilt. "Wretched creature, who are you calling a creature?" "Madara, I did not insult you. I was referring to the one controlling me. Even that is unacceptable. He is a member of my Uchiha clan. You have no right to insult him." All right. The Nine Tails gritted its teeth, suppressing its anger. Madara remained as capricious as he had been decades ago. Being in his presence promised nothing but misfortune. The one who controlled me to wreak havoc in Konoha left me with almost no memory. I do not even recall how I was ultimately sealed, the Ninetales lamented. Did the Ninetales truly lack memory? In truth, it remembered clearly that it had killed many, ultimately being sealed by a man with blonde hair. However, it dared not voice this, fearing Madara's wrath if he learned it had slain someone he deemed innocent. Do not remember? Then I shall beat you again until you do. I remember. I recall a little. The Ninetales exclaimed. It had realized that Madara would not relent until he uncovered the truth. Moreover, Madara seemed to possess limited knowledge of current affairs, though his strength remained formidable. Thus, it would be wise to deflect his inquiries. Did you ever kill any members of my Uchiha clan? Madara asked. The Ninetales shook its head vigorously. Absolutely not. I remember vividly. Very well. Madara was pleased with this response. He continued his questioning. What about the Senju clan? Before the Ninetales could ponder, it shook its head again. However, sensing Madara's piercing gaze, it suddenly understood and promptly nodded. I did kill some. Oh. Uchiha Madara wore a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. How many have you killed? I can't recall, but certainly quite a few, the Ninetales replied tentatively. Well done, Madara exclaimed, releasing the Ninetales' tail and bursting into hearty laughter. The Ninetales exhaled in relief. Realizing Madara's expectations, Madara inquired further, what about the Sarutobi clan? Specifically, the descendants of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage? How many did you eliminate? How should the Ninetales respond to this question? It was uncertain. It also did not know how Madara felt about the current Sarutobi clan. However, the Ninetales distinctly remembered that when Madara was forced to leave the village, the Sarutobi clan had played a significant role in that decision. Therefore, one could assume that Madara harbored a disdain for the Sarutobi clan. Tentatively, the Ninetales replied, I have also eliminated many from the Sarutobi clan. Well done. Madara lay back on the Ninetales' tail, laughing heartily, his mood evidently elevated. The Ninetales felt a bit more at ease. It seemed that for now, it was safe. The Ninetales understood Madara's temperament and feared that a single wrong answer could provoke Madara's ire, leading to dire consequences. As Madara's laughter subsided, he suddenly shifted his tone and scolded the Ninetales. If only you had killed Sarutobi Hiruzen back in the day. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Isn't he the current Hokage? The Ninetales was taken aback. I am referring to that scoundrel currently occupying the Hokage position, Madara asserted. Do you have a grudge against Hiruzen? None whatsoever. I simply find him displeasing. Konoha was established by Hashirama and me. While Hashirama and I may have our internal conflicts, Hiruzen is neither a member of the Senju clan nor the Uchiha clan, and he has no right to sit in the Hokage seat. Indeed, Madara, you are correct. The Ninetales began to grasp Madara's current disposition. It continued, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is nothing but a scoundrel. Well said. If you had spoken this way sooner, I would not have had to punish you, Madara laughed. Had the Ninetales known that criticizing the Hokage would ensure its safety, it would have done so long ago. Madara conversed with the Ninetales for quite some time within the ceiling space. Before departing, he left the Ninetales with a final remark. Stay here obediently for the time being. When the opportunity arises, I will release you. A wave of hope surged within the Ninetales. Will you grant me freedom, Madara? No. I wish for you to join me once more in battle. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales felt a shiver run down its spine. Fighting alongside Madara was far from a delightful prospect. Its last encounter with him against Hashirama had been a harrowing experience, one it wished to avoid repeating. Don't you long to fight by my side? Madara inquired. I do indeed. Very well, then wait patiently. Remember, do not disclose to anyone that I have been here. With those words, Uchiha Madara vanished, leaving only the Ninetales behind. The outside world was perilous. This place felt much safer. The Ninetales gazed at the grand golden door that Madara had kicked open. In the past, it would have eagerly sought to escape and reclaim its freedom, but now, it harbored no desire to leave. Crouching in the corner, the Ninetales silently prayed, someone, please reinforce this seal. Earlier, Madara easily kicked it open, and the sense of security it provides is rather minimal. At that moment, atop the Hokage rock, Naruto remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. For him, the time Madara spent in the Ninetales ceiling space was merely a fleeting moment. Just a second ago, he had felt Sasuke's comforting presence, who was reassuring him that he would assist in teaching the Ninetales a lesson. Initially perplexed, Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, Sasuke, can you really teach that fox within me a lesson? His tone held disbelief, yet was laced with hope. This creature had caused him immense suffering, rendering him an outcast within the village, devoid of friends. He wished nothing more than to be able to confront the fox himself, but alas, he lacked the ability. Yet, could it be that Sasuke possessed such power? As Naruto pondered, Madara withdrew his hand from Naruto, as if brushing off dust. All right, I have already taught that fox a lesson. What? Naruto was taken aback, casting a scrutinizing glance at Sasuke. With a slight sneer, he remained silent. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of scorn. However, warmth flickered in his gaze. All right, considering you did it to comfort me. I won't hold it against you for deceiving me. Naruto chuckled nonchalantly. Madara's expression darkened immediately. You think I'm lying to you, kid? Do you really believe I would waste my time deceiving a mere child? He, Uchiha Madara, was of a lineage that made Naruto merely a distant descendant. Why would he resort to tricking such a young individual? However, his words only served to bolster Naruto's conviction. Sasuke, you're getting flustered, aren't you? I can't be bothered to converse with you, you troublesome child. Madara was unwilling to linger in conversation with Naruto. He had indeed assisted Naruto in reprimanding the Nine Tails. Whether Naruto believed it or expressed gratitude was entirely up to him. He was far too old to squabble with a child. With that, Madara released Naruto and prepared to leave, but Naruto halted him. Sasuke, where are you going? Home, Madara replied coldly. Stay and play with me a little longer. I want tea. Why not? It's pointless. You don't believe me. All right. I believe you. I believe you taught the Nine Tails a lesson. Is that acceptable? Naruto's tone was almost pleading. He felt lonely and did not wish to lose a companion. Although Sasuke often spoke to him in a condescending manner, this attitude was somewhat irksome. At least he did not despise or ostracize him like the other villagers. He had even saved his life. Seeing Naruto's earnest plea, Madara's attitude softened slightly. Fine, I will stay and chat for a bit longer. Yay, Sasuke, you are truly my good friend. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Then he asked, Sasuke, what is your dream? My dream? Madara pondered, regaining his former strength, realizing the Moon Eye plan, safeguarding peace in the ninja world. These three thoughts instinctively emerged in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Those were not true dreams. They were merely tasks he could accomplish in due time. If he were to articulate a dream, it would be, my dream is to have one more glorious battle against him, to triumph over him and prevent him from stabbing me in the back with treachery. Madara's foot tapped against Hashirama's statue beneath him. Sasuke, are you implying you wish to defeat whom? Naruto seemed somewhat confused. Do you not understand? Him. Madara pointed at Hashirama's statue. Oh, I see. Naruto's eyes lit up with realization. Sasuke, you wish to defeat the Hokage. Yes, that is the general idea. So, your dream as you grow up is to defeat me? What? Because my dream is to become Hokage. Naruto shouted loudly. When I grow up, I will become the strongest ninja in Konoha. I want everyone in the village to respect me. I will protect Konoha. Naruto took a few steps forward, continuing to declare his dreams to the village. His tone filled with pride. However, these words fell on Uchiha Obito's ears, causing him to feel quite bored. What a tedious dream. I shouldn't have wasted so much time talking to this little brat, he murmured. Lacking interest in continuing the conversation with Naruto, Obito turned and left, swiftly disappearing in a few jumps, while Naruto remained oblivious. He continued to proclaim his aspirations. Sasuke, don't you think my dream sounds magnificent? As Naruto turned to speak to Obito, he suddenly realized that Obito had vanished. After looking around for a while without seeing Sasuke, he sighed. Alas, Sasuke is gone. Lying atop the Hokage rock, Naruto reflected on his encounter with Obito today, feeling a warmth in his heart. Sasuke was the first peer in the village willing to play with him. Sasuke must surely believe in his dream. Tomorrow, he would continue to share his dreams with Sasuke in class. As Naruto lay on the Hokage rock, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Yet, the Nine Tails sealed within him remained wide awake. Not only awake, but slowly, a trickle of orange chakra began to seep from Naruto's body. This was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his form was entirely enveloped by the Nine Tails chakra, which began to take control of him. Previously, in the sealing space of the Nine Tails, the great golden gate that imprisoned it was kicked open by Uchiha Obito. When Obito departed, he did not reinforce the seal on the Nine Tails. Consequently, at this moment, the Nine Tails easily emerged from the sealing space, taking over Naruto's body. The next second, Naruto's tense eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of yellow fox-like eyes. Nine Tails, where is Uchiha Obito? The Ninetales, now controlling Naruto, spoke with a chilling gaze and a wary tone. Chapter 21. The Ninetales escape. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was not nearby, the Ninetales was overjoyed. The recent memory of being brutally beaten by Obito in the sealing space was vividly etched in its mind. It was excruciating. If the seal was not reinforced, Obito would surely come back, and it would not end well for it. The world fears my existence. I am now spreading my chakra, and the strong individuals in the village will undoubtedly notice, realizing that my seal has been lifted and will come to seal me once more. The Ninetales, controlling Naruto, stood atop the Hokage rock, continuously disseminating its chakra, waiting silently. Meanwhile, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, he was tormented by the memories of the life he had saved from Obito years ago. Wiping off sweat, he suddenly focused. Konoha, do you sense something amiss? What's wrong? Konoha replied, her tone laced with impatience. I sense an unusual chakra, Hiruzen said earnestly. I believe I need to investigate the village. Stop making excuses. Hiruzen, are you losing your touch? Konoha retorted angrily. Years ago, on the night of the Ninetales incident, Konoha had become increasingly appreciative of her life after being saved from Obito. She viewed the remaining time as a gift from the heavens. Having gained insight into the mysteries of life, she preferred a life of enjoyment, avoiding unnecessary risks. Hiruzen, anxious, replied, Am I losing my touch? I'm merely aging. How could I be losing my touch? Hiruzen, I know what you are worried about. Tonight, Itachi will execute the clan extermination plan. Rest assured, with Itachi's methods, there will be no mistakes. All right, I hope I am just overreacting. Hiruzen ceased to worry. The fluctuation of chakra outside was likely due to Itachi's confrontation with the Uchiha clan during the extermination plan. Given his position, it was indeed inconvenient for him to intervene. After all, the aftermath of the Uchiha Massacre would be handled by Danzo. If he didn't grant Danzo this little authority, Danzo would surely complain. Time to sleep. No matter what happens tonight, I will pretend I didn't hear anything. After all, Danzo will handle it. Sighing, Hiruzen resolved to cover himself with a blanket. But suddenly, his wife Konoha flung the blanket off. Danzo, all you think about is Danzo. You mention him more often than me. What are you sleeping for? Get up and get to work. Under Konoha's urging, Hiruzen had no choice but to rise and attend to his duties. On the other side, atop the Hokage rock, Naruto, now possessed by the Ninetales, anxiously and fearfully awaited. The Ninetales knew that its emitted chakra would surely be sensed by someone. Yet, it was also fearful that such actions would attract Uchiha Obito's attention. Hiruzen, being the Hokage and the strongest in the village, should have already sensed my chakra. Why hasn't he come to seal me yet? Could it be that the terrifying thought lurking in the Ninetales' mind surged once more? Could it be that Hiruzen has already been killed by Uchiha Obito? This possibility loomed large. The Ninetales had clearly sensed Obito's disdain for Hiruzen in the sealing space. How could Hiruzen's strength possibly compare to that of Uchiha Obito? Perhaps, after venting his frustration at Hiruzen in the sealing space, Obito went on to eliminate him. This means Uchiha Obito could still be in Konoha. With this thought, the Ninetales dared not ponder further. It feared that continuing to spread chakra would not only fail to attract strong individuals to seal it, but would also inadvertently draw Uchiha Obito back, leading to another beating. The Ninetales was left with a singular thought: escape. Immediately, it commanded Naruto to use all four limbs and dart towards the village gate at the fastest speed. At this moment, on the ground, Uchiha Obito strolled leisurely, hands in pockets, enjoying the night view of Konoha. Upon returning to the dumpling shop from earlier, just as he was about to step inside, he caught a glimpse of Naruto, controlled by the Ninetales, flashing across the rooftops with extraordinary speed. Though unnoticed by ordinary people, Uchiha Obito sensed it immediately. However, he paid little heed, merely raising an eyebrow, lacking any interest in pursuing the matter. What was that? Just zipped by? With a slight chuckle, Uchiha Obito stepped into the dumpling shop. Sasuke back again. What a distinguished guest, the dumpling shop owner exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of money upon seeing Obito. He hurried over to wipe the table and pull out a chair for Sasuke, enthusiastically asking, What would you like to eat? The usual, the three-color dumpling, Obito replied without a second thought. Just as he sat down and reached into his pocket, he realized he had no money. Immediately, Obito stood up and said, Never mind, boss, I'll come back next time. I forgot my money. No worries, it's fine. The owner replied cheerfully. I just recalled that I owe for 20 skewers from earlier today, Obito said nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Obito paused in surprise. It was only then that he recalled the scene from earlier that evening, where he seemed to have seen Itachi at the dumpling shop. It turned out that Itachi had paid for him at that time. With this thought, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of relief. He settled comfortably, placing his order, the usual, 30 servings of 3-color dumplings, on credit. Itachi would cover the cost, wouldn't he, Sasuke? Yes, that's right. Sasuke, Itachi truly is a wonderful brother. He deserves it. Before long, the 30 servings of 3-color dumplings were prepared and served to Uchiha Obito, who savored them with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the dense forest outside the borders of Konoha, Itachi remained blissfully unaware that his brother had incurred yet another debt on his behalf. At this juncture, Itachi had joined forces with Tobi, who wore a vortex mask that obscured all but his right eye. Itachi, have you made your decision? I will assist you in annihilating your clan. Once the deed is done, you will join the Akatsuki organization, follow my orders, and aid me in gathering the tailed beasts, Tobi spoke in a grave tone, showing no sign of underestimating the younger Itachi. According to our prior agreement, as long as Sasuke's life is preserved, I will join the Akatsuki, Itachi replied, his expression impassive as he regarded Tobi. His tone was flat yet laden with menace. In an instant, his dark eyes transformed to a vivid red. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan, interconnected, seemed poised to unleash an offensive against Tobi. If you dare harm Sasuke, I will not spare you. Tobi felt a slight chill under Itachi's gaze, though he maintained a facade of calmness, sighing gently, Itachi, I, Uchiha Obito, would never betray my promise. Moreover, I am evidently more intrigued by you than your brother. Before Tobi could elaborate, Itachi interrupted, you are not Uchiha Obito. In that moment, Tobi stiffened. His gaze fixated on Itachi, the murderous intent palpable beneath the mask. Do you doubt my identity? Tobi inquired, his voice laced with a hint of danger. When I invaded Konoha, your brother Sasuke had only just been born, and you were still quite young. I infiltrated Konoha alone, controlling the 9 tails with my ocular techniques, sowing chaos, and killing the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. If I were not Uchiha Obito, how could I have accomplished such feats? Tobi continued to recount his glorious exploits as Uchiha Obito, seeking to dispel Itachi's skepticism. After all, Itachi's doubts were indeed justified. Tobi was not Uchiha Obito. In Tobi's understanding, the true Uchiha Obito had perished long ago in the depths of the cave where he had housed the Gedo statue, having entrusted him with the plan for the Eye of the Moon before his demise. However, unbeknownst to Tobi, a fragment of Uchiha Obito's soul had reincarnated within Sasuke. Entirely unaware of the plans discussed by the original Uchiha Obito before his death. You needn't recount these tales to me. Itachi remained unmoved by Tobi's words. Infiltrating Konoha alone, controlling the 9 tails, and slaying Minato and Kushina may be insurmountable feats for others, but for Uchiha Obito, they are hardly remarkable. If you truly were Uchiha Obito, you would not have resorted to such stealthy tactics. Itachi's eyes shifted from dark to crimson, the 3 tomo spinning. This fearless gaze unnerved Tobi, who understood all too well that he was no match for Itachi's genjutsu. His past actions had irrevocably branded him a criminal in Konoha. Yet, Itachi remained utterly devoted to the village's Umbu, leading Tobi to suspect that when Itachi approached him to join the Akatsuki, it was not a gesture of camaraderie, but rather an attempt to infiltrate and gather intelligence for Konoha. Only when Itachi revealed his intentions to obliterate his clan did Tobi allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that Itachi was faced with a choice between his country and family, ultimately opting to sacrifice his clan to ensure his brother Sasuke's survival. After accomplishing his mission, Itachi would have no reason to remain in Konoha and would instead join the Akatsuki, collecting tailed beasts to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Nevertheless, Tobi's wariness towards Itachi did not wane. He could not be certain that this individual, who would extinguish his own family for the sake of the nation, would not also seek to destroy the Akatsuki or even attempt to eliminate him. At that moment, Tobi listened intently to Itachi while discreetly preparing to activate his ocular technique. Should Itachi make a move against him, he would instantly utilize Kimui to escape. Itachi, why don't you tell me how the true Uchiha Obito would have acted back then? Tobi inquired. Itachi replied with calm conviction. If you were Uchiha Obito, you would not have needed to infiltrate Konoha under the cover of night. Uchiha Obito never stoops to such furtive actions. He could have walked openly into Konoha during the day, and with his strength, none would have dared to stop him. At this, Toby's expression hardened. He clenched his teeth and urged, "Continue. If you truly were Uchiha Obito, you would not have needed to wait for Kushina to be at her weakest to unleash the Nine Tails upon Konoha. Instead, you could have summoned the Nine Tails directly using summoning techniques, for Uchiha Obito possessed such power." "Indeed, proceed," Toby pressed. "If you were Uchiha Obito, you would never have been forced to flee from Minato. Minato could not possibly be a match for Uchiha Obito. At that time, no one in Konoha could rival Uchiha Obito. Only the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, could contend with him." Itachi's tone was unwavering. "Others may not grasp the true nature of Uchiha Obito, and thus your deceit may go unchallenged, but I understand Uchiha Obito." Itachi's words left Toby without a retort. Reluctantly, Toby conceded, "I am indeed not Uchiha Obito. My current power pales in comparison to his. However, I am curious as to how you know so much about Uchiha Obito. Have you met him?" "I have not. Obito and I are not of the same era." Itachi sighed. "During the time Obito became the leader of the Uchiha clan, it was the zenith of our clan's power, a time I have long admired. Consequently, I have studied Uchiha Obito's legacy, seeking to understand the might he wielded." "Ah, I see," Toby said, his tension easing. It seemed that Itachi's understanding of Uchiha Obito was derived from speculation. Yet, Toby recognized that Itachi's deductions were indeed accurate. When he encountered Uchiha Obito, the latter was already aged, yet his power remained terrifying. One could only imagine the extent of Obito's strength in his prime. "I am indifferent to your identity," Itachi continued. "Our agreement still stands. You will assist me in annihilating my clan, and I will join your Akatsuki, aiding you in the execution of the Eye of the Moon plan." "Agreed," Toby nodded. "Then, regarding my identity, you do not harm my brother Sasuke, and naturally, I will keep your secret," Itachi stated calmly. "Otherwise, I will risk my life to kill you." "Very well. Let us proceed," Toby replied, as a resolute glint crossed Itachi's eyes. With their arrangements settled, the two set off toward Konoha. Itachi and Toby walked side by side, enveloped in silence. Although they appeared to be acting in accordance with their agreement, an undercurrent of distrust flowed between them. Both pairs of Sharingan remained activated, prepared to unleash an offensive at a moment's notice. Toby could not shake the uncertainty that Itachi's approach might be a trap set by Konoha to ensnare him. Itachi was unable to ascertain whether the masked man, who had caused chaos in Konoha years ago by controlling the Nine Tails, would once again unleash horrors upon the village. In his heart, Itachi had made a resolution. Should this masked figure, masquerading as Uchiha Madara, attempt to seize control of the Nine Tails once more and wreak havoc on Konoha, he would set aside his plans for annihilation and strike first, willing to sacrifice his life to eliminate this threat. As both men proceeded cautiously towards Konoha, an unsettling sensation washed over them. They halted, gazing ahead. An orange figure was racing towards them from the direction of Konoha. Was it Naruto? Itachi's eyes narrowed. No, it was not Naruto. With his Sharingan activated, he could see clearly. Naruto's eyes had transformed, no longer human but resembling those of a fox. A layer of red chakra enveloped Naruto, signifying the presence of the Nine Tails. The beast within Naruto had taken control. How could this be? Hadn't the Nine Tails been sealed away? Itachi felt a surge of alarm as the pieces fell into place. Someone was manipulating the Nine Tails. Just as before, they aimed to disrupt Konoha. This could only be the masked man at his side. Without hesitation, Itachi unleashed 3 kunai concealed within his sleeve, launching them towards Obito. The sound of impact echoed as the kunai pierced through Obito, embedding themselves into the tree behind him. At that moment, Obito understood. So that was it. It was indeed a trap set by Itachi. The plan for annihilation was a ruse. Itachi intended to draw him out with the intent to kill. Fearing he might not survive the encounter, Itachi had even controlled the Nine Tails to use it against him. "Itachi, you almost had me fooled," Obito said, his voice laced with caution. Itachi responded with silence, his hands swiftly forming seals for the fire-style fireball jutsu. He needed to eliminate the masked man swiftly, otherwise, if the Nine Tails came under his control, the situation would become dire. In an instant, flames engulfed Obito's clothing. The space around him twisted and warped. "This level of fire style cannot kill me," he declared. As his words fell, Obito was drawn into the Kamui dimension, leaving only his flame-covered attire behind. Moments later, a distortion in space appeared a few meters behind Itachi. Obito emerged, extending his hand, racing towards Itachi with incredible speed. He had to kill Itachi quickly, otherwise, if the Nine Tails came under Itachi's control, it would be a formidable challenge. Once I touch you, I win, Itachi. I shall claim your eyes. Contact was made. Obito seized Itachi's shoulder. Kamui was activated, warping space to draw Itachi in. Yet at that very moment, Itachi's body shattered into a multitude of crows, evading Obito's grasp. A crow substitution? How infuriating. The scattered crows quickly converged on a nearby tree branch, revealing Itachi's form once more. From his elevated position, Itachi looked down at Obito. So, the ability of your Kamui is to touch your enemy and draw them into your eye to kill them? It would be quite challenging to use this technique against Minato Namikaze, given his speed. However, I can use this technique to kill you. Obito heard the commotion and immediately turned, looking up to see Itachi. A murderous intent filled his eyes. Itachi, is your speed truly faster than Minato's? Obito leaped swiftly, charging at Itachi once more, reaching out to grasp him. You should not have made a sound and revealed your position. He succeeded. This time, he had captured Itachi's true form. Obito rejoiced as Kamui activated again. The surrounding space twisted and warped. Itachi's lower half was already being absorbed. Yet at that moment, Itachi opened his other eye. I intentionally revealed my position, allowing you to look directly into my eyes. Tsukuyami. What? Blood gushed from Itachi's pupils. This was his most powerful attack against Obito, executed without reservation. All of his chakra was poured into it. If he could eliminate Obito within the realm of Tsukuyami, the Nine Tails under Obito's control would naturally break free and cease its assault. This battle was one he must win. Before Obito could react and attempt to escape, it was too late. As their gazes locked, Itachi's Tsukuyami struck true. Instantly, Obito felt the world spin around him. The sky, the ground, the surrounding forest, all turned a bloody red. Red, black, and white filled the realm around him. This was Itachi's illusionary world. At that moment, Obito comprehended the true power of Itachi's Jinjutsu. He was bound to a cross, unable to perform any ninjutsu or ocular techniques. Even disrupting his chakra could not free him from the illusion. Helpless, he watched as Itachi approached with a katana. The blade pierced Obito's body. It was withdrawn, then plunged in again and again, inflicting excruciating pain akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Damn it, I cannot escape. The wounds inflicted in Itachi's illusionary world should not transfer to reality, but how long will this torment last? Obito gritted his teeth, enduring. A minute, an hour, 10 hours, a day. Obito realized he had endured a day's worth of suffering in Itachi's Jinjutsu, yet it appeared to be unending. Finally, he could no longer bear it. Lowering his head in despair, this Jinjutsu of Itachi is beyond what any human could create. No one can withstand it, not even the Uchiha Madara of old. Obito, weary and barely clinging to consciousness, foresaw that even if he escaped the realm of Itachi's illusion, he would not be able to recover his mental strength in time to confront Itachi. Moreover, there was still the Nine Tails under Itachi's control. Despair clouded Obito's gaze. Meanwhile, Itachi's Tsukuyami had only spanned a single day in the real world, leaving Obito with 2 more days of torment ahead. Yet, regardless of how long Obito lingered in Itachi's Tsukuyami, it would merely be a fleeting moment in the realm of reality. The agonizing time stretched on, each second feeling elongated. Finally, 3 days elapsed, and this inhuman torment concluded. At last it ceased. Obito felt the scene before him shift abruptly. No longer was he in the realm of red, black, and white. The colors of his surroundings returned. It was then that he realized he still remained in the forest where he had met Itachi, his hand still outstretched towards him, poised to unleash half of Kamui. In that moment, Obito understood. He gazed at Itachi, utterly exhausted. Itachi, your Tsukuyami world is not synchronized with the real world. In your illusion, I endured 3 days of torment, while in reality, only a moment has passed, and I still managed to touch you. In the end, I shall prevail. Kamui. Obito unleashed the remaining power of Kamui that had not been fully realized during his earlier encounter with Tsukuyami. The surrounding space continued to twist, spin, and warp. In an instant, Itachi felt as though the world was spinning around him. I must concede, your divine might, in conjunction with your illusions, is indeed formidable. However, do you still possess the strength to unleash your full divine power? Itachi's voice rang out, calm and steady. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression stiffened. Only then did he realize that his divine might could no longer be wielded. After suffering for 3 days within Itachi's Tsukuyami, he found himself utterly drained. Speaking was a monumental effort, let alone unleashing divine techniques. Fortunately, with the power of Hashirama's cells, he would eventually regain his strength given sufficient time. Immediately, the distorted space around them reverted to normal, halting the chaos. Itachi, whose half-body had been drawn into the realm of divine might, restored to his original form but was grievously injured, chakra depleted, and stamina severely exhausted. A dull thud echoed as their bodies collapsed onto the ground. Devoid of strength and chakra, their breaths became labored, rendering them incapable of performing ninjutsu. With great difficulty, they turned their gazes towards the direction of Konoha. In the distance, they could see Naruto, sprawled on the ground, utilizing all four limbs, engulfed in vibrant red chakra, hastening towards them. No, to be precise, it was not Naruto approaching, but the Nine Tails. Can he still summon the energy to activate his ocular techniques and command the Nine Tails to come and slay me? Itachi's eyes, still bleeding from the strain of Tsukuyomi, reflected a deep sense of despair. He could foresee his impending demise at the hands of the Nine Tails under Obito's control. With a heavy heart, Itachi closed his eyes, ceasing his struggles, and sighed inwardly. "Forgive me, little brother. In the days to come, I may no longer be able to protect you." Meanwhile, Obito watched helplessly as Naruto, under the Nine Tails' control, sprinted towards him on all fours. Although his chakra was abundant due to the Hashirama cells within him, the energy spent in Itachi's Tsukuyomi left him unable to mobilize it for ninjutsu. He could not even muster the strength to rise, let alone breathe without difficulty. As Obito observed the Nine Tails approaching, despair filled his gaze. He had lost. He could predict that he would soon be slain by the Nine Tails under Itachi's command. There was no resisting this fate. He had to accept the outcome. Closing his eyes, he too relinquished his fight and sighed. "Lin, I am sorry. I may never be able to create that world with you." At that moment, the corporeal form of Naruto, controlled by the Nine Tails, had just exited the gates of Konoha and caught sight of Itachi and Obito. Its vision was acute, clearly discerning that both Itachi and Obito lay powerless on the ground. "Finally, I have found individuals who can assist me. These two must surely help reinforce the seal." Chapter 24. The alliance of Obito and Itachi. The Nine Tails, filled with joy, dashed towards Itachi and Obito. However, it had barely moved a few steps when a voice from the nearby watchtower exclaimed, "Naruto, stop. Do you need assistance?" Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails halted. Someone was willing to help it? Shinmizu Izumi, who had been playing cards with Kanji in the watchtower, was momentarily elated at his winning streak. Casting a casual glance out the window, he spotted Naruto's figure rushing from the gates of Konoha, prompting him to call out. But as he exited the watchtower and recognized Naruto's visage, his face paled, and he shouted, "Kanji, we have a situation." Immediately, Kanji rushed out of the watchtower, his expression equally alarmed upon seeing the child before him. Naruto's eyes were unmistakably those of the Nine Tails. The crimson chakra emanating from Naruto was undoubtedly the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto was currently under the Nine Tails' control. Shinmizu Izumi instructed Kanji to prepare for battle, recalling vividly the night years ago when the Nine Tails rampaged through Konoha. There was no doubt that the Nine Tails was once again under the influence of malevolent forces. The calamity of old was poised to repeat itself. In stark contrast to Shinmizu Izumi and Kanji's cautious demeanor, the Nine Tails, controlling Naruto's body, remained unhurried. It awaited the reinforcement of its seal, promising not to resist. After all, it feared Uchiha Madara. It needed the seal fortified quickly to prevent another beating from Madara. "Kanji, do you know any sealing techniques?" Shinmizu Izumi inquired, adopting a defensive stance. His wariness palpable. "I do not know sealing techniques," Kanji replied, shaking his head before asking, "What about you, Shinmizu Izumi?" Shinmizu Izumi's expression darkened. "I do not either." Before they could devise a strategy, the Nine Tails grew impatient. "Neither of you know sealing techniques? What a waste of my time." It seemed its instincts had not failed. If it wanted to reinforce its seal, it would need the assistance of the two men lying on the ground ahead. Without hesitation, the Nine Tails, controlling Naruto's form, charged towards Shinmizu Izumi and Kanji. "Shinmizu Izumi, we must join forces. Even if we can delay the Nine Tails for just a minute, we must hold out until reinforcements arrive. We cannot allow another Nine Tails disaster to occur." Agreed. With that, Shinmizu Izumi and Kanji threw themselves into the fray, roaring as they charged forward. In the next moment, their cries were abruptly silenced. A thick, blood-red chakra tore through the air. Both Shinmizu Izumi and Kanji let out anguished cries as they fell into a pool of blood. Their limbs rendered useless, teetering on the brink of death. They could do nothing but watch as the Nine Tails receded from view. In the midst of their confusion, lying in the blood-soaked ground, they exchanged glances, suddenly realizing a grim truth. Shinmizu Izumi, if I recall correctly, the Nine Tails emerged from the village. Does that not imply that the village has been destroyed, just like during the previous Nine Tails incident? Kanji's eyes widened in horror. Shinmizu Izumi's gaze deepened with despair. I share the same belief. The villagers may have already been slaughtered. We were foolish to be so engrossed in playing cards. Kanji wept bitterly. Gambling has led to our downfall. At that moment, the Nine Tails, controlling Naruto's body, reached Itachi and Obito. Both lay unconscious, their eyes closed, utterly unresponsive. Wake up, you two. Please help me seal this. The Nine Tails was frantic, glancing around anxiously as if fearing Uchiha Madara's imminent return. Seeing no response from either. In desperation, the Nine Tails approached Obito first, infusing him with its chakra. The Nine Tails chakra possessed the ability to replenish both physical and mental energy. Gradually, Obito, who had lost consciousness, began to open his eyes. Am I still alive? Obito felt a rush of clarity as the torment from Itachi's Tsukuyomi began to fade. As he blinked, he found himself staring at Naruto, whose body was enveloped in the Nine Tails crimson chakra. A sense of urgency surged through Obito's nerves, awakening him fully. He sprang to his feet and reached out towards the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, seeing this, was momentarily elated. Was it about to be sealed? But in the next instant, the Nine Tails felt a sharp pain across its face. A tremendous force slammed it down, nearly embedding it into the ground. It then realized, cradling its face, that Obito was not attempting to seal it, but rather to strike it. Forget it. I shall rely on the other one. After delivering a powerful punch to the Nine Tails, Obito swiftly retreated. He was puzzled about how his mental energy had returned so quickly, but there was no time for contemplation. All he knew was that he had momentarily escaped danger. It is imperative to escape from this place at once. Otherwise, Itachi's control over the Nine Tails will surely lead to his demise. Just as Obito was about to utilize Kimui to flee, he noticed Itachi lying before him, unconscious and bloodied, with crimson flowing from his eyes. Could Itachi be dead? Obito's gaze sharpened. No, it cannot be. Itachi must be alive, otherwise, how could he still employ his ocular techniques to control the Nine Tails? In the next moment, Obito observed a flicker of movement from Itachi. Itachi opened his eyes. Feeling the chakra within him gradually surging, his expression dazed. Am I not dead? A fleeting glance revealed the Nine Tails beside him, eagerly watching. Then, Itachi acted. With renewed assurance. Obito thought, indeed, Itachi was merely feigning death. He continues to wield his ocular arts to command the Nine Tails. I must flee swiftly. However, before he could finish his thought, the scene before him took him by surprise. Itachi launched a powerful kick that struck the Nine Tails with a heavy impact. Instantly, the Nine Tails, caught off guard, was sent careening backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily beside Obito, half of its massive form embedded into the ground. This sight left Obito utterly astonished. Then, as if realizing something, he turned to Itachi and asked, Itachi, did you not just use your ocular technique to control the Nine Tails? You overestimate my ocular abilities. While I might be able to control the manifested Nine Tails, I lack the power to directly govern the beast within Naruto's body, Itachi replied. As he spoke, he seemed to have an epiphany. You mean to say that the Nine Tails was not under your control just now? You also overrate my abilities, he added. With their gazes locked for a moment, they then turned to observe the Nine Tails, which had been controlling Naruto, now battered and half embedded in the ground, utterly miserable. Itachi exclaimed, if neither of us controlled the Nine Tails, then there must be another, someone whose ocular skills surpass ours. Forget that for now, we must seal the Nine Tails. Obito decided decisively. Our earlier misunderstanding may have been a mere miscommunication. In light of this, we should join forces. Agreed. The two swiftly began forming hand seals. For symbol seal, evil sealing technique. Obito and Itachi's sealing techniques struck Naruto, who was under the Nine Tails' control. In an instant, the dense crimson chakra enveloping Naruto dissipated, and his eyes gradually closed. Within the sealing space of the Nine Tails, the grand golden gate, which had been shattered by Uchiha Madara, reformed at that moment. Not only that, but an additional gate appeared. The two sealing techniques corresponded to the two grand gates imprisoning the Nine Tails. Previously, the Nine Tails had loathed this grand gate, but now it felt a sense of security. This new sealing appeared far more robust than before, and Madara should not be able to breach it. Recalling the earlier blows dealt by Itachi and Obito, the Nine Tails felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The ninjas of Konoha were truly ruthless, even beating him before sealing him away. The massive form of the Nine Tails shrank behind the newly secured gates, closing its eyes, finally allowing itself to rest in peace. In the current world, Naruto lay in Itachi's arms, sound asleep. Itachi had not sensed anyone using ocular techniques to control the Nine Tails. If someone had been, they would have surely interfered during the sealing process, yet there had been no obstruction. Obito reflected on the sealing process, puzzled. I felt the same. The entire process was remarkably smooth, and the Nine Tails showed no resistance, Itachi replied, equally perplexed. From the Nine Tails' behavior, it seemed as if it was eagerly awaiting our sealing. The two exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Itachi, did you notice that I did not see the previous grand gate in the sealing space? This implies that the Nine Tails was entirely in a sealed state. Logically, it should have been desperate to materialize and regain its freedom, yet it did not. Instead, it merely acted through chakra manipulation over Naruto. It felt as though Obito's train of thought was interrupted by Itachi, as if it were seeking someone to seal it away. Precisely. The Nine Tails appears to be afraid of something, finding solace only in being sealed, Obito contemplated. Who could instill such fear in the Nine Tails that it would seek to be sealed? Chapter 25. I am curious about who that person could be. Itachi remained silent, his thoughts mirroring Obito's. Who could have broken the Nine Tails seal within Naruto and instilled such fear in the beast that it dared not emerge, actively seeking to be sealed? This individual must possess formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who could it be? Itachi was deeply curious, but recognized that now was not the time for such contemplation. There was a grave task at hand, the annihilation of his clan. He promptly interrupted Obito's musings, stating, "Let us attend to our business. Is our prior agreement still in effect?" "Of course," Obito replied, his tone somber. Previously, a powerful individual had instilled fear in the Nine Tails and unsealed it. Who that person was and whether they were in Konoha remained unknown to Obito. At that moment, he had no desire to dwell on it. He had something far more significant to accomplish, assisting Itachi in the destruction of his clan. Though he too was a member of the Uchiha clan, he felt no attachment to them. To be precise, the moment he witnessed his beloved Rin perish at Kakashi's hands, he became devoid of feelings for this world. Helping Itachi annihilate his clan would not only allow Itachi to join his Akatsuki organization, becoming a formidable ally, but it would also provide opportunities to gather numerous Sharingan. Truly a win-win situation. Of course, during Itachi's time in the Akatsuki, Obito would need to remain vigilant. Although their recent confrontation stemmed from a misunderstanding, it was enough to reveal to him Itachi's prowess. Should it come to a serious conflict, Itachi possessed the capability to end his life. The two, harboring their own intentions, continued forward in silence. They initially intended to infiltrate Konoha quietly, yet as they approached the gates, they halted, taken aback by the scene before them. The two Jonin guards of Konoha lay in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. What could have happened to Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu Tetsu? Itachi exclaimed in shock. Then understanding dawned upon him. It was undoubtedly the work of the individual who had previously unsealed the Nine Tails. Obito nodded, stating, "That person is audacious. Even with our plans to annihilate the clan, we intended to infiltrate Konoha discreetly, avoiding detection by the guards. Yet that person brazenly entered through the main gate, directly confronting the guards without hesitation. I did not even hear the sounds of battle, which indicates a swift victory. No wonder they instilled fear in the Nine Tails. They certainly possessed the strength to be so bold. I am curious about that person's purpose in Konoha." Itachi did not respond. He approached Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu Tetsu, checking for signs of life, relieved to find that they had not yet succumbed to death. With a sigh of relief, he employed his somewhat lacking medical ninjutsu to treat their wounds. After completing all of this, Itachi did not linger but turned to Obito and said, "Let us proceed with our plan." Itachi was acutely aware that a formidable individual had breached the seal of the Nine Tails, severely injuring the two elite guards of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumi and Kanno Tetsu, and brazenly infiltrating the village. It was unclear to Itachi what this individual sought, but he was certain it was not for benevolent purposes. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have made it his priority to identify this person. However, tonight was different. He had a clan to annihilate. The threat posed by this infiltrator, no matter how significant, paled in comparison to the danger his own clan represented to Konoha. If he failed to eradicate his clan tonight, the following day could see a well-coordinated coup, leading to an inevitable clash between Konoha's ninjas and his kin, resulting in mutual destruction, allowing other nations to seize the opportunity and obliterate Konoha. I'm curious, who could this person be? Obito mused as he walked alongside Itachi. To break the seal of the Nine Tails without releasing it, instilling such fear, and audaciously injuring the guards without killing them. This individual's strength is indisputable, yet their motives remain enigmatic. Do you not wish to uncover their identity? Obito suggested, why not seek this individual out? Together, we could subdue them, and I could persuade them to join my Akatsuki organization. What say you? Itachi walked ahead, offering no response, dismissing Obito's words with indifference, finding little interest in his proposal. He perceived Obito as a tedious and cruel individual, whose mind was solely occupied with the thought of exterminating his own kin. Obito donned a cloak retrieved from the Kamui dimension and remarked, Itachi, once you execute the annihilation of your clan tonight, you shall be a member of the Akatsuki. Henceforth, please refer to me by my code name within the organization, Toby. Understood, Toby. You speak too much. Be silent, Itachi replied dismissively. Obito fell silent, keeping pace with Itachi. As they passed by Kimizuki Izumi and Ken no Tetsu, who lay on the ground, having regained consciousness after Itachi's brief treatment. Their eyes fluttered open to behold Obito's visage concealed behind a swirling mask. In shock, Kimizuki Izumi gasped, it is indeed that masked man. He has controlled the Nine Tails and wreaked havoc in Konoha, just as before. Ken no Tetsu bore a similar expression of alarm. They attempted to rise and take action, but their strength failed them, and they succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Little did Uchiha Madara know that his casual act of shattering the Nine-Tail seal would instigate such a profound chain of events, not only allowing the Nine Tails to seize control of Naruto's body while he slept, but also leading to the grievous injuries of Kimizuki Izumi and Ken no Tetsu. This would result in a life-and-death struggle between Obito and Itachi. Ultimately, it culminated in the Nine Tails receiving a thorough beating from both Obito and Itachi before being sealed once more. They both concluded that a powerful individual had audaciously infiltrated Konoha, inflicting severe injuries on Kimizuki Izumi and Ken no Tetsu, a matter shrouded in secrecy. Yet, Obito and Itachi could not fathom that the individual they speculated about appeared merely as a child, currently relishing the delightful taste of dango at a shop in Konoha. This dango is utterly delectable. I find it irresistibly sweet. How delightful! Uchiha Madara exclaimed, reveling in the culinary delights of this era. He was even somewhat eager, concluding that if the dango was this exquisite, the other foods of this time would surely be exceptional as well. The streets were lined with various culinary establishments, many of which bore names unknown to him from his own time, such as Ichiraku ramen, sushi bars, and more. He resolved to visit these places and indulge. Regrettably, he lamented, Hashirama had passed too soon to savor such exquisite cuisine. Uchiha Madara gazed at the 30 dango sticks before him and sighed. After a satisfying burp, he stood up. Thank you, proprietor. You're welcome, Sasuke. Would you like more dango? I can prepare more if you desire, the owner cheerfully replied, pleased with such a hearty customer as Uchiha Madara. No, thank you. Rest assured, the debts I owe will be settled tonight. I shall not defer them to the morrow. Uchiha Madara waved as he exited. The 30 dango he consumed were on credit. The burden of debt was not pleasant, especially given the owner's amiable demeanor. Amplifying his discomfort, he needed to repay the debt swiftly. As a distinguished founder of Konoha, he could not afford to be perceived as a deadbeat within its borders. He had to seek out Itachi to have him settle the bill. It seems improper to approach Itachi empty-handed to ask for assistance, Uchiha Madara muttered to himself. He turned around and re-entered the dango shop, exclaiming, Proprietor, please prepare 2 more servings of dango for me. Chapter 26. Who did this? Such cruelty. Very well, Sasuke. It seems you haven't had enough. The owner responded with a grin upon noticing Uchiha Madara's return. I've had my fill, but this order is for Itachi. He will be the one paying later. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo was departing from Orochimaru's research facility on the outskirts of Konoha. making his way toward the village gates while cradling a cup of hot tea. The tea leaves, cultivated by Orochimaru, were designed to enhance chakra control, an exceptionally rare commodity that Danzo had procured without leaving any for Hiruzen Sarutobi. He mused that Itachi's clan extermination plan was likely underway. Savoring the tea, he proceeded at a leisurely pace, his sole purpose being to collect the remains of the Uchiha clan and preserve their Sharingan for future use. However, before he could reach the gates of Konoha, he sensed something amiss. Ahead on the path lay a child with blonde hair and orange clothing. It was Naruto. What is Naruto doing here? Danzo pondered, observing the debris and bloodstains surrounding him, unmistakable signs of a recent battle. Alarm surged through him. Could it be that the nine tails within Naruto has been captured? Danzo rushed forward, lifting Naruto to inspect his condition, only to find superficial injuries. The seal remained intact, confining the nine tails within. Danzo exhaled in relief, grateful that Hiruzen had placed additional seals on Naruto, preventing the nine tails from breaking free. At that moment, Naruto, lying in Danzo's arms, began to stir. His eyelids fluttered open as he groggily regained consciousness. What happened? Danzo inquired urgently. Why are you here? What transpired? Naruto did not respond. He was parched and gasping for water. I want water. I'm so thirsty. He pointed at the water cup Danzo held. When the nine tails had controlled Naruto's body, it had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. This was a state he had never experienced before. Moreover, the sealing process inflicted by Itachi and Obito had further exhausted him. Now awake, he felt an overwhelming thirst. Water? Danzo glanced at his cup, instinctively wishing to offer it to Naruto, but he hesitated. The cup contained the precious tea, a rare blend from Orochimaru, which he was reluctant to share even with Hiruzen, let alone Naruto. However, before he could conceal the cup, Naruto had already seized it, tilting it back and gulping down the contents eagerly. This scene was truly painful for Shimura Danzo to behold. Drink slowly. Don't choke. No one is competing with you. This tea is exceptionally rare, possessing the ability to gather chakra. Had it been Sarutobi Hiruzen vying for his drink, Danzo would have undoubtedly snatched it away without hesitation. However, with Naruto engaging in such behavior, the circumstances were markedly different. As a prominent advisor of Konoha, could he really indulge in such petty actions? It would be a disgrace. Finished. Thank you, Danzo. Naruto exclaimed joyfully after finishing his drink, wiping his mouth and returning the cup. Finished? Danzo's gaze sharpened as he looked at the empty cup. You didn't leave me even a single tea leaf? Was there tea in the water I just drank? I drank too quickly to notice. Never mind, never mind. By the way, Danzo, where are we, and why am I here? Naruto stood up, stretching his arms, feeling a soreness throughout his body. I feel as if I've just fought someone. You don't know what happened? No, I only remember sleeping atop the Hokage monument. I see. You must have been sleepwalking. Come, let us return to Konoha. Danzo took Naruto's hand, leading him back to the village. Along the way, Naruto chattered incessantly about his dream of becoming Hokage, much to Danzo's annoyance. Danzo, did you know I made a great friend today? His name is Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. His dream is very similar to mine. Oh, Sasuke. Danzo had a recollection of the boy. He was Itachi's younger brother. He remembered that the condition for Itachi's massacre was to spare Sasuke's life. Danzo, of course, feigned compliance while secretly planning otherwise. If, in the future, Sasuke remained mediocre and became an ordinary ninja, he would be willing to protect him. However, should Sasuke awaken his Sharingan, Danzo would undoubtedly seize his eyes. Yet, Danzo believed the latter scenario was more likely. After all, soon Sasuke would discover that his entire clan had been slaughtered by Itachi, which would undoubtedly leave him devastated. The probability of awakening the Sharingan in such a state of emotional turmoil was exceedingly high. The question remained, to what extent could Sasuke's Sharingan awaken? What is Sasuke's dream? Danzo casually inquired. Sasuke's dream. Naruto recalled the conversation he had on the Hokage monument with Uchiha Madara during the evening. Sasuke dreams of defeating the first Hokage. Defeating the first Hokage? Danzo chuckled at the absurdity of such a dream. The first Hokage, Hashirama, is long dead. How could he possibly defeat him? Before he could finish his thought, Danzo's expression suddenly tightened. What was happening? As they approached the gates of Konoha, Danzo spotted Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu lying in a pool of blood not far ahead. He flickered and swiftly made his way to their side to assess their injuries. They were alive, and there were signs of low-grade medical ninjutsu on them, reminiscent of techniques used by Itachi. At once, Danzo understood. It was Itachi. After the massacre, he must have fled Konoha but was discovered by Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu, leading to a confrontation. Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu were no match for Itachi and had been gravely injured. Itachi, unwilling to kill them, had used his poorly mastered medical ninjutsu to save their lives. Naruto ran over, his eyes widening at the scene before him. Damn it, who did this? It's so cruel. Danzo, are they dead? His face was filled with terror, his legs trembling involuntarily. The metallic scent of blood in the air sent a shiver of fear through him. They're not dead. They're alive. Danzo reassured him as he helped Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu to their feet. A battle occurred here, clearly between ninjas. It seems Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu were defeated, but fortunately, they are still breathing. Is this what being a ninja entails? Naruto asked, anxiety lacing his voice. Naturally. If you aspire to be Hokage, the burdens and dangers you must bear are far greater. Danzo pressed on. Do you still wish to become Hokage? Naruto hesitated for a moment. Danzo disregarded his silence and stated, I will take them to the Konoha medical department for treatment. Naruto, be cautious. With that, Danzo swiftly lifted the injured Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu, disappearing in a flash. Left alone at the gates of Konoha, Naruto gritted his teeth, gazing at the large pool of blood on the ground. This was the blood of the ninja who protected Konoha. His expression suddenly hardened as he answered Danzo's earlier question to himself. I still want to become Hokage. Only then can I earn everyone's recognition and protect everyone from harm. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will never let the ones who harmed Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu go unpunished. With his heart racing, Naruto strode confidently into Konoha. Though he was unsure how he had ended up outside the village after sleeping peacefully atop the Hokage monument, he was certain that what he had just witnessed, the injured Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu, was a significant event. At merely 6 years old, Naruto's youthful mind yearned to share his experiences with his friends. He instinctively thought of his new friend, Uchiha Madara. This bloody scene was something Sasuke had undoubtedly never encountered. He needed to tell him. Together, they would uncover the perpetrator responsible for the injuries inflicted upon Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu and ensure that justice was served. Chapter 27. Make your move, Itachi. Annihilate the clan in front of Sasuke. Meanwhile, Itachi and Obito had arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. It was already late at night, and most shops in Konoha were closed. The Uchiha clan's members had long retired, conserving energy for the impending coup planned for the early hours of the morning. At this moment, the Uchiha territory was eerily silent. Not a single clan member realized the impending massacre planned by Itachi and Obito. Itachi, do not betray our agreement. Once your clan's annihilation is complete, join my Akatsuki organization and assist me in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan, Obito reminded him. With an expressionless face, Itachi unsheathed his katana, his heart in turmoil. Obito, do not betray our agreement. If you encounter Sasuke. Before Itachi could finish his sentence, Obito interrupted, I understand. I will ensure Sasuke's safety. Itachi remained silent, taking steps toward the first home of the clan members before him. Just a few paces in, he heard Obito's mocking laughter behind him. I truly do not understand why you cherish that useless Sasuke so much. The moment the words left Obito's mouth, Itachi spun around, the blade glinting ominously as it was leveled at Obito's neck. Obito gasped, quickly backpedaling. Itachi, I was merely making an offhand comment. There's no need to be so angry. I do not like to hear such words. All right. I won't say it again. I'll just praise Sasuke from now on, Obito quickly conceded. And Itachi finally sheathed his sword. Tobirama then spoke. Itachi, I fail to comprehend why you annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. A mere child, how could he possibly endure such torment? Your actions will undeniably render his future existence a living hell. Given your affection for him, how can you bear witness to his inevitable suffering? In my view, it would be more merciful to grant him a swift end. Upon hearing this, Itachi fell silent for a few moments, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes as he sighed. Obito, you do not understand. Understand what? Hate can foster growth. After the completion of the clan's extermination plan, I shall be deemed a pariah of the Uchiha. Sasuke will direct all his hatred towards me. He will not despise Konoha. Only me. This hatred can serve as his motivation to survive and perhaps even augment his strength. Is that so, Itachi? I now grasp your benevolent intentions. Indeed, hatred has the capacity to cultivate growth. Tobarama's eyes quivered slightly as he recalled the moment he witnessed his dearest friend murder the woman he loved. The overwhelming surge of hatred compelled his Sharingan to evolve from its basic form to the Manjiki in that instant. On that fateful night, he had already perished. The being he was now existed solely for the sake of hatred, to create a world where Rin could thrive. Itachi continued, "If Sasuke is at home, I would allow him to witness how I slaughtered our kin." His heart was ashen, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze reflecting a haunting vacancy. "If Sasuke has yet to return, I shall await his arrival after the massacre, then use Tsukuyomi to recreate the scene of the clan's demise for him. I believe that after witnessing such a traumatic event, Sasuke's Sharingan may awaken to its third tomo." Tobirama could not help but exclaim, "Itachi, your sacrifices for Konoha and your brother are truly immense. The extermination not only prevents a coup by the Uchiha, saving Konoha, but it also allows Sasuke to mature rapidly through his hatred. This benefits both Konoha and Sasuke, but it is exceedingly cruel for the Uchiha clan. A burden of guilt that rests solely upon your shoulders." Tobirama, however, showed little concern for this, urging, "Itachi, proceed swiftly. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall assist you. With my presence, your execution of the clan's extermination tonight will undoubtedly proceed smoothly." As his words faded, a cold light glimmered on Itachi's blade. He took a step forward, his gaze resolute and filled with murderous intent, racing towards a nearby Uchiha residence. Yet, just as he had dashed a few paces, a voice, familiar and unmistakable, echoed, "Itachi, at last, I've found you. I've been searching for you all day." Itachi halted, recognizing the voice of his younger brother, Sasuke. Turning towards the sound, his heart trembled. Tobirama, sensing the shift, turned with a hint of caution, only to see a 7-year-old child waddling towards them, burping contentedly. It was Uchiha Obito, his lips smeared with the remnants of dango, his belly round and full. Yet he was still hungry. The dango was simply too delicious. And if not for the debts he owed, he would have indulged in 30 more servings. After leaving the dango shop, he had a singular purpose: to find his elder brother, Itachi, to have him repay his debts. Earlier, he had informed the dango shop owner that he would settle the payment that very night. As a prominent member of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's founders, he had always been a man of his word. Thus, he must drag Itachi along to settle the debt. "Itachi, is this your brother?" Tobirama's vigilance eased slightly, and he spoke with a hint of mockery, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall in an amused posture. "Sasuke has arrived at the perfect moment. Let us begin. Itachi, execute your plan to exterminate the clan before Sasuke's eyes and eliminate all the Uchiha in the territory. I am most curious to see, under the weight of such intense hatred, to what degree Sasuke's Sharingan might awaken. With such profound hatred impacting him, could Sasuke's Sharingan evolve directly into the Manjiki, just as Itachi's had?" The anticipation lingered in the air. If Sasuke's Sharingan could indeed transform into the Manjiki, his power would undoubtedly surge. Should that come to pass, it might be prudent to consider incorporating Sasuke into the Akatsuki to have him serve their cause. "Itachi, what are you waiting for? Are you still hesitating due to your brotherly bond? There is no need. Act decisively and eliminate your clan members who are poised for rebellion right before Sasuke," Tobirama urged, filled with anticipation. Chapter 28. Apologizing to Sasuke before Itachi could make a move, Uchiha Obito's gaze turned towards him, briefly glancing at Tobirama. A peculiar sensation arose within Obito. He felt he could control this masked man. Yes, he could indeed exert control. This masked figure bore his cursed seal. How strange. Why would this individual possess my cursed seal? In my time, all those upon whom I had planted the cursed seal were dead, without exception. It was inconceivable that anyone could still be alive. Without hesitation, Uchiha Obito addressed Itachi loudly. "Who is that fellow behind you, whining and wearing an exceedingly ugly mask? He seems rather dim-witted." At this, Tobirama faltered momentarily. The displeasure was evident in his expression, concealed by the swirling mask. Was Itachi's little brother insulting his appearance? Insulting his intelligence? Considering Sasuke's youth, he refrained from retaliating and simply said to Itachi, "Itachi, for the sake of your brother, I shall overlook his rudeness." Before he could finish, Uchiha Obito interrupted. "Hey, you there. What were you saying about me? Speak louder. Let me hear you." Out of the corner of his eye, Tobirama noticed Obito casually shake his leg. The next moment, a swift sound tore through the air. Uchiha Obito had merely kicked a small stone at the ground, and in an instant, it shot towards Tobirama like lightning. Tobirama refrained from using Kimui. It was unnecessary against a 7-year-old's attack. To employ such a technique would be overly embarrassing. He sidestepped just in time, but the gust from the projectile tore a hole in his outer garment. Turning to look back, he saw the stone pierce a nearby tree trunk, continuing its trajectory until it vanished from sight. The sheer force was terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, Obito felt a tightening in his heart. Itachi, your younger brother demonstrates remarkable prowess in physical techniques. Itachi turned to look, and upon realizing this was the work of his brother, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The seemingly casual act of kicking a small stone had unleashed destruction more potent than a shuriken. Such physical skill even rivaled his own. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the peculiar expressions of Itachi and Obito. Nonchalantly holding 2 strings of dango, he approached with his head held high, practically directing his nostrils at Obito, and inquired, "Speak. What were you just discussing about me? I have a rather irritable temper and detest being spoken of behind my back. If you wish to discuss me in my presence, I would respect you for it." Madara was straightforward. Taking into account that this masked individual was a junior, he had already shown restraint. Otherwise, the small stone he had just kicked would not have merely grazed Obito's cloud-patterned attire. In his former era, had he known someone was speaking ill of him, even if that individual were a leader from another nation, his temper would have compelled him to single-handedly invade that nation and slay its leader. However, at this moment, Obito still regarded Madara with disdain. His exposed right eye behind the mask glimmered with evident displeasure. "Itachi, your brother is crossing the line. How can you allow him to treat me with such disrespect?" Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "How I discipline my brother is not your concern. Besides, he is merely 7 years old, just a child. You need not hold him accountable." "Fine," Obito sighed, taking a deep breath, ultimately deciding to endure. Were it not for his previous agreement with Itachi to protect Sasuke's life, he would have instantly killed Sasuke for his earlier insolence. "Apologize to my brother and greet him," Itachi reminded. "What?" Obito was taken aback. "You want me to apologize to your brother? The one who just attacked me was him. If you hadn't spoken ill of my brother, he wouldn't have struck you. Yet, he called my mask ugly and suggested I am not very clever." Obito's voice was tinged with ire. He had expected Itachi to reprimand Sasuke on his behalf, only to be surprised when Itachi defended his impolite younger brother instead. It was infuriating, and Obito felt as if he were being bullied by the 2 brothers. "This is utterly unreasonable. I was summoned by Itachi to assist in the clan's annihilation. He should be on my side. The extermination plan is the priority, not protecting Sasuke. Does Itachi not understand the gravity of the situation?" Obito glared in dissatisfaction and chastised, "Itachi, do not allow your ill-mannered brother to hinder our extermination plan." Before he could finish, Madara interjected, "You dare accuse me of being uncouth? You truly lack respect and understanding of propriety." With that, there was a swift whoosh. This time, the speed was even greater. Obito barely had time to react before something struck his mask with tremendous force, causing him to stagger backward in pain. Cracks appeared on his mask. Looking down, he discovered that the object that had collided with his mask was a dango. "Sasuke, what is your meaning?" Obito, unable to contain himself, glared at Madara. Madara, holding another dango, responded, "What do you mean? Can't you understand? I'm hitting you. Or did you think I was inviting you to share my dango?" Seeing that Madara was about to continue his onslaught, Itachi stepped forward and raised a hand to stop him. "Sasuke, hold on. My friend was in the wrong. I will have him apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Madara ceased his aggression. For Itachi's sake, he could afford to pause. After all, he had come to have Itachi settle the dango debt he owed him. A modicum of respect was due. At this moment, Itachi realized the situation was deteriorating. His younger brother had become far more irritable than before. Sasuke could not be allowed to continue his antics, for it would escalate beyond merely throwing stones and dango. The fierce fire in the clan's hidden forest was vividly etched in Itachi's memory. According to his father, that inferno, which required the entire clan's strength to extinguish, had been conjured by Sasuke's fire techniques. If Sasuke continued to act out, should he unleash his fire techniques again, it would surely alert the clan. The extermination plan would become untenable, and the clansmen would likely instigate a coup, leading to the downfall of Konoha, which would be seized by other nations. Such an outcome was something Itachi desperately wished to avoid. The utmost priority was to calm Sasuke's emotions. Obito, quickly, apologize to my brother, Itachi urged in a low voice. Otherwise, our extermination plan cannot proceed. Exchanging a glance with Itachi, Obito nodded gently. The greater good was paramount. He had made a decision. I will apologize to your brother. But Itachi, I recall you mentioning that your brother has yet to awaken his Sharingan, correct? Yes, Sasuke has not yet activated his Sharingan. Then it will be simple. Your brother possesses excellent physical prowess, but his ability to resist Jinjutsu must be lacking. I will apologize to him, thereby lowering his guard, and then cast my Jinjutsu to control him. After that, you may proceed with your extermination plan. Upon hearing this, Itachi hesitated for a moment and replied, You must ensure your Jinjutsu is controlled properly and does not inflict any real harm on Sasuke. Obito's tone carried a hint of mockery. I assure you, I will not harm Sasuke, Itachi. You may now execute your extermination plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Madara, not far ahead, had already approached. He looked at the two, a dango in his mouth, and mumbled, What were you just discussing? I think I heard something about an extermination plan. Care to enlighten me? Itachi and Obito ignored Sasuke's inquiry, exchanging knowing glances before springing into action. Sasuke, I apologize. I was in the wrong for speaking ill of you behind your back. Obito stepped forward, bending slightly as if to coax a child, addressing Sasuke. As he spoke, the right eye revealed by his mask turned a vivid red. 3 Tomo spun rapidly. The Jinjutsu had already been cast upon Uchiha Madara. Obito was confident in his Jinjutsu. He acknowledged only Itachi as superior in that domain. Moreover, Sasuke was merely a 7-year-old child who had yet to awaken his Sharingan. He would have no means to resist. Obito stood up, his voice low as he informed Itachi. Itachi, Sasuke is now under my Jinjutsu's control. We can commence the extermination plan. As an aside, Obito added, Your brother is rather bothersome, Itachi. Itachi remained silent, drawing his blade and leaping onto a power pole. His eyes, once dark, now burned crimson. Memories of times spent with his clan flashed through his mind. With a sigh, his heart ached. Itachi knew that his decision tonight would haunt him for a lifetime. To turn against his kin was a fate he deeply wished to avoid. Yet, burdened with too much, he understood that some actions were unavoidable. Some choices must be made. From a young age, having become a double agent for both his country and family, he ultimately chose his country. He remained uncertain whether this choice was right or wrong. All he knew was that if he did not act, not only would his family face annihilation, but the nation he pledged allegiance to would also be eradicated by others, leading to the massacre of all citizens of Konoha. As the plan for extermination unfolded, at the very least, his brother Sasuke would survive, nurtured by his hatred towards him. Sasuke, forgive me. In the days to come, let your hatred for me flourish, Itachi murmured as he cast a glance at Sasuke. However, before Itachi could commence the slaughter of his clan, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Sasuke, previously ensnared by Obito's Jinjutsu, had moved. Who are you calling annoying? I find you to be the nuisance. Sasuke's fist struck Obito with unrelenting force. Obito, who had been gazing at Itachi in anticipation of witnessing the massacre, was caught off guard. A sudden, excruciating pain seized his abdomen, and before he could utilize Kamui to evade, his body was sent hurtling like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently into a utility pole. The pole bent and collapsed, while Itachi, who had been crouched upon it, fell to the ground. Obito rose. Though pained, he remained unscathed, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke, surprise flickering in his eyes. Sasuke, you broke my Jinjutsu? Chapter 29. Not eating is disrespectful. You cast a Jinjutsu on me? Uchiha Madara replied, tinged with impatience. Your Jinjutsu is utterly incompetent. Obito clenched his teeth, his jaw tight, rendered speechless. Sasuke's actions had completely defied his expectations. His Jinjutsu had claimed countless powerful lives. Yet Sasuke had the audacity to deem it incompetent? Even Itachi would not dare to make such an assessment. Yet, it appeared that Sasuke indeed possessed the right to voice such an opinion. For the Sasuke who had once succumbed to his illusion should have been rendered entirely immobile, merely a spectator to Itachi's act of clan extermination. Yet at this moment, he exhibited not a hint of being under a Jinjutsu. Moreover, the sudden punch had come with such swiftness that Obito was caught completely off guard, and the force was too great to withstand. Sasuke, I truly underestimated you. From that moment forth, Obito could no longer overlook Sasuke. His tone when addressing him shifted from one of condescension to a grave recognition. Your strength surpasses my expectations. You must have awakened your Sharingan, haven't you? The Sharingan? I've had that for a long time, Madara nonchalantly replied, popping a dumpling into his mouth. He had awakened his Sharingan over 70 years ago, at a time when the two youths before him had yet to be conceived. Upon hearing this, Itachi turned to Sasuke, his eyes trembling slightly. He was unaware of when his younger brother had awakened his Sharingan. However, upon reflection, Itachi deduced that Sasuke must have sensed his intentions to harm their clan, deepening his hatred, which in turn accelerated his growth, leading to the awakening of his Sharingan. Indeed, hatred could foster Sasuke's development, and the speed of that growth exceeded Itachi's expectations. Itachi found it hard to imagine just how intense Sasuke's hatred would be, having witnessed the entire process of his clan's demise, and how this hatred would propel his growth to unparalleled heights. Indeed, Sasuke, you possess the potential to become an extraordinary powerhouse. I hold great hope for you, and now I understand why your brother is so protective of you, Obito remarked, his gaze towards Sasuke betraying unmasked admiration. Although Sasuke's earlier actions had been exceedingly rude and irksome, the potential he displayed was enough to alter Obito's perception of him. True strength often comes with its peculiarities. Each member of his Akatsuki organization was a formidable force in their own right, and all possessed idiosyncrasies that made them unsettling. Obito had long since grown accustomed to this. Initially, Obito had merely sought to recruit Itachi into his Akatsuki organization. However, at this moment, his aspirations had evolved. Not only Itachi, but he also intended to enlist Sasuke into the Akatsuki, to assist him in gathering tailed beasts and realizing the Moon Eye plan. Of course, given Sasuke's youth, regardless of his prowess, he was still merely remarkable. Persuading him to join the Akatsuki could be a matter for future consideration. At this moment, upon hearing Obito's praise, Madara felt his disdain for Obito begin to dissipate. He waved his hand dismissively at Obito. Indeed, that's the attitude befitting a sincere apology. I won't hold a grudge against the child's play genjutsu you cast upon me. My earlier punch can be considered a way to smooth over our previous unpleasantness. In light of your friendship with Itachi, I shall refrain from further trouble. Madara had a string of dumplings left. As he spoke, he broke off one and tossed it to Obito. Try it. These 3-colored dumplings are delightful. I've eaten dozens of them today. Obito caught the dumpling but felt no desire to eat it. He found it quite unsanitary that Sasuke had tossed him a dumpling without washing his hands, and he instinctively considered discarding it. Yet Madara watched him, leisurely stating, refusing to eat it is tantamount to disrespecting me. Was he threatening him? Obito's expression hardened. Had this been before, he would have easily dismissed such a threat from Sasuke. However, the circumstances had shifted. Despite his youth, Sasuke's displayed potential was nothing short of astonishing. Allowing Sasuke to continue his growth might even lead him to surpass the deceased Uchiha Shursui. Should he join Obito's Akatsuki, it would undoubtedly accelerate Obito's realization of the Moon Eye plan. For the time being, it was essential not to offend Sasuke. Eating the dumpling he offered was hardly a significant matter, even if Sasuke had not washed his hands. Without hesitation, Obito turned his face slightly, gently lifting his spiral mask to pop the dumpling into his mouth. It tasted quite delightful, sweet and satisfying. Hey, isn't it delicious? Madara inquired. Yes, it's very delicious. Obito replied honestly. Of course, these dumplings were Itachi's favorite, and I enjoy them as well, Madara said with a smile. Sharing food he loved and receiving acknowledgement from another was a delightful feeling, reminiscent of the days when he and Hashirama called each other brothers. Back then, the grilled fish he prepared was also a favorite of Hashirama's. Want more? I have plenty, Madara called out to Obito. Yes. Subsequently, Madara tossed another dumpling to Obito, who savored it with great enjoyment. The familiar taste brought back memories of his childhood in Konoha, where his father had also bought him such delectable dumplings. Only for tragedy to strike soon after, leaving him bereft of his parents in the chaos of war. Those cherished memories now felt painfully bittersweet. As he chewed on the dumpling, Obito remarked to Madara, Sasuke, your act of tossing a dumpling at me without washing your hands is quite unsanitary. I don't care about hygiene. Having something to eat is good enough for you. You're quite the fuss, Madara scoffed. In the war-torn era he had lived through, where flames engulfed the land and famine was rampant, countless refugees had perished from starvation. Even though the Uchiha clan, of which he was a part, was a renowned and illustrious family, they held a particular reverence for food. To have something to eat was a blessing in itself, and concerns regarding hygiene were of little consequence. By the way, let me remind you, The 2 dumplings I just offered you are not free. Payment is expected. Uchiha Obito remarked towards Kakashi. What? Kakashi paused mid-chew. Are you trying to conduct business with me? Chapter 30. Kakashi, are you impersonating Uchiha Obito in front of me? And that telephone pole. Uchiha Obito pointed seriously at the fallen telephone pole behind Kakashi. That is a pole on my family's territory. You damaged it. And the repairs will be quite troublesome and costly. Sasuke, you clearly struck me with an unexpected punch, causing the pole to break. Kakashi protested, feeling quite disgruntled. Isn't that just a reflection of your own lack of skill? Had you been capable, you would have withstood my punch, wouldn't you? How about this? You hit me once, and I will allow you to retaliate, but you must compensate me for the telephone pole. Uchiha Obito stepped directly in front of Kakashi, arms outstretched, feigning defenselessness. You little rascal, Kakashi clenched his fists, a sense of frustration brewing within him. It felt as if he had been outsmarted by Sasuke. After having given him 2 questionable dumplings, he was now being asked for payment. Having been struck and having broken the pole, while suffering from pain all over, he was still expected to pay for the pole. It was absurd, clearly. He was the victim here. At that moment, Kakashi was tempted to strike Sasuke to vent his frustrations. However, he knew he could not afford to ruin their relationship. Children are the most prone to holding grudges. He still hoped that when Sasuke grew up, he would join his Akatsuki organization and assist in his Moonai plan, allowing him to create a world with Rin. Moreover, Kakashi sensed Itachi's piercing gaze resting squarely upon him. That threatening look felt like a blade slicing through the air. If he were to retaliate against Sasuke, it might lead to resentment, but it was far more likely that he would face Itachi's wrath instead. Kakashi could feel that Itachi, without question, protected his younger brother Sasuke with unwavering loyalty. Are you going to hit me or not? If not, then pay up. Stop dawdling, Uchiha Obito urged, looking up at Kakashi with impatient annoyance. Fine, I can't be bothered to argue with you, Kakashi replied discontentedly. He pulled out his wallet and extracted a few bills from the thick stack, handing them to Uchiha Obito. Here, take your money. However, Uchiha Obito swiftly snatched Kakashi's wallet away. This scene was all too familiar to Itachi, who observed with keen interest. Hey Sasuke, what are you doing? Are you robbing me? Kakashi yelled angrily. Give me back my wallet. Uchiha Obito stepped aside a few paces, inspecting Kakashi's bulging wallet with satisfaction at the thick stack of cash within. He looked up and tossed Kakashi's wallet back to him. Here, your wallet is returned. That's more like it. There should be limits to this nonsense. Kakashi's tone softened slightly. In the next moment, however, his anger flared anew as he waved his now deflated wallet at Uchiha Obito. Just the wallet? What about my money? I've taken that as payment for the 2 dumplings you ate and for the repairs of the pole you damaged, Uchiha Obito replied nonchalantly. You still have a few bills left, which I've decided to leave you as a courtesy, considering you are Itachi's friend. That's quite generous of me. Kakashi's expression tightened, feeling an overwhelming sense of indignation. This was excessive. It was utterly humiliating to be robbed by a 7-year-old child. Fury surged within Kakashi as he glared at Itachi. Aren't you going to do something about your brother's behavior? I can't, Itachi shook his head. He robbed me using the same method earlier today. Kakashi's face fell. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Yet, he was unwilling to be mocked by Sasuke. Sasuke, do you even know who I am? I advise you to return my money right now, Kakashi threatened. By the way, who are you? Uchiha Obito inquired with a hint of curiosity. I am a member of your Uchiha clan. Oh, my clan member? Sasuke, do you know who the strongest among your clan is? Of course, it is Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito answered without hesitation. I am Uchiha Obito, Kakashi exclaimed, his tone dripping with menace as he glared at Uchiha Obito. I am the strongest of the Uchiha clan, and I merely choose not to hold you accountable. But your antics have gone too far. I warn you, if you do not return my money, I will take action against you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito remained unfazed. He found Kakashi's threat rather amusing. This masked figure before him, claiming to be Uchiha Obito, was nothing more than a joke. However, he did feel a sense of pride that Kakashi considered him the strongest of the Uchiha clan, which was flattering in its own right. Uchiha Obito didn't even glance at Kakashi, simply extending his small hand to point at him while turning to Itachi. Itachi, your friend here seems rather dim-witted. He claims to be Uchiha Obito? What a childish ruse. I am Uchiha Obito. With that, Uchiha Obito lost interest in Kakashi, returning to counting the money he had taken. Watching this unfold, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. His identity had been exposed. Sasuke didn't believe him, which was quite unusual. Previously, he had wreaked havoc on the world under the guise of Uchiha Obito, and no one had doubted him. Even during the Nine Tails incident, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had believed in his disguise. Only Itachi had questioned his identity. Kakashi could understand Itachi's doubt, given his illusionary prowess. However, why on earth would a mere 7-year-old like Sasuke doubt him? Sasuke, perhaps my earlier display of power was too restrained, leading you to doubt my identity. At that moment, the anger within Kakashi ignited. While he could not deceive Itachi, surely he could fool Sasuke. He fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Obito, who was engrossed in counting his money. The eye revealed beneath his mask glowed a vivid red, 3 tomos swirling and connecting. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now, witness the might of Uchiha Obito. Chapter 31. Just because I am Uchiha Obito. As the words escaped his lips, the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. The space around Kakashi distorted and rotated, pulling him in. In the next moment, Kakashi emerged from the warped space beside Uchiha Obito, who looked on with astonishment. Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Can you manipulate space with it? Indeed, Kakashi replied proudly. No, this isn't merely a simple space movement. It resembles spatial marking. Akin to that scoundrel Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, requiring a mark to be made in space for directed movement, Uchiha Obito observed keenly. Having taken in every detail of Kakashi's activation of the technique, this ability was entirely new to him. Uchiha Madara meticulously analyzed the abilities of Obito's Kimui. Once you activate Kimui, you must enter a specific space, then manifest it through spatial markings, creating the illusion that you have traversed dimensions. Frankly, your ability is quite impressive. It truly lives up to the divine aspect suggested by its name. A trace of admiration flickered in Madara's gaze. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression tightened. He had only utilized Kimui once in front of Sasuke. Yet Sasuke had deduced its capabilities with remarkable accuracy. Not only Obito, but even Itachi wore a look of astonishment. Your ability is indeed quite useful in battle. Capable of drawing enemies into that space, while simultaneously casting illusions upon them, ultimately leading to their demise, Madara continued his analysis. With these words, Obito's face fell. He had merely demonstrated Kimui briefly in front of Sasuke, yet Sasuke had intricately analyzed its combat applications. This kid Sasuke seems far more astute than he appears. He possesses a remarkable analytical ability. Obito couldn't help but express his admiration. Turning to Itachi, he added, Itachi, Sasuke truly is your brother. Itachi remained silent, his expression grave. In his understanding, Sasuke's combat analysis skills had not always been so refined. They had only developed recently, undoubtedly fueled by his hatred. A hatred stemming from his awareness of the harm he would inflict upon their clan. Itachi found it increasingly difficult to fathom just how much hatred he had bestowed upon Sasuke after executing the clan's massacre, and what heights that would propel Sasuke to. Since you can analyze my Kimui's capabilities, you must also recognize its strengths, right? Obito addressed Uchiha Madara. I must concede that your Kimui is indeed a formidable ability. Madara replied candidly. Obito's expression softened. He finally received a compliment from Sasuke. If it had come from another child, he might not have thought much of it. But Sasuke was different. He recognized Sasuke's potential and understood his sharp perspective, especially given Sasuke's previously rebellious demeanor. Thus, receiving praise from him brought a sense of comfort to Obito. Sasuke, do tell me, just how powerful is my Kimui? Obito inquired further. Very powerful, at the very least. It would serve exceptionally well as a storage facility. What? A storage facility? Obito exclaimed. Indeed, a storage facility. Do not underestimate its importance. During wartime, strategic supplies are crucial, often determining the outcome of battles. Your Kamui can carry vast amounts of strategic resources and enables instantaneous transport through spatial markings. Enough. Obito's expression darkened. He could no longer contain himself. Sasuke, I ask you, do you still doubt that I am Uchiha Madara? I do not believe, came the reply. Why not? Because Uchiha Madara cannot wield Kimui, Madara stated calmly. To speak plainly, he indeed could not. This ability was unique to Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, one he did not possess and had only witnessed for the first time. Having been reborn directly from the war era into Sasuke's body, it was natural for him to subconsciously associate Kamui with the strategic transport of resources from that time. Stop pretending and just tell me your name. It is truly childish to impersonate Uchiha Madara in front of me, Madara said, his impatience evident. Obito's displeasure grew. How could he be chastised for childishness by a mere 7-year-old? By age alone, he was significantly older than Sasuke. Just as Obito was about to continue his argument, Itachi interjected, "Enough, Akatsuki. Stop pretending. My brother has already seen through your guise as Uchiha Madara. Remember, we must focus on the matter at hand." "Fine. Since Itachi has revealed the truth, I might as well admit it," Obito conceded. However, the feeling of having been exposed by a 7-year-old was rather disheartening. After all, his impersonation of Uchiha Madara had deceived many, including the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, he had been seen through by both Itachi and Sasuke. "I truly cannot deal with you two brothers," Obito sighed. "Sasuke, you may use my money, but you must promise me one thing." Madara continued counting Obito's bills without raising his head. "Since I have taken your money, I can't afford to be a bit lenient with you. I won't hold a grudge for what you said behind my back. So, what is it that you want me to agree to?" "I need you to keep my continued use of Uchiha Madara's identity a secret," Obito stated honestly. Oh, Madara was intrigued. Why was this masked figure so insistent on impersonating him? "You are called Akatsuki, right?" Sasuke asked without looking up. "Yes, I am Akatsuki." "Then tell me, what do you need Uchiha Madara's identity for?" "I wish to gather all the tailed beasts to realize a grand plan, the Eye of the Moon plan, so that the entire world may bask in a beautiful environment, free from war." At this revelation, Madara paused mid-count. Gather all the tailed beasts in the Eye of the Moon plan. Wasn't that the very plan he had seen inscribed on the stone tablet at the Southern Shrine? How did Akatsuki know of this plan? At once, Madara ceased counting the money he had taken from Obito and questioned, "Akatsuki, how do you know of the Eye of the Moon plan?" "It is Uchiha Madara's dying wish. The plan he entrusted to me, which is why I live under his name." "Do not speak nonsense. What you say is true. This is indeed Uchiha Madara's dying wish." "Nonsense. His dying wish." Madara did not believe such claims. In his understanding, he had never truly died. Just yesterday, he had battled Hashirama, and today he had traversed time, reborn in Sasuke's body. Had he ever conveyed his wishes to Obito? It was only natural for Madara to harbor such thoughts. After all, the Madara who inhabited Sasuke was not the original, but rather a fragment of his soul, lacking the memories of the full entity that had perished at Hashirama's hands. Thus, he believed Obito's assertions to be mere fabrications. "Sasuke, I speak only the truth to you, you little brat. Why do you not believe me?" Obito's frustration boiled over. "Because I am Uchiha Madara." Madara's tone was resolute, his voice unwavering. Chapter 32. I have taken an interest in joining the extermination plan. In that moment, an invisible aura seemed to emanate from the 7-year-old child, pressing down upon Obito and Itachi. As the words settled, both Obito and Itachi turned their gazes toward Uchiha Madara. Itachi merely glanced for a second before averting his eyes, a thought emerging in his mind. How peculiar. For that fleeting moment, I almost believed my brother's absurd claims. Clearly, Obito was the more credible one when it came to impersonating Madara, considering that his brother was still not tall enough by any measure. Uchiha Madara's height could not possibly be as diminutive as Sasuke's current stature. "Sasuke, it is one thing for me to masquerade as Uchiha Madara. But do not spout such nonsense." Obito could not help but chuckle. "I speak the truth. I truly am Uchiha Madara," Madara insisted. Obito smiled and pointed at him, addressing Itachi beside him. "Itachi, your younger brother is quite adorable. He cannot even tell a lie. Such childishness is to be expected." Madara, however, was disinclined to debate. He understood that, given his current identity, even if he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. This outcome was, in fact, what Madara had anticipated. Until his strength was restored to its prime, it was prudent for him to conceal his true identity. "Enough. I do not care whether you believe my identity," Madara said impatiently. "I permit you to impersonate Uchiha Madara. I find your Moon Eye plan agreeable. You approve?" Obito's gaze fell upon Madara. "Indeed, I approve," Madara replied, lowering his head to continue counting the money he had seized from Obito. This scene caught Obito off guard. His Moon Eye plan had gained Sasuke's approval so easily? Why was that? Upon reflection, Obito deduced the reason. It must be due to the money. He had given Sasuke a considerable sum, thus Sasuke aligned with his idea. It was unexpected that at such a young age, Sasuke placed such importance on wealth. This attitude mirrored that of a member of his Akatsuki organization named Kakazu. If Sasuke were to join the Akatsuki in the future, Pairing him with Kakazu for missions to capture tailed beasts would likely yield a harmonious collaboration, achieving results with half the effort. Obito instinctively asked, "So, Sasuke, would you be interested in joining my Akatsuki? The purpose of my organization is to execute the Moon Eye plan." "Not interested," Madara interjected without hesitation. "I never join any organization. If I wish to carry out the Moon Eye plan, I can accomplish it on my own without the need for a team. Sasuke, you are still young and exhibit the potential to surpass your peers. It is only natural to harbor such lofty aspirations. Many things will become clear as you mature. The Moon Eye plan cannot be realized through the strength of one alone. Assistance is essential. At that time, you may consider joining my Akatsuki," Obito patiently counseled. It was not unusual for Sasuke to resist guidance at his young age. When he grew older and encountered the vastness of the world, he would inevitably grasp the wisdom of knowing there are greater forces beyond oneself. By then, persuading Sasuke to join the Akatsuki would not be too late. Sasuke's stance was indeed a delightful surprise for Obito. As long as Sasuke continued to endorse his Moon Eye plan, the opportunity for him to join the Akatsuki would always exist. It was foreseeable that as Sasuke matured, he would become a formidable force. At that moment, joining the Akatsuki would undoubtedly make him a significant asset. Indeed, Obito found himself eagerly anticipating Sasuke's growth. "Sasuke, weren't you previously curious about the clan extermination plan that Itachi and I are about to undertake? What precisely is it about?" "Oh right," Madara replied, having finished counting Obito's money, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. It was still insufficient to settle his debt with the dumpling shop owner. It seemed he would have to ask Itachi for more money shortly. However, at this moment, hearing Obito's mention of the clan extermination plan piqued Madara's curiosity. "Do tell. What is the essence of your extermination plan with Itachi? If I find it intriguing, I might consider joining." "Sasuke, are you interested in joining the extermination plan?" A hint of mockery flickered in Obito's gaze. He exchanged glances with Itachi, who nodded silently, drawing his sword and beginning to move towards a nearby Uchiha household. The moon was bright, and the night sky was tranquil. The Uchiha clansmen had retired early to conserve their energy for the impending coup. In the streets, only Madara, Itachi, and Obito remained. A profound silence enveloped them. Itachi's eyes reflected a chilling intent, and his resolve was firm. The extermination plan was now in motion. Before acting, Itachi exchanged a knowing glance with Obito. It was time to inform Sasuke of the extermination. Despite Sasuke's immense potential, he was no match for Obito. The previous injury Sasuke inflicted on Obito was merely due to Obito's unwillingness to engage seriously. He had underestimated Sasuke, not anticipating that he had activated his Sharingan. This time, he would hold nothing back. "So, this is the extermination plan. Why complicate things? I understand. In simpler terms, it's merely a defensive drill for our Uchiha clan." Quite an impressive performance. Upon grasping the nature of Itachi and Obito's extermination plan, Madara felt a surge of satisfaction. Itachi intends to eliminate the entire clan? Impossible. Itachi, being an Uchiha himself, would never commit such an egregious act against his own kin. Such barbarity is beyond even my capabilities, let alone Itachi's. Clearly, Itachi was conducting a drill. Madara understood now. In this era, the Uchiha clan's drills were referred to as extermination plans. The title indeed carried an imposing weight. It sounded as if they intended to eradicate their own kin. Excellent. This is the attitude a drill should embody. Madara gazed down the street, his eyes gleaming with light as he applauded. Intriguing. I am now inclined to join the extermination plan. Chapter 33. Itachi, do you wish to dance? Itachi was sufficiently far from Madara and Obito to be unable to hear their conversation. He did not halt his steps, his killing intent palpable. He did not look back. He had already witnessed Obito's strength. Entrusting Sasuke's protection to Obito also meant controlling him. This gave him confidence. What he was about to do was certainly not a drill. He had genuinely resolved to harm his kin. Without turning back, Itachi continued towards the home of a clansman. Soon enough, when Sasuke witnessed him take the life of the first Uchiha, he would comprehend the truth and inevitably accept reality, beginning to harbor hatred towards him and subsequently grow stronger. Obito's thoughts mirrored Itachi's. He fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Do you believe Itachi is merely conducting a drill? Is that not the case? Not only is Itachi engaged in a drill, but the clan members are also participating in this exercise. Uchiha Madara stated with certainty. Otherwise, at this hour, it is not too late. The streets of Konoha are still brightly lit. Under normal circumstances, The clan members would not have extinguished their lights and gone to bed so early. They are evidently coordinating with Itachi for a defensive drill, extinguishing their lights and treating Itachi as an enemy, ready to respond to his assault at any moment. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but applaud. Excellent, truly excellent. In this era of peace, the clan still remembers the hardships of the Uchiha during wartime, remaining diligent and practicing their combat skills, cohesion, and unity through drills. This is indeed commendable. Madara's praise was heartfelt. In his time, he often led the clan in offensive and defensive drills, ensuring that they remained vigilant through nighttime exercises, much like the current situation. However, in those days, there were always individuals who took things lightly, failing to regard the drills seriously, which infuriated Madara. Yet now, the clan's drill appears to be quite successful. He could not see a single household with their lights on, clearly all prepared to defend against Itachi. Sasuke, understand clearly, this is not a drill, this is real. Obito emphasized. You're doing quite well in your role. Even though I can tell this is a drill, you remain immersed in your character. Excellent work. Madara commended. Obito took a deep breath, feeling a lump in his chest, momentarily at a loss as to how to explain to Sasuke. He had plainly informed Sasuke that the extermination plan was for Itachi to kill all the clan members. Yet here was Sasuke, this young boy, firmly believing that the entire Uchiha clan was engaged in a defensive drill, even praising the clan and Itachi with a tone of false maturity. This sensation was unbearable, akin to playing a lute to a cow. He could not fathom how Sasuke's mind worked. This child had clearly not witnessed much of the world and had too little experience. Explaining such matters to a child was indeed arduous. Come on, Itachi, hurry up, don't dawdle. Kill your clan members. Obito urged impatiently. Yes, Itachi. Even though it is a drill, treat it as if it were real. Madara urged as well. Stop hesitating like a coward. Give it your all and kill. That is the only way to honor the clan's efforts in this drill. Madara felt the blood within him boiling. This remarkably realistic drill made him feel as though he was transported back to his own time. By the way, Madara turned to Obito and asked, "What role are you playing in this drill?" "Me? I'm responsible for protecting you," Obito instinctively replied. Afterward, he stressed, "Sasuke, listen carefully, this is not a drill. It is real." Obito's tone carried a hint of impatience. "Forget it. I don't feel like explaining. You'll see soon enough." However, before he could finish, Sasuke interrupted. "I don't need protection. I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. I must join in this offensive and defensive drill." As soon as he finished speaking, Madara immediately entered the role of the drill. Given the current situation, all clan members were playing the defensive role while Itachi was the attacker. Thus, he too would play the defender, protecting his clan. Since it appeared that Itachi was the sole attacker, it was evident that his strength was recognized by the current Uchiha clan members. Coincidentally, Madara could also evaluate Itachi's prowess, which would indirectly reflect the overall strength of the Uchiha clan today. Of course, since it was a drill, one must adopt the appropriate mindset. Immediately, Madara put on a stance to repel the invaders and shouted at Itachi, "Itachi, dare to move against my Uchiha clan members in front of me? Do you wish to dance?" With that, Madara charged towards Itachi. However, just as he took a step forward, Obito firmly grasped his shoulder. "Want to stop Itachi? It's useless. From now on, you can only watch as the Kamui unfolds." The surrounding space twisted and rotated. Madara's body was being drawn into the Kamui dimension. Just as Obito was about to unleash a genjutsu on Madara without holding back, suddenly, an intensely unsettling feeling surged within him. A sharp pain. His heart ached at that moment. What was happening? Chapter 34. With a son as filial as you. I feel much more at ease. Obito clutched his chest and crouched down. This intense heart pain felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of when Madara had planted a sealing curse mark on his heart and activated it. Impossible. Madara is dead. The curse mark on my heart should have lost its effect. Why is it still causing pain? Who is controlling the curse mark on my heart? Just as Obito was filled with terror and confusion, the Sharingan revealed through his mask suddenly spun uncontrollably. The surrounding fear twisted and deformed. The ability of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, Kamui, activated without his control. Madara emerged from the Kamui dimension and landed on the ground, not even casting a glance at Obito. He turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, do you wish to dance? In this drill, I am your opponent." Madara had already dashed towards Itachi. The sharp pain in Obito's heart had vanished. At this moment, He could no longer afford to stop Sasuke. His focus shifted more towards his surroundings. Damn it. Someone just used the curse mark on my heart to control me to unleash my Manjiki Sharingan's ability, releasing Sasuke from the Kimui dimension. This person must be hiding nearby. Obito scanned his surroundings warily but detected no anomalies. Nevertheless, his vigilance did not wane. The sealing curse mark was a ninjutsu that Madara had planted on his heart during his lifetime. Now, this ninjutsu could be manipulated by someone else, indicating that this person's strength was unfathomable. Who could it be? One thing was certain. It was definitely not Madara. Madara had died right in front of Obito. He remembered it vividly and would not be mistaken. Could it be Sasuke controlling the curse mark on my heart? This thought crossed Obito's mind, but was immediately dismissed. Sasuke controlling the curse mark? That was even more impossible. Regardless of Sasuke's vast potential, he was still just a child at 7. How many jutsu could he possibly know? The sealing curse mark that Madara knew, Sasuke might not have even heard of. Could it be Itachi? If Itachi, while he was unprepared, cast a genjutsu on him, it was indeed possible for him to control his actions. After all, Obito had only witnessed one of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan abilities and had yet to see the other. Perhaps the other ability could allow him to use eye techniques to control another's body, a power strikingly similar to Madara's sealing curse mark. Doubts about Itachi began to swirl in Obito's mind, but soon he dispelled that thought. No, it is unlikely to be Itachi, from my understanding of him. He would not engage in such frivolous actions. Therefore, there is only one possibility. I realize now that someone must be attempting to prevent Itachi from annihilating our clan. Yet for some reason, they cannot reveal themselves, so they are trying to utilize Sasuke to thwart Itachi's plans. Obito is fully aware of this. At this moment, Itachi remains oblivious to the events unfolding not far behind him between Obito and Madara Uchiha. He is unaware that Madara has transformed his genocide mission into a mere exercise, even feeling an exhilarating urge to participate. Itachi has arrived at the doorstep of a Uchiha clan member. The emotions he harbors for his kin are difficult to sever. Taking a deep breath, he steels himself, preparing to kick the door open when suddenly a voice emanates from within. Who is it out there? The door swings open. Itachi, is that you? The Uchiha member, still somewhat groggy, displays a hint of displeasure upon seeing Itachi. What do you want? Tomorrow our clan is set to initiate a coup, and you, the traitorous wolf with your allegiance to Konoha, are not here to persuade us against it, are you? Before the man can finish his words, a slender figure dashes in. Instantly, Itachi senses a looming danger and turns to defend himself, but it is too late. Madara's formidable kick strikes Itachi squarely in the back. With a resounding thud, Itachi feels a sharp pain radiate through him as he is sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the pavement and skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Sasuke, are you attacking Itachi? The clan member, who had just opened the door, gasps in astonishment at the scene. Yes, I am indeed striking him. I am aiding you, Madara affirms. In this defensive exercise of the Uchiha clan, he is positioned as the defender, assisting his clansmen in repelling Itachi's assault. Helping us? Oh, I see. The clan member nods repeatedly, understanding the situation. Earlier, he had witnessed Sasuke's explosive potential and the magnitude of his fire techniques. He understood their power firsthand when he extinguished the flames. During discussions regarding the coup, he had heard the clan leader mention summoning Itachi to bring Sasuke into the plan for tomorrow's uprising. However, Itachi had failed to call for Sasuke, which clearly indicated that he remained opposed to the clan's interests, actively preventing Sasuke from assisting them. Fortunately, from the current situation, it is evident that Sasuke stands with the clan. He has evidently been persuaded by the clan leader to partake in the coup. Just moments ago, Itachi likely intended to knock on the door to dissuade him from participating in the uprising, only to be confronted by Sasuke's furious retaliation. Sasuke, your attitude embodies what it means to be an Uchiha. The clan member praises. Do not hold back. Teach Itachi a severe lesson. I understand, Madara responds. Rest assured, I will protect you. As the defender in this exercise, he is determined to safeguard his clansmen. With a son as devoted as you, I feel much more at ease. The clan member remarks before promptly closing the door and returning to sleep. Logically, as a member of the Uchiha clan, witnessing the two sons of the clan leader in conflict should compel intervention. However, this clan member shows no inclination to intervene. Intervene? Nonsense. It appears that Sasuke has the upper hand. It would be gratifying to teach that traitorous wolf Itachi a lesson, serving as a form of retribution for the Uchiha clan. Caught off guard by Madara's forceful kick, Itachi swiftly rises. Upon seeing Madara, he is taken aback. Isn't Sasuke supposed to be under your control? How is he able to come here and strike me? It cannot be denied that Sasuke's explosive physical prowess has caught him unprepared. Clearly, Sasuke's potential in physical combat exceeds his own. Both being of the same lineage, why does Sasuke possess such superior aptitude in this regard? At that moment, Itachi pushes aside these thoughts. His gaze shifts past Madara to focus on Obito, his expression taut as he bellows, "Obito, what nonsense is this? Why have you not subdued Sasuke?" A surge of fury rises within Itachi. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of eliminating his first clan member, only to be thwarted by his own brother. This should not have occurred. Obito was supposed to have already restrained Sasuke. Even if Sasuke possesses immense potential, can he truly surpass Obito? Itachi has witnessed Obito's strength. If Obito had exerted his full effort to control Sasuke, escape would have been impossible for him. Moreover, Obito could effortlessly draw Sasuke into the Kamui dimension, preventing any chance for Sasuke to intervene and obstruct his plans for genocide. Obito's expression betrays his distress. He swiftly approaches Itachi's side, scanning the surroundings with caution. "Itachi, be careful. There is undoubtedly a powerful individual nearby. I had already drawn Sasuke into the Kamui dimension, but that person forced me to release him. Someone is manipulating you." Hearing Obito's explanation, Itachi's anger intensifies. Such absurdities may deceive a child like Sasuke, but they cannot fool him. Clearly, Obito wishes to defy their agreement and is unwilling to restrain Sasuke. Without hesitation, Itachi seizes Obito by the collar, forcefully stepping forward and slamming him against the wall. The suddenness of his action catches Obito off guard, and he had not anticipated that Itachi would turn on him. "Itachi, what are you doing? We are on the same side. Let go of me." Obito protests, grasping Itachi's wrist, his tone laced with annoyance. Has Sasuke's kick to your head scrambled your brain or something? Before he can finish his retort, Obito's words halt abruptly. Before him, Itachi's dark eyes have transformed into a vivid crimson. 3 tomos swirl within, connecting together. The Manjiki Sharingan. In that moment, Obito recognizes the frequency of the tomos rotation all too well. It heralds the impending activation of Tsukuyami. Itachi is genuinely prepared to unleash it upon him. The torment of Tsukuyami is an experience Obito wishes to avoid reliving. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, Obito refrains from further protest. "Obito, cease your attempts to persuade me. The claim that someone manipulated your actions, preventing you from controlling Sasuke, is nothing but a ruse to deceive a child." Itachi presses Obito firmly against the wall, his gaze fixed intently upon him, emanating a palpable aura of menace. "Obito, I am uncertain of your true intentions, but you had better adhere to the plan. Otherwise, I will kill you. I have but one question for you. Can you ensure my brother's safety while I demonstrate to him how to eliminate our clan members?" Meanwhile, Madara observes from a distance, watching Itachi pin Obito against the wall with a puzzled expression. What are these two fools discussing? Why have they resorted to fighting among themselves? Is there truly a need for such seriousness in a mere exercise? Have the younger members of the Uchiha clan become so fragile in spirit? With that, Madara halts his steps, intrigued by the spectacle. The defense exercise is, after all, a task, and during this drill, Itachi and Obito are evidently the attacking side. Working as partners, Madara is keen to witness how the younger Uchiha will resolve their conflicts amidst task execution. At this moment, both Itachi and Obito remain oblivious to Madara's presence. Obito's features are taut with tension. The face obscured by the swirling mask bore an expression of immense frustration. Itachi and Sasuke, these two brothers, were nothing short of lunatics. If it weren't for his understanding of Itachi's determination to annihilate their clan, he would almost suspect that they were deliberately tormenting him. At this moment, he could no longer endure. "Itachi, do not presume that just because I agreed to assist you in your clan's destruction, you can treat me with such disdain." Obito turned his head, casting his gaze elsewhere. His words sharp. "If I avert my eyes from yours, what can your Tsukuyami do to me? I would rather test this, to see whether your Tsukuyami is superior or my Kamui." Chapter 35. Rin, you are alive. As his words fell, Obito unleashed his Kamui. Itachi's form contorted and twisted, drawn into Obito's Kamui dimension. In the past, when Obito battled enemies, he would utilize Jinjutsu in conjunction with Kamui to swiftly eliminate them. However, in this instance, he refrained from doing so with Itachi. Itachi was not beyond being killed, but it was not the right moment for that. He still relied on Itachi to fulfill his plan to eliminate the Uchiha clan and hoped for Itachi to join Akatsuki, aiding him in gathering tailed beasts to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Thus, Itachi could not die now. Reflecting on Itachi's earlier disrespectful actions, Obito felt a swell of indignation. Very well. Considering that Itachi would be of use to him in the future, he would spare him this time. Should Itachi provoke him again, he would surely kill him. That insufferable Itachi. Obito ground his teeth, saying, "If it weren't for my need for Itachi to expedite the clan's extermination, I would love to confine this guy in my Kimui dimension for 3 days and nights without providing him a morsel of food. Let this serve as a lesson for Itachi." Yet, Obito also felt a flicker of delight, even relief. It seemed that Itachi's strength was not as formidable as he had presumed. Itachi's Genjutsu was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Although Itachi's Tsukuyomi was powerful, as long as he did not meet Itachi's gaze, the jutsu could not be cast upon him. It appeared that Itachi's capabilities were not as daunting as he had estimated. Kimui. The technique was unleashed once more. The space before him distorted and trembled. Itachi's body tumbled from the Kimui dimension, landing on the ground in disarray. Obito approached, bent down, and seized Itachi by the collar, lifting him from the ground with a tone laced with sharpness. "Itachi, you should understand that when I drew you into the Kimui dimension, I had the opportunity to employ Genjutsu and kill you. This time, I spare your life. Should you show ignorance of this mercy, I will end you." With that, Obito gripped Itachi's form and, as if venting his frustrations, slammed him down onto the ground. Itachi lay there, eyes shut, contorted and still in his disheveled state, not moving. His hair obscured his face, hiding his features. "Do not feign death, Itachi. Rise and continue with the extermination plan," Obito urged as Itachi remained unresponsive. "Itachi, why do you linger on the ground? Get up. Do not sulk," Obito said impatiently, gesturing towards Sasuke not far away. "Your brother Sasuke is watching. Do you not fear losing face before him, lying there like a dead dog?" "My brother? Sasuke?" Itachi finally responded. Still lying awkwardly, his hair covering his visage, he said, "Afe, you must see clearly. That young girl is not my brother." "Young girl? What young girl?" Obito asked, perplexed. Just then, a bright, playful voice, tinged with a hint of annoyance, rang out. "Obito, Kakashi, why are you fighting again? If Sensei Minato finds out, he will scold you." At the sound, Obito's pupils dilated sharply. His body seemed to stiffen at that moment. "Rin." That was Rin's voice. Obito's eyes trembled as he slowly turned his head toward Uchiha Madara's direction. However, the figure he beheld was not Madara, but the girl he had long cherished in his heart, the one he could never let go of, Rin. "Rin, you are alive." Obito felt as though his mind had exploded, instinctively asking, "Of course I am alive. Obito, do you wish for me to perish?" "No, I certainly wish for your continued existence." "Then why speak such ominous words?" Rin frowned and admonished, walking towards Obito. "Promise me you will not fight with Kakashi again." Rin's previously knitted brows relaxed, her lips curling into a smile. Her short hair danced lightly as she walked briskly. Watching this scene, Obito felt his heart race with excitement. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, sighing, "Itachi, it seems I did not overestimate your strength. I must have fallen under your Genjutsu, for I cannot even recall when I was ensnared. I admit defeat." At this moment, Obito realized he had succumbed to Itachi's Genjutsu, for even if Rin were alive, she would not appear as she did now. It had been 9 years since Rin's death. Her appearance, height, and physique would have changed significantly compared to 9 years ago. If Rin were indeed alive, her visage would likely be vastly different. Yet the girl before him, smiling and approaching him, resembled the memory he held dear. It was undoubtedly the effect of Itachi's Genjutsu. Obito understood that the Genjutsu Itachi had cast upon him was constructed from his own inner turmoil. It was likely that even Itachi himself was unaware of the nature of the illusory world he now inhabited. However, it was clear that Itachi's intent with this Genjutsu was not to harm him, just as he sought to discipline Itachi without inflicting genuine harm. Itachi had no desire to truly injure him. Though aware it was an illusion, "Itachi, the world you have constructed for me is truly beautiful. Thank you. This time, I concede. Please release me from this Genjutsu." Obito closed his eyes and sighed. He dared not open them, for even knowing that the Rin before him was not real, he was reluctant to gaze upon her. A single glance would resurface the haunting image of Rin being slain by Kakashi, once more agonizing his very nerves. He awaited Itachi to unravel the Jinjutsu. Having already conceded, Itachi would surely not hold it against him, willing to release him from the illusion. Though reluctant to part with this vision, he ultimately had to confront reality. The world in which Rin existed must be created by him, rather than languishing in the illusory realm Itachi had woven. Moments later, Obito opened his eyes, and the vision of Rin had vanished, leaving only the empty street. He sighed, his gaze clouded with confusion, and exhaled softly. Very well, Itachi, let us resume the extermination plan. I did not deceive you. I did not intentionally neglect Sasuke. Someone indeed manipulated my actions. Just as Obito was about to explain to Itachi, a voice interrupted him. Obito, what are you talking about? What extermination plan? I do not understand. Is it a plan given to you by Sensei Minato? That voice belonged to Rin. Obito's eyes widened. He abruptly turned his head and was astonished to find Rin at his side, her head raised, hands clasped behind her back as though hiding something. Her large eyes blinking up at him. What is happening? Obito's expression froze, and he quickly grasped the situation. He was still within Itachi's illusory world. Itachi had not released him from the Jinjutsu. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Itachi, do not be foolish. What do you want? Release me from this illusion, yelled Obito. Chapter 36. Itachi, please stop tormenting me. He no longer wished to linger in the illusory world that Itachi had created for him. Rin was the girl he cherished, the one who had already departed from this world. In this fabricated realm, Itachi presented an agonizingly vivid image of Rin, a transgression against her memory, perpetually reopening the deep wound within Obito's heart. This beautiful illusion, paradoxically, inflicted upon him the utmost agony. Yet, Itachi did not respond to Obito's cries. He remained sprawled on the ground, indifferent. At that moment, Obito relinquished any hope that Itachi would liberate him from the illusion. He was well versed in Jinjutsu himself. Such a level of illusion was not beyond his capabilities to unravel. Obito's dark eyes turned crimson, the three tomos swirling and connecting, kaleidoscope Sharingan. As he activated his ocular technique, he formed hand seals, disrupting his own chakra. With his strength, the simultaneous activation of his ocular and ninjutsu would surely allow him to break Itachi's illusion. However, before he could dismantle the Jinjutsu, Rin spoke again beside him. Who is Itachi? Obito, what are you saying? I don't understand this illusion. With that, she smiled and revealed something she had hidden behind her back, a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing the flowers, Obito's body froze. He recognized them. They were the very blossoms he had prepared 9 years ago beneath the cherry blossom tree in Konoha, when he intended to confess his feelings to Rin. Regrettably, that day, all Rin could utter was Kakashi's name. He had lacked the courage to express his feelings. Obito, I accept your confession. I really like you. Let us be together, Rin exclaimed joyfully, holding the flowers and looking up at him with a radiant smile. Obito looked down at Rin, his face, hidden beneath the mask, reflecting sheer astonishment. He trembled uncontrollably. Though he knew it was an illusion, and that the girl before him was a mere figment, his heart could not suppress its emotional turmoil. Perhaps he could delay breaking the illusion for a while longer. Rin, do you truly wish to be with me? Obito's hand reached out, brushing against Rin's short hair, gently caressing her cheek. The delicate sensation and Rin's enchanting smile felt extraordinarily real. Of course I do. I like you, Obito, Rin replied with a smile. Hearing her words, tears unknowingly streamed from the eye visible beneath Obito's mask. Rin, I'm so sorry. If I had arrived sooner that day, I could have protected you. I could have stopped Kakashi from taking your life. I'm so useless, so inadequate. I'm the worst. Stop saying such gloomy things, Obito. You are not the worst. Rin scolded. Don't forget your dream. You aspire to be Hokage, and in my eyes, you have always been exceptional. And look, I'm alive and well. As she spoke, Rin playfully punched Obito lightly, her fists landing softly on him. Yet each impact felt heavy, causing him to tremble. Tears streamed down Obito's masked face. I'm sorry, Rin. He reached out and embraced her. Hey, Obito, what are you doing? Someone might see. Rin gently pushed against him, her cheeks flushing. She stopped resisting, pinching him lightly and burying her face in his embrace. You shameless fool. I'm sorry, Rin. Obito held her for a few seconds before releasing her. He understood that the Rin before him was an illusion. He could not allow himself to dwell in the world of illusions crafted by Itachi for too long. Ultimately, he had to confront reality. A world with Rin in it was something he must create for himself. Obito, what's wrong? Rin asked, puzzled. He remained silent, closing his eyes. He dared not look at Rin, fearing that if he glanced at her again, he would be unable to part with this illusion. Itachi, since you won't help me break this illusion, I shall do it myself. Obito formed hand seals, disrupting his chakra, activating both his ocular technique and ninjutsu simultaneously. Release. Did Itachi's genjutsu become undone? Obito opened his eyes, only to be startled by the scene before him. Rin was still there. He had failed to unravel Itachi's illusion. Obito, you seem strange. What's wrong? Are you troubled? Rin inquired. Obito did not respond, turning to Itachi, who lay nearby, and shouted, Itachi, stop this madness. I give up. Please stop tormenting me. Help me break this illusion. Itachi remained unresponsive. Obito rushed forward, bent down, and seized Itachi by the collar, demanding, Itachi, but he abruptly realized that he was not grasping Itachi, but Kakashi. Kakashi, how could it be you? Obito murmured. Obito, I promised you I would protect Rin. And I will keep that promise, Kakashi declared earnestly. At those words, Obito's expression faltered. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. In that moment, he understood what was about to transpire. The illusion that Itachi had crafted was not a gentle dream, but a profoundly cruel reality. The next instant, Kakashi forcefully broke free from Obito's grasp, lightning crackling in his hands. Chidori. Before Obito's eyes, Kakashi lunged at Rin. In an instant, the Chidori pierced Rin's chest. Blood sprayed onto Obito's face. Rin's eyes widened as she collapsed, calling out, Obito. Rin. Once again, Rin was slain before him. Witnessing this scene, Obito's emotions surged violently. Even knowing that the Rin who was killed was an illusion, and that the Kakashi who murdered her was also a fabrication, the surreal scene unfolded before him with excruciating clarity. Obito's hands trembled as he formed hand seals once more, attempting to break Itachi's genjutsu, yet to no avail. Itachi, release this illusion, he screamed. As his voice echoed, the surroundings, the houses, streetlights, ground, and sky, began to spin rapidly. Moments later, the scene stabilized. Had the illusion been lifted? No. At that moment, Obito found himself within a dense forest. He could distinctly hear the familiar sounds of ninjas clashing in battle not far ahead. The screams of Kakashi and Rin mixed within. Obito could already foresee the impending tragedy in that forest. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. He could no longer bear to witness that scene. Yet, at that moment, his body seemed to act independently, rushing toward the battleground in the forest. Chidori. Lightning flashed. Rin's body was engulfed in blood. Rin. Obito screamed, nerves fraying, his heart racing at an unbearable pace. Once more, he saw Rin being killed by Kakashi before him. In that instant, Obito suddenly realized something. Itachi's illusion was not an ordinary genjutsu, but Tsukuyami. Itachi, please stop tormenting me. The surrounding imagery shifted once again. Once more, he found himself in that familiar forest, amidst the sounds of battle. Obito's body once again ran uncontrollably toward the dense woods. A cycle, a repetition. Obito was trapped in the most painful day of his life, endlessly reliving it. Every minute, Obito was forced to relive the harrowing image of Rin being slain by Kakashi, a torment that persisted for a full 3 days. Just as Obito's psyche was on the verge of complete collapse, teetering on the brink of death within Itachi's Tsukuyami, the surrounding scene began to shift. Finally, he returned to reality. In that moment, Obito realized he was being gripped by Itachi, pinned against the wall. He was oblivious to how much time had elapsed in Itachi's world. However, in the real world, merely an instant had passed. Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan bore down on Obito, his voice laced with menace. Tobi, I will say this once more. Control my brother Sasuke, and make him watch as I annihilate his clan. Do not attempt to deceive me with childish tales of someone manipulating your actions, rendering you incapable of controlling Sasuke. Do you understand? Obito felt utterly drained, devoid of any will to resist, and weakly replied, understood. Itachi then released him. What's going on? Why aren't they fighting? Not far ahead, Uchiha Madara watched with keen interest as Itachi and Obito squared off. Itachi had Obito pinned against the wall, enacting the full process of Tsukuyami. Although Madara observed everything with clarity, he did not delve into the intricacies of their confrontation. After all, Obito had spent 3 days within the illusion, while only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. Furthermore, Madara was disinclined to ponder further, viewing it merely as a typical disagreement that arose from poor coordination between teammates. In his own experience during the tumultuous era of war, Madara often executed missions alongside his clan members, where conflicts occasionally arose. His approach to resolving such disputes was straightforward. He would deliver a thorough beating to his comrades, and once subdued, the conflict would be resolved. Yet, in this instance, it seemed that Itachi and Obito had not yet engaged in a proper fight. Itachi merely held Obito against the wall, and Obito appeared entirely submissive, devoid of any inclination to struggle. Madara's dissatisfaction with Obito's behavior was palpable. He immediately shouted, "Toby, you coward! Itachi just pinned you against the wall and bullied you. And this is how you respond? You can tolerate this? Are you truly that worthless? Fight back against Itachi, you spineless wretch." At this, Obito turned his gaze sharply toward Madara. He had just been chastised by Itachi, and now Madara's reproach stung even more. The indignation welled within him. "Sasuke, who are you calling a coward? I'm calling you a coward. Are you not incensed by this?" Madara, fuming, retorted. "Itachi merely pinned you against the wall and glared at you, and you immediately wilted. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone as spineless as you. You claim to have lived for so long." The audacity of Sasuke, a mere 7-year-old, to boast of his longevity was astounding. "Sasuke, you have no idea what I just endured," Obito countered. Itachi had subjected him to Tsukuyomi. He had been tormented for 3 days in that realm, reliving the agony of watching Rin's death at Kakashi's hands every single minute. Such torment had driven his Sharingan to evolve into the Manjuki. Most would have succumbed to such an illusion, perishing within its confines, but he had survived, bolstered by his indomitable will. It was a feat worthy of admiration. Yet, Sasuke dared to call him a coward? In that moment, Obito fervently wished for Itachi to cast Tsukuyomi upon Sasuke, allowing him to endure 3 days of torment as well. "I witnessed everything clearly," Madara continued his tirade against Obito. "Itachi simply pinned you to the wall, glared at you, and you caved in. This entire episode lasted less than 3 seconds. Toby, stop making excuses. You are truly pathetic. How dare you impersonate me, Uchiha Madara? Coward. The mere thought of you masquerading as me infuriates me." Madara's ire intensified. Previously, when Obito had shared his Eye of the Moon plan, Madara had praised him, admiring his resolve. But now, witnessing Obito's cowardice, his frustration mounted. Conflicts among partners were normal. A fight could resolve them. However, the bare minimum was to engage. Obito had not even attempted to fight back. He had simply surrendered. Such disgrace in impersonating him was intolerable. In that moment, Madara pointed an accusatory finger at Obito, his voice laced with fury. "Toby, if you wish to impersonate Uchiha Madara, then you must exhibit the tenacity of Uchiha Madara. I would never cower as you have. Even if you knew you could not defeat Itachi, you should at least have the guts to confront him. That is what befits Uchiha Madara. I already confronted Itachi." Obito insisted, responding with earnestness. He had indeed resisted Itachi, albeit for 3 days within the illusion. Yet, in the real world, it had merely been an instant. "You confronted nothing," Madara roared. "Do you think I am blind? Enough. I tire of this conversation." He was weary of reprimanding Obito, given their respective standings. He was several generations above Obito, and a few words of admonition should suffice. Continuing to lecture this younger man felt like a waste of time. Thus, he resolved to take action. Since Obito had chosen to impersonate him, yet acted in such a cowardly manner, it was a disgrace to Madara's name. He must reclaim his honor. At the very least, he needed to ensure that Obito would teach Itachi a lesson. Expecting Obito to take the initiative was unlikely. This coward would not dare. Therefore, Madara would take control of the situation himself. Meanwhile, Obito remained engulfed in the frustration of Madara's scorn. It was utterly infuriating. Not having bested Itachi was one thing. He had accepted that Itachi's Jinjutsu prowess surpassed his own. However, the disdain emanating from Sasuke, Itachi's brother, was intolerable. Though Sasuke possessed remarkable potential, he was arrogant, rude, and utterly inexperienced. This was Obito's assessment of the young Uchiha. To be labeled a coward by a 7-year-old was absurd. Had it not been for Itachi's presence and the recognition of Sasuke's potential to become a formidable ally in the future, Obito's temper might have led him to consider eliminating the boy. As Obito contemplated reprimanding Sasuke, he ultimately decided against it. After being scolded by a mere child, one might as well endure it. It is unbecoming for Itachi to be so perturbed by Sasuke. The pressing matter at hand is to assist Itachi in executing the clan extermination plan. It would be unwise to allow the childish antics of Sasuke to derail such significant affairs. However, Tobi is equally dissatisfied with Itachi's demeanor. As Itachi's accomplice in this grand undertaking, he finds it disheartening to be berated by Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke. Does Itachi not intend to defend him? The anguish inflicted upon him by Itachi's Tsukuyomi only intensifies Tobi's frustration. He promptly turns to Itachi and exclaims, "Itachi, are you not going to say a word in my defense?" Itachi remains expressionless, turning to fix a gaze upon Tobi. "What do you wish for me to say?" Upon hearing this, Tobi's eyes narrow slightly, and he retorts with a hint of reproach, "Itachi, do not feign ignorance. You are aware of how your brother, Sasuke, has humiliated me. With such blatant disrespect from a child, are you still inclined to protect him? Your actions are deeply disheartening." Tobi's voice resonates powerfully, venting all the pent-up frustration from their endeavor. Observing this, Uchiha Madara, who had initially contemplated using a sealing technique to subdue Tobi, hesitates. He sets aside his intention to control Tobi, watching with satisfaction as Tobi confronts Itachi. "This is the spirit of a man," Madara muses, "since he has taken a stand. I shall refrain from intervening." Previously, Madara had been displeased by Tobi's cowardice when he merely allowed Itachi to pin him against the wall with a glare. This cowardice was an affront to Madara's reputation. How could someone so timid dare to impersonate him? It was a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Tobi possessed a Manjiki Sharingan. Where was its power? Why not utilize it against Itachi? If he was too timid to employ the abilities of his own eyes, then what purpose did they serve? Madara's fury simmered, even igniting a desire to extract Tobi's Manjiki Sharingan. Yet now, witnessing Tobi finally stand firm, Madara's mood improves. What has prompted Tobi's newfound resolve? It is undoubtedly due to my scolding, Madara contemplates. He ought to be grateful to me, his elder. Had I not reprimanded him, he would have continued to cower before Itachi, which would be a disgrace to the Uchiha legacy. If he wishes to impersonate me, he must not act like a coward. Now strike back. Chapter 38. The brothers Itachi and Sasuke are truly unworthy. Madara eagerly anticipates how Tobi will retaliate. Meanwhile, Itachi and Tobi remain oblivious to Madara's actions. Upon hearing Tobi's furious accusations, Itachi's expression remains unchanged as he turns to face Tobi. Observing Tobi pointing at him and cursing, Itachi's gaze pierces through him. "Tobi, what do you mean by that?" This simple inquiry abruptly halts Tobi's tirade. After a moment of hesitation, he steels his resolve. If he were to relent at Itachi's casual remark after such a vigorous outburst, Sasuke would undoubtedly see him as a coward. Thus, he shouts again, "What do you mean?" Sasuke is too young to understand. "But you, Itachi, I must speak with you. You simply stand by as Sasuke insults me, despite our shared mission to carry out the clan's extermination." Tobi's words convey a clear intent. He seeks Itachi's intervention to ease his predicament. If Itachi were to persuade Sasuke on his behalf, the matter could be set aside. Sasuke may be immature, but Itachi cannot be oblivious to this. However, before Tobi can elaborate, Itachi coldly interrupts, "Tobi, do not overstep." "What?" Tobi glares at Itachi. "I am overstepping?" Itachi's casual dismissal reignites Tobi's anger. How can Itachi still defend Sasuke at this juncture? Unable to contain himself, Tobi shouts, "Itachi, can you not be so protective of Sasuke?" Before he can finish, Itachi swiftly turns, seizing Tobi by the collar and forcefully pinning him against the wall. "What did you promise me? I instructed you to control Sasuke. Yet you have been stalling. What are you up to?" "Stalling? Your brother is the one insulting me." Tobi retorts, "You are an adult. Why bother arguing with my little brother? He merely called you a coward. Why take it to heart? In front of the Uchiha clan, he even insulted my father, Fugaku, labeling him useless. Yet, my father did not retaliate. What?" Tobi is momentarily taken aback. Sasuke not only disrespects him, but also shows such insolence towards his own father? Insulting the clan leader, Fugaku, in front of the entire clan? This is outrageous. How can Fugaku not address this? At that moment, Tobi realizes something profound, exclaiming, "Itachi, I understand now. Your brother's arrogance and disrespect stem from the fact that you and your family have indulged him." Madara, observing this scene from a distance, is suddenly intrigued. Finally, Itachi is once again taking action against Tobi. Although Tobi's demeanor is noticeably more resolute this time, he continues to shout at Itachi. Though the specifics of their exchange are unclear, Madara can imagine fierce words being exchanged before battle. It is evident that Toby is on the verge of confronting Itachi. Has Toby finally found his backbone after my scolding? He truly needed a reprimand. Madara watches with anticipation. He hopes for Toby's victory. After all, given that Toby is attempting to impersonate him, he must prevail. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to Madara's name. Even if Toby finds himself at a disadvantage in the ensuing battle with Itachi, it matters not. He will discreetly intervene to assist Toby against his own brother. At this moment, Itachi grips Toby's collar, pinning him against the wall, his gaze locked onto Toby's. His patience has reached its limit. He is unwilling to continue this back and forth with Toby. What trick are you trying to pull now, Toby? Itachi's dark eyes suddenly blaze crimson. I do not care about your conflict with my brother. I only wish for you to control him. I want Sasuke to witness the extermination of our clan. Why have you not acted according to our prior agreement? Three Tomo appear in Itachi's eyes, connecting his Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, Itachi's patience has been utterly exhausted. When he first tasked Toby with controlling Sasuke, Toby used the pretext of a mysterious powerful entity obstructing his actions as an excuse for his failure. After punishing Toby with Tsukuyomi, Itachi had hoped for a change in his behavior. Yet, here they are, embroiled in conflict once more. Originally, Itachi believed that Obito would merely engage in a light banter with Sasuke before proceeding according to their prior agreement. However, Obito did not comply. Instead, he began to berate Itachi directly. This was utterly absurd. In that moment, Itachi came to a realization. Was Obito truly competing with Sasuke? Perhaps not. It was more likely that he merely sought to delay the time for his clan's annihilation. At this juncture, Itachi understood that the lesson he had previously imparted to Obito had been too lenient, allowing Obito the audacity to disregard their pact and toy with him. Given this, what harm would there be in teaching Obito another lesson? Do not be angry, Itachi, Obito said, visibly trembling as he met Itachi's Sharingan gaze. His tone softened considerably. He quickly shut his eyes, unwilling to meet Itachi's stare. Previously, he had endured Itachi's Tsukuyomi twice, each instance more agonizing than the last. The torment he experienced was, without doubt, far more terrifying than any jutsu in existence. With his eyes tightly shut, Obito's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he spoke to Itachi with a tone that was surprisingly amiable. Itachi, please release me. I assure you I will adhere to our agreement. No matter how Sasuke insults me, I will endure. I will go forth and use Kamui to restrain Sasuke immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito felt the grip on his collar loosen. He was set down on the ground, and a wave of relief washed over him. It seemed Itachi intended to let him off this time. Obito felt fortunate that Itachi chose not to hold a grudge against him. Yet, he also felt a twinge of regret. He should not have allowed himself to be provoked by a mere child like Sasuke. Completing Itachi's task was far more important. Resolved, Obito decided that henceforth, he would disregard any insults hurled at him by Sasuke. Not only did he intend to subdue Sasuke, but he also planned to draw him into the Kamui dimension for a thorough lesson, one that would make Sasuke understand who the true coward was. However, suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. Obito, who are you saying insulted you? Sasuke? Who is Sasuke? Tell me, Obito, who is he? If he has wronged you, I will take your side. It was Rin's voice. Obito's heart trembled. This was bad. Was Itachi truly serious this time? Damn it. Both Itachi and Sasuke were insufferable. Chapter 39. 3 Tsukuyomi. In a single day, Obito abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself no longer in the Uchiha clan's territory, but beneath a cherry blossom tree in the streets of Konoha. Rin stood before him, a hint of anger on her lovely face, her eyes full of concern. Obito, what's wrong? Rin. Obito gritted his teeth, his heart racing. He wanted to reach out to her, but hesitated. When had Itachi cast Tsukuyomi on him again? Release me from this illusion, Itachi. I have already promised you that I would adhere to our agreement and control Sasuke, without delay. Why do you continue to hold this against me? Itachi, please, free me from this, Tsukuyomi. Obito shouted. He was acutely aware that the illusion crafted by Itachi would offer him no solace. It would be a nightmarish experience. Obito, what are you talking about? What Tsukuyomi? Who is Itachi? Rin asked, confusion etched on her features. Did Itachi and Sasuke bully you? Tell me who they are, and I, along with Kakashi, will stand up for you. As she spoke, a familiar voice rang out from behind. It's only natural for someone like Obito to be bullied, Rin. Why should we defend a loser like him? It was Kakashi. Obito turned to see Kakashi approaching, a scornful look in his eyes that pierced Obito's heart like a needle. Obito, aren't you always shouting about wanting to become Hokage? With your pathetic abilities. What gives you the right? With a crackling of lightning, Kakashi charged at Obito, his Chidori ready. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi was upon him, plunging Chidori through Obito's chest. There was no blood. His chest felt hollow. Kakashi, what are you doing? Obito is our comrade. Why are you hurting him? Stop. Rin cried out in anger. In that moment, though Obito knew the Kakashi before him was an illusion, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He stared intently at Kakashi, and looking down at the hand that pierced his chest, he pointed at his own empty torso, gritting his teeth. Kakashi, do you see? My heart has long been devoid of anything. Kakashi, with an air of contempt, replied, Obito, you are lying. I can see it clearly. Your heart is filled with love for Rin. You, a loser, do not deserve her. As he spoke, Obito felt the electric current from Kakashi's Chidori surge within him, causing excruciating pain that tore through his being. With a sudden ripping sound, Obito's body was split in two. Behind him, he heard Rin's anguished voice, Obito. Kakashi surged forward, passing through the torn remnants of Obito's body, his Chidori aimed directly at Rin. Obito fell to the ground, his body numb with pain. But the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in horror. He desperately wished to intervene, but was powerless to do so. All he could do was watch as the woman he loved perished before him. In front of him, Rin's chest had been pierced by Kakashi. Blood sprayed forth as her once caring gaze swiftly dimmed. Obito. Though Obito understood he was trapped in Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and that Kakashi and Rin were mere phantoms. The unfolding tragedy still struck his already hollow heart with unbearable agony. Let me out, Itachi. I will adhere to our agreement and control Sasuke at the first opportunity. Obito cried out in despair. He regretted not having dealt with Sasuke immediately after emerging from Itachi's previous Tsukuyomi. Had he done so, he would not have provoked Itachi and fallen victim to another illusion. That bastard Sasuke. Once he escaped from Itachi's Tsukuyomi, he would ensure that Sasuke received a thorough lesson. Itachi, enough. Let me out. Obito shouted once more. As he spoke, the forms of Kakashi and Rin began to distort. His own severed body also turned ethereal. The ground, the cherry blossom tree, the streets began to whirl around him. To Obito's astonishment, he discovered that his body had reformed. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was no longer in the Uchiha territory but in a dense forest, the very same forest where he had witnessed Kakashi kill Rin all those years ago. In an instant, despair surged within him. He knew all too well what was about to unfold. Stop, Itachi. The Tsukuyomi did not relent despite Obito's pleas. His body, beyond his control, sprinted toward the forest, just as it had during his second encounter with Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Flashes of lightning, Chidori, blood, Rin's eyes, devoid of light, looked at Obito in despair. Obito. The agony that had once driven Obito's Manjiki Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Manjiki was now a relentless onslaught upon his senses. Every minute, Obito is haunted by the image of Rin's death before him. This torment persists for a full 3 days. As time elapses, the dense forest surrounding Obito, the darkened sky, the fierce battles of ninjas, Rin, and Kakashi all twist and blur into a phantasmagoric haze. Upon reopening his eyes, Obito realizes he has returned to reality. The experiences within the Tsukuyomi realm are akin to an unending nightmare from which he cannot awaken. Before him, Itachi grips his collar tightly, forcefully pinning him against the wall, his Sharingan eyes fixed intently upon him. Toby, do you still wish to play tricks on me? Obito feels utterly powerless, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. His body feeling as though it has been drained of all strength. Were it not for Itachi's hold on his clothing, he would have collapsed to the ground. In the span of a single day, he has endured Itachi's Tsukuyomi 3 times. It is far more torturous than death itself. At this moment, not far away, Uchiha Madara observes the scene with a furrowed brow. What is Toby doing? Did he not just regain his confidence? Why has he reverted to his previous state, allowing Itachi to merely hold him by the collar and reduce him to this? Patience is required. He decides to wait and see. Madara suppresses his rising anger. He had just scolded Toby into resilience. It is unfathomable for him to suddenly revert to cowardice. There must be some underlying strategy here. Suddenly, realization dawns on Madara. I see it now. Toby must have some hidden plan, simply seeking to lower Itachi's guard before striking. Clever, very clever, Toby. I await the moment you triumph over Itachi. Chapter 40. That feeling returns. Neither Itachi nor Obito pays heed to Madara's actions. At this moment, Obito is even hesitant to raise his voice against Itachi. Previously, he would have argued vehemently, insisting he had never intended to deceive, that he had always been earnest in aiding Itachi's clan extermination. Yet now, he dares not dispute. Itachi is a madman, wholly impervious to reason, deaf to his protests. He fears that the slightest resistance might provoke Itachi to unleash the Tsukuyomi once more. Obito silently bears all his grievances, weakly raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Shaking his head, I am not scheming. Indeed, Tobi, you admit it, Itachi replies coldly. Admit what? Obito is taken aback. It is your promise that you were not controlling Sasuke during those 2 instances. That was mere trickery. Obito suppresses the tempest of anger swelling within him. Fine, fine. I shall concede. He resolves to not let Itachi's provocations deter him. The execution of the clan extermination plan is paramount. This grudge shall be noted, to be avenged later. Once the plan is fulfilled, and Itachi joins the Akatsuki, he will assign him the most perilous tasks, ensuring that Itachi meets his end. Yes, Itachi, I admit it. I am indeed scheming now, but I assure you, I shall not repeat my previous mistakes. Release me, and I shall go control Sasuke. Allowing him to witness your clan's demise firsthand, Obito says, his tone placating. Itachi says nothing, merely nods slightly. He then releases his grip, allowing Obito to stand. Still reeling from the effects of the Tsukuyomi, Obito's body feels utterly limp. As his legs touch the ground, he feels them give way beneath him, his knees buckle, and he collapses before Itachi. Itachi had intended to deliver a few more stern words to warn Obito against any further trickery. However, upon seeing Obito kneeling before him, head bowed, his eyes narrow with contemplation, Obito's display of contrition pleases Itachi unexpectedly. Itachi, Obito begins, I did not intend to kneel before you in apology. Then rise, Tobi. There is no need for such subservience. We are both members of the Akatsuki now, equals and comrades. I shall never make life difficult for my allies. Did I intentionally kneel to apologize to you? Obito's gaze sharpens, and he inhales deeply, biting down on his teeth. The mask of swirling patterns obscuring his face tightens. What nonsense. I have done nothing wrong. My body is simply too weak to stand, that's all. 3 rounds of Tsukuyomi. Anyone else would have succumbed to madness and death. My survival is a testament to my resilience. Yet, not far off, Madara's fury simmers as he witnesses this exchange. What a fool. I believe Tobi had some clever ruse up his sleeve, intending to ambush Itachi when he least expected it. Instead, this coward has completely submitted. At that moment, Madara's eyes blaze with indignation as he shouts at Obito, Tobi, I cannot believe you are even more cowardly than I imagined. You have knelt before Itachi. With such cowardice, how dare you impersonate Uchiha Madara? As soon as the words leave his lips, Obito pivots, shouting back, do not speak such nonsense. I did not kneel to Itachi. You did not kneel? Then what are you doing, Tobi? Am I blind to your actions? Forget it. Sasuke is not worth my time. With that, Obito ceases to engage with Madara, fearing that further debate might provoke Itachi's ire once more. He has already experienced the severe consequences of angering Itachi 3 times. He has no desire to endure a 4th. Similarly, Madara is disinclined to continue engaging with Obito. It is clear that expecting Tobi to resist Itachi is futile. This coward has even knelt before him. If things continue down this path, I would not be surprised if he acknowledges Itachi as his adoptive father. Thus, Madara resolves to take matters into his own hands. At this moment, he has lost all interest in observing how Obito might resist Itachi. The dignity Obito has forfeited by masquerading as him must be restored, and he will personally assist in reclaiming it. Though he is unaware of the reason behind the cursed seal binding Obito's body, Madara is too consumed by the present to ponder such matters. Feeling the seal within Obito's body, he fixates on him, murmuring, Tobi, if you wish to impersonate my identity, you must possess my ferocity. Allow me to teach you how Uchiha Madara retaliates when wronged. Pay close attention. At this moment, Obito and Itachi remain oblivious to Sasuke's movements. Itachi's singular focus is on swiftly executing the clan extermination. Obito's only desire is to exert complete control over the arrogant young Sasuke. Itachi, say nothing more. Help me to my feet, Obito implores, raising his gaze. I will go and control your brother, Sasuke. Very well, Itachi replies with a slight nod. extending his hand to grasp Obito's arm and assist him to his feet. He speaks softly. Do not blame me for my severity, Toby. If you manage to control Sasuke as agreed, all will be well. However, should you attempt any tricks again, my next strike will be even more ruthless. I understand. Obito responds, reluctant yet compliant. Gripping Itachi's arm, he forces himself to stand, struggling to speak. If you see me attempting any deception, do as you wish with me. I shall harbor no grievances. Before he can finish, a sudden jolt of pain pierces Obito's heart. That feeling is back. Someone is manipulating his body. In the next instant, Obito rises abruptly, gripping Itachi's arm with such force that it elicits a wary glint in Itachi's eyes. Toby, are you intending to attack me? No. How could I possibly attack you? Obito manages to explain through the pain constricting his chest. Before he can utter another word, Obito channels his strength, twisting Itachi's arm and executing a swift shoulder throw, slamming him forcefully to the ground. The speed is so immense, it surpasses even his usual capabilities. Crash. Caught off guard, Itachi was heavily slammed to the ground. The sword at his side was deftly caught by Obito. Afe, you truly intend to play tricks on me. Itachi lay on the ground, his Sharingan gazing intently at Obito. Itachi, let me explain. It wasn't me attacking you. Someone is controlling me. As Obito spoke, his body reacted swiftly. He advanced, placing one foot on Itachi's chest and pressing down on his neck with one hand while raising Itachi's sword with the other. The blade gleamed coldly, its edge radiating a chilling light. Stop. Do not use Tsukuyomi on me again, Obito exclaimed anxiously. In an instant, Itachi felt his body shatter into fragments, only to coalesce again into the likeness of Rin. A chill ran through Obito's heart. For a full 3 days, he had endured the torment of Itachi's Tsukuyomi realm. As the 3 days elapsed, the illusion ceased, and Obito's mind returned to reality, utterly drained. Unable to utter a single word, his heart still racked with pain. Yet, his body remained in the act of pinning Itachi to the ground, the sword poised to strike swiftly at Itachi's heart. Something was amiss. Itachi sensed the anomaly. Obito had just succumbed to his Tsukuyomi. He should not have emerged from it so rapidly to attack him. As Itachi contemplated this, the chilling light flashed, and the sword pierced Itachi's chest. Not a drop of blood flowed. Obito, you must listen. It is not me, he gasped, his tone frail. I understand. I apologize, Afe. I misjudged you. Clearly, someone is controlling you. At these words, Obito felt a release of pent-up frustration. He had intended to berate Itachi, but now was not the time. Besides, his current mental state was too poor. He needed to recover. Itachi, be cautious. The one controlling me is powerful. Do not let him kill you, Obito murmured. I am not so weak. The one controlling you must be nearby, and I will find him, Itachi replied, his body trembling violently. Countless crows erupted from Itachi, flying a few meters away to coalesce into his form. A few crows, deliberately released by Itachi, soared high into the sky to search for the caster controlling Obito. A crow substitution? Quite a unique technique indeed. Uchiha Madara observed this scene, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He had been worried that Obito, under his control, might kill Itachi. His intention was merely to control Obito to teach Itachi a lesson and regain the dignity Obito had lost, not to truly kill Itachi. Seeing Itachi evade the strike with the crow substitution, Madara felt a sigh of relief. Now he could fight without restraint. After all, Itachi and Afei's clan extermination plan was merely a drill. Itachi and Afei were the attackers, while he was the defender. By controlling Afei to strike Itachi, he could vent his frustrations and weaken the attacking side's strength. Most importantly, it would allow for a good fight. Simultaneously, it was a lesson for Afei, demonstrating how to retaliate against bullies. Immediately, Uchiha Madara commanded Obito to pivot sharply towards Itachi, hands forming seals at lightning speed. The two hand signs were distinctly different. Madara sensed that the chakra within this body was regrettably meager, limiting his use of powerful ninjutsu. He could only utilize minor techniques, but they would suffice to teach Itachi a lesson and instruct Afei. Itachi, be wary. This is a different technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale slash. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, transforming into blades that sliced towards Itachi. A massive ball of flame erupted from Obito's mouth, rapidly coalescing. The fireball expanded with the wind, spiraling towards Itachi. Afei, just like that. Strike my brother Itachi like a man, do not falter. This aligns with Uchiha Madara's identity. Madara exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 41. Have you offended someone? At these words, Obito felt exasperated. Did Sasuke not comprehend the situation? He was currently being controlled, attacking Sasuke's brother Itachi. Yet Sasuke appeared thrilled. Truly oblivious, he was simply spoiled by Itachi. Obito struggled to control his body, but it was futile. He could not resist. The cursed seal on his heart continued to burn, causing excruciating pain. He had no idea how much longer he would be under this control. Meanwhile, the Sharingan exposed beneath Obito's mask spun with 3 tomo. Kemui. Obito's form vanished within the fireball. At this moment, Itachi faced Obito's assault without a hint of fear, his hands forming seals rapidly. The caster controlling Afe could simultaneously utilize 2 ninjutsu techniques, indicating considerable skill. However, utilizing these inferior techniques was rather insulting. Water release, water barrier. The moisture in the air surged violently, pouring down like a torrential rain. A wall of water formed before Itachi, and the sizzling sound echoed as the scattered fireballs collided with the water barrier, extinguishing one another. But in the next moment, Obito's arm shot forth from behind Itachi, and Itachi felt his breath catch. Obito's grip tightened around his throat, the sensation of suffocation surging within him. This is bad. The caster controlling Afe previously released those wind and fire techniques merely to obscure my vision, seizing the opportunity for a lethal strike, Itachi thought grimly. Obito had seized his true form, moving at a speed that left one awestruck. Any attempt to resist was futile. It was evident that the caster controlling Obito possessed remarkable physical prowess. Ironically, taijutsu was Itachi's weakest area. He excelled in jinjutsu. The crows Itachi had released earlier circled around but failed to locate the caster. Where could the caster be? Within Uchiha territory, the clan members were asleep. Only he, Obito, and Sasuke remained active. The caster was evidently well hidden. I cannot die. If I am killed and the caster turns his attention to Sasuke, he will be utterly defenseless, Itachi thought, extending his hands to grasp Obito's arm that was choking him, struggling against it. He forced out the words, Afe. I need to use a technique that may harm your body. If successful, the caster will no longer control you. Is that true? Hurry and use it. Obito responded, enduring the agony in his chest. Itachi ceased his words. The tomo within his Sharingan spun rapidly. There was only one option left, to employ a special fire release technique to reduce Afe's body to ashes. In doing so, the caster would naturally lose control over Obito's form. Without delay, Itachi formed seals at an alarming speed, straining to turn his head to glance back. But as he moved even slightly, a sharp sound echoed. Obito's other hand swung fiercely, a slap landing hard on Itachi's cheek, leaving 5 vivid red fingerprints. The force of the blow reddened half of Itachi's face. When he attempted to turn his head, he was forcefully pushed back, preventing him from executing the special fire release technique. Moreover, Obito's grip on Itachi's neck tightened, rendering him incapable of even turning his head. Itachi felt acutely that as long as the caster controlled Obito and applied just a bit more force, his neck would be crushed. It was over. Despair washed over Itachi. Hidden within Konoha, there existed someone of such formidable strength. He could not contend with this power. His death was inevitable. Itachi envisioned that after his demise, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly instigate a coup, clashing with the Leaf Village ninja, leading to mutual destruction and allowing other nations to seize the opportunity to invade Konoha. In the end, he would fail to protect both his clan and his nation. Rapid flashes of memories surged through Itachi's mind, recalling the years he spent as a double agent amidst the conflict between Konoha and his family. Each choice felt akin to struggling in an abyss. Itachi grasped Obito's arm, the force of his resistance suddenly waning as he relinquished his struggle. If he succeeded in annihilating his clan today, he would live a lifetime burdened by guilt towards his kin. If he failed, the agony of losing his nation would similarly be suffocating. Thus, dying in such a manner could indeed be a form of liberation. Itachi's hands fell limply, ceasing to resist. As for the identity of the caster controlling Obito to kill him, it no longer mattered. With great difficulty, Itachi spoke. Obito, if you survive after my death, regardless of the circumstances surrounding Konoha and my clan, I hope you will uphold your promise and protect my brother Sasuke. Noticing Itachi's signs of surrender, Obito grew anxious. Itachi, don't give up. Didn't you just say you possess a technique that, while harmful to my body, could free you from the caster's control? Use it quickly. A little injury is nothing. Meanwhile, not far away, Uchiha Madara, while manipulating Obito to strike Itachi, shouted, "Obito, this is how it should be. Hit Itachi." This time, he had Obito personally demonstrate, hoping that next time, when Obito impersonated his name and faced bullying, he would strive to retaliate, preserving the honor of his title. Yet, reflecting on it, Madara pondered whether this lesson was a bit excessive, as Itachi was indeed his junior. Being a senior, he should have a proper way to discipline his younger kin. Appearing too severe might frighten Itachi. Immediately, Madara commanded Obito to deliver a sharp kick to Itachi, toppling him, then continued to grip Itachi's neck, dragging him face down towards a nearby bench, where he sat down. Itachi wondered in his heart why the caster had yet to kill him, realizing the caster could have ended his life at any moment. A sense of foreboding filled Itachi. The caster must have a specific purpose, one that he had yet to discern. While he feared not death, the uncertainty heightened his tension. Suddenly, Itachi felt himself lifted by Obito and placed across his thigh, facing the bench, his abdomen resting on Obito's leg. What did the caster intend to do to him? The sense of crisis within Itachi intensified. In the next moment, Obito's hand tightened around Itachi's neck, forcefully pressing his face down against the bench. Itachi could only see the bench, unable to glimpse Obito's form. Then, with a sharp sound, Obito delivered a resounding slap to Itachi's rear. The sound was crisp and pleasing, coupled with excruciating pain. The tremendous force made Itachi feel a tingling numbness. Instantly, his expression stiffened and his eyes trembled. The pain in his rear was trivial, but the humiliation was profoundly stifling. Not far away, Madara observed this with satisfaction, murmuring, "Ah, this is how a senior should teach a junior." A few slaps on the backside suffice. Going too far might frighten the younger one. Obito raised his hand, continuing to deliver heavy blows. Once, twice. The sounds of slapping echoed incessantly. Itachi felt his rear becoming swollen, yet Obito showed no signs of stopping, seemingly becoming more invigorated with each strike. Itachi gritted his teeth, his expression tense. "Itachi, the one controlling me seems not to wish for your death, but rather seeks to humiliate you," Obito remarked. The caster's intent to humiliate Itachi hinted at underlying animosity. Obito was eager to discern the caster's identity. After all, being able to control him so effortlessly and subdue Itachi indicated the caster's formidable strength. If he could identify this individual, Obito would seek to persuade them to join the Akatsuki, aiding him in capturing tailed beasts to fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan. Itachi, preoccupied, gritted his teeth and implored, "Obito, can you please stop? I am not attacking you. I am being controlled. Don't hold it against me. Then be quiet." Obito retorted, "Fine, fine, I will be silent." But Itachi continued, "How about this? I could kill you. I have a jutsu that, if successfully activated, would allow me to end your life. Can you control your body and ease the pressure on my face to cooperate with me?" Upon hearing this, Obito felt an overwhelming dread. Itachi possessed a jutsu capable of killing him? Itachi had indeed kept a trump card. Understanding Itachi's intent, Obito realized he aimed to sacrifice him to free himself from the caster's control. How ruthless. It was no wonder he could commit such acts against his clan. Obito hastily implored, "Itachi, you're not joking, are you? Please, calm down. Calm." Itachi had always maintained his composure, yet at this moment, he was unable to. The humiliation was unbearable. Itachi strained to turn his head, having completed his hand seals, striving to look at Obito. A powerful fire technique was brewing, ready to incinerate Obito's form to ashes. But in the next moment, Obito delivered a fierce slap to the other side of Itachi's face, leaving a distinct mark. His head was pressed down hard against the bench once more, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Obito couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well done, he thought. Itachi was just about to try to kill me. He truly deserves this. Recalling the 4 times he had been subjected to Tsukuyomi by Itachi, Obito felt a surge of resentment. He had longed to punish Itachi. Now, although he was under Itachi's control, he found satisfaction in delivering punishment. Madara, controlling Obito, continued to discipline Itachi. The sound of Obito's palm landing repeatedly on Itachi's rear echoed on. Watching Itachi's increasingly swollen backside brought Obito immeasurable joy, releasing the pent-up frustration he had felt earlier. Finally, after the 100th slap landed on Itachi's rear, Madara decided to cease the punishment. "I seem to be running low on chakra. Sasuke's chakra reserves are too meager. This will do." Let us not dwell too much on this, Junior. With that, Madara released his control over Obito. Instantly, the sound of slapping ceased on the street. However, it only paused for a second before the sound of Itachi receiving further slaps intensified. What was happening? Hadn't I stopped controlling Obito? Madara thought with some confusion, observing closely. He had clearly relinquished control, yet Obito remained seated on the bench, holding Itachi across his lap. One hand firmly pressing down on Itachi's head while the other continued to discipline him. Madara suddenly realized, I understand now. It seems Obito has learned the method I taught him to discipline Itachi. Obito dares to actively punish Itachi now. Very well. Madara regarded Obito with a hint of appreciation. It appears Obito is not as stubborn as I thought. Given that he can be enlightened, I shall allow him to continue impersonating my identity. The 4 consecutive casts of Tsukuyomi by Itachi were unjust, particularly the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th instances, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Therefore, just moments ago, when Obito sensed that his heart no longer ached and his body was free from the control of the caster, he was initially taken aback, followed by a moment of clarity. It was evident that the caster had exhausted their chakra and could no longer maintain control over him. Observing Itachi lying there submissively, without resistance, a surge of anger ignited within Obito. This was the perfect opportunity to openly reprimand Itachi and shift the blame onto the caster. Without hesitation, Obito delivered several harsh slaps to Itachi. However, after Uchiha Madara relinquished control over Obito, the force with which he held Itachi diminished significantly. After all, Obito had endured 3 rounds of Itachi's Tsukuyomi and felt quite weak. Have you not regained control of your body from the caster yet? Itachi asked, enduring the pain. Not yet. The caster is too powerful. I simply cannot regain it. Obito replied without hesitation. Though he had indeed regained control, he was reluctant to disclose this to Itachi, preferring to revel in the moment first. It seems I may have placed too much expectation on you to reclaim control, but I acknowledge your efforts. However, I sense the caster's grip is weakening. Itachi gritted his teeth. I apologize, Obito. It appears I can employ that technique against you. As he spoke, Itachi formed hand seals once more, struggling to turn his head to look at Obito's body. Upon hearing this, Obito was filled with dread. He understood that Itachi intended to kill him to break free from the caster's control. Without a moment's thought, he slapped Itachi's face forcefully, turning his head back. Itachi, I am on the verge of reclaiming control of my body. Just hold on a little longer. Really, Obito? Indeed. Thank you, Obito. Itachi gritted his teeth in pain, feeling his legs grow numb and devoid of sensation. While enduring the agony, he pondered the identity of the caster. The crows he had released earlier had not detected anyone performing jutsu around the Uchiha territory. Thus, there was only one possibility. The caster was within the Uchiha domain. Suddenly, a face emerged in Itachi's mind. Though he was reluctant to accept this truth, he was certain that the caster had to be his father, Fugaku. No one else made sense. When Itachi had approached Fugaku for money earlier, he had witnessed Fugaku activate his Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi was unaware of the abilities of Fugaku's Manjiki, but it now seemed to involve some form of mind control. Otherwise, if the caster were someone else, they could have killed him outright instead of simply teaching him a lesson. This lesson, while humiliating, mirrored the reprimands he had received from Fugaku during his childhood for mistakes made at home. Realizing this, Itachi felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that his plan for the annihilation of their clan was already known to his father. However, rather than confronting him directly, Fugaku had chosen to discipline him in this manner, compelling him to reconsider. Could the plan for annihilation still proceed? Itachi's resolve began to waver. 2 minutes later, after receiving another 100 slaps, Obito finally ceased his onslaught, having vented his frustrations. Itachi, the caster no longer controls me. Upon hearing this, Itachi murmured, at last. Has my father's ocular technique reached its limit? Then it is my turn. Chapter 43. The youngster finally understands. Itachi immediately rose. However, his numbed legs failed him, and he collapsed to his knees before Obito. This scene caused Obito to widen his eyes in disbelief, and his masked face nearly broke into a joyful laugh. Finally, Itachi had knelt before him. Recalling the earlier humiliation of having been subjected to Tsukuyomi multiple times, Obito felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Nevertheless, considering that he had just taken advantage of Itachi's moment of vulnerability to teach him a lesson, and now that Itachi was kneeling before him, he decided to forgive him. Erasing all past grievances. Itachi, please rise. What does it mean for you to kneel before me? Your brother Sasuke is watching. We are comrades fighting side by side. It is my duty to reclaim control to save you, and you need not express your gratitude in this manner, Obito said, spreading his hands in a tone of reluctant insistence. Not far away, Uchiha Madara witnessed this exchange and clapped in approval, exclaiming, Obito, well done. You have finally managed to subdue my brother Itachi. This is the spirit of Uchiha. Obito did not respond to Madara but felt a sense of exhilaration within. It was undeniable that Sasuke, the young brat, had previously spoken words that were almost humiliating, yet this time, his words were particularly pleasing to Obito's ears. The young one has finally come to understand. As the defender, all I need to do now is to ensure the safety of Itachi and Obito, these two youngsters. Madara's gaze held a hint of anticipation. Surely, after the conflict between Obito and Itachi, their discord would be resolved. In his own time, he had experienced similar dynamics with his clan, where conflicts were settled through confrontations, leading to greater camaraderie thereafter. Thus, it was likely that the cooperation between Itachi and Obito would grow even more harmonious following this incident. This, he believed, was his contribution as an elder to assist these two youngsters. Madara did not expect gratitude for his help, as it was merely a simple act of guidance. Now, it was time to focus on the main event, the plan for the annihilation of the clan, which was essentially a defensive exercise for the Uchiha clan, was what truly mattered to Madara at this moment. Itachi and Obito were the attackers. He was the defender. He was eager to see how they would launch their assault on the Uchiha territory. As an elder, should there be any errors in their approach during the attack on the Uchiha domain, it would naturally be his duty to guide and correct them. At this moment, Itachi and Obito remained unaware that Madara was already preparing for their confrontation. I did not intend to kneel before you. Help me up. Itachi glared at Obito, raising his head. Meanwhile, he began to channel chakra within him to heal his injuries. Upon hearing this, Obito quickly assisted Itachi to his feet, seemingly fearful that Itachi might cast Tsukuyomi on him once more. Do you know who controlled you just now? Obito asked, swallowing hard as a name instinctively surfaced in his mind. Uchiha Madara. The seal that bound his heart had originally been placed by Madara, suggesting that only he should have the power to control it. Yet, Madara was undeniably dead. He had witnessed the old man perish right before his eyes. But if it wasn't Madara, who could it be? I don't know. Obito shook his head. I do. Itachi's expression grew grave, his nerves taut to their utmost. He had sparred with Obito earlier and was aware of the potency of his ocular technique, which was merely slightly inferior to his own. Such a level of ocular technique could only be surpassed by another possessing the Manjiki Sharingan. That could only be his father, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku. My father, Fugaku, may have already discovered my plan for the annihilation of the clan. Itachi gritted his teeth. Fugaku? Tobi's face displayed a look of astonishment. Could it be that Fugaku has awakened his Manjiki Sharingan as well? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes today. My father's Sharingan has long since evolved into the Manjiki form, Itachi affirmed with a nod. This is troubling. Itachi remained silent, yet his expression bore a hint of relief. Since Fugaku has discovered his plan for the extermination of the clan, but has yet to reveal himself, only intervening through Akatsuki to halt Itachi when he was about to take the lives of their kin, it is clear that he wishes to give him a chance for redemption. Itachi understood deeply his father's profound love for him. Even now, Fugaku had not directly attacked him, instead offering him an opportunity. It seems I have underestimated my father's strength. This extermination plan is destined for failure. Itachi did not genuinely believe that the plan would fail. Rather, at this moment, his conviction wavered. Although he had been carrying out the extermination, his resolve was not absolute. Until this point, he had not fully steeled his heart to annihilate his own clan. He still harbored kindness for his kin. Is the extermination plan doomed to fail? Tobi gritted his teeth, feeling discontented. In his original expectations, following Itachi in the slaughter would not only lead to Itachi joining his Akatsuki organization to serve him, but also allow him to acquire some Sharingan. Yet now, the plan had barely begun and was already failing. The disparity from his expectations was simply too vast. This outcome was difficult for Tobi to accept. Itachi, let us make one last effort. Even if our extermination plan has been discovered by Fugaku, what of it? Even if Fugaku has led the elite Uchiha to secretly monitor us, waiting for us to strike, what of it? Tobi insisted, we only need to contend with Fugaku. The rest are not to be feared. With our combined strength, it is worth a try. There is no need for that. Itachi shook his head. It is necessary. Itachi, you have no choice. Toby declared firmly. If we do not exterminate the clan today, tomorrow the Uchiha will instigate a coup. At that time, the lives of Konoha's people will be in turmoil, and other nations will seize the opportunity to invade. Konoha will be utterly destroyed. You have no choice. If you give up now, it is tantamount to the annihilation of your nation. If you fight now, there may still be a chance. At the very least, I will do my utmost to assist you. Fugaku's control over actions through that ocular technique must have consumed a great deal of energy. He will undoubtedly be unable to use it again in a short time. If we unite our strengths now, we may still have a chance for success. As the words left his lips, Itachi remained silent, but turmoil surged within him. Itachi hesitated, caught between family and country, re-evaluating his choice. Toby's words struck true. Even if the extermination plan had been exposed, so what? Would they cease their efforts? If so, Konoha would fall, and the nation would perish. If the extermination plan succeeded, at least the nation could be preserved. If the plan were not executed, tomorrow both the nation and the clan would face extinction. This time, without surprise, Itachi once again chose the nation. He surveyed his surroundings, determination etched on his face, and confessed, "Father, I am sorry. I have never been a dutiful son. For the sake of the nation, I have no choice. I feel guilt towards all the Uchiha." Before he could finish speaking, the slight figure of Uchiha Madara stepped forward, praising, "Well said. Truly well said." Chapter 44. You are indeed cruel to your brother. Uchiha Madara had been waiting on the sidelines for Itachi and Toby to launch their offensive. After a considerable wait, he observed that Itachi and Toby seemed to be deliberating something, which nearly extinguished the fervor in his chest. Although this era referred to the Uchiha clan's offensive and defensive drills as an extermination plan, the essence remained the same. The assault must be swift. There could be no hesitation. Just as he approached to reprimand Itachi and Toby, he overheard Itachi's confessional words as he surveyed his surroundings, prompting Madara to praise him. He could see that Itachi had fully immersed himself in the role of the attacker, adopting a demeanor as if he truly intended to annihilate his clan. Madara could even sense the sorrow in Itachi's expression. The performance was extraordinarily convincing, almost lifelike. It was unexpected that the Uchiha clan's attitude towards these drills was so earnest in this era, not at all inferior to the time when I became the clan leader. Madara mused. Determined, Uchiha Madara resolved to showcase his own attitude. Since Itachi and Toby were playing the role of attackers, he naturally would assume the role of the defender. He too would enter into the simulation. If even the younger generation, Itachi and Akatsuki, performed their roles with such vividness, then as an elder, he must be even stronger. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face. Immediately, Uchiha Madara donned a fierce expression, shouting at Itachi and Toby, "Itachi, Akatsuki, I never expected that among the Uchiha, two traitors such as yourselves would emerge. Your extermination plan is destined to fail. I, Sasuke, shall swear to protect our kin with my life." As his words fell, Itachi and Toby's expressions shifted. Itachi turned to Sasuke, asking, "Sasuke, did you already know about my extermination plan?" "Of course I knew." Uchiha Madara replied nonchalantly. The extermination plan? He had only just learned of it. However, he could not reveal this. It would be too out of character. Since it was a drill, he needed to maintain a professional demeanor, ensuring he did not appear weaker than Itachi and Akatsuki, lest he lose face. Upon hearing this, Toby's expression hardened. No wonder Sasuke's attitude towards me was so poor upon our first meeting. He had already known of our intentions. Toby realized, understanding fully. It was likely that Sasuke's earlier actions, attacking him with stones, pelting him with dumplings, bargaining with him, and robbing him, were all tactics to buy time, to prevent him and Itachi from executing the extermination plan. Indeed, Sasuke, you were already aware of my extermination plan. Itachi's heart felt as if it had been struck hard. Suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder Sasuke's demeanor towards him had been so different during their encounter earlier that day. When Sasuke broke his middle finger, it was, in fact, a warning for him to abandon the extermination plan. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice. How could he abandon it? Having chosen to be loyal to his country, he must remain so for a lifetime. If the plot to exterminate the clan was exposed, it could only be transformed into a deliberate act. However, should Itachi truly consider taking action against Sasuke, he still felt a pang of reluctance. "Akatsuki, you should take action against Sasuke," Itachi sighed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara eagerly urged, "Come on, Akatsuki. His blood surged once more. No, you should do it yourself, Toby swiftly rejected without a second thought. The moment he had tried to strike Sasuke, he had been restrained by Fugaku. The pain from the heart-binding curse was vividly etched in his memory. Although this ocular technique must have consumed significant energy, and Fugaku would surely be unable to use it again soon, Toby remained unwilling to take that risk. Forget it. I will do it this time, Itachi murmured. Perhaps this will deepen Sasuke's hatred towards me. Seeing that Toby was reluctant to engage him in battle, Uchiha Madara scolded, Akatsuki. This will not do. Why are you afraid of battle again? Seeing you cower makes me furious. You must fight. With that, Uchiha Madara took a powerful step forward, charging towards Toby with astonishing speed. As Obito endeavored to activate his Kimyui, phasing his body to evade the assault of Madara Uchiha, Itachi's ebony eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. 3 tomos swirled and linked together, manifesting the Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi swiftly positioned himself before Obito, his gaze fixed intently upon Madara. The latter's movements halted, a flicker of admiration crossing his expression. Well done, Itachi. You possess a commendable courage, far superior to that of Akatsuki. Sasuke, look into my eyes. Itachi commanded. Itachi, your eyes are the Manjiki Sharingan? Impressive. Truly, you are a member of the Uchiha clan. The moment was abruptly interrupted by Itachi's exclamation. Tsukuyami. Instantly, silence enveloped the area. Within the confines of the Uchiha domain, an eerie stillness prevailed. Madara stood motionless, as if immobilized, his eyes vacant. Itachi's Tsukuyami struck true, inflicting upon him an intense agony that coursed through Itachi's eyes, causing blood to flow forth. The excessive use of Tsukuyami within a short span had taken its toll. This invocation, though incomplete, lacked the potency of the one he had previously unleashed upon Obito. Did your Genjutsu succeed? Obito inquired. Indeed. Sasuke's consciousness is now ensnared within the illusion I have woven for him, Itachi replied, withholding the truth of its diminished strength. Obito exhaled in relief. While Itachi ensnared Sasuke in his Tsukuyami, Obito remained vigilant, observing the surrounding environment. The sealing curse mark upon his heart showed no signs of activation. Not only he, but Itachi also exhibited no indications of being controlled by Fugaku's ocular techniques. Itachi had already acted against Sasuke. Had Fugaku been capable of intervening, he undoubtedly would have done so. The absence of interference signified that Fugaku's earlier control stemmed from the immense strain of his Manjiki Sharingan, usable only once within a brief period, thus rendering him unable to prevent Itachi's actions. Yet, Obito remained perplexed. Why had only Fugaku intervened, with no other Uchiha stepping in? No matter, let us proceed, Itachi declared, drawing his blade once more. Obito's gaze fell upon Madara, observing his dazed demeanor, and curiously inquired, Itachi, what kind of illusion have you constructed for Sasuke? Is it akin to the one you previously cast upon me, where I was bound upon a cross in a realm of red and white, incessantly pierced by blades? It is not, Itachi shook his head. The illusion I have crafted for Sasuke is uncertain in its specifics. It is based on his own memories. Within this Genjutsu, Sasuke will relive the most harrowing experiences of his life for 3 consecutive days. Itachi understood well that, although this incomplete Tsukuyami lacked the strength of the one he had cast upon Obito, Sasuke's youth rendered him incapable of resisting the torment it would inflict. To endure the most painful events of his life for 3 days? Obito's countenance hardened, realization dawning upon him. Surely, Itachi's illusion mirrored the torment he himself had faced during his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th encounters with Tsukuyami. The mental anguish was akin to being vivisected. Though his resolve had allowed him to endure, what of Sasuke? At only 7 years of age, could he withstand such suffering? Itachi, you are truly cruel to your brother. Obito lamented, his wariness towards Itachi intensifying. He resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he must avoid confrontation with Itachi at all costs. Itachi paid Obito no mind, gripping his blade with a glint of cold light. His gaze rested upon Sasuke, filled with remorse. At that moment, Madara stood wide-eyed and motionless, as if struck by paralysis. Simultaneously, he perceived the scenery around him warping and shifting. The ground and streets faded like ink, while the figures of Itachi and Obito dissipated like morning mist. The very world seemed to be reconstituting itself. Have I fallen victim to Itachi's Genjutsu? A technique called Tsukuyami. It seems to be a manifestation of his Manjiki Sharingan. Madara was not perturbed. Rather, curiosity filled him as he absorbed the changes around him. This Jinjutsu is intriguing. Madara possessed the means to unravel this illusion. Even within this realm, he could manipulate Obito through the sealing curse mark on his heart, disrupting his chakra from the outside to counteract Itachi's Jinjutsu. While he could do so, he deemed it unnecessary, considering it beneath him to engage seriously with a younger generation. Madara was eager to ascertain the potency of Itachi's Jinjutsu. Should it prove lacking, his status as an elder would necessitate assisting Itachi in refining his technique. The ephemeral images surrounding Madara were soon enveloped by a thick fog. Unbeknownst to him, the illusion crafted by Itachi was incomplete. As the mist began to dissipate, Madara gradually discerned his surroundings. The first thing that captured his attention was the transformation of his own body. My form has reverted from that of a child. Madara looked down to find himself clad in resplendent crimson armor, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. This is my own body. How delightful it is to be in my true form, unlike Sasuke's diminutive physique. Indeed, Itachi had been generous to restore him to his original form within the illusion. However, a sudden realization struck Madara. Something felt amiss. My Sharingan seems to be controlling something. He narrowed his eyes. A sharp screech echoed from behind him. It was Kurama. Madara turned to see the massive form of the Nine Tails looming behind him. The creature's eyes mirrored the appearance of Madara's Manjiki Sharingan. We meet again, Kurama. Madara leaped effortlessly onto the Nine Tails' head. The beast quivered slightly, sensing the strange demeanor of its master. We meet again. Confusion washed over Kurama. Hadn't they been together for several days? Why did Madara suddenly speak as if they were reuniting? Moreover, Madara had just commanded Kurama to unleash a tail beast bomb towards Konoha, challenging Hashirama. Now, he awaited a response. Madara had amassed all his strength for a decisive battle at the Valley of the End, determined to confront Hashirama. For days, he had been filled with fervor and rage. Why had he suddenly become so tranquil? Though Kurama was bewildered, it remained silent, its fear evident. The enormous creature lay low to the ground, too intimidated to move. Its gaze fixated on Madara with trepidation. Seated upon the Nine Tails' head, Madara casually tugged at its fur. Perhaps due to the restoration of his body and the increase in strength, a mere tug resulted in clumps of fur being wrenched from Kurama's body. The sharp pain elicited a grimace from the beast, yet it dared not utter a sound. Kurama was acutely aware of the formidable power of the man perched upon its head. This is a man of capricious temperament and extreme ferocity. He has been ensnared by the ocular technique of Uchiha Madara, who can control him at any moment. Should he exhibit even the slightest defiance against Madara, the latter has the power to flay him alive. Madara surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in lingering mist, rendering it impossible to discern his location. He awaited patiently, slightly discontented. It seems that Itachi's illusionary prowess is not particularly impressive. The environment he has crafted for me remains unformed. How disappointing. It appears that Itachi's true strength does not lie in Jinjutsu. Although aware that the Nine Tails within this illusion is merely a figment, he took the opportunity to scrutinize the beast while he waited. To his surprise, Madara discovered that the Nine Tails in this illusion differed greatly from the one he had encountered earlier, sealed within Naruto's body. The creature he faced in reality was but a shadow of its former self, possessing only half of its soul and power. Yet now, the Nine Tails before him was in its complete form. Oh, Nine Tails, how I long to fight alongside you once more, Madara mused. Reminiscing about their battle at the Valley of the End, where he had fought alongside the beast against Hashirama from dawn until dusk. That day had been his most arduous, for he had faced defeat, yet it was also the day he relished the thrill of battle most profoundly. Do you truly wish to fight alongside me again? The Nine Tails, seemingly understanding his sentiment, cautiously inquired. Madara, are you implying that we shall not engage in battle? Battle? Nonsense. Madara waved dismissively. In this world, what enemy could withstand the combined might of us? With that, he released the ocular hold over the Nine Tails. Though puzzled as to why Itachi's illusion had necessitated binding the creature, he dismissed the thought. No one in this world warranted his control over the Nine Tails any longer. The beast had once fought by his side at the Valley of the End, and now, half of its soul was trapped within the body of a mere child, Naruto, who had grown too timid to emerge even if the seal were lifted. It was evident that the Nine Tails had not fared well in reality, and Madara felt a twinge of sympathy for it. Thus, he resolved to release the beast. At this moment, The Ninetales was taken aback by Madara's words. True to his nature, Madara, ever proud, seemed to have no intention of opposing Hashirama any longer. Clearly, he no longer regarded Hashirama with any trepidation. Such audacity inspired a measure of respect from the Ninetales. It appeared that Madara had resolved to confront death in his battle against Hashirama. Instantly, the Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes vanished, replaced by its own gaze as it sensed its freedom from Madara's control. Madara, do you truly intend to let me go? Go ahead. You are free now. Venture wherever you wish, Madara replied, leaping down from the Ninetales' head to the ground below. The mist had begun to dissipate, revealing that he stood upon a mountain peak. Curiosity stirred within him regarding the nature of the illusion Itachi had crafted. Madara, if you release me, can you handle the upcoming battle alone? The Ninetales cautiously rose, probing. I am no longer a mere child. My power is at its zenith, and none can stand against me. Even if Itachi's illusion conjured foes for him to battle, they would undoubtedly be adversaries with whom Itachi had previously clashed. How formidable could they truly be? Madara envisioned that any combat within this illusion would be dreadfully dull. In this world, the only opponent capable of igniting his fighting spirit was Hashirama Senju. Alas, that rascal had perished too soon. Over 40 years ago, Hashirama had died. Long before Itachi was even born, Itachi had never encountered Hashirama, let alone fought him, and thus could not conjure the formidable foe for Madara to engage in battle within this illusion. Madara did not turn to gaze at the Ninetales, declaring with haughty assurance, Ninetales, I, Uchiha Madara, am a man of my word. If I say you are free to go, I shall not renege. Upon receiving Madara's affirmation, the Ninetales finally dared to fully rise. In that moment, its gaze towards Madara was filled with profound respect. The Ninetales acknowledged Madara's strength, deeming him the second most powerful man in the entire ninja world. Despite the pain Madara had inflicted upon it during its capture, the Ninetales' emotions were now complex. It recognized Madara's formidable prowess, yet without its assistance in the battle against Hashirama, Madara would be courting death. Clearly, Madara had no desire to live, merely awaiting his demise at Hashirama's hands. He was prepared to face death with equanimity and, fearing that the ensuing conflict might endanger the Ninetales, sought to grant it an escape. This revelation stirred the Ninetales' heart. It was unexpected that the temperamental Madara would express concern for its safety amidst the battle against Hashirama, deliberately allowing it a chance to flee. The Ninetales' respect for Madara deepened as it spoke. Madara, take care. Should you fall, I shall ensure your remains are properly interred. Now go quickly, or I'll curse you to death myself. Madara retorted, casting a fierce glance at the Ninetales. Readers have questioned why Madara does not recognize Obito. This has been explained earlier. The version of Madara that has traversed into Sasuke's body is not the original, but rather a fragment of his soul that was incomplete when he was resurrected post his battle with Hashirama. In essence, this incarnation of Madara is the younger version, unacquainted with the Moon Eye plan or any figures from this era, including Obito and Nagato. Of course, there will come a time when this younger Madara will confront his original self. In the later chapters of this tale, two versions of Madara will emerge, the younger, proud and combative, and the older, composed and assured. A fierce battle between these two Madaras is inevitable. Chapter 46. The illusion crafted by Itachi is remarkable unbeknownst to Madara. The illusion Itachi had constructed was incomplete, currently incapable of inflicting pain upon him. All Madara could discern was that the Ninetales within the illusion spoke with an ill omen. The Ninetales, hesitant to voice further words, took flight. As it departed, it felt an urge to dissuade Madara from facing his demise alone. Madara, I sense that between you and Hashirama, there exists a deep-seated bond alongside your animosity. When you engage him in battle, should you find yourself at a disadvantage, there is no shame in conceding. Hashirama is not a cold-hearted individual. Surely, he will recall the bond you forged in founding Konoha and grant you a chance to escape. With that, the Ninetales shook its head, fully aware that its counsel would fall on deaf ears. Madara was not one to heed advice, nor would he ever concede to Hashirama. Once he had resolved to face death, no one could deter him. The Ninetales sighed, swiftly departing, knowing that Hashirama would soon arrive. It was unwise to linger. Yet, just as it leaped into the air, only a single tail was felt, accompanied by excruciating pain, causing its entire body to stiffen. The Ninetales turned to glance back, and was taken aback to see Uchiha Madara gripping its tail, his gaze fixated upon it. suffused with a hint of exhilaration. What is happening, Madara? What are you planning? The Ninetales felt a profound sense of danger arise within. Did you not promise to let me go? That unpredictable figure, Madara. Surely he hasn't suddenly changed his mind about releasing me? That shouldn't be the case. Though Madara is notoriously mercurial, he has always honored his word. Yet, at this moment, the ominous premonition gnawed at the Ninetales with relentless intensity. Its instincts warned that if it did not flee immediately, it would plunge into grave peril. In an instant, the Ninetales summoned all its strength, violently thrashing its tail in an attempt to break free from Madara's grasp. However, it was futile. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed. The Ninetales' massive form plummeted forcefully, the impact sending shards of rock flying and causing the ground to tremble. The peak where Madara stood was indented significantly from the force. The Ninetales lay within the crater just created by Madara, its head spinning in disorientation. Madara landed atop the Ninetales' head, shouting into its large ears, "Ninetales, who did you say I would be battling soon?" The Ninetales remained motionless, devoid of response, as if it had succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to hear Madara's words. Madara pried open the Ninetales' eyelids, employing his ocular technique. The Ninetales' golden irises instantly transformed into a vivid crimson, 3 tomo rotating and connecting within. Madara had successfully locked onto the Ninetales with his ocular technique, poised to control its movements at will. Do not feign death, Ninetales. I know you can hear me. Clarify, who is my opponent in the upcoming battle? Reveal their name. Madara's voice brimmed with threat. I'll count to 3. If you remain silent, I shall pluck out all your tails. 1. Senju Hashirama. As soon as Madara counted to 1, the Ninetales shouted in terror. Upon hearing this, Madara was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling slightly. Senju Hashirama? In the illusion crafted by Itachi, his adversary was none other than Hashirama? Then, it dawned on Madara. He closed his eyes, sensing whether there was a seal within his gaze. Indeed, there was. It was the reanimation seal. It was the very seal he had cast within his eyes before the climactic battle with Hashirama. Should he be slain by Hashirama, the seal would activate automatically, triggering Izanagi and bringing him back to life. In the past, upon being killed by Hashirama, he had successfully resurrected. However, an unforeseen event had occurred. He did not revive in his own body, but instead in Sasuke's. Moreover, upon resurrection, he discovered that over 40 years had elapsed since his fateful confrontation with Hashirama. At this moment, within the illusion created by Itachi, the reanimation seal within his eyes remained intact. Furthermore, at the onset of the illusion, he had been using his ocular technique to control the Ninetales. Moreover, the Ninetales had just unequivocally informed him that he would soon engage Hashirama in battle. In an instant, Uchiha Madara seemed to grasp something profound. This illusion constructed by Itachi must be Madara ceased to acknowledge the Ninetales, leaping off its back to the edge of the peak. The surrounding mist had dissipated. The morning sun illuminated everything around him. Observing the familiar surroundings, Madara felt the fervor within his chest intensify. This was unmistakably the Valley of the End. Not far across, on the opposing peak, stood a figure he recognized all too well, adorned in the same crimson armor, fixating its gaze upon him. At that moment, Senju Hashirama's eyes were locked tightly onto Uchiha Madara. Not long ago, Konoha had been struck by a tailed beast bomb, which he had managed to deflect in time, sparing the villagers. He soon received intelligence that this tailed beast bomb had been unleashed by Madara, who had re-emerged after 6 years, accompanied by the Ninetales, to declare war upon him. Should he face defeat, Madara would annihilate Konoha. It was evident that this time, Madara was serious. Instantaneously, Hashirama rushed forth. Upon arriving at the Valley of the End, he had anticipated that Madara would immediately engage him in combat. However, to his surprise, he found Madara mercilessly assaulting the Ninetales. Hashirama wore a puzzled expression. After 6 years, Madara seemed to have grown even more ferocious, lashing out even at the Ninetales, who had fought alongside him. Hashirama did not dwell on it for long. As he observed Madara cease his assault on the Ninetales and turn his gaze toward him, Hashirama's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He called out loudly, "Madara, I am here to challenge you. I carry too much on my shoulders now. For the sake of Konoha, I cannot and will not lose this battle." Hashirama. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was filled with exhilaration, as if the blood coursing through him had ignited. He felt as though he had returned to that fateful day of combat against Hashirama. This was the most agonizing day he had ever experienced. It was also the day he fought with the most unrestrained fervor. Itachi had brilliantly constructed this day for him. It was simply magnificent. Chapter 47. The conscience I no longer possess at this moment. The Ninetales, ensconced in the massive crater behind Madara, watched the scene unfold with panic. Hashirama had arrived. Hashirama was going to engage Madara in battle. The Ninetales understood all too well that both Hashirama and Madara were amongst the most formidable forces in the entire ninja world. Moreover, Hashirama's strength even surpassed that of Madara by a margin. Even if the Ninetales allied with Madara against Hashirama, it had no confidence in overcoming him. However, the Ninetales was certain of one thing. No matter the outcome of this battle, whether Hashirama triumphed or Madara emerged victorious, it would inevitably face dire consequences, potentially facing a brutal demise. Resolutely, the Ninetales gathered its courage and called out to Uchiha Madara. Madara, you just promised to let me go. Indeed, I did state that I would release you, Madara replied, turning back to place his hand on one of the Ninetales' tails, gently stroking its fur. Earlier, I believed my opponent would be weak, so weak that I could handle it alone with ease. However, I never anticipated at this point. Madara's voice suddenly surged with excitement, the brilliance in his eyes igniting. But how could I have imagined that my opponent would be Hashirama? Hashirama is still alive. But Madara, you clearly stated your principles of unwavering honesty. That is the foundation of your character. Indeed, I, Uchiha Madara, have always been a man of my word. However, in this world, my principles must undergo a transformation. Madara was acutely aware that this realm was a mirage conjured by Itachi, a remarkably vivid illusion. Yet, no matter how realistic it appeared, it remained an illusion. Madara's mastery of illusion was equally profound, and he understood well that the more realistic the illusion, the more fleeting it would be. How long could this illusion crafted by Itachi endure? Madara felt uncertain, since this illusion was destined to collapse at any moment. And given that it was all fabricated, why should he adhere to principles within it? Principles were the very essence of his existence in the real world. Now that he had chanced upon such a lifelike illusion, allowing him to return to his former era, if he were to remain shackled by principles and constrain his thoughts and actions, he would be deprived of the opportunity to accomplish many things. In the present day, he is aware of many events that will unfold in the future. The third Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage is Minato Namikaze. The mere mention of these two names leaves him profoundly dissatisfied. Even though Uchiha Madara understands that he is trapped within a fabricated illusion created by Itachi, he still yearns to take action and alter this reality. Madara, surely you do not intend to go back on your word? Reneging is not your style. The Ninetales cautiously reiterated, you promised to release me. One must have a conscience. Before the Ninetales could finish, Uchiha Madara interjected, conscience is something I long since abandoned. His gaze fixed intently on the Ninetales, Madara continued, you, my friend, irritate me greatly. Were it not for your lack of strength, which made you easily controllable, causing chaos in Konoha and ultimately being sealed within Naruto, the villagers would not perceive him as a demon nor shun him. Taken aback by Madara's words, the Ninetales could discern his anger. However, the reasoning behind Madara's statement eluded it entirely. Confused, the Ninetales tentatively inquired, Madara, have you made a mistake? I have never even set foot in Konoha. How could I bring chaos there? You will bring chaos to Konoha, Madara retorted. When? 50 years from now. What? The Ninetales felt its mind swirl. Was Madara truly going to face Hashirama, resulting in such confusion? The Ninetales sensed a strong premonition. Madara might have lost his sanity and was rambling. It understood that Madara, in his relentless quest to defeat Hashirama, had become so consumed by his training that he had lost his grip on reality. Earlier, Madara had forcefully brought it to challenge Hashirama, yet at the moment of confrontation, he had calmly suggested releasing it. That moment had made the Ninetales feel that something was amiss with Madara. Sure enough, just as it prepared to leave, Madara became excessively agitated, seizing it, and even questioning who it intended to battle. Did Madara not know that it was Hashirama who sought to fight him? This indicated that Madara had indeed lost his mind. Now, his behavior only further confirmed that his mental state was deteriorating. Madara claimed that the Ninetales would bring chaos to Konoha 50 years hence? Nonsense. It was utterly absurd. Who could predict the future? Clearly, Madara was fabricating a baseless accusation on a whim. This indictment weighed heavily on the Ninetales. Had it been based on past events, it would have had no rebuttal. Yet, this madman was using future occurrences to condemn it. How ludicrous. Madara, who is Naruto? The Nine-Tails probed once more. Naruto? You do not know him? Madara shook his head. No, I certainly know him. Did you not say that I am sealed within Naruto, which leads the villagers to regard him as a demon and reject him? If I am sealed within him, how could I not know him? That is also a matter 50 years hence. Right now, not only Naruto, but likely his parents have yet to be born. What? The Nine-Tails felt a tightening in its chest. He must be mad, absolutely mad. At that moment, it became increasingly certain that the Uchiha Madara before it was indeed insane, spewing nonsensical claims. You, a mere beast, lacking in intellect, it is quite normal not to comprehend. In any case, you must enhance your ability to break free from the control of my Sharingan. Thus, 50 years hence, you will not be manipulated by the masked impostor assuming my identity, bringing chaos to Konoha. As Madara uttered these words, he suddenly paused, as if a realization struck him. The one controlling the Nine-Tails to wreak havoc in Konoha, leading to its sealing within Naruto, was it not the masked figure Obito? In that instant, Uchiha Madara grasped the truth. The one who had made Naruto's childhood so tragic was likely Obito. This debt was noted. Once Itachi's illusion was dispelled, he would seek retribution against Obito. Chapter 48, Madara. Cease tormenting me, and let us engage in battle. Immediately, Uchiha Madara's gaze fixed intently on the Nine-Tails, continuing, forget it, Nine-Tails. I cannot be bothered to explain further, as you will not understand. Just remember, you must train to escape from my control. From this moment forth, you shall train to break free from my Sharingan. As his words fell, Madara grasped one of the Nine-Tails' tails and tightened his grip. Pain. Excruciating agony. The intense force pierced the Nine-Tails' nerves, causing its massive form to leap upright, releasing a thunderous roar. Roar. The Nine-Tails' roar reverberated through the heavens. At that moment, on the opposite peak, Hashirama felt a tightening in his chest. Was Madara preparing to launch an assault against him? His nerves were taut. Hashirama understood that Uchiha Madara had undoubtedly grown stronger during his 6 years away from Konoha. Moreover, arriving with the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails, meant he could not afford to underestimate this confrontation. Behind him lay Konoha, and within his heart resided countless individuals he needed to protect. He could not afford to lose this battle. Even if it meant sacrificing Madara, it would be worth it. At once, Hashirama pressed his palms together, forming a seal, and shouted at Uchiha Madara, Madara, do not underestimate me. During your 6 years away from Konoha, my strength has also grown. I will show no mercy in this battle. In those 6 years, he had learned sage techniques in the wet-bone forest. Instantly, natural energy surged, and sage marks appeared in his eyes. The atmosphere around him intensified, causing the ground to tremble violently. Hashirama locked his gaze on Madara and bellowed. Sage art would release True Thousand's hands. A colossal Buddha, towering 100 meters high, erupted from the ground, standing majestically behind Hashirama. The uproar resonated so intensely that even the far-off Konoha felt the tremors. Hashirama leaped onto the head of the thousand-handed Buddha, his eyes fixed firmly on Madara. At this moment, in Konoha, Senju Tobirama, along with many current clan leaders from the Senju, Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans, stood atop a high platform, observing the battle between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama. Earlier, Madara's control over the Nine-Tails and the resulting tailed beast bomb had caught everyone off guard. Had it not been for Hashirama's timely intervention, Konoha might have been obliterated. Now, hearing the Nine-Tails' furious roar, everyone felt a tightening in their nerves, filled with anxiety. Is Madara already controlling the Nine-Tails to battle my brother? Tobirama's expression grew grave. Soon after, the thousand-handed Buddha stood tall several kilometers away. Its immense form, even from Konoha, was awe-inspiring and shocking. Is this the sage technique Hashirama has mastered over the years? I have never seen such a colossal Buddha. It is truly breathtaking. Hashirama is indeed our Hokage. The clan leaders present gazed at Hashirama's thousand-handed Buddha, their eyes brimming with astonishment, each expressing admiration for him. Only the leader of the Uchiha clan wore a solemn expression. Madara's strength is not as lacking as you all believe. Tobirama shot a glance at the current Uchiha clan leader, his eyes filled with pride. How could the Nine-Tails, under Madara's control, withstand such a colossal Buddha? Madara is destined to be defeated. The crowd, initially worried about Hashirama's potential defeat, felt their confidence bolster significantly. At this moment, in the Valley of the End, in a distant location, several kilometers away, the people of Konoha gazed intently at the unfolding battle between Hashirama and Madara. At this moment, Hashirama's focus was solely on Madara, who stood atop the colossal statue of the thousand-handed Buddha, with hands poised to form seals. He was prepared to launch an assault against the Uchiha Madara. He bellowed. The Nine Tails, ensnared by Madara's grip on its tail, turned its head at the commotion. Upon witnessing the massive figure of the thousand-handed Buddha, larger than itself by several magnitudes, the beast was momentarily stunned, forgetting the pain from Madara's hold. Madara, cease this torment. Look behind you. Hashirama has summoned a giant Buddha. He is employing sage techniques. He means to get serious. You must control me to withstand this, or we shall both perish at his hands. Upon hearing this, Madara glanced back, his gaze sweeping over the towering Buddha controlled by Hashirama. This Buddha? It's nothing to be alarmed about. I have faced it before, Madara replied candidly. I have broken all of its 1,000 hands before. In the past, during their fierce confrontation at the Valley of the End, he had battled Hashirama's Buddha, shattering its hands without a clear victor emerging. In that moment, Madara found himself somewhat impressed by Itachi's illusion. Everything in this illusion mirrored reality, even the abilities of those involved. It was undeniable that Itachi's skill in crafting illusions was formidable. No wonder he could single-handedly lead the offensive in their clan's battle. Accompanied only by the cowardly Obito, Madara was unaware that in reality, the moon-reading technique he had cast on him was severely taxing, rendering the illusion imperfect and far less potent than when he had used it on Obito. Thus, Madara had yet to experience any pain within this realm. Madara, what nonsense are you spouting? You've faced this Buddha before? You've broken all of its 1,000 hands? The Nine Tails, hearing Madara's words, nearly lost its composure. At that moment, it was utterly convinced that Madara had indeed lost his sanity. During the 6 years Madara had spent away from Konoha, he had relentlessly trained in ninjutsu, almost always alongside the Nine Tails, which knew well the trials he had endured. He had never fought Hashirama, let alone battled the thousand-handed Buddha. Now, it seemed Madara had no intention of facing Hashirama and continued to grip the Nine Tails' tail, claiming he needed to train it to break free of the Jinjutsu. It was absurd. Madara, regain your senses. The Nine Tails cried out. Stop tormenting me. We stand on the same side. Our enemy is Hashirama. Do you comprehend your actions? I am quite aware of what I am doing, Madara retorted, his grip on the Nine Tails' tail unwavering. Turning back to Hashirama, he shouted, Hashirama, I have more pressing matters to attend to. We shall fight later. What? Hashirama's gaze sharpened. Madara was not engaging him. What was he up to? In the next instant, he observed the Nine Tails howling in agony once more. The cry was filled with torment. Hashirama began to sense something was amiss, muttering. The Nine Tails' roar does not sound like a battle cry. It resembles the cries of one suffering. Upon closer inspection, he could see Madara tightly gripping one of the Nine Tails' tails, appearing as if he would snap it. What was Madara doing? Was he battling the Nine Tails instead of him? Although perplexed, Hashirama remained vigilant, aware that this could be a tactic of Madara's that required careful handling. And then it came, Madara's true offensive. Hashirama watched as Madara, seizing the Nine Tails' tail, leaped high into the air, preparing to slam the beast down with force. Was this how Madara attacked after 6 years away from Konoha? He was using the Nine Tails as a projectile against him? Such a crude attack was beneath the Nine Tails' capabilities and would yield limited results. Moreover, this was entirely unlike Madara's usual combat style. Hashirama, though confused, did not waver in his readiness. Madara, do not underestimate me, he shouted, hands clasped as he formed seals. Dozens of hands from the thousand-handed Buddha sprang into action, poised to strike the descending Nine Tails. But then, Hashirama realized that Madara was not hurling the Nine Tails at him. Rather, he was slamming it down into the ground. Hashirama, save me, Madara has gone mad. The Nine Tails' cries echoed, followed by a tremendous crash as it was smashed into the earth, creating a large crater. The Nine Tails lay there, defeated, akin to a dead beast. Filled with despair, Nine Tails, resist my Jinjutsu. I am training you. Gather your spirit. Do not lay there like a dead dog, Madara shouted, landing atop the Nine Tails and gripping its ear. The Nine Tails dared not protest, lying still in resignation. It had once hoped to ally with Madara to defeat Hashirama, only to find Madara descending into madness, relentlessly tormenting it. His assertions of future genjutsu control over it were ludicrous. The Nine Tails had lost all hope of mercy from Madara, placing its faith solely in Hashirama. Presently, only Hashirama could save it. Before the Nine Tails could devise a plan, Madara tightened his grip, declaring, "Training begins now. Nine Tails, endure. The moment you break free from my genjutsu, the training will cease." With that, Madara swung the Nine Tails' massive form into the air and then slammed it back down. Again. Continue. The ground trembled with each impact. Madara was aware that even if he could train this Nine Tails to escape genjutsu, it would not affect the one in reality. But it mattered little. Perhaps this would ensure that Naruto's childhood in this world would not be as tragic as in reality. After all, the illusion crafted by Itachi was far from over. He felt restless. He needed to act, to feel the thrill of combat. After a series of slams, Madara finally paused and asked, "Nine Tails, do you know how to escape my genjutsu now?" The Nine Tails, battered and disheveled, ached all over. Upon hearing Madara's question, it felt no desire to respond to the madman. This was a terrifying ordeal. Glancing around, it spotted Hashirama atop the mountain and felt a glimmer of hope. "Hashirama, save me." The Nine Tails howled. "Madara has lost his mind. I beg you, eliminate him. He no longer wishes to fight you. He only wants to beat me. Save me." Standing atop the peak, Hashirama gazed down, bewildered by the sight of Uchiha Madara mercilessly assaulting the Nine Tails. What was Madara up to? Wasn't he supposed to be harnessing the beast to confront me? Why was he attacking it instead? Could there be a rift between them? Unlikely. The Nine Tails would not dare oppose Madara. Yet, the ferocity of Madara's assault was undeniable, and he appeared entirely disinterested in engaging with Hashirama. What was Madara plotting? Although perplexed, Hashirama remained vigilant, observing silently without any rash actions. He would not take advantage of another's misfortune. Since Madara was solely focused on punishing the Nine Tails, Hashirama would refrain from any ambush, at least until their inevitable confrontation commenced. Suddenly, Madara ceased his onslaught and, as if struck by a thought, looked up at Hashirama, declaring, "Hashirama, shall we postpone our battle for now?" Initially taken aback, Hashirama swiftly replied, "Madara, I can forego our fight, but you must promise me that you will not destroy Konoha." "No problem. I assure you, I will not harm Konoha," Madara responded without hesitation. Madara had come to appreciate the prosperity of Konoha. The villagers thrived in happiness, free from the ravages of war. The culinary delights had multiplied, especially the delectably sweet three-colored dumplings, which Madara relished without growing tired of them. Though currently trapped in Itachi's illusion, the vividness of this realm was so striking that Madara was inclined to treat it as reality. Even without knowing when this illusion would collapse, he resolved to savor this return to a bygone era for as long as possible, compensating for past regrets to the best of his ability, invigorated by the process. "Madara, you guarantee that you will not destroy Konoha?" Hashirama emphasized, seemingly in disbelief. "I guarantee it," Madara exclaimed, raising his voice. "Hashirama, I am a man of my word. I would never undertake any actions that could harm Konoha. You should trust me now. Come down and assist me. I require your help." "Very well," Hashirama nodded, feeling a sense of relief. "I believe you, Madara. I know your principles. You never go back on your word." The Nine Tails interjected loudly, "Hashirama, you do not understand Madara. He has changed. His words are as empty as wind. He has lost his sanity." Before the Nine Tails could utter another word, Madara seized its head and slammed it into the ground. "Be quiet. When adults are speaking, a mere beast should refrain from interrupting." Instantly, the Nine Tails' head was buried in the earth, unable to utter a sound or move, paralyzed by fear of Madara's potential wrath. Madara then turned to Hashirama and urged, "Come on. Hashirama, descend and help me." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Valley of the End, in a dense forest several kilometers away, Kakuzu concealed himself behind a large tree, fixated on Hashirama. More precisely, he was fixated on the colossal statue of the thousand-handed Buddha towering beneath Hashirama. Was this the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whom the Takigakure had sent him to assassinate? Kakuzu swallowed hard, his gaze trembling with fear as he contemplated the statue controlled by Hashirama. Were they sending him to his doom? He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not acted prematurely, but had merely observed from the shadows. Otherwise, had he engaged Hashirama, the disparity in power would have crushed him beneath the weight of that immense statue. The gap in strength was insurmountable. This mission was beyond his capabilities. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to retreat. While it was undeniably shameful to withdraw without a confrontation, life held far greater value than pride in the face of overwhelming strength. Yet, the thought of retreating without even facing Hashirama left a bitter taste in his mouth. Thus, he drew a shuriken and hurled it at the thousand-handed Buddha. He knew full well it would inflict no real damage. But at least he could claim to have engaged Hashirama, providing a semblance of justification upon returning to Takigakure. The shuriken gleamed as it shot towards the Buddha, but the attack was far too feeble to concern Hashirama, who was focused on Madara below. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama formed a seal, causing the thousand-handed Buddha to shatter into countless fragments. Since Madara had declared he would not destroy Konoha and would cease hostilities, there was no need for Hashirama to expend chakra maintaining control over the statue. At that moment, Hashirama still harbored the hope that Madara could return to Konoha and assist him. Curiously, Hashirama pondered what assistance Madara might require. Without hesitation, he leaped from the peak, determined to join Madara. "Madara, I'm coming." Several kilometers away, Kakuzu, on the verge of leaving, suddenly heard the thunderous sound of the thousand-handed Buddha shattering. He turned to witness the spectacle, his eyes widening in disbelief. The statue controlled by Hashirama had been destroyed by the shuriken he had thrown. Kakuzu raised his hand, which had launched the shuriken, swallowing hard as his heart raced. Had his power grown to the point where he could contend with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Initially paralyzed by fear of Hashirama's might, Kakuzu felt his trepidation dissipate as he realized that his shuriken had effortlessly shattered the thousand-handed Buddha. Bolstered by this revelation, he resolved to continue pursuing the assassination of Hashirama. Drawing another shuriken, he advanced toward the Valley of the End. Perhaps this time, the mission would succeed. Earlier, Kakuzu had clearly observed Hashirama standing atop the highest peak in the valley, facing off against a figure he recognized all too well, Uchiha Madara. 2 years prior, Madara had passed through Takigakure, demanding money from its leader, who ultimately provided him a substantial sum at the cost of a broken leg. The task of assassinating Hashirama had been assigned to Kakuzu by the Takigakure leader, who had leaned on his cane as he issued the order. It appeared that a conflict existed between Hashirama and Madara, and if memory served, Madara was also on Takigakure's assassination list with a considerable bounty. If Kakuzu could eliminate both Hashirama and Madara, the rewards for this mission would be substantial. Jiaodu hesitated briefly, yet a resolute gleam flickered in his eyes. The prospect of assassinating both Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was undeniably perilous, potentially costing him his life. However, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. What held greater significance, life or wealth? Without a doubt, wealth took precedence. For Jiaodu, money was akin to life itself. Moreover, if he could effortlessly shatter the colossal statue of the Sage of the Six Paths, perhaps the Nine Tails under Madara's control was not as formidable as the rumors suggested. Clutching his kunai tightly, he concealed his presence and cautiously approached the Valley of the End, contemplating the assassination of both Hashirama and Madara in one fell swoop. Envisioning the triumphant return to the land of water with their severed heads, reaping substantial rewards. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tobirama and numerous clan leaders stood at the highest point, witnessing the monumental statue controlled by Hashirama crumble to dust. In an instant, the expressions of the gathered crowd froze in unison. Silence enveloped the venue, a profound stillness pervading the air. The current leader of the Uchiha clan, pride tinged in his tone, murmured, in such a brief span, "Madara has managed to annihilate the Sage's colossal statue." Although Madara had ceased to be a Konoha ninja since his departure, the bloodline of the Uchiha coursed through his veins. Observing this spectacle, the Uchiha leader could not help but harbor admiration for Madara, secretly reflecting, "Madara's strength is something I may never be able to match in my lifetime." The leader of the Sarutobi clan stood speechless, taking a deep breath. Just how formidable has Madara become? I did not even witness the moment he commanded the Nine Tails to attack Hashirama's statue. Could it be that Madara shattered the Sage's statue solely through his own taijutsu, with astonishing speed? Not only the Sarutobi clan leader, but the heads of the Shimura, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans exhibited similar expressions of disbelief. Only Tobirama's face was wrought with tension. Impossible. That arrogant Madara could never defeat my brother. I must see this for myself. As he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush over, the assembly fervently intervened to prevent him. The current Uchiha leader implored, Lord Tobirama, while your strength is formidable, you are still no match for the Hokage. It would be wise to refrain from participating in the conflict between the Hokage and Madara, as it may endanger you. Upon hearing this, Tobirama turned to fixate intently on the Uchiha leader. Madara is a former leader of your clan. Are you attempting to shield him by forbidding me from joining the fray? Years ago, when Madara left Konoha, Hashirama had often advised Tobirama not to harbor animosity towards the Uchiha. Under Hashirama's guidance, Tobirama's prejudice against the Uchiha had significantly lessened, and he no longer entertained thoughts of exterminating them entirely. In most matters, he treated the Uchiha on par with other clans. However, witnessing the battle between Hashirama and Madara, with Hashirama at a disadvantage, and the Uchiha leader's insistence on preventing him from aiding his brother reignited Tobirama's latent bias against the Uchiha. The other clan leaders soon joined in to counsel Tobirama, ultimately persuading him to abandon his intention to intervene in the conflict between Hashirama and Madara. He chose to remain an observer, his gaze filled with concern. Lord Tobirama, the current Uchiha leader, suddenly stepped forward, his expression grave, emphasizing, I harbor no favoritism towards Madara. I am solely concerned for your safety. Engaging in battle between the Hokage and Madara is perilous. If you feel compelled to assist the Hokage, allow me to go in your stead. Let you go? Tobirama replied, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, as fellow Uchiha, I understand the Sharingan. Assisting Hashirama could yield exceptional results. The Uchiha leader, with righteous fervor, asserted, Madara was once the leader of our clan. Are you truly willing to strike him down? For the sake of Konoha, I would. The Uchiha leader gritted his teeth, declaring, Lord Tobirama, I understand your skepticism towards my clan, but this time, I represent my clan's determination to protect Konoha. Unnecessary. Tobirama resolutely rejected, pointing at the Uchiha leader with pride. How can I trust that your participation in the battle against Madara is genuinely to assist Hashirama and not to aid Madara? The Uchiha leader momentarily faltered, left speechless. With a sigh, he shook his head and departed, heading towards his clan's territory, murmuring to himself, is this mistrust from Konoha truly worth protecting? Perhaps I should have followed Madara when he left. On the other side, at the Valley of the End, Hashirama descended from the peak and approached Madara from behind. In such close proximity, Hashirama felt a surge of emotion, recalling the cherished memories of their shared creation of Konoha. Madara, what do you wish for my assistance with? He asked gently. Yet, before he could finish, Madara abruptly turned, bending low and regarding Hashirama with utmost vigilance, as if poised for battle. Hashirama, do not stand behind me. What is the matter? Hashirama inquired. I fear you may ambush me. Impossible. Cast aside your sword. In a gesture of sincerity, Hashirama discarded his blade onto the ground. Are you at ease now? Madara nodded, beckoning him closer. Come here. As Hashirama approached, he inquired, what do you require my help with, Madara? As long as it does not endanger Konoha, I am willing to assist. Rest assured, what I ask of you will not only pose no threat to Konoha, but may even save it. What? Madara pointed towards the Nine Tails, whose head had been forcefully driven into the ground by Madara's earlier strike and was now beginning to show signs of awakening. Madara's expression turned grave. I wish for you to help free the Nine Tails from my Jinjutsu. This way, in the future, should anyone attempt to control the Nine Tails as I have, they will not succeed in wreaking havoc upon Konoha. Madara spoke from the heart. In reality, the Nine Tails had once been manipulated by others, causing chaos in Konoha, as the beast had confided in him. Although the Nine Tails had taken the lives of many from the Sarutobi and Senju clans during that time, a fact that had delighted Madara, it ultimately led to Naruto's tragic childhood. Even within Itachi's illusionary world, Madara did not wish for Naruto's childhood tragedy to repeat itself. With the illusion still ongoing, Madara decided to take this opportunity to fulfill his desires. As long as the Nine Tails can break free from the control of the Sharingan, the impending chaos of the Nine Tails will be averted. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's gaze fell solemnly upon Madara as he replied, Madara, I understand your intentions. In that moment, Hashirama became increasingly certain that Madara had abandoned any thoughts of destroying Konoha. Otherwise, why would he allow the Nine Tails to escape his ocular control? Hashirama then inquired, but how can I assist the Nine Tails? It's simple, hit it. Madara declared without hesitation. The Nine Tails is currently under my ocular control. I just attempted to strike it myself. But perhaps due to my role as the caster, My blows failed to break its free will. However, you are not the caster. You may succeed. Understanding dawned upon Hashirama. Madara cautioned, be gentle, do not kill it. Are you concerned for the Nine Tails? Hashirama asked. Well, after all, it was once my comrade in battle. And its massive corpse would be difficult to bury, Madara replied. With that, Madara took several steps back, entrusting the next actions to Hashirama, hoping he could aid the Nine Tails in escaping the ocular control. Madara was confident that if the Nine Tails could break free, no one would ever be able to control it again, let alone use it to destroy Konoha. Thus, the tragic childhood of Naruto within this illusory world would be alleviated. At that moment, the Nine Tails, whose head had been forcefully pressed into the ground by Madara's punch, stirred awake upon hearing their conversation. As consciousness returned, the Nine Tails vividly recalled the events that had just transpired. Madara had lost his mind. He had initially brought it along to confront Hashirama, yet inexplicably sought to strike it instead. Madara was undoubtedly insane. Currently, the only one who could save it was Hashirama. The Nine Tails distinctly remembered calling out for help before being knocked unconscious, hoping Hashirama would rescue it from Madara's madness. Would Hashirama be willing to assist? The Nine Tails had no time to ponder, keenly sensing that it remained under Madara's ocular control, indicating Madara's proximity. A singular thought surged through the Nine Tails: escape. It suddenly lifted its head, its cranium emerging from the earth, debris flying. At that moment, it spotted Madara standing several dozen meters away. Upon seeing him, the Nine Tails' heart raced uncontrollably. Madara's gaze was fixed upon it, as if ready to strike again. Fortunately, the Nine Tails not only saw Madara but also Hashirama. Hashirama was approaching it. In contrast to Madara's piercing glare, the warmth in Hashirama's eyes brought a sense of familiarity and comfort to the Nine Tails. Hashirama, have you come to help me? Yes, Nine Tails. I am here to assist you. Hashirama's gentle words filled the Nine Tails with warmth and security. Finally, Hashirama was willing to help. Hashirama continued, Nine Tails, bear with it. Once you are free from Madara's control, let me know, and I will cease my actions. What? Before the Nine Tails could fully comprehend, Hashirama charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Boom! The Nine Tails' body flew back like a cannonball, crashing against the mountain behind it, landing heavily on the ground, with debris covering its form. Amidst the swirling dust, the Nine Tails' furious voice erupted, Madmen! Both of you are insane. Not a single good one among you. The Nine Tails was filled with rage, even contemplating revenge against both Hashirama and Madara. These two not only acted like lunatics, but also deceivers. They had spoken of bringing it for a decisive battle. Yet, where was the battle? Hashirama and Madara had not even clashed. These two had clearly conspired to come to the Valley of the End just to beat it. These two scoundrels, devoid of decency, were bullying it, a mere beast, committing such unscrupulous deeds without shame. At this moment, the Nine Tails' pent-up frustration erupted completely. Roar! The Nine Tails bellowed, rising fiercely and charging at Hashirama and Madara. It would confront these two scoundrels. Chapter 52. Am I stronger than Hashirama, even to Madara? Seeing the Nine Tails charging with ferocity, Madara's eyes sparkled with delight as he shouted to Hashirama, Hashirama, it's working. Previously, when he had struck the Nine Tails alone, it had not resisted at all, let alone attempted to break free from his ocular control, which had vexed Madara considerably. Yet, Hashirama had merely given the Nine Tails a light punch, and it now dared to fight back. This was precisely the effect Madara desired. The Nine Tails needed to resist to have a chance of escaping his control, ensuring that in the future, it would not fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals who could wreak havoc on Konoha. Immediately, Madara focused his will, his gaze sharpening upon the Nine Tails. Instantly, the charging Nine Tails became rigid and motionless. It bared its teeth at Madara and Hashirama, filled with rage, yet was immobilized by Madara's ocular control. It still wasn't enough. Madara shook his head in disappointment. It seemed the Nine Tails had not been struck hard enough. He then called out to Hashirama, Hashirama, continue. All right. In response, Hashirama cracked his knuckles and charged toward the Nine Tails. Hashirama, what are you doing? The Nine Tails exclaimed in shock. Do not worry. I am here with good intentions to help you. Just bear with it. Is this really helping me? Before the Nine Tails could finish its sentence, it let out a piercing scream. Its massive form was once more sent hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the ground. The Nine Tails howled in agony, tears streaming from its eyes. Hashirama and Madara were mercilessly bullying it. Madara had gone back on his word about letting it go. Hashirama's promise to help was merely a ruse. Both were utterly untrustworthy scoundrels. With no time to waste on words, Hashirama was already before it, ready to unleash another barrage. Hashirama did not employ ninjutsu or wood release. To assist the Nine-Tails, he relied solely on physical techniques. While the Nine-Tails could typically contend with Hashirama in physical combat. At this moment, it was bound by Madara's ocular control, unable to break free and thus unable to unleash its full strength, forced to endure the blows. In the Valley of the End, the Nine-Tails wails echoed for a full hour. Had it managed to escape Madara's control with Hashirama's assistance? Madara attempted to exert his ocular control once more, only to find he could still command the Nine-Tails. Madara grew impatient. The illusion created by Itachi was exceedingly vivid, and he had many tasks to complete before the illusion crumbled. He could not afford to expend all his time aiding the Nine-Tails in breaking free from his ocular grip. Thus, Madara called out to Hashirama, "Hashirama, can you manage? Do you need my assistance?" The act of Hashirama delivering a beating to the Nine-Tails was one of sheer determination. Did he require Madara's assistance? Absolutely not. Madara had already pledged not to destroy Konoha, and his sole request was for Hashirama to aid the Nine-Tails in breaking free from the Genjutsu's grasp. If he could not even fulfill this modest request, it would be an immense embarrassment. Meanwhile, the anguished cries of the Nine-Tails abruptly ceased. Upon hearing Madara's words, the Nine-Tails felt a chill run through its very essence. What did assistance entail? In that moment, the Nine-Tails comprehended perfectly. The help Madara referred to could only mean one thing. It would receive a beating. Was Madara truly going to join Hashirama in punishing it? How could this be justified? Why must it endure such humiliation? The Nine-Tails and Hashirama both turned their gazes toward Uchiha Madara, and in unison, they declared, "We do not require your assistance." "Very well, I shall refrain from intervening," Madara replied, crossing his arms and observing from a distance. Upon hearing this, both Hashirama and the Nine-Tails sighed in relief. "Hashirama, you alone need to assist me. Please do not let Madara get involved," the Nine-Tails implored. "I understand. Thank you, Hashirama. It is no trouble," Hashirama nodded, continuing to employ his taijutsu. It was evident that the Nine-Tails was cooperating, striving to extricate itself from Madara's Genjutsu. Commendable indeed. Soon after, the Valley of the End echoed once more with the Nine-Tails' lamentations. Simultaneously, Kakuzu stealthily approached the Valley of the End, cautiously concealing himself. For the past hour, he had refrained from revealing his presence, yet had kept a vigilant watch on the battle between Madara and Hashirama. The sounds of their confrontation were impossible to ignore, for the Nine-Tails' cries were overwhelmingly loud. Within those sounds lay agony, injustice, and desolation, striking a chord within Kakuzu's heart. It appeared that Madara was consistently at a disadvantage in this clash. Earlier, he had observed from several kilometers away the standoff between Hashirama and Madara, each positioned atop the highest peaks of the Valley of the End. Hashirama commanded the Great Buddha of the Thousand Hands, while Madara controlled the Nine-Tails. Kakuzu had assumed that after he shattered the Great Buddha with his kunai, Hashirama's strength would significantly diminish, rendering him incapable of besting Madara. However, from the clamor, it was clear that Hashirama was inflicting considerable damage upon the Nine-Tails, indicating that Madara's prowess fell far short of Hashirama's. If I can easily shatter the Great Buddha with a kunai, yet Madara cannot contend with Hashirama, does that not suggest that both Hashirama and Madara are inferior to me? Kakuzu pondered silently. This notion flickered through his mind, though he was not entirely certain, sensing something awry. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The bounties on both Madara and Hashirama were exceedingly high. The opportunity to claim their lives was at hand. Presenting the heads of Madara and Hashirama would yield a handsome reward. To Kakuzu, wealth was his very lifeblood. With utmost caution, Kakuzu approached the Valley of the End, taking refuge behind a large tree. At that moment, Madara, arms crossed and silently observing Hashirama's assault on the Nine-Tails, seemed to sense something. Is someone hiding there? Madara turned to glance at the tree where Kakuzu concealed himself. Chapter 53. Not even worthy of his wrath, Madara merely cast a fleeting glance at Kakuzu before returning his focus elsewhere. He was indifferent to the presence of anyone lurking nearby, so long as they did not interfere with his objectives. At this moment, what mattered most to Madara was liberating the Nine-Tails from the confines of his Genjutsu. Kakuzu remained hidden behind the tree, suppressing his presence and holding his breath. unwilling to risk a peek at the fierce battle between Madara and Hashirama. Half an hour passed, and sensing no immediate danger, Kakuzu finally exhaled with relief. He cautiously peeked out, only to find Madara standing not far from him, arms crossed, with his back turned. Startled, Kakuzu swiftly withdrew his head, careful not to make a sound. Despite having deduced that Madara might not possess superior strength compared to Hashirama, the infamous reputation of Madara echoed throughout the ninja world. Thus, being so close to Madara, even if it was merely his silhouette, quickened Kakuzu's heartbeat and filled him with trepidation. Kakuzu steeled himself. Should Madara discover his presence, he would fight with all his might. Another half hour elapsed. The sun hung high overhead, and Kakuzu noted that his situation remained remarkably secure. Could it be that Madara has yet to notice my hiding place? He mused. His gaze sharpened as he peered out once more, only to find Madara still standing in the same position, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, completely oblivious to Kakuzu's presence. Indeed, Madara seemed to lack the keen perception one would expect from such a renowned figure. Kakuzu internally scoffed at the notion of Madara being a formidable opponent, as he had evaded detection for over an hour. The cries of the Nine Tails, relentless from start to finish, drew Kakuzu's attention. Following the source of the wails, he spotted the immense form of the Nine Tails, having crashed into a mountainside and created a massive crater. In front of the Nine Tails stood Hashirama, relentlessly pummeling it. Hashirama is attacking the Nine Tails? Kakuzu pondered, bewildered. It appeared that Hashirama had thoroughly subdued the Nine Tails, rendering it incapable of retaliation. Why then, Kakuzu wondered, did Hashirama continue this brutal assault? The true adversary was Madara, who stood mere feet away. Instead of confronting Madara, Hashirama chose to focus his efforts on the Nine Tails. Was this not an exercise in futility? As Hashirama's attention was solely on the Nine Tails, it presented an opportune moment for Madara to launch a surprise attack. Why did he not seize this opportunity? Kakuzu found himself perplexed by the actions of both Madara and Hashirama. The news of Madara's declaration of war against Konoha had spread throughout the ninja world, and leaders from the 5 great nations were well aware. Curiosity surrounded the impending clash between these two titans of the ninja realm, yet no one dared to spectate, fearing the chaos that might ensue. Only Kakuzu had the audacity to observe this monumental confrontation. After all, few would risk their lives for the sake of wealth. At this juncture, Kakuzu's obsession with money had not yet reached the frenzied levels he would later experience, tormented by political elites in the Land of Water. However, Kakuzu clearly observed that the battle between Hashirama and Madara was not nearly as intense as the rumors suggested. It was evident that the prowess of both Hashirama and Madara had been exaggerated. Forget it. I shall not waste time pondering the peculiarities of their battle. To me, both of these individuals are merely bluster and pretense, Kakuzu concluded, recalling the moment he effortlessly shattered Hashirama's great Buddha with a kunai, bolstering his confidence. His gaze swept past Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and 2 kunai appeared in his hands. Chakra surged into the kunai. Previously, he had effortlessly shattered the colossal statue of the 1,000-handed Buddha, which stood 100 meters tall from such a distance. Now, with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama so close and unaware of his presence, it was inconceivable that they would escape unscathed. This assassination mission was destined to succeed. The political elite of the Land of Waterfall possessed the secret technique Earth Grievance, and if he could return with the heads of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, perhaps he could exchange them for a substantial bounty, or even obtain Earth Grievance itself. Kakuzu's heart brimmed with ambition. He had long coveted the secret technique of his homeland, Earth Grievance. It was a technique that allowed one to extend their life by seizing and storing the hearts of others within their own body. In simpler terms, it granted the ability to live longer. The longer one lived, the more wealth one could accumulate, which was Kakuzu's utmost desire. Without hesitation, Kakuzu launched the 2 chakra-infused kunai, which sliced through the air, hurtling directly toward Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Kakuzu was brimming with confidence, for he had previously shattered Hashirama's colossal statue with ease. At this closer range, the kunai he unleashed would surely be lethal. However, in the next moment, Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. Madara had dodged with astonishing ease. Had he not detected Kakuzu's presence? All it took was a slight turn of his head for Uchiha Madara to evade the kunai. Then, Madara turned to face Kakuzu, and in an instant, their eyes locked. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite having deduced that Madara's strength was likely inferior to his own. The calmness in Madara's gaze made Kakuzu's heart race, and sweat trickled down his back. Madara's mere glance rendered Kakuzu instinctively tense, paralyzing him with fear. A ninja from the land of Waterfall? Madara observed, noting Kakuzu's forehead protector. In Madara's mind, the land of Waterfall was merely a small nation. In the world of ninjas, such nations struggled to thrive, for they were the first to suffer in times of war. The quality of life for the citizens of small nations paled in comparison to that of larger nations, with many unable to meet even their basic needs. Madara had long been aware of Kakuzu's concealed presence behind him, but had chosen to remain indifferent as Kakuzu hesitated to act. Now, however, Kakuzu launched an attack, aiming kunai at Madara's head. Such a feeble assault only elicited laughter from Madara. Given Kakuzu's affiliation with a small nation, Madara could not be bothered to take him seriously. In fact, in Madara's eyes, Kakuzu lacked even the qualification to provoke his wrath. He was simply too insignificant. With an expression devoid of emotion, Madara addressed Kakuzu. I am in a good mood today, so I'll let you leave. Should you return, I will surely kill you. Chapter 54. I actually dared to attempt the assassination of Hashirama, and Madara. Kakuzu instinctively nodded, his neck stiffening. The confidence he had felt earlier, determined to kill both Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, evaporated in an instant. A powerful realization dawned upon him. The Uchiha before him was far from the weakling he had assumed. Indeed, he was even stronger than the rumors suggested. Perhaps with a mere flick of his finger, Madara could end his life. Kakuzu swallowed hard. The truly weak one, it seemed, was Senju Hashirama. In that moment, Kakuzu understood. No wonder Hashirama did not engage Madara, but instead focused on pummeling the Nine Tails. With a strength even weaker than Kakuzu's, how could he dare to confront Madara? He could only assault the Nine Tails. Kakuzu chose not to flee just yet. A glimmer of hope remained. His eyes were fixed on the kunai he had just launched. One kunai was aimed directly at Hashirama's back, while the one that Madara had easily evaded continued its trajectory toward Hashirama. Kakuzu knew full well that he was no match for Uchiha Madara, but surely killing Senju Hashirama would not be too difficult. After all, he had previously destroyed Hashirama's colossal statue with ease. Now, with two kunai aimed at Hashirama, he channeled all his strength and chakra into them, launching them with precision to strike Hashirama's back. However, the scene that unfolded before him left Kakuzu astounded. There was no anticipated spray of blood. The kunai did not pierce Hashirama's back as expected, nor did they penetrate the Nine Tails before him. Instead, upon striking Hashirama's back, they halted completely, failing to even scratch his skin, producing only two dull thuds. At that moment, Hashirama paused mid-punch, about to strike the Nine Tails. Glancing down, he spotted the two kunai at his feet, and, without turning back, shouted to Madara, Madara, stop messing around. I'm helping the Nine Tails. Messing around? Kakuzu's eyes widened. He believed he had delivered a fatal blow to Hashirama, yet it had proven utterly ineffective. In fact, Hashirama deemed it mere folly. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within Kakuzu. He realized that his previous feat of shattering Hashirama's statue had likely been a mere fluke. The true first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was undoubtedly far beyond his capabilities. At that moment, Kakuzu dared not linger any longer. He understood that he could not kill either Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, and thus, the lucrative bounty would remain out of reach. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. At that point, Kakuzu's attitude towards wealth was merely one of greed, not yet having descended into the madness that would come later after suffering at the hands of the political elite of the land of Waterfall. Without life, there could be no riches. Uchiha Madara paid Kakuzu no mind, instead shouting at Hashirama, "Who's messing around? That wasn't me. Not you." Hashirama turned to look. Seeing no one but Madara, he scoffed, addressing Madara, "Madara, you're still as childish as ever. You are the only one behind me. Those kunai couldn't have come from anyone else. There's a ninja from the land of Waterfall. Where is he?" Madara pursed his lips. "That guy has fled. Stop making excuses. I know it was you. You're still as immature as you were in childhood," Hashirama said with a wry smile. Simultaneously, he felt an increasing sense of trust in Madara. He had been entirely focused on the Nine Tails, confidently leaving his back exposed to Madara. Had Madara chosen this moment to attack, it might have resulted in a fatal blow. Thus, when struck by the two kunai, Hashirama's heart skipped a beat. However, Upon realizing that the kunai lacked the strength to even break his skin, he felt completely reassured. It is evident that Uchiha Madara has completely abandoned any intention of killing him. In fact, he has even begun to engage in playful banter. The more Madara acts in this manner, the more at ease he feels. Hashirama, I told you, it wasn't me, Madara said, growing somewhat impatient. He regretted letting the ninja from the land of water escape. Had he known, he would have acted in accordance with his usual temperament and killed him on the spot. This ninja not only attacked him but also Hashirama, and now, by letting him go, he has been scolded by Hashirama for his childishness. This feeling left Madara quite displeased. Stop making excuses, Madara. You are just as childish as you were in your youth, Hashirama chuckled. You don't still wish to play those childish games of skipping stones with me, do you? Very well, once I finish assisting the Nine Tails, I shall join you. I wonder if you can still reach the other side. With that, Hashirama turned to continue aiding the Nine Tails. The valley echoed once more with the mournful cries of the Nine Tails. Madara attempted to defend himself, but no matter how he argued, Hashirama paid him no heed. This feeling unsettled Madara deeply. At that moment, Madara declared, Hashirama, you continue to assist the Nine Tails. My ocular technique allows me to control the Nine Tails within a 10-kilometer radius. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly. Very well, go ahead, Hashirama replied, not sparing Madara another glance, waving his hand dismissively. Leave the Nine Tails to me. Even if it takes an entire day, I will ensure the Nine Tails can escape the illusion. It is all for its own good. I can endure a little fatigue. Once again, the Nine Tails' sorrowful wails filled the air. The Nine Tails had already cursed both Madara and Hashirama countless times in its heart. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, fleeing rapidly through the dense forest, gradually steadied his nerves. He had survived. Kakuzu's breath was still somewhat hurried, and the feeling of having narrowly escaped death was overwhelming. Cold sweat trickled down his back. What had he just done? How could he have dared to attempt to assassinate Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha? Recalling Madara's earlier gaze and the moment he had channeled his chakra to strike Hashirama, causing him injury, Kakuzu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, especially under the intense scrutiny of Madara's eyes. What kind of gaze was that? It was as if a deity looked upon a mere mortal. Fortunately, Madara bore him no ill will and granted him a chance to live. Kakuzu felt immensely grateful. But why was Madara in such a good mood? Kakuzu pondered. Hashirama had openly beaten the Nine Tails in front of Madara, which should have provoked Madara's ire, yet he seemed in high spirits. It was difficult to comprehend such peculiar inclinations. Perhaps those of immense strength like Madara had thoughts that diverged from the ordinary. Kakuzu dismissed further contemplation and hastened towards his homeland, the land of water. Although the assassination attempt on the first Hokage had failed, it was somewhat justifiable, given the vast disparity in power. The political elite of the land of water would surely understand. Moreover, he had genuinely engaged with both Hashirama and Madara, and the intelligence he could bring back would undoubtedly convince the political hierarchy of his homeland. Suddenly, a figure appeared a mere dozen meters in front of Kakuzu, blocking his path. Gazing at the man before him, Kakuzu felt his heart tremble violently, and he immediately halted, as if his entire body had been paralyzed, and timidly said, Madara, you just said you would let me go, didn't you? The man before him was indeed Uchiha Madara. I said I would let you go because I was in a good mood, but now my mood has soured due to your foolishness. Hashirama scolded me because of you, and now I have to explain myself. You truly deserve to die. Chapter 55. Kakuzu's demise. Madara began to stride towards Kakuzu with slow, deliberate steps, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed heavily upon Kakuzu's nerves. Madara, spare my life, and I shall offer you wealth. Kakuzu retreated. Madara remained silent. Wealth? That was the last thing he valued. Madara, in the land of water, there exists a secret technique called the UNU. Once mastered, it grants one the ability to extend life, even achieving longevity akin to that of the heavens. If you spare me, I can take you to my country and reveal this technique. Kakuzu pleaded again. Even as he prepared to form hand seals, the UNU was a technique Kakuzu deeply yearned for. However, at this moment, his life was far more precious. Without life, there would be no opportunity for wealth. If he could exchange the UNU for his life, it would be ideal. But should Madara insist on killing him, he would have no choice but to fight back. The UNU? You wish to take me to your land to claim your nation's secrets? Huh. I did not expect you to be such a traitor. You truly deserve to die, Madara replied with displeasure. The UNU? A technique to prolong life? I find myself intrigued. Given that he knew this technique resided in the land of water, there was no need for Kakuzu to guide him there. Even if he killed Kakuzu, Madara could still claim it for himself. As he finished speaking, Madara surged forward. Seeing this, Kakuzu hastily formed hand seals, lightning release, flowing net. Chakra coalesced into currents, surging forth like a dense net, swiftly enveloping Madara. Unfazed, Madara's expression remained unchanged, and his Sharingan had yet to activate. A mere grain of sand cannot compare to me. Such a rudimentary jutsu is beneath my notice. He withdrew a fan from his back and with a vigorous motion, absorbed the currents, condensing them into a sphere, which then rebounded explosively towards Kakuzu. With a resounding crash, Kakuzu was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground, his entire body tingling. What kind of weapon is that? Capable of repelling my jutsu? Kakuzu muttered. At that moment, Madara's voice echoed beside him. A dying man need not know so much. Madara's foot was firmly planted upon Kakuzu's body, causing excruciating pain to shoot through him. Kakuzu's muscles tensed, and despite his attempts to brace himself, blood gushed from his mouth. Earth release. Earth spear. In that critical instant, Kakuzu unleashed his technique, hardening his skin to become as unyielding as rock. Madara's foot, pressing down upon Kakuzu's chest, found itself unable to apply further pressure for a moment. Transforming one's skin into something so resilient? That is indeed a commendable self-preservation technique. Madara's dark eyes transformed to a vivid crimson, three tomos swirling and connecting. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing Kaku, particularly the hardened skin that had resulted from his technique. Seeing that Madara's weight upon his chest had not intensified, Kakuzu felt a sense of relief and conceded, Madara, I admit I am no match for you, but you cannot kill me. My Earth release. Earth spear can render my body as hard as rock. You should abandon this. Upon hearing this, Madara's gaze flickered slightly, the three tomo in his eyes rotating as he squinted. Copy complete. I shall accept this technique. What? Kakuzu's heart tightened. Had Madara just paused his assault to copy his technique? A profoundly ominous feeling surged within Kakuzu. Immediately, Uchiha Madara's gaze fixed intently on Kakuzu. This ninjutsu only allows your skin to become as hard as rock. Such a waste. This technique can be utilized for much greater purposes. After all, rock is quite fragile. Before Kakuzu could react, Madara slightly lifted his foot and then abruptly pressed down with a force 10 times greater than before, a force sufficient to crush stone to dust. With a resounding crack, Kakuzu's body split in two, blood gushing forth, and his agonized wails echoed through the dense forest. Madara paid no heed to Kakuzu's dying struggles. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the direction of Konoha. Itachi's jinjutsu abilities are truly remarkable. I managed to replicate a rather impressive ninjutsu within the illusion he crafted. It seems I have gained something after all. I have been here for half a day, and the illusion has yet to collapse. Madara murmured, in that case, I should seize the moment to accomplish what I desire. In reality, I can no longer return to the era that belonged to Hashirama and me, but with Itachi's assistance. I have returned. I long to savor the taste of the bean-curd sushi from the village back then. After all, the Nine Tails remains under the control of my ocular technique, and with Hashirama's help, I need not worry about that. Therefore, I shall make a trip back to Konoha. As Madara prepared to return to Konoha, a fleeting figure flashed through his mind. Senju Tobarama. In this illusion created by Itachi, Tobarama must still be alive. The very one who had once slain his brother Izuna and forced him to leave home. The memories of Tobarama's actions stirred a tempest of rage within Madara. Yet, the anger soon dissipated. Forget it. In reality, Tobarama has long since passed. Why should I concern myself with a dead man? When I left Konoha, I had thought Tobarama would swiftly eradicate my clan. Yet, to my astonishment, 50 years have passed, and my clan continues to thrive. It seems that despite his deep-seated prejudices against the Uchiha, Tobarama did not resort to the extermination of my kin. For that, my ire towards him is significantly lessened. Madara sighed, dismissing the need to engage with that scoundrel Tobarama, deeming it far more important to enjoy the bean-curd sushi from Konoha. He wondered if the flavor of the sushi from back then could be recreated within Itachi's illusion. If so, Itachi would be remarkable indeed. After the illusion concludes, I might consider going easier on him. In the forest, Kakuzu's wails ceased. He had died filled with resentment. Madara's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Konoha, his Meijiki Sharingan spinning rapidly. He He was utilizing his ocular technique to observe the situation in Konoha from a distance. I see. Konoha has not changed much since the time I departed. Many have gathered atop the Hokage's office, watching the Valley of the End. Are they observing my battle with Hashirama? He scoffed. Such a cowardly bunch, daring only to watch from afar, unlike that unfortunate ninja from the land of water whom I just dispatched. Madara was a considerable distance from Konoha, his view somewhat obscured. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he perceived a familiar figure. Tobirama. That scoundrel Tobirama is indeed present. Although Madara had resolved not to confront Tobirama, seeing him stirred a flicker of annoyance within him. I must do something about Tobirama to vent my frustrations. Madara turned his attention to the lifeless body of Kakuzu, now severed in two. Chapter 56. Such a large projectile. Do they think so little of us? At this moment, in Konohagakure, atop the Hokage's office, Tobirama was surrounded by a number of clan leaders. The concerned expressions that had previously occupied their faces had vanished. Ever since the mournful cries of the Nine Tails had echoed from the direction of the Valley of the End, a smile had graced Tobirama's lips, and his worry for his brother Hashirama had begun to fade. 2 hours had passed. The wails of the Nine Tails had continued unabated. Hashirama has truly been dealt a severe blow, remarked the Sarutobi clan leader, stroking his beard with amusement. The Shimura clan leader chimed in. If even the Nine Tails, controlled by Madara, is suffering thus, one can only imagine the perilous situation Madara finds himself in. That is without doubt. Tobirama's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Valley of the End, lacking the Sharingan or any technique to enhance his range of vision. He could only observe the battle with his naked eyes. However, from his vantage point, he could see neither Hashirama nor Madara. Since the moment Hashirama's great Buddha had been shattered by Madara 2 hours prior, no new Buddha had emerged. Initially, Tobirama had been quite anxious. Yet, as the cries of the Nine Tails became more pronounced, his concerns began to wane. What a farce. Undoubtedly, the Nine Tails and Madara are being soundly thrashed by Hashirama. Why do we only hear the wails of the Nine Tails without a sound from Madara? The reason is simple. Madara's voice cannot compare to that of the tailed beast. At this moment, Uchiha Madara must also be receiving a thorough beating from Hashirama, lamenting in silence. Yet a human's cries cannot rival those of a beast. Madara's lamentations are too faint for anyone to hear. Tobirama's expression was filled with pride. That scheming scoundrel Madara could never hope to match my brother. To challenge my brother to a duel? It is nothing more than self-humiliation. Tobirama felt confident. This battle between Hashirama and Madara bore the hopes of their generation. The mission to eradicate Uchiha Madara would surely culminate in triumph. However, just as the atmosphere was filled with joy and conversation, Tobirama sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze back toward the Valley of the End, narrowing his eyes, poised for action, his brow furrowing. What is that? In an instant, 2 objects, accompanied by blood, shot toward the Hokage's office like cannonballs, moving with astonishing speed. Tobirama noticed them just in time to retreat several steps and call out, "Everyone, get down. Projectiles." But it was too late. The others did not react as swiftly as Kakuzu had. The next moment, a loud crash resounded. Several wails erupted as a depression was formed atop the Hokage's office, blood spraying everywhere. In an instant, silence fell. The Sarutobi clan leader, the Shimura clan leader, and the Oil Girl clan leader lay on the ground, injured. What sort of projectile is this, so massive? The gathered crowd looked closer and were taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, the 2 halves of Kakuzu's body, which Madara had previously crushed. Who dares to hurl corpses at the Hokage's office in Konoha? Such audacity. This is a blatant insult to the name of the Hokage. The Shimura clan leader's expression turned furious. This person must be nearby. I shall apprehend them at once. Indeed, it must be that someone has come to provoke us while Lord Hokage is absent. They are seeking death, using corpses as projectiles. Do they truly believe they can harm us? Clearly, they do not regard us with any seriousness. The clan leaders were filled with righteous indignation. The news of Hashirama's decisive battle with Madara had spread throughout the ninja world days prior. These political leaders of Konoha had privately expressed their concerns regarding the potential for a strong enemy to take advantage of Hashirama's absence during the confrontation with Madara. Nevertheless, those worries were quickly assuaged. Although Hashirama was not in Konoha at that time, Tobirama remained vigilant. Moreover, these clan leaders were certainly not to be underestimated. No one would dare to attack Konoha. Yet now, to everyone's astonishment, someone truly had the audacity to provoke Konoha, and the intent was unmistakably clear. Using a corpse as a hidden weapon, he ruthlessly hurled it towards the political elite of Konoha. Though the damage was minimal, the insult was profoundly egregious. Instantly, the head of the Shimura clan, seething with rage, departed, intent on capturing the audacious individual who wielded a corpse as a weapon. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and, with focused intensity, declared, "Tobirama." After being scolded, the Uchiha clan members have not returned. Could it be that the Uchiha clan leader harbors resentment and nefarious intentions? Before he could finish, Tobirama interjected, "You are overthinking this. This incident was indeed not perpetrated by the Uchiha clan leader. While I have never held a fondness for the Uchiha, we cannot unjustly associate them with this crime. The one who hurled the corpse is not present nearby." "Not nearby? How is that possible? Such force could only be exerted from close proximity," the Shimura clan leader retorted, nursing his injured back and gazing at the dent in the ground caused by the corpse. Even if a high-ranking ninja from Konoha were to perform such an act, if they were even slightly further away from the village, it would not create such a commotion. The perpetrator was indeed not nearby, but rather in the Valley of the End. Tobirama gestured towards that direction, his gaze fixed. "I just witnessed the corpse being thrown from the Valley of the End." "What?" In an instant, the crowd was taken aback. The words of the Shimura clan leader hung in the air. All eyes turned towards the Valley of the End, their pupils quivering. The Valley of the End lay a full 10 kilometers away. The Sarutobi clan leader widened his eyes, murmuring, "To hurl a corpse from such a distance and create a dent on the Hokage's roof, injuring several clan leaders in the process. This person's martial prowess is truly terrifying." In that moment, the Sarutobi clan leader comprehended why the corpse was severed in two. It was likely due to excessive force tearing it apart in midair. Could it be that, apart from Hashirama and Madara, another extraordinarily powerful ninja has set their sights on Konoha? The Shimura clan leader mused. Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders felt a wave of apprehension. There's no need for excessive worry. Tobirama reassured them as he approached the corpse of Kaku. The body was a grotesque sight, bloodied and mangled, yet the forehead protector, though splattered with gore, remained intact. The blood had not yet coagulated, indicating that death had occurred only recently. As Tobirama wiped the forehead protector, he recognized it as belonging to the land of waterfalls. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a freshly inscribed line of text. After reading it, Tobirama furrowed his brow and scoffed, then addressed the crowd. "This corpse was thrown by Uchiha Madara. Despite being thoroughly outmatched in his battle with Hashirama, he still finds time to provoke me. It seems he truly harbors a grudge against me." Chapter 57. So childish, I can't be bothered to engage with him. "Thrown by Madara?" the Shimura clan leader questioned, his confusion evident. If it was indeed Madara, it made sense. Such formidable martial skills were not surprising coming from him. Tobirama continued, "This deceased ninja's forehead protector is from the land of waterfalls, known for its ninjas who excel in assassination and bounty hunting. My brother and Madara's names have long been on the assassination list. This ninja from the land of waterfalls likely intended to strike while my brother and Madara were engaged in their fierce battle." At this juncture, Tobirama disdainfully snorted. "Though I hold Madara in contempt, I must acknowledge that his strength far surpasses that of any ninja from the land of waterfalls. Thus, it is evident that this ninja, attempting to assassinate Madara during his struggle with my brother, ultimately met his demise at Madara's hands." Pointing to the freshly inscribed text on Kakuzu's forehead protector, Tobirama remarked, "This is Madara's handwriting. I recognize it." The inscription read, "Tobirama, out of respect for your long-deceased status, I shall not kill you." Long deceased? Tobirama was very much alive. Clearly, this inscription was an intentional insult from Madara. The crowd exchanged glances, their understanding dawning. So that's how it is, they thought. The evidence was irrefutable. Tobirama's analysis was astute, affirming his position as the second Hokage chosen by Hashirama, demonstrating his meticulous thought process. The anguished cries of the Nine Tails continued to resonate. At that moment, it was apparent that Madara was still at a disadvantage in his battle against Hashirama. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The Sarutobi clan leader chuckled, "Tobirama, Madara's hatred for you is truly profound. Even while being thoroughly defeated by the Hokage, he still takes the time to engage in such antics to threaten and annoy you." "Humph, that arrogant fool cannot disgust me," Tobirama retorted. "Such childish taunts are beneath me. And besides, Madara is likely to be killed by my brother soon." At this, the crowd relaxed, wholeheartedly agreeing with Tobirama. He was right. Madara was on the verge of being defeated by Hashirama, yet he still had the audacity to insult Tobirama. The absurdity of it all was laughable. As they discussed this, laughter erupted, their anxiety dissipating. Tobirama gazed at the inscription left by Madara, muttering to himself, "Madara, once you are deceased, I shall collect your cells and utilize them alongside my recently developed techniques, the impure world reincarnation and the explosive tag multiplication technique. When I next confront an enemy, I will resurrect you using the impure world reincarnation, then control you to unleash the explosive tag multiplication technique, obliterating both your corpse and the enemy." Before he could finish, a wave of unease surged within Tobirama. Something felt amiss. The blood and flesh on the back of Kakuzu's forehead protector felt excessively heavy. Could it be that there was another message inscribed there by Madara? That fool is truly childish. If there were words on the back, I would read them aloud for everyone to mock Madara. Tobirama peeled away the congealed blood and flesh from the back of Kakuzu's forehead protector. What he saw next made his expression change dramatically. Hidden within the flesh was a miniature seal, isolating sound and scent. Encased within the seal were 5 explosive tags. The explosive tags had already been ignited, their burning sound and scent suppressed by Madara's small seal. This was the moment of detonation. Explosive tags. The Shimura clan members nearby realized what was happening and immediately shouted, "Everyone scatter! Madara has concealed explosive tags inside." Panic spread across the faces of the crowd. There was no time to evade. Even if they attempted to use ninjutsu to defend themselves, it would be too late. "Fear not, I am here. Flying Thunder God." Tobirama grasped Kakuzu's forehead protector containing the explosive tags tightly, refusing to let go. In an instant, Tobirama's figure, along with the forehead protector, vanished from the spot. The crowd understood and felt immense gratitude towards Tobirama. He had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to remove the imminent explosion, protecting them at the first opportunity. Otherwise, if all 5 explosive tags detonated simultaneously, even if no one perished, there would surely be injuries. One cannot deny that Madara's actions were utterly revolting. This man, who usually carried himself with such candor, had resorted to such despicable tactics. Meanwhile, Tobirama appeared in an unoccupied house marked with a Flying Thunder God seal. Taking a moment to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering the absence of occupants. Just as he was about to utilize the Flying Thunder God again to leave, a tremendous explosion reverberated. The flames swiftly engulfed the body of Tobirama. At this moment, the various clan leaders atop the Hokage building turned their gazes towards a house on the streets of Konoha, where an explosion had just occurred. Instantly, they understood and murmured among themselves. Tobirama must have utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the forehead protector laden with 5 explosive tags into that house. Could Tobirama have arrived in time using the Flying Thunder God? Where is Tobirama? There is no mark of his technique here. He should not be able to come. I hope that by the time those 5 explosive tags detonate, he has already used the technique to escape. Let us hope Tobirama remains safe. The clan leaders expressed their concerns for Tobirama's well-being. However, only the leader of the Shimura clan stared wide-eyed at the burning house, biting his lip in distress. Puffing his cheeks in frustration, silently lamenting, "My home is gone." The leader of the Shimura clan was filled with regret. He should never have allowed Tobirama to leave a mark of the Flying Thunder God in his home. Now his house lay in ruins. Fortunately, he lived alone, so his family should be unharmed. The sense of helplessness within him surged fiercely. Should he blame Tobirama or Uchiha Madara for this calamity? He wanted to blame Tobirama, but dared not. Instead, he could only curse Madara. That despicable man, right before his demise, resorted to such underhanded means to destroy his home. The explosion of the explosive tags within the Shimura leader's house was deafening. Flames consumed the structure. Passers-by on the streets were filled with trepidation, frantically seeking refuge. Among them was a child of the Shimura clan named Shimura Danzo, who stared wide-eyed at the scene, murmuring, "What was the leader doing at home that suddenly caused an explosion?" Chapter 58. My home is gone. Upon witnessing the chaos, the Shimura leader shouted from the top of the Hokage building, "Danzo, what are you gawking at? Tobirama is in my house. Hurry and use water release to extinguish the fire. If you cannot perform water release, wind release will suffice. Save Tobirama." Saving Tobirama is trivial. Salvaging my house is of utmost importance. The Shimura leader understood that Tobirama was likely unharmed. Just moments ago, Tobarama must have used the flying thunder god to toss the impending explosive tags into his home and then departed before they detonated. He had no concern for Tobarama's safety. His worry lay with his own dwelling. It appeared that the fire had not raged for long. If they acted swiftly, they could still mitigate the damage. Oh, the young Danzo quickly grasped the situation. He turned to his companion, the same age as him, Sarutobi Hisashi, and said, "Hisashi, help me." "All right." Instantly, the two children dashed forth, urgency in their steps. The Shimura leader also leaped down from the Hokage building to join them. Danzo and Hisashi arrived before the blazing house of the Shimura leader, just as they were about to employ their ninjutsu to extinguish the flames. In that moment, a voice resonated from within the inferno: water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a torrent of steam surged forth. A water dragon erupted from the Shimura leader's house, sweeping through the debris. Within moments, it extinguished the raging flames. Tobarama's figure emerged. The water dragon showed no signs of abating, poised to surge towards the onlookers and nearby shops. But with a mere gesture, Tobarama dissipated it entirely. He stood amidst the charred remnants of the house, his expression distinctly displeased. "Madara truly disgusts me. I hope Hashirama swiftly eliminates him." Though unscathed, the plush collar he typically wore had been incinerated entirely. This sensation left him thoroughly displeased. Once Madara was defeated, he intended to utilize Madara's Sharingan to develop several ninjutsu to vent his anger. Muttering curses against Uchiha Madara, Tobarama intended to ascend back to the Hokage building to observe the ongoing battle between Hashirama and Madara. What a splendid water release! Hisashi admired as he watched Tobarama emerge slowly from the crumbling house of the Shimura leader, filled with awe and admiration. Noticing the two children, Hisashi and Danzo, Tobarama's displeasure immediately faded. He looked at Hisashi with concern. "Are you unharmed, monkey?" "I'm perfectly fine." Hisashi beamed. "Lord Tobarama, I can also perform the water dragon bullet technique. Though my power is not as strong as yours yet, with diligent training, I will surely reach your level." "I can too," Danzo chimed in, stealing a glance at Hisashi, unwilling to be outdone. A faint smile broke through Tobarama's typically stoic demeanor. "Keep it up, Hisashi and Danzo. I have high hopes for both of you and look forward to seeing how far you will grow." Receiving Tobarama's praise, Hisashi and Danzo beamed with delight. Their spirits lifted as if they had received a tremendous boost, their eyes alight with determination. Seeing this, the Shimura leader finally understood that Tobarama had not departed in time after transporting the explosive tags into his home. He arrived late and asked Tobarama with genuine concern, "Tobarama, are you injured?" Tobarama looked down at his singed collar, his expression souring anew as he mentally cursed Uchiha Madara again, then replied, "A few explosive tags could never harm me. Madara underestimates me." As the Shimura leader prepared to say something to Tobarama, he had already utilized the flying thunder god and vanished from sight. In the next moment, boom, the already battered house of the Shimura leader, weakened and teetering, finally succumbed to the aftermath of Tobarama's water release technique and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Beside him, Danzo turned his head, looking up at the Shimura leader. "Leader, your house is gone. I have eyes, I can see." In a fit of anger, the Shimura leader clenched his fist and lightly punched Danzo on the head. Instantly, a bump formed on Danzo's head, causing him to yelp in pain. Hisashi burst into laughter at the sight. The Shimura leader gazed at the rubble that was once his home, feeling deeply frustrated, and turned his attention back to the Hokage building. Indeed, he spotted Tobarama's figure. It seemed that atop the Hokage building, there remained a mark of Tobarama's flying thunder god, and he had just returned to that perch. The Shimura leader noticed Tobarama gazing towards the valley of the end and muttered, "Why did Tobarama use the flying thunder god to come to my house? Why not go to Hisashi's instead? It's infuriating. And once that bastard Madara is defeated by Hashirama, I will place 5 explosive tags on his corpse." The Shimura leader's expression darkened, his mood soured. "Tobarama, come and take a look. The cries of the Nine Tails have yet to cease." He called out to Tobarama atop the Hokage building. Understood, the Shimura leader forced a smile. It seemed Tobarama sensed the Shimura leader's discontent, and he chuckled. "Shimura leader, are you blaming me for blowing up your house?" "No," the Shimura leader quickly replied. "Blame Tobarama? He would never dare." The Shimura leader understood that after Hashirama's demise, the next Hokage would undoubtedly be Tobarama. This was a consensus among the village's political elite, and once Tobarama stepped down, who might take his place? It could still be a member of the Senju clan. However, the future held many uncertainties. If Tobirama valued him enough, perhaps he might have a chance at succeeding the position of third Hokage. The Shimura leader had long harbored grand ambitions. Now, with the Uchiha clan waning, they stood little chance of contending for the title of Hokage. Under the unspoken care of the tribal leaders, the Senju clan faced a severe loss of talent. He could have had the opportunity to seize the position of the third Hokage, even if the third Hokage was truly not meant for him. What about the fourth Hokage's position? The fifth? Even if he were to pass away from old age or perish in war, his clansmen might still have a chance. Ultimately, it was the desire of the Senju clan leader to see one of their own ascend to the Hokage's seat. Therefore, despite the destruction of his home, the Senju clan leader dared not blame Tobirama or even show displeasure towards him. He could only lightly punch his frustrations out on Danzo. This child, Danzo, must strive to fulfill his exceptional talent. The Senju clan leader thought, I apologize for the destruction of your house. It is my responsibility. Tobirama seemed to perceive the clan leader's thoughts and comforted him. Once my brother returns after defeating Madara, I will have him use wood release to construct a new house for you. The clan leader was momentarily taken aback, feeling an immense sense of honor. His face broke into a joyful smile, almost moved to tears, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Come, let us go watch the battle, Tobirama invited. All right. The clan leader, recalling something, said, Lord Tobirama, it is noon. Are you hungry? I will go buy something you like. That would be great. Please bring me some bean curd sushi. Certainly. The Senju clan leader cheerfully made his way to the sushi shop. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observing this scene from the Hokage building, curled his lips and thought to himself, what a sycophant, only knowing how to curry favor with Tobirama. It serves you right that your house was destroyed. He then shouted at the Senju clan leader, bring me a portion of bean curd sushi as well. The Senju clan leader turned around and, noticing it was Hiruzen calling him, replied without hesitation, if you want to eat, buy it yourself. After saying this, he continued towards the sushi shop, ignoring Hiruzen's further comments. Hiruzen cursed under his breath, that bastard. To the Senju clan leader's surprise, when he arrived at the sushi shop, the door was closed. He knocked, but no response came. He knocked again, still nothing. Frowning, he wondered, is the owner not open for business at noon? Without the bean curd sushi that Tobirama desired, he would return empty-handed, clearly disappointing Lord Tobirama. Even if the owner was indeed closed, he would enter and personally prepare the sushi, hoping to leave a good impression on Tobirama and gradually create an opportunity for himself to succeed the third Hokage. Although Hiruzen openly criticized him as a sycophant, he couldn't care less. As long as he could fulfill his ambition of becoming Hokage, being called a sycophant was of no consequence. He knocked on the door once more. Inside the sushi shop, the owner sat trembling at the front desk, glancing fearfully at the only customer in the shop, Uchiha Madara, the infamous figure in Konoha, both feared and loathed by all. Chapter 59. It's so noisy. Eat with me. Uchiha Madara, just beginning to enjoy his bean curd sushi, felt quite pleased. The taste brought back memories of the sushi from his time. He couldn't help but praise Itachi's ability to construct this illusion. Little did he know, the Tsukuyami that Itachi had woven for him was incomplete, significantly diminished in power. Otherwise, Madara would not have found himself transported back to the fateful day of his battle with Hashirama, but rather witnessing the incessant deaths of Izuna before his eyes, unable to save him, similar to how Obito saw Rin killed by Kakashi. This is truly delightful. I wonder how the taste of bean curd sushi has changed over the years in reality. Could it possibly be even more delicious? While savoring the sushi from his era in the illusion, Madara anticipated the taste of the bean curd sushi in reality once the illusion ended. Knock, knock, knock. The door was once again disturbed by the Senju clan leader's persistent knocking. How annoying. Madara frowned. He was acutely aware that in this illusion of Konoha, he was a figure universally despised. His appearance would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Thus, he had no choice but to hold the owner hostage, shutting the shop to prepare sushi solely for himself. Yet, the incessant knocking was ruining his enjoyment of the meal. Madara exchanged glances with the owner, who immediately understood and shouted, "We are not open for business today." Not open. Outside, the Senju clan leader expressed his dissatisfaction. It's me, the Senju clan leader. He invoked his title, believing it would command respect. If you are unwell and unable to prepare sushi, I can come in and make it myself. Senju clan leader. Please leave. We are not open today, the owner replied. You're refusing even for Lord Tobirama. The Senju clan leader's emotions began to rise. If it were merely his desire for sushi, he could accept such treatment. But if it was for Tobirama, he could not return empty-handed. He pounded on the door, demanding, "Open up." But he was cut off as suddenly the door swung open. In that instant, upon seeing the figure before him, the Senju clan leader's words caught in his throat, and his expression turned pale. Standing before him were the iconic Sharingan eyes, 3 tomo connecting to the Manjiki Sharingan. His heart raced. Madara was not supposed to be here. He should be at the Valley of the End, battling Hashirama. "You are quite noisy. You must want sushi, yes? Come in and eat with me." Before the Senju clan leader could react, he was pulled inside by Uchiha Madara. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by the muffled screams of the Senju clan leader. His cries were subdued, only audible to Madara and the shop owner. Soon, the Senju clan leader found himself sitting obediently across from Madara at the dining table, cautiously using his chopsticks to eat the sushi. Unlike Madara, who enjoyed his meal with relish, the Senju clan leader felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. "Owner, bring me 50 more portions of bean curd sushi." Madara wiped his mouth and pointed at the Senju clan leader. "He will pay." 20 minutes later, atop the Hokage building, Tobirama, who had been watching the Nine Tails being pummeled by Hashirama, suddenly felt something was amiss. His stomach growled. Isn't the Senju clan leader supposed to be buying bean curd sushi? Why hasn't he returned? He murmured. Hiruzen, overhearing this, instantly understood the situation. "Lord Tobirama, I will go check." "Go ahead." Without delay, Hiruzen left the Hokage building, heading towards the sushi shop at the end of the street, mumbling to himself, "What is the Senju clan leader doing? Taking so long to buy sushi? Has the sushi become better lately that he couldn't resist eating it first? What a fool to keep Tobirama waiting. Does he really think he can compete with me for the Hokage position?" The sushi shop's door was unexpectedly closed. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of confusion as he knocked on the door, but there was no response. He knocked again, while Uchiha Madara frowned in silence. Feeling the commotion was rather bothersome. It was then that the head of the Shimura clan seized the opportunity to shout, "Stop knocking. We're not open today. Sarutobi, you should leave." His heart raced with anxiety, hoping Sarutobi would grasp the underlying meaning of his words. He was being held hostage. However, Sarutobi continued to knock forcefully, raising the volume of his insistence. "Not open? If you're not open, what are you doing inside, Shimura? Don't think I can't hear your intentions. Open the door. Hurry, Tobirama is waiting for sushi." Reluctantly, the head of the Shimura clan opened the door, only for Sarutobi to sternly shove him inside. His expression discontented, fumbling about, "Just to buy a few sushi rolls, and you close the shop door. What's the matter with you?" The Shimura clan leader dared not speak, casting furtive glances. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. "So you are the current leader of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha?" Madara's voice resonated from behind. Sarutobi turned, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. In that moment, he understood why the Shimura clan leader had been absent for so long. Soon, both the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders sat across from Madara at the sushi bar, their expressions filled with trepidation as they accompanied him in consuming sushi. "Eating a tamago sushi, constantly interrupted, is utterly vexing," Madara muttered. "Next time, unless it's Hashirama, no one is allowed to knock on the door." The two clan leaders exchanged glances, too intimidated to speak. Logically, Madara should have been battling Hashirama at the Valley of the End, and yet here he was, leisurely dining at a sushi restaurant. At this moment, both clan leaders regretted their decision immensely. Had they known Madara was present, they would have never dared to visit this sushi shop, not even if Tobirama were to starve. Madara's overwhelming presence was simply too formidable. Though they had considered uniting against him, Madara exuded an aura that suggested he could extinguish their lives with a mere flick of his finger. "Why aren't you eating?" Madara inquired, lifting his gaze towards them. Promptly, they took a few bites. "Is it delicious?" Madara asked. "Delicious. Very delicious." Both clan leaders nodded vigorously. 20 minutes later, having consumed 50 plates of sushi, Madara felt satisfied, yet still hungry. He ordered another 50 plates of tamago sushi, instructing the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders to pay up front. "We don't have enough money between us," Sarutobi hesitated. "Is that so? How can you two leaders be so impoverished?" Madara remarked with displeasure. The two leaders fell silent. It wasn't their lack of funds, it was Madara's insatiable appetite. "Actually, we can dine without paying," the trembling owner suggested. "That's not acceptable," Madara firmly rejected. I will always pay for my meals. The owner remained silent. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building, Tobirama grew impatient. Where are Hiruzen and Shimura? I can't wait any longer. I'm starving. With that, he made his way to the sushi shop. Upon seeing the closed door, he felt a flicker of confusion but knocked instinctively. Who is it now? Madara, annoyed by the disturbance, had no intention of opening the door. I want to open this time, otherwise I'll have to deal with whoever comes in, he thought. Outside, Tobirama knocked again, receiving no reply. Is the sushi shop closed today? How strange. Where could the two clan leaders be? He murmured. Is that you, Tobirama? Madara turned to his companions. At that moment, both the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders' eyes lit up, as if seeing a savior. Just as Tobirama was about to leave, the door swung open abruptly. And in an instant, he was pulled inside while the door slammed shut behind him. With a resounding thud, Madara forcefully pinned him to the ground, catching him off guard. As Tobirama regained his senses, he looked up to find Madara towering over him, his foot pressing down hard. Where's my brother? Tobirama asked, his expression tense. In the Valley of the End, aiding the Nine Tails, Madara replied candidly. That's impossible. Tobirama's demeanor hardened, his voice laced with hostility. Madara, you've killed my brother. Haven't you? That must be the case. The battle between Hashirama and Madara was one of life and death, if Hashirama were still alive. There was no way Madara could infiltrate Konoha. Hence, the only explanation for Madara's presence in Konoha was that Hashirama had been slain. The cries of the Nine Tails they had heard were merely a ruse orchestrated by Madara to lower their defenses. The more Tobirama pondered, the more dread enveloped him. If Hashirama had been killed before the cries began, how long did Madara take to vanquish him? Mere minutes? This was when the giant Buddha statue controlled by Hashirama was shattered by Madara. What kind of terrifying power did Madara wield now? Tobirama couldn't bear to think further, his heart racing uncontrollably. I told you, I haven't killed your brother, Madara reiterated. Tobirama glared at him, gritting his teeth. I will avenge my brother. There's no need to curse Hashirama. He is indeed alive, Madara replied, growing impatient. I have no desire to explain myself to you right now. I simply wish to ask you one thing. I want to divulge anything. Tobirama's expression was taut, having resolved to use the flying thunder god to escape. Madara, I may not be your match, but you cannot kill me. My flying thunder god marks are scattered throughout the ninja world. As his words fell, Madara interrupted, indeed. You can use the flying thunder god, and I cannot stop you, but look at them. Madara gestured towards the corner where the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders were being held captive by his shadow clones. It was as if at a mere whim, Madara could snuff out their lives in an instant. As Tobirama's pupils quivered, he exclaimed, Obito, you are truly despicable. No matter how you portray me, I am resolutely this kind of person, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve my goals. Uchiha Obito's tone was nonchalant as he replied now. I wish to inquire about something, and you must answer me truthfully. Tobirama inhaled deeply, his nerves taut. Ultimately, he did not abandon the leaders of the Senju and Sarutobi clans, opting instead to use the flying thunder god technique to escape. Abandoning comrades was never in his ninja creed. With gritted teeth, he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Obito. Ask away. Tobirama had steeled himself. If Obito were to inquire about Konoha's secrets, he would not divulge them. Even if he and the clan leaders were to perish at Obito's hands, he would never betray Konoha's secrets to this rogue ninja. I merely wish to ask. Obito pointed to a stack of over 100 empty plates on the table, declaring, Have you brought enough money with you? Tobirama was initially taken aback, then his lips twitched. Beneath his tense demeanor lay a swirl of confusion. Did Obito expect him to pay for this mountain of sushi? Obito had slain his brother and infiltrated Konoha, even now threatening him with the lives of the Senju and Sarutobi leaders, all because he lacked the funds to dine? The thought of his brother being murdered by such a man filled Tobirama with profound humiliation. Chapter 61. Tobirama, I have had quite enough. An hour later. Within the sushi restaurant, Uchiha Obito's table was cluttered with another 150 empty plates of sushi. The plates piled high, rendering the table nearly unmanageable. The owner hurriedly approached to clean up. Obito, with oil glistening on his lips, appeared utterly content, his demeanor bold and carefree, completely unconcerned with appearances. This spectacle made the two shadow clones, who had captured the Sarutobi and Senju leaders, swallow hard. Although they too could savor the taste of the sushi through their connection to Obito, they lacked the ceremonial experience of enjoying food. In contrast, The Sarutobi and Senju leaders remained visibly anxious, their hearts racing with trepidation, as if fearing that the shadow clones might end their lives at any moment. However, seated beside Obito, Tobirama was not worried for their safety. Though he despised Obito's arrogant disposition, he understood that Obito was a man of his word. As long as Tobirama refrained from using the flying thunder god to escape, the leaders would surely be safe. 150 plates. Obito, after 6 years. Your appetite has truly expanded, Tobirama remarked with discontent, casting a glance at the brazen Obito, who had one leg resting on the chair, casually feeding himself sushi. Have you eaten enough yet? Not nearly. How many more do you think I require? At least 100 plates. That is unacceptable. Tobirama slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Stop eating. I have had quite enough." Tobirama's mind was in turmoil. Over the past hour, he had asked Obito several times about his brother Hashirama's fate, receiving the same unyielding response. Obito denied having killed Hashirama and insisted that he had reconciled with him, expressing a disinterest in destroying Konoha. The reason for the continued cries of the Nine Tails was not due to Obito's inability to defeat Hashirama, but rather that Hashirama was aiding the Nine Tails in training to escape Obito's Genjutsu, with the ultimate goal of safeguarding Konoha. The specifics, however, Obito deemed unworthy of elaboration to Tobirama. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's mind momentarily faltered. Knowing that Hashirama was alive was undoubtedly a positive development. However, the absurdity of Obito's words was contrary to the evil image he held of him. 6 years prior, Obito had been nearly driven from Konoha by its inhabitants. It was entirely reasonable for him to harbor a desire to annihilate Konoha upon his return, yet how could he suddenly adopt a friendly attitude towards it? If these claims had come from anyone else, Tobirama would have dismissed them outright. Yet, these words were spoken by Obito. Despite Obito's malevolent reputation, Tobirama could not deny that he was a man of his word. For a moment, Tobirama's convictions wavered. He yearned to use the flying thunder god to hasten to the Valley of the End and ascertain if his brother Hashirama truly still lived, but Obito forbade him. Obito threatened that if Tobirama did not accompany him for sushi, he would immediately kill the Senju and Sarutobi leaders. Despicable. Shameless. With no other option, Tobirama could only endure the unpleasant company of Obito in the sushi restaurant. "Owner, bring me another 100 plates of sushi," Obito called out to the proprietor. "Yes, yes." The owner responded hastily, his expression fraught with anxiety. The tales of Uchiha Obito's notorious reputation circulated widely in Konoha during Obito's 6-year absence. Many had not encountered him in person, yet they had learned through rumors that he was a brutal, merciless, and formidable demon, known for his proclivity for slaughter. Thus, before Obito, the owner dared not defy his wishes. Not only would he prepare another 100 plates of sushi, but he would comply with even 1,000 if necessary, fearing that failing to do so might cost him his life. However, the owner was taken aback by the revelation that this bloodthirsty demon, renowned for his ruthlessness, seemed to hold a peculiar obsession with ensuring he was compensated for his sushi. Just as the owner was about to retreat to the kitchen, Tobirama suddenly struck the table again, declaring, "Owner, come back. Do not prepare any more sushi for him." At this, the owner hesitated. With Obito capable of taking his life at any moment, he dared not disregard his commands. Conversely, Tobirama, as the sole candidate for the second Hokage, held a significant position in Konoha, second only to Hashirama, compelling the owner to heed his words. Whom should he obey? "Tobirama, I am enjoying my meal. You would do well not to disrupt my appetite." Obito shot Tobirama a glare, his tone sharp. He then turned to the owner, insisting, "Do as I say, 100 plates. If even one is missing, I will." The owner felt a chill as Obito pointed toward the corner where the Senju and Sarutobi leaders were held, threatening, "If even one plate is missing, I will kill them both." In that instant, the owner felt a wave of relief wash over him. The once silent Senju and Sarutobi leaders trembled, fear gripping their hearts. Regretting their decision to knock on the sushi restaurant's door, they realized that in this establishment, Obito's life was secure, Tobirama's life was secure, and even the owner's life was secure. Only they felt the specter of death looming over them at any moment. They refrained from speaking, their eyes pleading towards the owner. Before the owner could enter the kitchen to prepare the sushi, Tobirama abruptly rose, questioning Obito. "Obito, cease these trivial antics. Tell me, what is your true purpose for coming to Konoha?" "To eat sushi," Obito replied candidly. "I mean serious matters." Tobirama pressed. "This is serious." Obito lazily wiped the grease from his mouth. Tobarama's forehead twitched with frustration. He understood that Obito was unwilling to be forthcoming. Obito, could you not be more forthright? Obito gestured toward the stack of 150 empty plates on the table, saying, is this not sufficient candor? Uchiha Madara, disinterested in engaging with Tobarama, merely gestured to the proprietor for another 100 plates. No sooner had he spoken than Tobarama sharply rebuked the owner, do not serve him. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara rose, seizing Tobarama's collar and forcefully pinning him against the dining table. A kunai materialized in Madara's hand, pressed menacingly against Tobarama's throat, drawing blood. Madara's words dripped with threat. Tobarama, you are aware that you once took the life of my brother Izuna. This debt has lingered in my heart. Had it not been for your long-deceased state, I might have already ended your life upon our reunion. I spare you now, but do not disturb my enjoyment of this feast. Madara spoke from the depths of his heart. In reality, Tobarama had been dead for many years. During Tobarama's reign, he did not eradicate the Uchiha clan. Rather, he actively nurtured its members, which significantly altered Madara's perception of him. Moreover, the Tobarama present now was merely a construct within Itachi's illusion, indistinguishable from the Tobarama of his memories, yet ultimately a mere fabrication. Madara was unwilling to quibble with this insubstantial figure. Do not utter such curses of demise. I, Tobarama, shall outlive you. And furthermore, Madara, you have misunderstood my intentions. Tobarama's expression was taut, yet his spirit remained undiminished. You overestimate me. Excuse me? Madara queried, puzzled. Tobarama produced his wallet from his pocket, opened it, and placed all its contents on the table, including the 100 plates you just ordered. I can only afford to support you for another 20. What? Understanding dawned upon Madara. He released Tobarama, discarding the kunai, and seized the money, meticulously counting it. Tobarama wiped the blood from his neck and cursed, you scoundrel, you've emptied my wallet in merely an hour. Did you think I was eager to foot your bill? Chapter 62. Terrifying Madara counted the money and confirmed that, indeed, as Tobarama had stated, there was barely enough for 20 more plates of sushi. He could not help but scorn. Tobarama, you truly are a miser. Tobarama glared at Madara, his ire surging. In all of Konoha, aside from Hashirama, with whom had he ever dined? And yet, he was the one obligated to pay. It was supposed to be his treat. Yet Madara's attitude was not only ungrateful, but also domineering. Such a feeling was exceedingly stifling. In Konoha, every political figure bowed to him. He had never endured such humiliation. His eyes, wide with fury, were about to unleash further invectives upon Madara when Madara nonchalantly glanced at the Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders in the corner and proclaimed, without money, you have no right to dine with me. Go stand with them in the corner. I refuse. Madara, you cannot command me. Tobarama gritted his teeth. Refuse, and I shall slay them. At this, the Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders trembled in fear. They acutely sensed that Madara's shadow clone had positioned a kunai against their spines, poised to pierce through and cleave them in two at any moment. Witnessing this, Tobarama's jaw tightened. The wave of humiliation crashed over him like a tide. Despicable. Reluctantly, he made his way to the corner, muttering, Madara, after 6 years, you have become even more wicked, more loathsome than before. You have not changed either, Tobarama. Your bias against me remains unchanged. Tobarama stood in the corner, continuing to hurl invectives at Madara. Madara chuckled softly, not bothering to respond. Half an hour later, having thoroughly emptied Tobarama's wallet and consumed 20 plates of sushi, Madara, satisfied, belched and tapped on the table. Tobarama, come over. I wish to converse with you. The illusionary world crafted by Itachi was remarkably vivid, so much so that Madara felt as though he had returned to his former era. Let us assume this world is genuine. In that case, it should not be a wasted visit. In reality, Madara occupied the frail body of Sasuke, a far cry from his former self, and he needed to grow stronger swiftly. Previously, he had copied the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique from Kakazu, yet it was insufficient. There was a specific technique Tobarama possessed that Madara greatly admired. If Tobarama were willing to impart it, it would be most beneficial. After all, in reality, both Tobarama and Hashirama had long since passed. Yet, in this illusion crafted by Itachi, they thrived. To learn their techniques and bolster himself, he needed to act swiftly. I have nothing to discuss with you. Tobarama, arms crossed, stood resolutely in the corner, unwilling to spare Madara even a glance. It was utterly humiliating. In Konoha, he was revered wherever he went. Now, he found himself cornered by Madara like a criminal. The most humiliating part was that Madara brazenly spent his money. Come sit. Madara, patting his bulging belly, pointed to the seat beside him. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Madara, remaining immobile, his expression taut, unwilling to acknowledge him. Very well. Since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. Madara sighed, turning his gaze to the shadow clones holding Sarutobi and Shimura. Proceed. At his command, the mouths of the two clan leaders were pried open, and the shadow clones behind them thrust kunai into their mouths. Stop! Tobirama shouted immediately. The Sarutobi and Shimura leaders gaped, their eyes wide, their teeth chattering in terror. It was utterly terrifying. They internally cursed Madara numerous times. The proprietor's sushi orders were inadequate, and Madara threatened to kill them both. Tobirama's actions displeased Madara, yet Madara still intended to eliminate them. What right did they have to bear the consequences for actions they did not commit? Though they silently cursed, their eyes beseeched Tobirama for help. Tobirama pursed his lips, begrudgingly admitting, Madara, I will come over. What do you wish to discuss? I will accompany you. He sat beside Madara, adding, conversing is fine. But if you intend to insult me, I shall not tolerate it. Insulting others is a childish act. I am not so juvenile. Madara uncorked a bottle of strong liquor on the table. The liquid reflected Madara's visage as he began to speak slowly. Tobirama, do you recall that 6 years ago, before I left Konoha, I was fervently eager to become the next Hokage? I remember, Tobirama replied, his expression still tense. At that time, you incessantly vied for the position of the next Hokage, tarnishing my reputation among the citizens of Konoha for your own gain, Madara reminisced. Tobirama's face grew rigid, and he retorted, I did not tarnish your reputation. I was competing with you fairly. You simply lack the understanding of how to sway the emotions of the Konoha populace. Yet, under your continuous persuasion, the citizens believed me to be a tyrant. Had I become the next Hokage, their lives would have been far from peaceful, leading to my eventual ostracism from Konoha. Upon finishing, Madara slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Tobirama. The murderous intent within his eyes was unmasked. Is that not the truth? Chapter 63. Tobirama Ban. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Tobirama clenched his teeth. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he felt a tinge of unease under the gaze of Uchiha Madara. He wished to offer some justification for his actions, yet found himself lacking the courage to do so. Indeed, Madara spoke nothing but the truth. Years ago, he had competed with Madara for the position of the next Hokage. After receiving a nod of assurance from Hashirama that Madara would inherit the title, Madara ceased all efforts to vie for the position, placing unwavering trust in Hashirama. During that time, Madara did not even attempt to undertake actions that would leave a favorable impression on the citizens of Konoha. He spent most of his time away from the village. In his quest to prevent the resurgence of war and to compel other nations to submit to Konoha, Madara tirelessly traversed various countries, visiting the leaders of one nation today and another tomorrow. Consequently, tales of Madara's violent deeds spread throughout the ninja world. During Madara's absence from Konoha, Tobirama did not remain idle. He secretly approached Hashirama multiple times to express his stance, vehemently opposing Madara's succession as the second Hokage. In comparison to Madara, Tobirama deemed himself far more suited for the role. However, each time he tried to persuade Hashirama, his efforts were met with refusal. This left Tobirama feeling discontented. Whenever he recalled the atrocities his clan had suffered at the hands of the Uchiha during times of war, and the fact that his own brother, Itama, had fallen victim to Madara, a deep resentment stirred within him. Before the foundation of Konoha, he had enjoyed a close relationship with his brother Hashirama, but after the village was established, the name frequently uttered by Hashirama was no longer his, but rather that of Madara. This sentiment left a bitter taste in Tobirama's heart. His hatred for the Uchiha clan had not faded, and his prejudices lingered deep within. If Madara were to ascend as the second Hokage, Tobirama feared that the citizens of Konoha would not find happiness. Thus, Tobirama covertly sought to rally the heads of other clans and spoke of Madara's past misdeeds, recounting the violence he had inflicted in other nations. As a result, when Madara returned to Konoha after subjugating all the other nations through forceful means, he was met with hostility from the clan leaders. The citizens of Konoha feared and loathed him, and even his own clan regarded his presence as a disgrace to the Uchiha. In that moment, Madara felt as though his world had crumbled. He had believed that his efforts to bring all nations under his dominion would result in him being hailed as a hero upon his return to Konoha. Instead, he found himself shunned and despised, much like Naruto in his childhood. Faced with such isolation, he pondered whether it was worth enduring the humiliation of remaining in Konoha. From that point onward, Madara contemplated leaving the village. He suppressed his violent temperament, unwilling to harm those who rejected him, while simultaneously feeling a sense of trepidation about interacting with the citizens of Konoha. Perhaps, departing from Konoha would grant him a semblance of peace. In the present moment, as they discussed this matter, Tobirama found it difficult to meet Madara's gaze. He pursed his lips and softened his tone, saying, "Madara, I must admit that I bear some responsibility for your departure from Konoha. I merely sought to sway public opinion to compel Hashirama to reconsider his stance on your succession to the position of second Hokage. I never anticipated that the people's attitude towards you would deteriorate to such an extent that it drove you away." Tobirama's once proud demeanor was tinged with guilt. He refused to disguise his faults. After Madara had left Konoha, he realized that his actions had been somewhat excessive. "In truth, your contributions to Konoha far exceed my own. Yet the village has failed to reciprocate accordingly." With a sigh, Tobirama continued, "Let us not speak of contributions. My own efforts for Konoha were 6 years ago, and I do not expect any form of repayment from the village. Furthermore, it is accurate to say that I am no longer a part of Konoha." Madara interrupted Tobirama with a chuckle, gesturing to his forehead. "Look, the forehead protector that Hashirama and I designed together. I have long since lost it." Tobirama turned to gaze at Madara's forehead, his eyes wavering, and his expression grew somber. Has Madara truly committed any acts against Konoha? In the past, Tobirama had assumed Madara would, yet in reality, he had never done so. Conversely, had Madara performed any deeds that benefited Konoha? The answer was a resounding yes. Even the village's forehead protector was designed by Madara. During his time in Konoha, all nations had bowed to its might, displaying unparalleled friendship. Even now, as Madara declared war against Konoha, he had already arrived in the village, indulging in sushi without causing any harm. He had consumed over 300 plates, draining the wallets of both the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders, yet he had refrained from acting against Konoha. Madara understood that the villagers abhorred and feared him. His presence made many uncomfortable. Tobirama was acutely aware that if Madara truly intended to destroy Konoha, he could have done so with ease. At least he, along with the clan leaders and even the sushi restaurant owner, would have perished. Hashirama had been unable to stop Madara. Should Madara wish to obliterate Konoha, it would be as effortless as it had been during their earlier conflicts, where he had easily compelled the leaders of various nations to submit to Konoha. During the era of war, before the establishment of Konoha, Madara had been ruthless towards the Senju clan, having slain numerous of his kin and committed many acts detrimental to them. However, after the cessation of hostilities and the founding of Konoha, Madara had never once acted against its interests. Even when the populace loathed and ostracized him, this once volatile man, who favored resolving disputes through strength, had never unleashed his fury upon any citizen of Konoha. He simply departed in silence. The more Tobirama contemplated, the heavier his guilt weighed upon him. He looked once more at Madara's forehead, devoid of the Konoha protector. He vividly recalled the day Madara had proudly showcased the design of the forehead protector to him. In those moments, Tobirama had always felt a surge of displeasure. Yet now, that very forehead protector, which Madara had once flaunted, had not adorned his brow for 6 long years. Tobirama inhaled deeply, fixed his gaze, pursed his lips, and sighed. "Madara, I apologize. I must acknowledge that your current predicament is largely my responsibility." Before Tobirama could finish his sentence, Madara placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, the force of which caused Tobirama to stagger. Ban calmly remarked, "What are you apologizing for, Tobirama? This isn't like you. Let us not dwell on the past. I won't be here long, so let us talk about something pleasant." Upon hearing this, Tobirama lowered his head, glancing at the hand Ban had placed on his shoulder. The light in Tobirama's eyes flickered. "Ban, don't you hate me?" Chapter 64. Ban, you go too far. Hate. Of course. I hate you. Uchiha Ban shot Tobirama a piercing glare. "When I left Konoha, I knew the villagers despised and ostracized me. It was undoubtedly your doing. Back then, I wished I could kill you. Then why didn't you seek revenge? Because you are Hashirama's brother. You once killed my brother Izuna, and that pain left me in despair. I didn't want Hashirama to endure such suffering. as he is a good Hokage for the people of Konoha. With him, the village will be stable. I didn't want to kill you and inflict pain upon him, which might affect his governance and lead to a miserable life for the villagers. I see. Tobirama felt a deeper pang in his heart upon hearing Ban's words. He lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. His expression was no longer tense, and he no longer bore the pride he had shown earlier towards Ban. Instead, his gaze revealed a profound sense of guilt, a guilt that could not be remedied. Uchiha Ban continued, I was just kidding, Tobirama. Did you really take me seriously? I'm not that noble. The reason I didn't kill you back then was not for Hashirama's sake. TCH, what right did he have for me to consider him? I had already left Konoha and didn't care about the villagers' lives. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback and looked up. Then why didn't you kill me back then? Want to hear the truth? Yes. Then drink this cup of wine. Uchiha Ban poured a glass of wine for Tobirama. Tobirama held the cup but showed no intention of drinking. Why aren't you drinking? I fear you may have poisoned it. You fool. If I wanted to kill you, would I need to poison you? Uchiha Ban clenched his fist and struck Tobirama on the top of his head. Drink up. You didn't accompany me for sushi. And now I'm left to drink alone. How dull. Instantly, Tobirama stumbled from the blow and winced in pain. A large bump quickly formed on his head, throbbing with discomfort. Tobirama's expression tightened once again as anger surged within him. This scene, however, made the clan leaders of the Shimura and Sarutobi families chuckle from the corner. What are you two laughing at? Hearing their laughter, Tobirama felt humiliated and shot them a glare. Laugh again, and I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Ban struck Tobirama on the head once more. The pain caused Tobirama to clutch the swollen bumps on his head. Uchiha Ban threatened, drink. A grown man fussing over a cup of wine. I have matters to attend to. If I wanted to poison you, I would have already done it to myself. Uchiha Ban pointed threateningly at the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders in the corner. If you don't drink, I'll kill them right now. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders froze. They broke into a sweat, their hearts racing with fear, regretting their earlier attempts to please Tobirama by buying him sushi. Now cornered, their funds exhausted, they felt the sting of injustice. They had merely laughed a few times, yet Tobirama and Ban, those two brutes, wished to kill them. Would Ban really kill the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders out of anger if Tobirama refused to drink? Tobirama understood that Ban was merely trying to intimidate him. The more Ban threatened him, the less likely he would act on it. Having spent many years with Ban, Tobirama knew him well. Ban rarely threatened others. He viewed life and death with indifference, repaying grievances on the spot, and striking when displeased. If Ban truly desired to kill the clan leaders, he wouldn't drag it out like this. It was precisely this behavior that eased Tobirama's concerns, allowing him to trust Ban's words, believe that Hashirama was alive, and that Ban's visit to Konoha was not meant to destroy it. However, at that moment, Ban's repeated blows on his head, leaving him with two swollen bumps, stripped Tobirama of his dignity. Will you drink? Uchiha Ban glanced at the cup of wine and threatened again. Tobirama remained silent, feeling increasingly displeased as he touched the swollen bumps on his head. He raised the cup and drank it in one go, slamming the cup back on the table with a thud, glaring fiercely at Ban. Are you satisfied now? Not enough. Another cup. Uchiha Ban poured another glass for Tobirama. Tobirama drank it down again, his eyes filled with indignation. Are you satisfied now? Speak. What is your purpose for coming to Konoha? Uchiha Ban did not answer Tobirama's question. His gaze lingered meaningfully on the wine cup in Tobirama's hand before fixing his intense gaze on Tobirama. Tobirama. I deceived you, what? Tobirama's eyes widened. Did you truly believe I would forget the things you forced me to do when I left Konoha? I, Uchiha Ban, am not a magnanimous person. The first cup of wine I gave you was indeed unpoisoned, but the second cup contains poison, a toxin obtained from Chiyo of the Sand Country. You should know how potent it is, right? In an instant, the sushi shop fell silent. The Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders felt an intense sense of crisis. Their eyes fixed on Tobirama, their hearts gripped by fear. Indeed, Ban did not intend to spare Tobirama. The sushi shop owner dared not utter a word. Tobirama's eyes widened, his heart racing. His complexion changed drastically. But before Tobirama could react, Uchiha Ban suddenly burst into laughter. Tobirama, I was just joking. I didn't poison it. I merely wanted to see your reaction. I never expected you to fear me to this extent. You are nothing like the Tobirama from 6 years ago. Ha! The sushi shop echoed with Uchiha band's boisterous laughter. The Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders felt a wave of relief wash over them. The shop owner also exhaled, feeling at ease. Tobirama was initially stunned. Then, as if coming to a realization, his expression tightened further. It was an utter humiliation. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself. Glancing at Uchiha-ban, who was laughing heartily beside him, Tobirama suddenly stood up, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful punch to the top of Uchiha-ban's head. In an instant, Uchiha-ban's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and he let out a pained sound. The impact sent Uchiha-ban crashing against the dining table, causing it to collapse. Uchiha-ban fell to the ground, over 300 empty plates clattering down upon him. This scene invigorated the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders. Chapter 65, A Good Hit. Why didn't you kill Ban? Well struck, Tobirama. Why didn't you finish off Uchiha-ban? The Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders praised Tobirama profusely. Tobirama's punch had unleashed the pent-up anger they had harbored towards Uchiha-ban. From the moment they entered the sushi shop until now, they had felt the most oppressed. Now, Tobirama had finally stood his ground. They found it immensely satisfying. Tobirama stood beside Uchiha-ban, furious, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Ban, do not take advantage of me too far. Though I, Tobirama, harbor feelings of guilt towards you, I must maintain my dignity. Bowing his head, Tobirama looked down upon Uchiha Madara, who was buried beneath a mountain of over 300 plates. He pointed towards the corner where the heads of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans stood, saying, If you continue to toy with me in this manner, even if I am no match for you, and even if you were to slay both the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders, I shall still deliver a severe beating to you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara remained unresponsive. The words of praise from the Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders for Tobirama abruptly ceased, their expressions shifting dramatically. This scoundrel Tobirama, in his quest to vent his fury, seemed unconcerned for their lives. Have you been blinded by rage? The two clan leaders hastily urged him. Tobirama, remain calm. Madara is actually quite reasonable. There is no need for violence. Why not sit down and discuss matters amicably? However, Tobirama appeared resolute in ignoring their pleas. With his gaze fixed disdainfully upon Uchiha Madara, he awaited his response. At that moment, Madara pushed aside the plates weighing down on him, rising to his feet and rubbing the lump that had formed on his head. Tobirama, your strikes are quite forceful, and yours are not? Tobirama retorted, gesturing to the two lumps on his own head. Enough of this bickering. I have pressing matters to attend to. Madara had come to Konoha not only to savor the famed bean-curd sushi, but also with the intention of requesting Tobirama to teach him a jutsu. Yet, hearing Tobirama apologize for past events took Madara by surprise. In the past, when he was compelled to leave Konoha, he did not harbor resentment towards its citizens, but reserved his anger for two individuals, Hashirama and Tobirama. However, upon realizing that both Hashirama and Tobirama had long since passed, his feelings towards them had transformed, tinged with a sense of melancholy, especially as he observed that after ascending to power, Tobirama exhibited no bias against his clan and ensured that the citizens of Konoha lived in happiness. Consequently, the hatred in Madara's heart had considerably diminished. Though the journey had been painful, the outcome for Konoha was favorable. The grievances he had endured were now mere echoes of the past, inconsequential over time. Nonetheless, reflecting upon the anger that had once driven him to leave Konoha, Madara could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. He placed a hand on Tobirama's shoulder. Let us sit and continue our conversation. What is there to discuss? I have nothing to say to you. Tobirama snapped back, still agitated. Madara, undeterred, seated himself and smiled at Tobirama, saying, You know, your decision to prevent me from becoming the second Hokage was indeed the right one. You are far more suited to the role. What? Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief at the words he had just heard. He slowly sat down. Why do you say that? Because in governing Konoha, you exhibit superior qualities. Despite your biases against my clan, you prioritize the greater good and do not impose undue hardship on my people, correct? Madara replied thoughtfully. I, on the other hand, was tempestuous and favored the most straightforward approach to resolving issues. Had I become the second Hokage, I would have ruled with tyranny, which would not have been beneficial for the citizens of Konoha. Tobirama's eyes flickered in surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could scarcely fathom that the once proud Uchiha Madara would concede to him in such a manner. 6 years prior, Tobirama had been engaged in a silent rivalry with Madara, who had shown no inclination to respond. At that time, Madara seemed indifferent to any comparison, focusing solely on subjugating other nations to Konoha. Tobirama had longed for the day when Madara would acknowledge his superiority. Yet even when he had driven Madara away from Konoha, Madara had never bowed to him. Had Madara sought him out for a private conversation, perhaps Tobirama would have softened and influenced public opinion, improving the citizens' perception of Madara. However, Madara had never taken such a step, venting his fury solely upon Hashirama and refusing to exchange even a word with Tobirama. This disregard for him had left Tobirama feeling quite unsettled. Yet now, to his astonishment, Madara was praising him? Madara was openly admitting that he was more suited to be Hokage? This unexpected turn of events left Tobirama feeling somewhat overwhelmed, his heart not filled with joy but rather with guilt. He could not fathom what Madara had experienced over the past 6 years, leading the once proud Uchiha to acknowledge his own merits. Madara, what have you endured these past 6 years? Tobirama could not help but inquire. Madara's expression grew serious. I have glimpsed the future, Tobirama. You are indeed more suited for the position of second Hokage. Madara, do you truly have no intention of contesting the Hokage position with me? I have lost interest, Madara replied, pointing to his forehead. Did I not mention that I have no idea where I tossed my Konoha forehead protector? Would you like to wear it again? I still have one at home that belongs to you. Oh, after you and Hashirama designed the Konoha forehead protector, did you not flaunt the first one you received before me? That very protector remains in my home. Tobirama's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. Madara, if you wish, I can retrieve that protector for you. It was meant to be yours. Huh. Tobirama, I recall you were quite displeased with me back then. I did not expect you to have kept that protector. I had considered discarding it, but as Konoha's first forehead protector, it holds special significance and deserves to be preserved. Madara's gaze grew wistful, memories flooding back of his once proud and domineering self, having founded Konoha, traversed various nations, and encountered countless individuals. Yet having only Hashirama as a true friend, the rest either feared, despised, or submitted to him. In retrospect, he must have felt extremely lonely. The melancholy surged within Madara as he contemplated the past. If only he could have set aside his arrogance and shared a drink with Tobirama back then. Perhaps circumstances would have unfolded differently. However, he did not dwell on such thoughts. Time could not be reversed. He now found himself in the illusionary realm created by Itachi, while in reality, Tobirama had long since passed. Even if he were to excavate Tobirama's grave and unearth his remains, he would be left with only a lifeless corpse, devoid of speech or thought, incapable of sharing a drink with him as they did in the illusion. Not only Tobirama, but also Hashirama, and the currently trembling Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders, as well as the comrades who once fought alongside Madara, had all perished. The familiar faces of old were fading away like leaves in the wind. Those who once bore deep-seated grudges against him, and those with whom he had shared joyous moments, had all turned to dust. Each recollection brought a profound sadness to Madara's heart. Uchiha Madara suddenly extended his hand, firmly resting it on Tobirama's shoulder. Tobirama, I am about to leave Konoha. When I return, please bring me the Konoha headband that belongs to me. Madara, are you willing to wear it? Tobirama's gaze flickered with surprise. Indeed, I would gladly wear it, as long as you can bring it to me. Madara responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's heart raced slightly. Wait for me, I'll retrieve it right now. At that moment, Tobirama yearned to do something for Madara, to alleviate the guilt he felt towards him. It was not solely for Madara, it was also for himself. The proud man did not wish to be tormented by his own remorse. Do not rush. I shall depart soon, Madara interjected, pulling Tobirama back. Tobirama, answer me honestly. During my 6 years away from Konoha, have the other nations ceased to submit to Konoha as they once did? Indeed, Tobirama shook his head. The other nations have become adversarial towards Konoha, especially the Land of Lightning. Just as I suspected. The moment I leave, they begin to stir, Madara remarked, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. What is Hashirama's stance towards those nations? Tobirama sighed and replied, after you left Konoha, Hashirama altered our national policy. He no longer holds Konoha in a position of superiority over other nations. Instead, he frequently extends comprehensive assistance to them, fostering their strength. Hashirama advocates for equal relations among nations, believing that through such benevolence, they will reciprocate with gratitude, thereby maintaining peace. That fool Hashirama remains as Navi as ever. Madara retorted angrily. Such actions are utterly futile. The power lies in one's own hands. Possessing no power is an entirely different matter. I shall visit the land of lightning for a discussion. Tobirama seemed to have an epiphany. Madara, do you intend to act as you did 6 years ago? What other choice do I have? Madara's lips curled into a sinister smile. When dealing with enemies, I can be ruthlessly extreme. Hashirama, despite his comparable strength, is too soft-hearted. Therefore, I shall not force him. Let him continue to be the light within Konoha. The dark, unspeakable deed shall be mine to undertake. At this, Tobirama bit his lip, bowing his head in silence. His heart stirred. He understood Madara's intentions. Clearly, in dealing with adversaries, Madara remained as domineering as ever. Madara, do you need me to accompany you? Tobirama suddenly inquired. Unnecessary. Accompanying me would tarnish your reputation, Madara replied candidly. As it stands, I am akin to a rat scurrying across the street in the ninja world. My reputation is utterly tarnished. Even if I commit further misdeeds, what of it? But you, Tobirama, are destined to succeed as the second Hokage. Your reputation is of utmost importance, far more so than mine. I apologize, Madara, Tobirama murmured, lowering his head. The proud man seldom bowed to anyone. Yet this time, he genuinely humbled himself before Madara. A profound sense of guilt surged within him. He had once perceived Uchiha Madara as arrogant and merciless. However, as the years passed and he reflected, he realized that Madara's arrogance had never harmed anyone. His ruthlessness had only ever been directed at enemies. In the past, when the village of Konoha had yet to be established, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had been bitter rivals, and Madara had indeed been ruthless towards the Senju. However, once Konoha was founded, and the Senju were no longer his foes, Madara had truly set aside his previous enmity, treating the Senju with utmost sincerity, never once intending them harm. Yet Tobirama, in contrast, still clung to his biases against the Uchiha. In that moment, Tobirama understood. He had often claimed that Uchiha Madara was evil and narrow-minded. Yet when compared to Madara, it was he who was truly narrow-minded. Immediately, Tobirama raised his head, his expression grave. Madara, from now on, I shall clear your name in Konoha. I will ensure that the people recognize you as a hero of Konoha, and I will no longer harbor prejudice against your clan. There is no longer any need for that. I have long ceased to care about reputation, Madara chuckled. In my past, I was indeed concerned about how others viewed me. However, after experiencing certain events, I have come to understand many things. Let the past remain in the past, Tobirama. You need not dwell on it either, you fool. I do not require any form of reparation from you. The 2 punches you delivered to me are sufficient. Tobirama's expression darkened. The more Madara dismissed the need for recompense, the more troubled he felt. His pride did not allow him to owe anyone anything, but Madara did not wish for him to do anything for him. This sentiment weighed heavily upon Tobirama's heart, leaving him feeling suffocated. Tobirama, if you truly wish to assist me, there is one thing I require your help with. Madara suddenly stated. What is it? Instantly, Tobirama's spirits lifted, and he gazed into Madara's eyes, filled with eagerness. Speak, and I shall assist. Teach me your flying thunder god technique. What? Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 67. This journey must end in survival. Learning Tobirama's flying thunder god technique was the primary purpose of Madara's visit to Konoha. Previously, while he admired Tobirama's technique and wished to master it, his pride had prevented him from seeking Tobirama's guidance. However, the circumstances had now changed. In reality, Tobirama had already passed away. With a clearer perspective on many matters, Madara's hatred for Tobirama had diminished significantly. Most importantly, Madara wished to test whether he could learn Tobirama's flying thunder god technique within Itachi's illusion. Earlier, when he utilized his Sharingan to copy Deidara's earth release technique, he was not particularly surprised. After all, the difficulty of Deidara's technique was not high, and its principles were not hard to grasp. Even without intentionally copying it, a little careful study would suffice for him to learn it. In contrast, Tobirama's flying thunder god was entirely different. If he could master Tobirama's technique within Itachi's illusion, it would indicate that the illusion created by Itachi had, in a sense, transcended time and space. If such an effect could indeed be achieved, Madara could not help but marvel at this illusionary ability. In the real world, he occupied Sasuke's body, which was far weaker than during his prime. Therefore, he needed to grow stronger quickly to accomplish the things he wished to undertake. Now, he no longer felt the need to let pride impede his learning of others' techniques. As long as it could make him stronger, he was willing to learn even the techniques of Tobirama, which he had once despised. Tobirama, you will not be able to learn my flying thunder god technique. Tobirama's expression was solemn. He was not unwilling to teach Madara. Rather, mastering the essence of the flying thunder god was exceedingly challenging. This is a technique I created myself. I doubt anyone else in the ninja world can master it. Tobirama continued. Refusing to teach is one thing, but why the lengthy explanations? Madara patted Tobirama on the shoulder, offering comfort. It is all right, Tobirama. I understand, after all. The flying thunder god is a technique you invested considerable effort in developing. I comprehend your reluctance to share it so easily. Rest assured, I possess a broad mind. Uchiha Madara turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the heads of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Even if you do not teach me, I shall not take their lives, he declared, speaking the truth. If Tobirama refrained from instructing him in the flying thunder god technique, he would simply depart, indifferent to the fates of the two clan leaders. His earlier threats had merely been a tactic to intimidate them. Upon hearing this, both clan leaders swallowed hard. Uchiha Madara claimed to be magnanimous? The notion was absurd. His notorious reign of terror throughout the ninja world was well known, akin to a ticking time bomb. Those who provoked him were met with death without delay. At that moment, as Madara's gaze bore down upon them, both Shimura and Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite Madara's verbal assurances, the intensity of his stare suggested that should Tobirama choose not to teach him, their demise was all but assured. How terrifying, they thought, prompting the two leaders to urgently counsel Tobirama. Tobirama, you must teach Madara. Given his talent, mastering the flying thunder god technique should be no trivial matter. Please, give it a try. Before Tobirama could respond, Madara regarded the two clan leaders with newfound interest. To his surprise, they were actively advocating on his behalf, despite his previous hostility and threats against them. Madara, you claim to be broad-minded, yet I too possess my own depth of understanding. Tobirama suddenly interjected. Your solitary venture into the land of lightning, undertaking actions that risk your reputation, weighs heavily on my conscience. Therefore, I shall impart my unique ninjutsu to you. Whether you can master it is entirely up to you. Madara's interest was piqued. If I cannot learn it within 20 minutes, then I shall forego the technique altogether. Thus, Tobirama began to meticulously instruct Madara in the principles of the flying thunder god technique. Madara's dark eyes transformed a vivid crimson as three tomos spun and connected. His eternal Manjiki Sharingan activated. He absorbed the teachings rapidly, observing Tobirama's movements, listening attentively, and diligently contemplating the knowledge imparted to him. Enough, Madara declared after 10 minutes. What's wrong? Can't you continue? Tobirama asked, glancing at the myriad of flying thunder god symbols inscribed on the table before him. This technique is inherently complex. It is entirely normal for you to struggle with it in such a short time. However, should you genuinely wish to learn, when you return to Konoha, seek me out anytime. I will teach you as long as you desire. Originally, Tobirama had no intention of disseminating the flying thunder god technique. Yet, during their teaching session, he felt a burgeoning sense of superiority. He had never anticipated that Madara, who had always dismissed him, would one day come seeking his guidance. It felt like a form of redemption for the guilt he held within. In that moment, Tobirama realized that coexisting peacefully with Madara was not an impossibility. Reflecting on his past prejudices against Madara, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The thought of not teaching Madara the flying thunder god technique would leave a lingering guilt that weighed heavily on his heart. There's no need for you to teach me. My time is limited, Madara stated, pouring 2 cups of sake, one of which he extended to Tobirama. Let us share one last drink together. Tobirama's expression shifted, as if a sudden realization struck him. He did not accept the cup, his lips pursed with concern. Madara, will you truly return alive from this endeavor? Naturally, Madara retorted, glaring at Tobirama before raising his fist and striking the top of Tobirama's head. Are you wishing for my demise? Who in the ninja world, aside from Hashirama, can stand against me? Instantly, Tobirama winced in pain. He rubbed the swelling on his head and gritted his teeth. Madara, during the 6 years you were absent from Konoha, 2 formidable ninjas arose in the land of lightning, known as Kin and Jin. They possess artifacts of the Sage of 6 Paths. Do not underestimate them. Kin and Jin. Madara's expression grew ominous, as if recalling something. He had previously overheard information about these ninjas while conversing with the owner of a dango shop. learning about the circumstances of Tobarama's demise. It was said that during a meeting of the five Kage to discuss ending the war, he had been ambushed and killed by Kin and Jin using a forbidden technique. Tobarama continued, "Furthermore, a technique I developed, which Hashirama classified as forbidden, is rumored to be in their possession, Edo Tensei." Before he could finish, Madara suddenly threw his arm around Tobarama's shoulders with a grin. "I don't care what kind of resurrection they possess. Rest assured, Tobarama, I will avenge your death." With that, Madara raised his sake cup and thrust it toward Tobarama's mouth. "Drink with me one last time." Chapter 68. He is the hero of Konoha. Tobarama was caught off guard as the sake went down his throat, causing him to cough violently. Madara had cursed him again. Moreover, having just struck him in front of the Shimura and Sarutobi clan leaders, and now forcing him to drink. It was quite humiliating. A wave of irritation surged within Tobarama. He forcefully shrugged off Madara's arm, grabbing his shoulders and pushing him against the wall, scolding Madara. "Must you continue with such childish antics? You fool." Madara's lips curled into a slight smile. "Tobarama, take care. My time is short, and I may not be able to do more for you. I hope you can live a few more years this time." Upon hearing this, Tobarama's frustration intensified. Madara was cursing him again. "I will surely outlive you," he shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, he found himself staring at the empty space where Madara had just stood. Tobarama's expression faltered as he realized the truth. Madara had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. That rascal was more cunning than he had anticipated. He reached out to grasp at the spot where Madara had just been, feeling a void in his heart. He poured himself a drink from the unfinished bottle on the table, placing a cup at the spot where Madara had sat, gently clinking it with the bottle. He downed the sake in one go, memories of his past actions toward Madara flooding back, leaving him overwhelmed with guilt. Simply teaching Madara the Flying Thunder God technique was insufficient to alleviate the burden he bore. With a serious expression, Tobarama murmured, "You must return alive, Madara. If there is anything else you wish to learn from my techniques, I will teach you. I will restore your name in Konoha and atone for my past mistakes. Please, grant me the opportunity to make amends. This guilt is unbearable." At that moment, in the sushi shop, the Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders witnessed the astonishing scene of Uchiha Madara vanishing before their eyes. Initially taken aback, they soon grasped the implication. Could it be that Madara had truly mastered Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique? Such unparalleled talent was nothing short of terrifying. They sensed that the shadow clones that had once apprehended them had vanished as well. The two clan leaders could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Madara had departed. His absence was a blessing, for that man was utterly terrifying, robbing them of their wealth, beating them mercilessly, and occasionally threatening their very lives. They had never endured such humiliation within the confines of Konoha. Just as they were lamenting their plight, Tobarama suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon them. "Do not dare to insult Madara. He is not a scoundrel. He is a hero of Konoha. Should I hear you speak ill of him again, I shall take your lives." Tobarama's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity, and his words dripped with lethal intent, leaving no doubt that he was not jesting. In an instant, the heads of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans shrank back, silenced by fear. Their resentment toward Madara remained unabated. Yet now Tobarama had adopted Madara's menacing demeanor, threatening them with death at every turn. This was all the mischief wrought by that scoundrel Madara. Where could he have gone after mastering my Flying Thunder God technique? Tobarama mused. Logically speaking, having learned his Flying Thunder God, Madara should be able to sense the marks he left across the ninja world. Among these, there was a mark in the Land of Lightning that would allow Uchiha Madara to teleport there. However, Tobarama was somewhat apprehensive. Could Madara, upon first using the Flying Thunder God, truly teleport to the Land of Lightning without issue? It seemed unlikely, having just acquired the technique. His control over distance would surely be quite unrefined. Furrowing his brow, Tobarama was deep in thought when suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he touched the 3 swollen bumps on his head that Madara had inflicted earlier, his expression betraying a hint of irritation. Why should I worry about that scoundrel? With his abilities, no matter where he uses the Flying Thunder God, he will not face any danger. The true concern lies with those around him. He has always had a poor temperament towards those outside Konoha. The layers of armor Tobarama donned also bore my Flying Thunder God symbols. He hoped that Madara had appeared before him, provoking his wrath and receiving a well-deserved thrashing. However, given Tobarama's nature, as long as Madara refrained from causing destruction in Konoha, He would not hold any grievances against him, no matter what Madara did. It was likely that, despite the initial inaccuracy of his first teleportation with repeated use, Madara would soon master it. In other words, he would swiftly arrive in the land of lightning. Tobirama opened the door to the sushi restaurant. Outside, the mournful cries of the Nine Tails had ceased. Tobirama gazed into the distance towards the land of lightning. Madara, do not let anything go awry. Return alive. He made his way home, not forgetting the promise he had made to Madara. The first forehead protector of Konoha, designed by Madara, was preserved in his home. Recalling those years when Madara had proudly presented that protector to him, he realized that Madara must have longed for his praise at that moment. He must have wished to share his joy and receive a response from him. Yet back then, he had merely shot Madara a fierce glare. Swatting the forehead protector from his hands, "Do not try to get close to me. My brother Hashirama acknowledges you, but I do not. You have killed my brother Izuna and many of my clan. These grievances I shall never forget." Upon hearing those words, Madara had remained silent, not even sparing him a glance. Instead, his gaze had fallen to the forehead protector on the ground before he departed. After that, Madara had ceased to engage with him, becoming increasingly taciturn, avoiding social interaction, and growing more solitary. At this moment, Tobirama's expression was grave as he walked toward his home, determined to retrieve that forehead protector for Madara, to keep it for him until the next time he returned to Konoha. Furthermore, he aimed to vindicate Madara within the village, to atone for the mistakes he had previously made. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling premonition suddenly gripped Tobirama's heart. He felt as if something dreadful was transpiring. Once more, he gazed toward the land of lightning. "Madara, you scoundrel who always curses me to death, do not die before me." Meanwhile, in a deserted house within Konoha, Uchiha Madara appeared before a table marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Initially taken aback, he surveyed his surroundings before his expression transformed into one of exuberance. "I did it. I have truly mastered the Flying Thunder God." The exhilaration of this unexpected revelation was beyond words for Uchiha Madara. His joy stemmed not only from having learned Tobirama's technique, but also from the fact that he had mastered it within the illusionary world created by Itachi. This implied that Itachi's illusion, in a sense, had indeed allowed him to traverse time and return to the past. After the illusion concluded, he could not take the items within it, but the ninjutsu he learned had been indelibly etched into his mind. Such a technique, Itachi, I acknowledge your prowess. Among those who have crossed blades with me in the realm of illusion, none surpass you. I, Madara, shall deem you the strongest. Closing his eyes once more, Uchiha Madara attuned himself to the myriad Flying Thunder God seals that Tobirama had laid across the ninja world. Numerous and varied. He had merely selected one at random for his teleportation, not paying heed to where he would arrive. Gradually, he began to discern the precise locations of these seals throughout the ninja world. He had sensed the mark that Tobirama had left in the land of lightning and now had locked onto a specific seal, one located in the village of Kumogakure, within the Reikage building. Opening his eyes, with a mere thought, he prepared to teleport, yet paused to observe his surroundings. This place felt familiar. Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled that he had visited this deserted house once before, perhaps when he had first designed the Konoha forehead protector, brimming with excitement, and had come to share that joy with Tobirama. In other words, this was Tobirama's home. Opening a window, he could catch sight of the Hokage building not far away. Indeed, I have used the Flying Thunder God to arrive at Tobirama's home. Madara had no intention of leaving immediately. Tobirama was always engrossed in peculiar ninjutsu research. And since he was here, he could not afford to leave empty-handed. Earlier, at the sushi restaurant, Madara had sensed Tobirama's lingering guilt. It seemed that even as he imparted the Flying Thunder God to him, Tobirama still wished to make amends. With that in mind, Uchiha Madara lowered his gaze. Sensing that the basement of Tobirama's house was right beneath him, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Tobirama often conducted his ninjutsu studies in the basement. Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara focused his intent and vanished, only to reappear in Tobirama's basement. What intriguing ninjutsu has Tobirama recently devised? Uchiha Madara surveyed the 3 scrolls laid out on the long table, which contained the reanimation jutsu, the exploding tag exchange technique, and the soul binding technique. Without a moment's pause, he collected them and left a note behind. Just as he was about to depart, he sensed something else and turned to the wall nearby. What might lie within that wall, where another of Tobirama's Flying Thunder God seals resided? Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara activated the Flying Thunder God once more and instantly entered. What he beheld within caused his eyes to widen in shock. Bottles of potions were meticulously arranged, each labeled with a line of text. Hashirama cells, purified. Rejection response yet to be determined. In the realm of the mysterious, had I known of the treasures that lie within your abode, I would not have squandered precious moments conversing with you at the sushi establishment. I should have visited your residence long ago. Regarding the resurrection of certain individuals by the likes of Kinshiki and Kinshiki, the original narrative provides intricate details, revealing a connection to Madara. Hence my inclusion of this particular subplot. The technique known as Edo Tensei was indeed conceived by Tobarama, yet many possessed the ability to wield it. In the original tale, both Madara and Hashirama are capable practitioners, albeit their skills remained unutilized in the animation. Tobarama, this remarkable individual, has indeed created formidable ninjutsu. Yet their efficacy diminishes when employed by him. These techniques flourish in the hands of others. Take Edo Tensei, for instance. During his lifetime, Tobarama utilized it merely as a human bomb, reviving an individual solely to have them embrace a collection of explosive tags, leading to a mutual demise with their adversaries. In contrast, Orochimaru subsequently harnessed this technique to nearly incite a revolution within Konoha, while Kabuto employed it to instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War. In the depths of Tobarama's household, Uchiha Madara surveyed the meticulously arranged samples of Hashirama's cells, yet he refrained from taking them. These items would serve no purpose for him. Madara was acutely aware that he found himself ensconced within an illusion crafted by Itachi, an illusion that surpassed his expectations. The opportunity to learn ninjutsu, which he had yet to master in reality, was a remarkable stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, the thought of extracting anything from this illusion was a folly, for these were mere phantoms. Yet, Madara gleaned valuable insights from this experience. Looking around, Madara noted that Tobarama's research chamber bore no entrance, with walls of considerable thickness that provided exceptional soundproofing. One could only access it through the Flying Thunder God technique. Based on what he had previously discerned in reality, Tobarama's demise was abrupt, with only a cursory mention of Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeding him as the third Hokage, leaving many details unaddressed. This suggested that the world might remain oblivious to the existence of Tobarama's research chamber. Madara's thoughts crystallized. Perhaps the samples of Hashirama's cells still existed within this elusive chamber. His heart began to race with anticipation as he resolved to visit Tobarama's research facility upon returning to reality. Suddenly, he heard a furious shout. "Uchiha Madara! You scoundrel!" It was Tobarama's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Madara activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished from the scene. At that moment, in the basement of Tobarama's residence, he stood before a barren table, his expression taut with anxiety. The 3 scrolls of ninjutsu he had meticulously crafted were missing. To be precise, they had been stolen. Who could be the culprit if not Uchiha Madara? Tobarama had clearly seen a note in the corner of his table, inscribed in Madara's handwriting. "First time using Flying Thunder God, accidentally intruded upon your home, my apologies." Apologies? Madara was expressing remorse. Yet he had the audacity to steal his 3 meticulously developed scrolls. Was this the demeanor of someone truly sorry? Arriving empty-handed and departing with his spoils, not leaving a single coin behind. Such shamelessness was infuriating. As he returned home, Tobarama was consumed with worry, fearing that Madara had used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the Land of Lightning and was engaged in combat with its ninja. Yet, what transpired? Madara's inaugural use of the technique had led him directly to Tobarama's home, absconding with his belongings. It was an utterly vexing situation, one that stripped Tobarama of his dignity. How had Madara become so audacious in the 6 years since their last encounter? In the past, he would not have even deigned to step foot in Tobarama's home. In a fit of rage, Tobarama vented his frustrations until he finally calmed down. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he felt somewhat soothed. Surely, after taking his 3 scrolls of ninjutsu, Madara would be en route to the Land of Lightning. Nonetheless, Madara's actions were for the greater good of Konoha. Perhaps it was not such a loss to share his techniques with him. Contemplating Madara's willingness to sacrifice his reputation, even bearing the scorn of the ninja world to eliminate potential threats to Konoha, filled Tobarama with a tinge of guilt. Would he himself be willing to relinquish the adoration of Konoha's clans, the love of its citizens, and his own esteemed reputation in the ninja world, as Madara had done? To protect Konoha from darkness? Tobirama pursed his lips and shook his head. He understood that, in truth, Madara could not afford such choices either. Madara's current disposition was a result of being left with no alternatives. His reputation in the ninja world was already tarnished, and his standing among the citizens of Konoha was steeped in malevolence. This reality emboldened him to act without regard for his reputation, initiating conflict with the Land of Lightning. The Madara of old had cared deeply about his image, concerned with how others perceived him. The circumstances that led to Madara's current plight were a consequence of his own actions. In contrast, Tobirama's grievances against Madara paled in comparison to the impact of the scrolls he had stolen. Madara, if he desired to learn additional ninjutsu, could have simply asked for it openly. Tobirama would have gladly imparted his knowledge. With such immense talent, Madara would undoubtedly master the techniques he possessed. Reflecting on this, Tobirama mused that if he were to teach Madara ninjutsu, it would be only natural for him to consider Madara his disciple. A faint smile crept onto Tobirama's typically stern visage as he entertained the thought that the once dismissive and elusive Uchiha Madara had now become his pupil. This realization brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yet, this disciple seemed to possess a penchant for thievery, a habit of pilfering his belongings. Upon Madara's next return to Konoha, Tobirama resolved to provide him with a stern lesson. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck Tobirama, prompting him to glance toward the research chamber where he stored the Hashirama cell samples. If Madara had been able to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to intrude upon his bedroom, it stood to reason that he could also sense the mark he had left in the research chamber. Upon inspection, Tobirama discovered that one of his marks was indeed missing. A jolt of dread coursed through him. Could it be that Madara had taken the Hashirama cell samples he had painstakingly developed over many years? Those samples were the culmination of his efforts, his very essence. That scoundrel. With a taut expression, Tobirama concentrated, disappearing from his location and instantly reappearing in the research chamber. Once the Uchiha clan's leader, Madara, merges with the cells of Hashirama, the likelihood of his triumph over Hashirama will significantly increase, given their formidable regenerative abilities. This temptation was one that Madara would find hard to resist. Was it possible that he refrained from taking the refined Hashirama cells I developed out of fear of inciting my wrath? Tobirama mused, gently touching the 3 swollen bumps on his head, quickly dismissing the thought. No, that fool Madara would not show such courtesy towards me. After much contemplation, Tobirama reached a conclusion. The number of Flying Thunder God seals in the laboratory was actually not insignificant. I must have misremembered, for Madara had not set foot in my research room. With this realization, Tobirama felt a wave of clarity wash over him, exclaiming, "That imbecile Madara, coming into my underground chamber just to abscond with those 3 scrolls, likely thinks he has outsmarted me. Little does he know, he has overlooked an opportunity that could grant him victory over Hashirama. This fool, who knows only the art of combat, lacks the wit to see the bigger picture. I shall never reveal to Madara that I have successfully refined Hashirama's cells. I will not grant him the chance to surpass my brother." Tobirama was acutely aware of the implications of these Hashirama cells. In the shinobi world, there were undoubtedly others who shared his fervor for ninjutsu research. Should the Hashirama cells fall into their hands, the potential consequences were unfathomable. Thus, it was imperative to keep them out of reach. Even the mere incorporation of Hashirama cells into one's body could exponentially accelerate the recovery of chakra. The greater the level of fusion with Hashirama cells, the faster one's chakra recovery would be. In fact, even if severely injured, as long as the brain remained intact, one could rely on the Hashirama cells for rapid regeneration and healing of wounds. This terrifying healing ability was something Tobirama had only witnessed in Hashirama himself. If anyone in the shinobi world were to acquire such power, they could swiftly elevate their strength, presenting an immense potential threat. Not everyone possesses the benevolence of Hashirama. When an individual becomes powerful enough to stand against the entire shinobi world, they become a latent danger. Madara, despite being a formidable force rivaling Hashirama, was one of Konoha's own, devoted to its cause, a hero in the eyes of Konoha. Yet, the methods he employed to protect Konoha were a nightmare to other nations. If the Hashirama cells fell into the hands of those disloyal to Konoha, they would become a nightmare for the village. The more Tobirama pondered this, the greater his unease grew. He even contemplated destroying the Hashirama reagents. However, these reagents were the result of his extensive labor and dedication. To simply destroy them would be a painful loss. Ultimately, Tobirama resolved to keep the Hashirama reagents in the laboratory. Perhaps one day, someone would uncover these reagents. But at least during his lifetime, no one would discover them. As for the future, let posterity decide. If Konoha were to weaken and become subservient to other nations, and in such circumstances, a loyal individual were to find and utilize the Hashirama reagents in his research, it could indeed fortify Konoha, greatly benefiting future generations. I hope these refined Hashirama reagents will aid Konoha's descendants. Which descendant will discover these Hashirama cell reagents, I wonder? Chapter 72. The Ninetales pretending to sleep. Tobirama was somewhat curious but too weary to dwell on it. By then, he would likely be long gone. As for the present, these matters were of no immediate concern. With Madara's return to Konoha and Hashirama's presence there, the village was fortified, with Madara and Hashirama united. Even if other nations combined forces against Konoha, Tobirama felt assured that Konoha would not falter. With a thought, he sensed all the flying thunder god seals in the laboratory. Without hesitation, he cleared them all. In the days to come, he would not permit anyone, including himself, to enter this research room. Nor would he divulge to Madara that he had refined Hashirama cell reagents. Meanwhile, at the Valley of the End, the anguished cries of the Ninetales had ceased. The beast lay battered on the ground, exhausted, closing its eyes in a deep slumber. Hashirama rested atop the Ninetales' head, equally lost in slumber. During the time Madara and Tobirama had shared drinks at the sushi restaurant in Konoha, Hashirama had tirelessly assisted the Ninetales, working for several hours until fatigue overcame him. It was not just Hashirama who was utterly drained. The Ninetales, too, had been thoroughly beaten and felt emotionally exhausted. Yet, despite this, the Ninetales remained ensnared in Madara's Jinjutsu. Thus, it proposed a brief respite for both itself and Hashirama, allowing them to recuperate. With both resting, they had fallen into a deep sleep. A faint flying thunder god seal glimmered on Hashirama's layered armor, and in the next moment, Madara's figure materialized beside him. Is this not the land of thunder? Madara surveyed his surroundings, quickly deducing the situation. He had arrived in the wrong place. His technique for long-distance teleportation using the flying thunder god was still somewhat unrefined. He had intended to teleport towards the direction of the land of thunder, but unexpectedly found himself at the Valley of the End, and even more surprisingly, the seal was on the armor worn by Hashirama. Standing atop the slumbering Ninetales, Madara frowned at Hashirama, who was also fast asleep. Are these two merely being lazy? A brief assessment revealed that the Ninetales was still under his Jinjutsu's control, which displeased him. At that moment, Madara could no longer ascertain whether the illusionary world crafted by Itachi was indeed real. He had a strong premonition that once Itachi's illusion concluded, he would exit this world. Yet it would not necessarily vanish. Everything in this world would continue its course. However, he might never return to it. Thus, upon learning that in reality, Tobi had once controlled the Ninetales to destroy Konoha, ultimately leading to the beast seal within Naruto, granting Naruto a tragic childhood. Madara fervently wished for the Ninetales in this world to gain the ability to break free from Jinjutsu. If that were to happen, even if he were to leave this realm, the Ninetales would not suffer the same fate as in reality, where Tobi controlled it with Jinjutsu, nor would it be sealed within Naruto. Consequently, Naruto would not endure a tragic childhood. Hashirama, awaken! Help the Ninetales! Madara shouted at both Hashirama and the Ninetales, but neither responded. The Ninetales snored loudly, undisturbed. Forget it, Madara decided, opting not to intrude. It was evident that both Hashirama and the Ninetales were utterly exhausted. Forcing them to wake under such fatigue would likely yield little efficacy in their training. Let them rest for now. If they were still asleep upon his return from the land of thunder, he could rouse them then. Madara murmured, Hashirama, having finally found a peaceful coexistence with you and Tobirama, I truly do not wish to depart. But alas, this world does not belong to me. Uchiha Madara gazed intently at Hashirama for a few seconds. Truly impressive, his entire being was composed of Hashirama's cells. Madara's eyes trembled as he recalled their battle at the Valley of the End, where he had contemplated sparing Hashirama's life, only to be betrayed by a surprise attack from behind. The memory ignited a surge of fury within him. How could you have struck me so ruthlessly back then? You scoundrel! Madara raised his hand without hesitation and struck. With a resounding clap, he utilized the flying thunder god technique, teleporting towards the land of lightning. Hashirama was sent sprawling several meters away, landing on the ground with half of his face swollen and bruised. As he slowly regained consciousness, Hashirama, feeling the pain on his reddened cheek, wondered aloud, "Who did this?" His tone carried a hint of indignation. Suddenly realizing the situation, he focused his gaze on the Nine Tails. "Ah, so you're pretending to sleep, are you?" Chapter 73. Is Madara truly as powerful as the legends say? Hashirama was ready to unleash his wrath upon the Nine Tails. But a sudden realization struck him. He cautiously checked the beast's breathing and quickly understood the Nine Tails was indeed asleep. Observing its battered state, Hashirama felt a twinge of sympathy. It was evident that the Nine Tails had cooperated with him in their previous endeavors. After inflicting pain on the creature for so long, it was only natural for the Nine Tails to retaliate while it had the chance. Perhaps I should let it be, he thought, feeling fatigued. With a sigh, he leaped onto the Nine Tails' head, resting upon its soft fur, and closed his eyes once more. Madara has yet to return. I should take this opportunity to train the Nine Tails. If Madara discovers that I have not freed the Nine Tails from his Jinjutsu, he will surely mock me. Reflecting on Madara's departure from Konoha, a wave of guilt surged within Hashirama. During Madara's time in Konoha, I mishandled many matters, leading the villagers to harbor deep-seated prejudice against him. Now that Madara has chosen to abandon his hatred and spare Konoha, I must fulfill my promise to help the Nine Tails escape his control. I can only hope it can endure. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning, at the borders of the hidden cloud village, the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku raced towards the direction of the Valley of the End. Madara and Hashirama are at odds? I have awaited this day for far too long, Kinkaku thought, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Be cautious. We are merely here to observe their battle and report back to the leaders of the four nations. Ginkaku, with a glimmer of ambition, mused. If they were to perish in mutual destruction, it would be ideal. That would leave only Tobirama and a handful of ineffectual individuals in Konoha, incapable of thwarting our united front. The tale of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had long since spread throughout the shinobi world. The other four great nations were not the only ones taking action. Their leaders had gathered in the Land of Lightning to discuss how to seize the opportunity to jointly annex Konoha. Since Konoha's establishment, it had dominated the shinobi world, its prime geographical location and abundant resources making it the envy of other nations. There had indeed been attempts to declare war on Konoha in the past. A coalition of smaller nations once dispatched numerous shinobi to assault Konoha, yet Konoha's response was rather subdued. The villagers remained blissfully unaware of the threat, for Madara single-handedly annihilated the invading forces before they could reach the village's borders. That same night, he visited the leaders of the smaller nations one by one, not to slaughter them, but to reason with them. In the aftermath, several leaders resigned due to their empty treasuries, and none dared entertain thoughts of hostility towards Konoha again. Consequently, Madara's name became synonymous with power among the leaders of the shinobi world. From that moment on, no nation dared to attack Konoha while Madara was at its helm. After Madara's departure, the leaders of several great nations harbored ill intentions toward Konoha, but were still wary of the might of Senju Hashirama. However, the current situation was different. Madara and Hashirama were embroiled in a fierce battle at the Valley of the End, the two most powerful figures in Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, were engaged in a brutal conflict, akin to an internal strife within Konoha itself. Such a circumstance was a dream come true for the leaders of the other four nations. They had already brought their most capable subordinates to the Hidden Cloud Village, waiting for the outcome of the duel between Madara and Hashirama to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. The battle had raged for half a day, and both combatants were likely severely wounded. Yet those four old men still hesitated, waiting for Madara and Hashirama to annihilate each other before daring to organize an attack. Kinkaku could hardly contain his fury at the leaders of the four nations. During the discussions regarding the assault on Konoha, he and Ginkaku had been mere bystanders. Hearing the leaders insist that they must wait for Madara's death before launching their offensive, Kinkaku couldn't help but question their fear of Madara. The leaders' faces darkened, as if haunted by memories, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. No one explained Madara's strength to Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and soon after, they were dispatched to observe the battle between Madara and Hashirama. Is Madara truly as formidable as the legends suggest? Ginkaku pondered aloud. Chapter 74. Perhaps the legends are exaggerated, perhaps the legends are somewhat exaggerated, Ginkaku mused, stroking the fan on his back, feeling a surge of confidence. I once fought against Tobirama, the future second Hokage, and his strength was not significantly greater than mine. If you and I joined forces, we could easily eliminate him. Hashirama, like Tobirama, is a Hokage of Konoha. Even if he is stronger than Tobirama, it cannot be by much. Together, we can surely manage him, especially now that we possess more of the Sage of Six Paths artifacts. Kinkaku nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Ginkaku continued, by the time we arrive, both Madara and Hashirama will likely be gravely injured. We should take this opportunity to eliminate them. Otherwise, given the timid nature of the leaders of the other four nations, they will continue to hesitate and fear an attack on Konoha. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Kinkaku's eyes sparkled with fervor, his heart racing with ambition. If we can slay both Hashirama and Madara, such a feat will undoubtedly resonate throughout the shinobi world. This glorious achievement will lay the foundation for one of us to succeed the next Reikage. With Madara and Hashirama dead, the other four nations would launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. After Konoha's destruction, as they divided its resources, conflicts among the four nations would inevitably arise, leading to a period of chaos in the shinobi world. Seizing this opportunity, Kinkaku and Ginkaku planned to eliminate the Reikage, accelerating their ascent to power as the next leaders of the Land of Lightning. This was the complete design of their ambitions. The two men raced through the woods for a while before coming to a halt to catch their breath. Jinsho remarked that Konoha had been benevolent towards their Land of Lightning. After Madara left Konoha, Hashirama, in an effort to establish a bond of friendship with their nation, sent substantial resources annually and even entrusted Tobirama with the Edo Tensei technique, thereby enhancing their self-defense capabilities. Incho turned to Jinsho, narrowing his eyes slightly. With a glimmer of light in his gaze, our actions could be seen as ingratitude. Do you feel any remorse? Remorse? Perhaps a little. Jinsho smiled faintly, sighing. However, compared to this slight remorse, my greater concern lies with the position of the next Reikage. His tone was laced with a chilling intent. In this era, prioritizing gratitude will hinder great accomplishments. The two figures sped through the dense forest, resolute in their plans. After Tobirama had taught them the Edo Tensei, they had used this ninjutsu to eliminate numerous foes. It was amusing to think that Tobirama was their teacher. Their current mission was to annihilate Tobirama's nation, which weighed heavily on their conscience. Nonetheless, in this age, conscience held no value. Jinsho, how long do you think the battle between Madara and Hashirama will last? Perhaps it has already concluded. Who do you think will emerge victorious? I secretly hope both perish. If one survives, I believe it will be Uchiha Madara. Why Madara? Although both Madara and Hashirama are reputedly powerful within the ninja world, Hashirama is seen as benevolent and Madara as ruthless. Their deep bond from founding Konoha may lead Hashirama to show mercy. However, Madara's merciless nature would likely spell Hashirama's doom. Thus, if they do not perish together, I firmly believe Madara will be the one to survive. As the brothers conversed, a faint flying thunder god seal on the red gourd on Jinsho's back suddenly flickered. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara appeared behind them. Tobirama had left a flying thunder god mark on this gourd. Madara yanked the gourd from Jinsho's grasp, inspecting it. Who are you? An intense sense of danger surged within both Jinsho and Insho. Chapter 75. I merely wish to inquire about two individuals. Must you resort to violence? In an instant, the brothers retreated several steps, their gazes fixed on Madara, who scrutinized the gourd. They had never encountered Madara before and did not recognize him. But an overwhelming premonition warned them that this man was formidable. Jinsho fixed his gaze on Madara, cautiously whispering to Insho. He took my gourd. It is an artifact of the Sage of Six Paths. We must retrieve it. As Jinsho prepared to act, Insho stopped him. We know not his intentions. Do not act recklessly. His technique resembles Tobirama's flying thunder god. Are you suggesting he is Tobirama? Jinsho pointed at Madara. Insho shot Jinsho a glare. Impossible. You cannot even recognize Tobirama? He has silver hair. I mean, he likely possesses Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. His strength cannot be underestimated. We should first ascertain his purpose and request the return of the gourd. If we can avoid combat, we must. Our priority is to reach the Valley of the End to observe the battle between Madara and Hashirama. That makes sense. Let us proceed as you suggest. Just as Jinsho was about to patiently question Madara, the latter's gaze fell upon them. More precisely, it was directed at their forehead protectors. Ninjas from the Land of Lightning? With a resounding bang, the red gourd in Madara's hand exploded. At that moment, upon seeing the ninjas from the Land of Lightning, Madara felt an intense surge of anger. Had it only been 6 years since he left Konoha, and already the Land of Lightning was poised to strike? However, Madara did not wish to unleash his wrath upon these two ninjas. It was evident that they were merely border guards for the Land of Lightning and likely low-ranking shinobi following their Reikage orders. Madara had no desire to involve innocent ninjas in his fury. He sought the Reikage and the brothers who would one day kill Tobirama. Finding the Reikage would be simple. He was likely in Kumogakure. However, the whereabouts of Jinsho and Insho were a mystery to Madara. According to the owner of the dumpling shop, the brothers who had slain Tobirama were elders of Kumogakure. Surely the ninjas there would know their whereabouts. Thus, Madara approached the two. "Excuse me. I wish to inquire about two individuals." Before he could finish, Jinsho and Insho were taken aback by the sight of Madara shattering the gourd. Jinsho's anger surged as he charged at Madara, shouting fiercely, "My gourd! You scoundrel!" Insho followed closely, equally enraged. The gourd was a rare artifact they had painstakingly acquired from the Sage of Six Paths. To see it destroyed was infuriating. If only they had attacked this man directly. Yet, just as the two rushed forward, Madara's movements were swifter. Before they could react, a tremendous force slammed into their bodies. Jinsho and Insho barely comprehended what was happening before they were sent crashing through several trees, landing heavily on the ground. 10 minutes later, Jinsho and Insho lay in a deep pit, battered and bloodied, each having lost an arm. Blood flowed continuously from their wounds. "This guy. We cannot defeat him." Jinsho gazed at Madara, who approached them unscathed, fear evident in his eyes. Insho mirrored this sentiment, his gaze on Madara filled with trepidation. In merely 10 minutes, they had been thoroughly defeated. Madara stood before them, unscathed, holding one of their severed arms in each hand as he approached. "I merely wish to inquire about two individuals. Was such a reaction truly necessary? Must you engage me in battle? I have spared your arms. They can be healed. Now that you cannot form hand seals, can we converse? We do not have time to waste on you." Jinsho and Insho exchanged glances and immediately made a decision. It was time to use that technique. They pressed their remaining hands together, stained with blood, and swiftly formed the seals. Edo Tensei. Instantly, a coffin rose from the ground before them. As the lid creaked open, Madara was initially taken aback, but his eyes widened in realization. His heart raced with excitement. Senna. Chapter 76. Senna, I am your brother, Uchiha Madara. Madara gazed at the resurrected Senna, his expression frozen. His mind felt as if it had exploded. The severed arms he had been holding fell to the ground. The fear that Jin Jiao and In Jiao harbored for Uchiha Madara had significantly diminished. This individual, astonishingly, was aware that the person they resurrected was named Izuna. It appeared he had heard of Izuna's formidable reputation, and it was evident he was now gripped by trepidation. After the successful initiation of the Edo Tensei technique, the two brothers felt a renewed sense of confidence. This technique was not unfamiliar to them, having resurrected Izuna. They had manipulated him to eliminate numerous foes without ever tasting defeat. In their grand design, they intended to employ this technique to eliminate two key figures, the first Reikage of the Land of Lightning and Tobirama Senju of the Land of Fire. However, the imposing figure before them, who had suddenly appeared and ruthlessly destroyed their red gourd without uttering a word, was not originally on their list of targets. Yet, the sheer strength of this individual instilled a deep sense of apprehension within them. The Edo Tensei technique was their trump card, and they felt compelled to utilize it. Immediately, Jin Jiao and In Jiao rose to their feet, paying no heed to the pain from their severed arms or the blood streaming from their bodies. Their gazes fixed intently on Uchiha Madara. Jin Jiao remarked, "Did you see that? He seems too frightened to move." A smirk crept onto In Jiao's face. "We nearly fell victim to him, but thankfully Tobirama taught us this ninjutsu." Jin Jiao pressed his hand to the wound on his arm, panting heavily. The two brothers exchanged a glance, their confidence bolstered. Jin Jiao, cautiously observing Madara, mused, "No wonder his strength is so formidable. He must have clashed with Izuna during the era of war and recognized his power. He is clearly intimidated by Izuna now, devoid of his earlier arrogance. This battle shall be ours. Jin Jiao, waste no time. Control Izuna and eliminate him. We must hasten to the Valley of the End and seize the opportunity to slay both Madara and Tobirama." Excitement gleamed in In Jiao's eyes. As Madara and Tobirama engaged in combat, they envisioned claiming the bodies of both warriors, resurrecting them with Edo Tensei to fight alongside them in the future. "Izuna's prowess exceeds that of either of us," So one can only imagine the strength of his elder brother, Uchiha Madara. Jin Jiao pondered aloud. We need not concern ourselves with Madara's strength at this moment. After all, he and Tobirama have been battling for quite some time, and both are likely gravely injured. When we confront Madara, he shall not be at his peak. There is no need for excessive worry. Just then, Izuna emerged from the coffin, raising his head to meet Madara's gaze. His consciousness had returned, and he immediately recognized the man before him, exclaiming, "Madara?" Madara remained silent, his eyes quivering with emotion. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to speak to Izuna, but words eluded him, coalescing into a singular thought. "Izuna, it is I, your brother, Uchiha Madara." A rare smile graced Madara's lips, but it was short-lived as Izuna admonished him sharply, "Madara, focus. This is a battlefield. Are you trying to get yourself killed, you fool?" At this moment, Izuna's memories were locked in the past, recalling the battle between the Uchiha and Senju clans when he was slain by Tobirama. Noticing there were no enemies behind Madara, he swiftly dashed to stand before him, bowing slightly, wielding his katana with chakra surging through it, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ready to protect his brother. "Izuna, what are you doing?" Madara inquired. "Protecting you," Izuna shouted. "You soft-hearted fool, I know your bond with Tobirama, and I understand that because Tobirama is his brother, you would hesitate to strike him down. Madara, you imbecile, Tobirama won't show you the same mercy." Izuna's fervor was suddenly punctuated by a sense of unease. As he prepared to launch an attack, confusion enveloped him. Where were the enemies? Had the Senju clan been eradicated? Where was Tobirama? Silence ensued. Madara remained mute, gazing at his resurrected brother, his heart stirred by the memories of their shared childhood. Despite knowing that the Izuna before him was merely a puppet, a corpse animated by another's will, and that he was ensnared within Itachi's genjutsu, Madara could not suppress the swell of emotion within him. Meanwhile, not far away, as they prepared to control Izuna and attack Madara, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao found themselves frozen in place, their confidence evaporating. Upon hearing Izuna and Madara's exchange, they were momentarily stunned, only to be gripped by an icy dread that coursed through them. Jin Jiao realized that Izuna was indeed Madara's brother. Yin Jiao's legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling. "He is Uchiha Madara. I know it, I can see it." Jin Jiao clenched his teeth, his expression taut with tension. Their earlier bravado had dissipated entirely. At that moment, the brothers comprehended the gravity of their situation. It was no wonder that Madara had effortlessly defeated them with such overwhelming force. He was indeed Uchiha Madara. But why was Madara here? Shouldn't he be battling Tobirama in the Valley of the End? Had he perhaps slain Tobirama? Jin Jiao speculated, perhaps after defeating Tobirama. Madara became aware of the intentions of the other four great nations and their leaders conspiring against him. This provocation incited his wrath, compelling him to seek retribution. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao's fear deepened. Just moments ago, they had debated the outcome of the clash between Madara and Tobirama, both predicting Madara's victory. Now, it seemed their predictions were chillingly accurate. Yet, none had anticipated the extent of Madara's triumph. He was unscathed, while Tobirama had been unable to inflict any damage upon him. Madara had been absent from Konoha for 6 years, and his power had grown to an unimaginable level. Could they, the two brothers, contend with such a formidable adversary? "Jin Jiao, we must flee." Yin Jiao stammered. "Flee? Is that even possible? Steady yourself. Cowering in fear will only hasten our demise," Jin Jiao urged, using his remaining arm to pull Yin Jiao to his feet. "We are not without hope of survival. How do we survive? Did you not see? Madara seemed to have no intent to kill us earlier. He even spared our severed arms, attempting to heal us." Indeed, Yin Jiao abruptly realized. During their confrontation with Madara, they had approached it with the intent to kill, but Madara had fought with a distinct nonchalance, clearly not exerting his full strength, demonstrating no desire to slay them. From this perspective, it appeared that Madara was not as ruthless as rumored. Silverhorn could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had we known this would be the outcome, we should never have employed the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect Izuna. Madara had no intention of killing us. He merely sought information about two individuals. Now, having revived Izuna and set him against Madara, we may have inadvertently provoked his wrath. No, we have not incited Madara's anger. Golden Horn asserted with conviction. If Madara intended to slay us now, he would have already acted. For the time being, let us refrain from urging Izuna to attack. Madara seeks information about those two individuals, does he not? If we possess knowledge regarding them, we should simply share it with him. Agreed. At this moment, Madara Uchiha was entirely focused on his brother Izuna, disregarding Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Izuna, where are we? Where is Tobirama? Izuna maintained the attire he wore before his demise, his skin marred by the cracks of the impure world reincarnation. Grasping a katana, he surveyed his surroundings with a serious demeanor, his bewildered gaze tinged with caution. Weren't we fighting the Senju clan? Where is Tobirama? I want to kill that bastard, Izuna declared gravely. In his memory, he recalled being struck fatally by Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, followed by a fleeting moment of unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in the present moment. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of the chaotic sounds of battle. Besides his elder brother, the only other presences were the two peculiar figures with golden and silver hair. Madara, who are they? Izuna inquired, pointing at Golden Horn and Silver Horn, who were now cautiously observing the scene. I do not recognize them, Madara replied, shaking his head. They must be from the Senju clan. Kill them. Izuna's gaze was filled with murderous intent. No, Izuna, you are mistaken. They are not from the Senju clan. Madara placed his hand gently on Izuna's blade, pressing it down, and wrapped his other arm around Izuna's shoulder. Izuna, I have much to discuss with you. Do not expect me to forgive the Senju clan. They must be from the Senju. Whatever you have to say, kill them first, Izuna retorted, his expression seething with rage. Overwhelmed by anger, he thrust the blade upward, inadvertently cutting Madara's palm, causing a drop of blood to splatter onto Madara's cheek. Izuna shot Madara a fierce glare. Stop defending the Senju clan. Do you still harbor goodwill towards them? If you are unwilling to kill, then I shall. With that, Izuna charged fiercely at Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Chapter 77. A grave miscalculation. Golden Horn and Silver Horn had already sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Izuna and recognized his determination to end their lives. However, the brothers remained unfazed. In fact, when they saw Madara intervening to prevent Izuna from attacking them, they exchanged relieved glances. The true threat to their lives was Madara Uchiha. Immediately, Golden Horn fixed his gaze on the charging Izuna, forming a hand seal with one hand. In an instant, Izuna, who had closed the distance to just a few meters, became utterly immobilized. What is happening? I cannot control my body. Is this an illusion? Izuna questioned, standing rigidly as he relinquished his katana. Before him, Golden Horn and Silver Horn approached. Golden Horn's gaze fell upon Izuna. This is not an illusion. It is the impure world reincarnation. Izuna, you have been dead for many years, and it is through the technique of resurrection wielded by Silver Horn and me that you have returned. I have been dead for many years? Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he began to grasp the situation. Earlier, he had sensed something amiss with his body. His skin bore numerous cracks, yet he felt no pain. He held the katana, but it lacked sensation. He even found himself devoid of taste and smell. In his memory, he had been struck at his vital point by Tobirama's technique, leaving him with little chakra. Yet now, his chakra felt abundant. Ah, so that is it. I have been dead all along. In that moment, Izuna comprehended why Madara had reacted to him in such a manner. So, it was the impure world reincarnation that brought me back? Such a powerful ninjutsu exists in this world, one I had never heard of while I was alive. Did you two develop this technique? Izuna's mind raced, a flicker of gratitude in his gaze. At that moment, he understood why Madara had previously expressed a desire to speak with him. During the years of his death, Madara must have experienced countless trials, and the Uchiha clan had undoubtedly faced numerous challenges as well. Realizing that the two responsible for his resurrection were not his foes, but rather his benefactors, Izuna felt a pang of shame for his earlier attempt to kill them. I apologize for my earlier intent to harm you. I am grateful for your development of the impure world reincarnation technique, which has allowed me to reunite with my brother. The impure world reincarnation technique was not developed by us, Golden Horn clarified. It was created by Tobirama. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards him. Upon hearing this, Izuna's eyes narrowed in realization. Tobirama? That scoundrel. I was resurrected by a technique he created. Tobirama was the enemy of his Uchiha clan and the very one who had taken his life. Now, he had been brought back to life by the very ninjutsu of his adversary. Hatred, humiliation, joy, and excitement swirled within Izuna, a tumult of emotions that was difficult to articulate. Golden Horn and Silver Horn paid little heed to Izuna's turmoil. To them, He was merely a resurrected soul, entirely under their control. Their true concern lay with Madara Uchiha, the only one who posed a genuine threat to their existence. As Madara approached, Golden Horn exclaimed, "Madara? The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. We thought you were our enemy and acted out of fear." Silverhorn immediately caught on and echoed the same sentiment. Eager to appease Madara, in the face of a true powerhouse who could end their lives at any moment, what need was there for pride? After all, was pride worth more than life itself? The battle at the Valley of the End had concluded, with Madara emerging victorious, while Hashirama lay dead. Moreover, Madara had sustained no injuries. Few were privy to such crucial information. If they could relay this intelligence back to the Land of Lightning swiftly, it would be a significant advantage. "I have not taken offense." Madara waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to relax. "There is no need to worry. I had no intention of holding a grudge over such trivial matters." Madara smiled, adding, "Furthermore, your resurrection of my brother through the impure world reincarnation is, in fact, a fortunate turn of events for me." Madara then inquired, "How long can your impure world reincarnation last?" "It can last a considerable time. A day is no issue." Golden Horn replied, his eyes gleaming with delight. It was clear that Madara harbored no intention of slaying them, which was undoubtedly a stroke of incredible fortune for the brothers. Silverhorn eagerly nodded in agreement. "As long as we are alive and possess chakra, maintaining it for a day will suffice." "Just a day?" Madara mused, sighing inwardly. "For me, the opportunity to be revived is a tremendous blessing." Having sensed that Golden Horn and Silverhorn had lifted their control over him, as Quan Nai turned and approached Ban, she smiled and said, "In a day's time, please share with me the happenings in our family during the years of my absence." Ban's gaze turned wistful as he nodded slowly. Just then, Jin Jiao exclaimed, "Ban, weren't you inquiring about two individuals earlier?" "Indeed," Uchiha Ban finally recalled. "I had intended to ask you about two people." Previously, Ban was aware that Tobirama had been slain by Jin Jiao and In Jiao. Furthermore, he had come to realize that the illusion crafted by Itachi might very well be a reflection of reality. Else, he would not have learned the Flying Thunder God technique within this realm. Now, coexisting peacefully with Tobirama, Ban naturally wished for him not to meet the same fate as in the real world at the hands of Jin Jiao and In Jiao. However, Ban sensed something amiss. Among the 3 scrolls he had taken from Tobirama's home was one that contained the impure world reincarnation technique, a forbidden art that Tobirama had developed and cherished. It was said to be a technique rare to find in later generations. Logically, aside from Tobirama, few would possess this skill, particularly since Tobirama had been killed by Jin Jiao and In Jiao using this very technique. During Ban's confrontation with Jin Jiao and In Jiao, their threat had seemed remarkably trivial, so much so that he had never paid much attention to their appearances. At this moment, Uchiha Ban scrutinized Jin Jiao and In Jiao from a distance. One brother boasted long golden hair, while the other had silvery locks, with each bearing the characters for gold and silver tattooed on their arms. Uchiha Ban murmured, "It appears I have made a rather elementary mistake." He raised his voice, addressing Jin Jiao and In Jiao. "What are your names?" "I am Jin Jiao," Jin Jiao shouted. "And I am In Jiao." In Jiao followed suit. "Ban, feel free to ask us about the two individuals you seek." A murderous intent gradually enveloped Uchiha Ban's gaze. "Indeed, I am looking for you two." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao and In Jiao's expressions faltered. Us. Uchiha Ban's murderous intent was unmasked, causing the brothers to exchange anxious glances, their hearts racing. "Ban, what business do you have with us?" "To kill you." "What?" The brothers suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, their bodies tensing in an instant. "Ban, we have no enmity with you. Why do you wish to kill us? Please, give us a reason. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." "I desire to kill you, and thus I shall. Uchiha Ban does not feel the need to explain myself to you," he declared. With that, Uchiha Ban locked his gaze on Jin Jiao and In Jiao and began to stride toward them. Explaining why he intended to kill them was too cumbersome. He found it far simpler to eliminate them outright. Yet, he refrained from killing them immediately, allowing them at least a day's reprieve, so that Quan Nai could remain in a state of resurrection via impure world reincarnation. Though Ban's pace was measured, it bore down upon Jin Jiao and In Jiao with immense pressure. This scene left Quan Nai momentarily dazed. The very beings who revived him were enemies of his brother. Ban, whom should he aid? Just as this thought flickered in Quan Nai's mind, an answer emerged. He swiftly turned, charging fiercely toward Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao with a murderous intent. However, the moment he took a step forward, his form was once again restrained by Jin Jiao. Ban, I assume you would not want me to control Quan Nai to kill you, would you? Is there truly no chance for reconciliation between you and us? Jin Jiao clenched his teeth. He was uncertain how he had offended Uchiha Ban, yet it was evident that Ban harbored a lethal resolve against the two brothers. At this juncture, he could only use Quan Nai as leverage against Ban. It was clear that Ban shared a deep bond with Quan Nai and would not wish for his recently revived brother to turn against him. However, Ban did not respond to Jin Jiao's words. He quickened his pace, eyes fixed upon the brothers, the murderous intent within his gaze unyielding. Do not entertain thoughts of negotiating with Ban. Controlling Quan Nai may provide a fleeting opportunity to slay him. Yin Jiao urged. We have previously compelled Quan Nai to kill many. It is not impossible for us to kill Ban. At the very least, there is a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Jin Jiao seized a katana, charging toward Quan Nai, who had already lunged at him, the blade poised to cleave Jin Jiao's skull. The action froze in an instant. Damn it, I cannot control my own body. Quan Nai exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Your enemy is not us, but your brother. Jin Jiao gestured with a subtle flick of his finger. In an instant, Quan Nai redirected his course, gripping the katana tightly as he hurtled toward Uchiha Ban with astonishing speed. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao seized the opportunity to retreat. Did they truly expect Quan Nai to be capable of killing Uchiha Ban? The prospect seemed bleak. The two brothers understood that placing their hopes on such a low-probability event was folly. Escaping was their only means of survival. However, just as they prepared to flee, a scene unfolded before them that left them momentarily stunned. Quan Nai had charged directly in front of Uchiha Ban, thrusting the katana toward Ban's body. Ban. Dodge. Swish. The blade pierced Uchiha Ban's body, emerging through his back, blood gushing forth. Yet, Ban did not evade. This sight left Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao momentarily frozen in disbelief. Was Ban seeking death? In an instant, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Ban, why did you not dodge? Quan Nai's eyes widened, trembling with fear. Uchiha Ban's gaze fell upon Quan Nai, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the past, I failed to protect you. Now that you have returned, I cannot bring myself to harm you. Brother, your death is my lifelong regret. As these words left his lips, Uchiha Ban appeared impervious to pain, suddenly advancing forward. Blood continued to pour forth as the katana, from its tip to its hilt, completely traversed Ban's form. Uchiha Ban fiercely embraced Quan Nai. It is but a mere stab. This is my punishment for failing to protect you. After your death, I was left with no chance to experience such treatment from you. Brother, Quan Nai's eyes brimmed with tears. In that moment, he felt that after his demise, Ban must have endured countless unspeakable hardships. Brother, my death is not your fault. I sacrificed myself for our family. I know you do not blame me, but I blame myself. Uchiha Ban interjected. Had I been strong enough back then, you would not have perished. Had I possessed the strength to end the chaos single-handedly, many would not have died. I only blame my former self for being too weak, unable to protect you or many others. Blood continued to flow from Ban's wound. He spared no glance at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, gently whispering in Quan Nai's ear, wait for me a moment. I will deal with Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, and then we shall have a proper conversation. With these words, the katana that had pierced Uchiha Ban's body was withdrawn. The blade gleamed coldly, sharp as ice. Quick, too quick. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao realized too late that Uchiha Ban's gaze had turned toward them, and before they could react, Ban had already crossed the distance between them. Two severed arms soared into the air, their anguished screams echoing through the dense forest. An hour later, in the land of lightning, within the Reikage's office in Kumogakure, the first generation of Water Shadow, by Lien, the first generation of Lightning Shadow, AI, the first generation of Wind Shadow, Lai Do, and the first generation of Earth Shadow, Shi He, gathered here. Water Shadow by Lien, with a weathered visage and resolute demeanor, declared, this time we unite to assault Konoha. We must not fail. Otherwise, our own nations will be engulfed in peril. Lightning Shadow AI proclaimed. With the four of us united, how can we possibly falter? Wind Shadow Lai Do sighed. To treat Konoha in such a manner seems to betray the support they've provided us over the years. Do not blame yourself, Earth Shadow Shi He replied calmly. Konoha has indeed been quite amicable under Hashirama's rule, frequently offering resources to our nations and even imparting some ninjutsu. At this point, Sure, he paused, rose, and surveyed the others, admonishing, however, is this not what Konoha ought to do? With its advantageous geographical position and abundant resources, it is only fair that they share with us. Konoha, boasting numerous powerful clans, should be more generous in teaching us their ninjutsu. If Konoha truly wishes to aid our nation's growth, they might as well allocate all their resources to us. That would be the true assistance we seek. Sure, he spoke with righteous fervor. The other three shadows exchanged glances, slightly trembling, and nodded in agreement. Who among them was unaware of Konoha's kindness towards their nations? Yet, they had grown dismissive of such kindness. Now, they desired to carve up all of Konoha's territory and resources. Once Jinchuriki returns and informs us of the battle between Hashirama and Madara, we shall launch our assault on Konoha, ensuring we show no mercy. After our victory, you must revise your nation's histories to erase Konoha's benevolence towards us. Otherwise, future generations will scorn us for our ingratitude. Our actions are born of necessity, driven solely by the desire for a better life for our citizens. This war we initiate is on the side of justice. We shall prevail. The four shadows, filled with passion and conviction, voiced their sentiments. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of lightning, on a towering cliff, Uchiha Madara sat, gazing down at the distant cloud village. Behind him, the wails of Jin Jiao echoed. The severed arms of Jin Jiao and In Jiao had been healed. Yet Madara could not kill them. Otherwise, the Edo Tensei technique would be disrupted. However, both bore cursed seals implanted by Madara. Jin Jiao lay in a pitiful state, while In Jiao was currently under the foot of Izuna. Izuna, brandishing a katana, fixed her gaze on the curled-up Jin Jiao and questioned, "Are you saying that my brother's painstakingly established Konoha is now under threat from the Reikage and the leaders of the other three nations? They have allied to destroy Konoha?" Jin Jiao raised his head defiantly, his expression one of unwavering resolve. "Indeed. Since I have fallen into your hands, I refuse to live in shame. Do as you will." "Unbelievable, you wretched fool!" Izuna exclaimed angrily, raising her fist and striking the pinned In Jiao fiercely. In Jiao cried out in pain, retaliating through gritted teeth. "Jin Jiao, can you not show a little humility?" Jin Jiao straightened, meeting Izuna's gaze with pride. "In Jiao, our actions today are just. Why should we conceal anything? Even in death, I have no regrets. Spare me your bravado. You are not the one being beaten," In Jiao retorted. Before he could finish, Izuna delivered another powerful blow. Jin Jiao's face was now bruised. Seated at the cliff's edge, Madara gazed intently at the direction of Cloud Village and turned to Izuna. "Let me take over the interrogation." "No, brother, I can handle this. You rest well. I have just been revived and wish to stretch my limbs." "Very well," Madara conceded, allowing Izuna to proceed. During the past hour, he had detailed the changes in the ninja world following Izuna's death. When he recounted how he had extracted and transplanted Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan after her demise, guilt surged within him. Yet Izuna proudly declared, "Brother, use my Sharingan. Had I known it would make you stronger, I would have given it to you while I was alive, so you could see the world through my eyes." Izuna smiled. "Under your leadership, our Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly grow stronger." As Madara reminisced about the peace treaty with Hashirama and the founding of Konoha, he could not meet Izuna's gaze, fearing she would disapprove of his decision to reconcile with their former enemy. Surely, this would infuriate her. As anticipated, Izuna was indeed furious upon hearing of Madara's alliance with the Senju clan. She vented her anger by fiercely attacking In Jiao once more. Once calmed, Izuna reflected and seemed to understand Madara's intentions. She placed her arm around his shoulder. "Madara, I comprehend your motives. You merely sought to end the conflict and protect our clan from further losses. Isn't that a form of safeguarding your people?" Shifting her tone, Izuna added, "However, I feel for you. Forcing yourself to set aside your hatred for the Senju and persuading our clan to unite with them must have weighed heavily upon you." Hearing this, Madara's eyes flickered and sorrow welled within him. He continued recounting subsequent events, sharing how he had traveled through various nations after founding Konoha, compelling their leaders to submit to Konoha's authority. Yet upon returning, he discovered that Tobirama had tarnished his reputation among the villagers, causing everyone, including members of the Uchiha clan, to ostracize him, ultimately forcing Madara to leave Konoha. Upon hearing this, Izuna erupted in fury. "That scoundrel Tobirama, you, the architect of Konoha, should not have been treated so ruthlessly in his bid for the second Hokage." In her rage, Izuna struck In Jiao again, who, in pain, questioned why she only targeted him and not Jin Jiao. The reason was simple. Izuna's Edo Tensei was controlled by Jin Jiao, who had set it up so that if he died, the technique would be nullified. Thus, should she inadvertently kill Jin Jiao, the technique would fail, and Izuna would vanish as well. Therefore, Jin Jiao was to be kept alive under Madara's cursed seal, while Izuna vented her frustrations on Jin Jiao. Following this, Madara spoke of his return to Konoha and his interactions with Tobirama. Naturally, he did not disclose his experiences of being reincarnated as Sasuke, for that was a reality, while the revived Izuna existed only within Itachi's constructed illusion. Although this world was a facade for Madara, it remained his truth. However, Uchiha Madara firmly believes that this world may indeed exist, but once he departs, he shall never return. He can distinctly sense that his time in this world is dwindling. He holds a deep affection for this realm. In essence, Madara, you have now coexisted peacefully with Tobirama, who has even apologized for his previous actions and taught you the Flying Thunder God technique, the very technique that once claimed my life. Not to mention that you even pilfered 3 forbidden scrolls from Tobirama, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses upon you in his own home. Well done. Izuna's expression remains taut. The anger within him has subsided somewhat. However, the thought of Madara traversing nations, serving Konoha, and being hailed as its hero, while Tobirama continues to malign him within the village, ignites a fresh fury in Izuna's heart. He once again unleashes his rage upon Ginkaku. After reminiscing about the past, the two brothers turn to matters of greater importance. As it stands, Izuna has gleaned from Ginkaku and Kinkaku that the leaders of the other 4 great nations have gathered in the Land of Rain to discuss an assault on Konoha. Madara, I cannot stand idly by and watch Konoha, which you have painstakingly built, fall into the hands of the leaders of those 4 nations. We should strike the Land of Rain now and eliminate their leaders. Izuna declares with palpable intent. There is no need for such complexity. The leaders of those 4 nations must indeed be dealt with, but it need not be by our hands. Madara gazes toward the Land of Rain. There exists someone more suited for this task. A person so benevolent that if we do not permit him to engage in some brutality, Konoha will struggle to thrive in the future. The visage of Senju Hashirama flashes through Madara's mind. Izuna perceives Madara's thoughts. You mean to suggest that we let Hashirama take action? Precisely. That man is far too gentle and kind-hearted to resort to violence. I have a plan. Immediately, Madara shares his strategy with Izuna. Upon hearing it, Izuna's eyes brighten, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he praises. Madara, your scheme is indeed ruthless, utilizing Hashirama's hands. The leaders gathered in the Land of Rain are as good as dead. Izuna exclaims eagerly. I can hardly wait. Use the Flying Thunder God to transport me to Hashirama. Not yet. I have one more matter to attend to. Madara places his arm around Izuna's shoulder, his penetrating gaze fixated on the Land of Rain for a moment. With a subtle flick of his finger, the cursed seal implanted within Ginkaku and Kinkaku activates. Ginkaku, unable to restrain himself, begins forming hand signs, unleashing earth release. The dust surges forth, engulfing both him and Kinkaku. Their consciousness fades, and they succumb to oblivion beneath the earth. Madara does not intend to kill Ginkaku and Kinkaku. The 2 brothers still hold value. They must remain alive, at least until the Edo Tensei technique used to resurrect Izuna can be undone. Izuna, accompany me to the Land of Water. Where to and for what purpose? To seek a secret technique known as the Earth Grudge Fear. With that, Madara employs the Flying Thunder God, and their figures vanish. 20 minutes later, in the Land of Water, within the leader's office, a resounding clash echoes as Izuna sheaths his katana. Before him lies the last political figure of the Land of Water, blood gushing from his severed neck. Already slain by Izuna, the body sprawls on the floor, eyes wide open, fixated on Madara, who sits in the leader's chair, precisely on the secret scroll in Madara's hand. Unable to find peace in death. This is the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, spoken of by the ninja from the Land of Water who ambushed me and Hashirama at the Valley of the End. Madara muses, gazing at the scroll in his hand. Looking out the window, he sees a scene of carnage, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like a river. 20 minutes prior, Madara and Izuna had encircled over 100 elite shinobi of the Land of Water, the outcome of their battle overwhelmingly brutal. Chapter 80. Such a technique is too cruel. Children should not witness it. 20 minutes ago, he had used the Flying Thunder God to bring Izuna to the Land of Water, and very politely requested the secret technique. Earth grudge fear from the leader. Clearly, the leader of the Land of Water was unwilling to engage in amicable discourse with the two brothers, immediately sending forth elite ninja to attempt their extermination. Now all political leaders of the Land of Water have been slain by the brothers, and none of the ninja who faced them have survived. The majority of the killings were executed by Izuna. Madara has no interest in participating in such a battle. Outside the window, the voices of terrified citizens of the Land of Water fill the air, chaotic and tumultuous. For the citizens of this land, neither Izuna nor Madara has lifted a finger. With most elite ninja dead and all political leaders annihilated, it is likely that after Madara and Izuna's departure, should there be no foreign intervention, some of the surviving citizens will rise in rebellion to overthrow the remnants of political power and establish a new order. However, neither Madara nor Izuna is concerned with such matters. At this moment, Madara is deeply intrigued by the Earth Grudge Fear technique in his hands. After perusing it briefly, he comprehends the usage and effects of Earth Grudge Fear thoroughly. A flicker of astonishment crosses Madara's eyes as he exclaims, "The ninja from the Land of Water who ambushed me and Hashirama, causing me to be scolded by Hashirama, spoke truly. This Earth Grudge Fear, in a certain sense, is indeed a technique that can allow one to share a lifespan with the heavens." Upon hearing this, Izuna's eyes widen with interest. "What technique is it, brother? Show me." "You cannot see it." "Why not?" "This technique is far too cruel. It is not suitable for children to behold." Madara turns his chair away, showing no inclination to let Izuna glimpse Earth Grudge Fear, instead continuing his study with his back turned. Having memorized the usage principles, he finds them easily graspable. However, Madara does not plan to employ this technique just yet. At least not within the illusion created by Itachi. It holds no significance. Once the illusion concludes and he returns to reality, he would be willing to experiment, to seize another heart, transplanted into himself to achieve longevity. Moreover, he could even acquire the chakra attributes of the heart's original owner. This jutsu is not only brutal, but also exceedingly sinister. Now, upon returning to reality, whose heart should he seize? Before Madara can ponder further, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his head. Izuna has approached from behind, his bloodied fist crashing down upon Madara's head. With a resounding thud, accompanied by Madara's pained cry, a lump swells upon the crown of his head. "Izuna, what are you doing?" Madara snaps, turning in anger. "Hitting you, can't you tell? Why? I want to see the scroll in your hand. Will you show it to me?" Izuna demands, fist clenched, glaring at Madara. "If I refuse, what will you do?" "I will continue to hit you. Do you think you can win against me? I may not be able to defeat you, but I can wear you down. Don't forget, brother, I am currently in a state of Edo Tensei resurrection. My chakra is limitless, while yours is not." Upon hearing this, Madara's expression stiffens, his jaw tightening. Izuna is correct. If it comes to blows, while Izuna may not be his match, he can indeed exhaust him. Madara bellows, "Izuna, how shameless of you to want to strike your brother right after being resurrected. In my previous life, I have been shameless towards you more than once or twice." Izuna retorts fearlessly. With one hand, Izuna pressed Madara down onto the table, while the other formed a fist, raised high, poised to strike Madara's head with great force. All right, I'll show you. It's just you. Truly, I find you exasperating." Madara, for once, reluctantly conceded. Izuna swiftly seized the scroll of the Earth Grudge Fear technique from Madara's hand, driven by curiosity to peruse its contents. Izuna's aptitude for ninjutsu was hardly inferior to Madara's. After a brief examination, he firmly grasped the essence of the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Like Madara, Izuna was left in awe of the formidable nature of this secret art. Its strength did not lie in combat prowess, but rather in its ability to forcibly usurp the lifespan of others for one's own use, thus prolonging one's own existence. Such techniques, if wielded adeptly, could even rival the longevity of the heavens and the earth, a phenomenon Izuna had never witnessed in the tumultuous era of war he had known. Amidst his astonishment, a sigh escaped Izuna's lips. Regrettably, the resurrected form he inhabited was that of the impure world reincarnation. Even if he mastered the Earth Grudge Fear technique, it would avail him nothing. His life was but a fleeting day. Once that day passed, any future resurrection through the impure world would strip him of today's memories. For this very reason, Izuna had conveyed his desire to Madara, expressing that he did not wish to be resurrected again. The last time he lived, To reunite with Madara on the battlefield and slay their foes together was already a profound joy. The thought of losing those memories upon another resurrection was unbearable. He would rather remain eternally dead. What a worthless technique. I have no need for it. With disdain, Izuna flung the Earth Grudge Fear scroll at Madara's face with a sharp slap. Izuna, you truly are becoming increasingly disrespectful. I am your elder brother. Madara's voice erupted in anger. Not long ago, Izuna had mercilessly struck Madara atop the head to inspect the Earth Grudge Fear scroll. Now, he scorned the very technique. Tossing the scroll carelessly at Madara's face, a slight to his dignity. Though Madara had always cared for Izuna deeply, if this behavior continued unchecked, Izuna would soon regard him with even less respect, leading to further humiliations. It was time to teach Izuna a lesson. Rising swiftly, Madara yanked Izuna towards him. Seated, Madara positioned Izuna across his thigh, forcing him to face the ground. Madara, what are you doing? Punishing you, just as our father did when I misbehaved as a child. With a fierce glare, Madara lifted his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Izuna's rear. After several strikes, his frustration only grew, each slap more forceful than the last. This time, Madara was determined to impart a lesson to Izuna. Soon, he would take Izuna to meet Hashirama and introduce him to Konoha. Should Izuna act out again, it would not only bring shame upon himself, but also upon Madara in front of Hashirama and the villagers of Konoha. Thus, it was imperative to properly discipline Izuna. Serving as a reminder, in those days when his father Taijima was still alive and Madara had yet to assume the mantle of the Uchiha clan leader, he would similarly discipline Izuna when he irked him, causing Izuna to wail for mercy. Yet this time, Madara was taken aback. Izuna exhibited remarkable resilience, showing no sign of pleading for mercy. Though Madara had struck him dozens of times, the sound of slaps echoing, Izuna did not resist. Instead, turning his head to address Madara. Madara, I am no longer a child. Do you still treat me as one? Do you not find that rather childish? As long as I can subdue you, that is sufficient, Madara retorted, glaring at Izuna. Do as you wish, Izuna huffed. You simpleton, daring to insult me. As Madara's strikes intensified, he felt a twinge of concern for Izuna. Yet, upon hearing Izuna's taunt, his anger flared up anew, and he struck with even greater force. However, as he continued, Madara sensed something amiss. Izuna seemed to endure the blows silently, devoid of any cries of pain. Yet, he struck with increasing ferocity, when logically, Izuna should have begged for mercy by now. Izuna, after all these strikes, do you not feel pain? Madara could not help but inquire. Not at all. Have you forgotten? I am dead. My soul merely inhabits a body that is not mine. I possess no sense of pain. At this revelation, Madara's expression froze momentarily, his hand halting midair. Chapter 81. Izuna, one day, I will truly resurrect you. Memories flooded Madara's mind of the time when Izuna was alive, when he would strike Izuna until he cried out for mercy, and then apply medicine to soothe his wounds. That memory flashed rapidly through Madara's mind, stirring a bittersweet pang in his heart. He could not help but envy those times when Izuna was alive and could still feel pain, a time when he had protected him well. Why didn't he expect this? Are you hoping I'll have you begging for mercy like before? Izuna taunted, laughing provocatively. Go on. Continue. Let us see if I beg for mercy, ha ha ha. Madara refrained from continuing the punishment, laughter erupting between them. Yet as they laughed, Madara's eyes grew unexpectedly moist. In the leader's office of the Land of Waterfalls, the air was thick with the scent of blood, with hundreds of lifeless bodies strewn about, creating an eerie silence. The only sounds were the laughter of Madara and Izuna. Gradually, their laughter faded. Izuna once again took up the Earth Grudge Fear technique, sighing, Madara, you initially withheld this technique from me because you feared that once I beheld it, I would yearn to learn it, only to find it unattainable. You worried I would be troubled by such knowledge, didn't you? You overthink things. I am not as noble as you assume, Madara replied, rolling his eyes at Izuna. No, Madara, you are just as I perceive. Though years have passed since we last met, I understand you. Sadly, this technique is of no use to me. I can only live for a day. Once I perish again today, all my memories will vanish with me. As he spoke, Izuna's expression grew wistful. How I long to be truly resurrected. Izuna, one day, I will genuinely resurrect you, Madara promised, patting Izuna's shoulder. When that time comes, I will ensure that you feel pain, and you will beg for mercy. Do not attempt to console me, Madara, Izuna smiled. There is no such art as resurrection. I have accepted that I will soon die again. Madara remained silent, yet within his heart, a decision had been made. He knew there existed a technique that could truly resurrect Izuna, the Rinne rebirth. However, it required the Rinnegan and the sacrifice of one's own life. Sacrificing his own life was no daunting task for Madara. In reality, after mastering Earth Grudge Fear, he could possess 4 lives. Sacrificing 1, or even 3, would not hinder his existence. All that remained was to acquire the Rinnegan. When Madara departed from Konoha, he had grasped the meaning inscribed upon the stone tablet at the South He Shrine, realizing that to awaken the Rinnegan, one must possess the power of all things. Simultaneously possessing the powers of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, Uchiha Madara currently only wields the abilities of the Uchiha. However, this does not trouble him. Upon returning to reality, he is confident that he can acquire the powers of the Senju clan. In the underground laboratory of the Tobirama household, there exists a refined serum of Hashirama's cells, developed by Tobirama himself. By transplanting this serum into his body, he can gain the powers of the Senju clan and meet the preliminary conditions for awakening the Rinnegan. Moreover, Madara is untroubled by the prospect of his body rejecting the Hashirama cells, for after mastering the Earth Grudge Fear, his body will no longer reject foreign tissues, thus ensuring a flawless transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Madara's gaze fell upon Izuna as he murmured, "Izuna, I will resurrect you in reality, not in this illusion that Itachi has crafted for me. I apologize, for the time it will take to awaken the Rinnegan shall be lengthy. I cannot remain here for long, and thus, I cannot truly bring you back." Izuna seemed to sense Madara's remorse and comforted him. "Madara, there is no need for such self-reproach. The fact that we, as brothers, have finally met is a beautiful thing. If you are still feeling down, I can teach you a way to vent your frustrations." "What method?" "Come, with your flying thunder god technique. Let us go to the cliff where we buried Kinkaku and Ginkaku." "All right." Immediately, Madara activated the flying thunder god technique, and their figures vanished. As they departed, Izuna unleashed a fire technique upon the office building of the Land of Waterfall's leader. Soon, the entire building, along with the Earth Grudge Fear secret scroll, was engulfed in flames. The scroll was incinerated completely, and amidst the raging inferno, a cacophony of anguished screams echoed. Many elite shinobi from the Land of Waterfalls, who had previously engaged in battle with Madara and Izuna, were not truly dead, but had merely fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Now, awakened by the searing flames, they experienced excruciating pain, yet found themselves unable to escape, perishing in the flames. The relentless cries gradually subsided as the office building of the Land of Waterfalls collapsed into ruins, burying the bodies of the hundreds of elite shinobi slain by Madara and Izuna. Panic spread throughout the Land of Waterfalls as its citizens fled in all directions. Soon, news of the leader's demise and the annihilation of the elite J-Nin reached the neighboring small nations, which had previously maintained amicable relations with the Land of Waterfalls. The leaders of these small nations, who had enjoyed close ties with the leader of the Land of Waterfalls, felt a mixture of sympathy and sinister intentions upon hearing of its downfall. They began to conspire to find a suitable pretext to seize control of the Land of Waterfalls, plundering its resources and dividing its populace. Just a day prior, the political elite of the Land of Waterfalls could not have anticipated that their attempt to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama, would alter the fate of the entire nation and its people. At this moment, Madara and Izuna remained indifferent to the impending calamity facing the Land of Waterfalls. They had arrived at the border of the Land of Lightning, beside the cliff where Kinkaku and Ginkaku had been interred. Izuna utilized Earth Style to excavate the unconscious Kinkaku. Upon realizing who he was, Izuna discarded Kinkaku aside and then unearthed Ginkaku, saying to Madara, "Madara, unleash your frustrations upon him." "Just like that?" "Indeed, just like that." "Will it work?" "Absolutely. When I was here before, listening to your accounts of the events in the ninja world after my death, I vented my feelings by striking Ginkaku, and it significantly improved my mood. You should try it." "All right, I shall." At that moment, the previously unconscious Ginkaku was jolted awake by a sudden wave of pain. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he saw Uchiha Madara standing before him, fist raised high. "Madara, what are you doing?" Ginkaku cried out, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "I'm venting my frustrations," Madara replied without a hint of hesitation. With those words, Madara's heavy fist struck Ginkaku fiercely. Instantly, Ginkaku's agonizing screams echoed through the cliffs. Madara, you weren't like this before. Ginkaku lamented. Izuna only vented his frustrations on me when he was upset. You wouldn't do that. You've been corrupted by Izuna. You've reverted to your violent nature. I regret resurrecting Izuna. Madara's fervor in venting his frustrations upon Ginkaku far surpassed that of Izuna. Initially, Ginkaku managed to curse Madara through his pain, but soon he could no longer articulate words, reduced to helpless cries. Nearby, the unconscious Ginkaku was roused by Ginkaku's agonizing wails. Upon awakening, he beheld Madara savagely pummeling Ginkaku, whose body was contorted from the blows. Witnessing this, Ginkaku's breath hitched in terror, and he fainted once more. Moments later, Ginkaku regained consciousness and, upon realizing the silence surrounding him, sighed in relief. Opening his eyes, he saw Madara and Izuna conversing at the cliff's edge, seemingly engaged in deliberation. While Ginkaku lay beside him, his body twisted and his expression pained. This sight filled Ginkaku with sorrow and concern, fearing that Madara might treat him similarly. Cautiously, Ginkaku nudged Ginkaku and asked warily, Ginkaku, what did you do to provoke Madara's wrath? You must tell me, so I can be cautious. Receiving no response, Ginkaku pushed Ginkaku's body, urging, wake up, Ginkaku. Quickly, inform me, or I might inadvertently offend Madara and suffer the same fate. Enduring Madara's wrath appears far more torturous than Izuna's. As he spoke, Ginkaku continued to prod Ginkaku, attempting to awaken him. However, with a slight push, Ginkaku's head tilted to the side, remaining still. Ginkaku paused, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, his heartbeat quickening. He reached out to check for Ginkaku's breath and found none. Panic gripped Ginkaku as he felt for Ginkaku's heartbeat, only to find it still. A chilling dread surged through him, realizing that his brother Ginkaku had been slain by Uchiha Madara. Just recently, they had plotted together on how to seize the position of the second Reikage, aiming to jointly govern the land of lightning and elevate their descendant status. Yet now, Ginkaku's lifeless body lay before him, a pitiful sight, having endured inhumane treatment in life. Anger surged within Ginkaku, a fierce wave of rage boiling over as he turned his gaze upon Uchiha Madara, his eyes ablaze with fury. Madara, standing atop the cliff conversing with Izuna, sensed the intense stare from behind him. He turned to look at Ginkaku, inquiring, is there something you wish to discuss? Chapter 82. The world of ninjas is about to change. The moment Ginkaku met Madara's gaze, his body instinctively shuddered. The fury that had surged within him was instantly quelled by an overwhelming sense of fear. Ginkaku could only shake his head, muttering, nothing, nothing. Jin Jiao, feeling somewhat discontent, tentatively inquired, Yin Jiao, what is it? He is dead, Uchiha Madara replied bluntly. I killed him. Jin Jiao's body trembled slightly. His jaw clenched as if he wished to voice something, yet he restrained himself, remaining silent. Madara's gaze fell upon him. Do you seek vengeance for Yin Jiao? You may certainly attempt it. Jin Jiao shook his head, choosing not to respond. Revenge was a notion he dared not entertain, at least not at this moment. Provoking Madara could cost him his life at any instant. He decided to harbor this grudge within his heart and endure it. Jin Jiao, when I learned that you and your brother planned to ambush me and Hashirama during our climactic battle in the Valley of the End, I had no intention of killing you. After all, many others wish to see us dead. Why should I concern myself with every single one of them? It was rare for Madara to speak at such length to Jin Jiao. He casually picked up a twig, pinching it between his fingers, and aimed it at Jin Jiao, saying, the moment I discovered your and Yin Jiao's plot to attack Konoha, I harbored thoughts of your demise. Konoha was established by Hashirama and me, and it shall not be sullied by anyone else but me. You are fortunate to be alive. Cherish the time you have left. If you truly wish to avenge your fallen brother, I shall await your attempt. With these words, Madara flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the twig shot forth like a sword towards Jin Jiao. Though Jin Jiao reacted quickly, rising to evade, he was too late. Madara activated the sealing curse mark implanted within him, rendering him immobile. A sickening sound echoed as blood splattered. Excruciating pain enveloped Jin Jiao's abdomen as the twig pierced through him, pinning him firmly to the tree behind. Take a good look at your land of lightning. Soon, you shall witness the consequences of their conspiracy against Konoha. Though they had yet to make a genuine move against Konoha, such thoughts should not even cross their minds. Killing the leaders of those great nations was a task I do not wish to undertake. I refuse to waste my time on such trivial matters. Madara's nonchalant words struck Jin Jiao like a thunderclap, echoing in his mind. It seemed as though Madara intended to unleash a massacre, targeting the leaders of the other 4 great nations outside the Land of Fire. No, to be precise, Madara would not lift a finger himself. He deemed it a waste of time to personally slay those 4 leaders. Jin Jiao remained silent, his eyes trembling, every nerve in his body taut with overwhelming fear. A profound dread coursed through him. He sensed that Madara was not merely trying to intimidate him. His words were true. The Land of Lightning was on the brink of chaos. Jin Jiao desperately wished to flee to the Land of Lightning to warn them, but it was futile. The sealing curse mark implanted by Madara held him firmly in place, immobilizing him. After delivering his remarks, Madara paid no further heed to Jin Jiao. Meanwhile, Izuna, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked to Madara, "Madara, you vented your emotions by beating up Jin Jiao, which seemed to lift your spirits, but you were too heavy-handed. You killed him. What if I encounter Tobirama later, and he is in a foul mood? Who shall I vent my frustrations upon?" Izuna was quite dissatisfied with Madara's unintentional fatal blow to Jin Jiao. Now that Madara had reconciled with Tobirama, if he were irked by Tobirama, it was clearly inappropriate to take it out on him, lest Madara lose face. Madara gazed toward the Valley of the End and stated, "There is someone who is more durable than Jin Jiao. If you wish to relieve your emotions, you might consider taking your frustrations out on him." "Who?" Izuna queried, puzzled. "The Nine Tails." As soon as the words left his lips, Madara placed his hand on Izuna's shoulder, with a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique. Both Madara and Izuna vanished. On the cliff, Jin Jiao remained pinned to the tree, immobile, blood flowing from his wound. He looked down at Jin Jiao's lifeless body on the ground, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Memories of battling alongside Jin Jiao, growing together, and sharing both joys and hardships flooded his mind, intensifying his anguish. At this moment, his primary concern was for his homeland. Jin Jiao lifted his gaze toward the distant Kumogakure. He understood that Madara's earlier words were not mere threats. He was indeed serious. Now, aside from the Hokage of Konoha, the other 4 Kage had gathered in Kumogakure, likely awaiting Jin Jiao's signal to return and warn them before launching an assault on Konoha. What method would Madara employ to eliminate those 4 Kage? Jin Jiao found it hard to fathom the ramifications should the leaders of the other great nations be slain today. Excluding the Hokage of the Land of Fire, would the entire ninja world be transformed? Jin Jiao could not help but exclaim to himself, "The very heavens of the ninja world are destined to change from this day forth." Meanwhile, in the dense forest 1 kilometer away from the Valley of the End, Madara and Izuna continued their conversation while making their way toward the valley. Izuna complained, "Madara, are you still not adept with the Flying Thunder God? There is still quite a distance to the Valley of the End. I am proficient with the Flying Thunder God. However, the specific location of the valley lacks the marks set by Tobirama," Madara replied. Just as he finished speaking, an ominous premonition surged within him. The ground beneath them, the clouds above, the surrounding trees, and even Izuna beside him suddenly twisted and shifted in that moment. Oh no, Madara suddenly realized, his heart sinking. Is Itachi's Genjutsu coming to an end? But he still had matters left unfinished in this world. He needed to learn a particularly unique ninjutsu from Hashirama, one that Tobirama had devised specifically to counter the Uchiha clan. This jutsu had been passed from Tobirama to Hashirama, and Madara had hoped to seize the opportunity to have Tobirama teach it to him as well. The surrounding scenery continued to twist and rotate. Madara halted, sighing inwardly, indeed. Itachi's Genjutsu cannot endure for long. After all, it, in a sense, rewinds time, bringing me back to the era that once belonged to me. Madara firmly believed that the world within the Genjutsu was indeed real, yet he could no longer reach it. He would never again see Hashirama and Tobirama. Reconciled within that illusion, he could not witness Izuna, resurrected through Edo Tensei. He could not execute his plan to utilize Hashirama's hand to eliminate the leaders of the other 4 great nations within the Genjutsu. The things he had wished to accomplish within that illusion would remain unfulfilled. Contemplating these thoughts filled Madara with a sense of melancholy. Yet, there was also a glimmer of relief. His memories within the Genjutsu remained intact. He still mastered the Flying Thunder God and had learned to utilize the Land of Earth's resentment. He even knew that, in reality, within Tobirama's underground laboratory, there existed a purification agent for Hashirama's cells. However, This scant comfort was ultimately overshadowed by the sorrow in his heart. The era that once belonged to him could never be reclaimed. Suddenly, the previously twisting and rotating scenery began to restore itself, only to twist and rotate once more, then show signs of restoration again. After a brief standoff, the surrounding landscape ultimately returned to normal. Looking around, Madara found no changes had occurred. He was somewhat dazed. Was Itachi's Genjutsu not completely over? Madara remained within the same dense forest, not far from the Valley of the End, with Izuna, resurrected through Edo Tensei, by his side. Brother? Brother? Brother, can you hear me? In front of him, Izuna gazed at him with a face full of worry. Uchiha Madara came to his senses and looked at Izuna, speechless. After a moment of staring at him, he suddenly reached out and embraced Izuna, exclaiming, I am still here. I can still protect you. Chapter 83. Madara, be cautious of what lurks behind you. On the other side, in the Valley of the End, the slumbering Hashirama and the Nine-Tails stirred awake. Immediately, the anguished cries of the Nine-Tails echoed through the valley. After a scream, the Nine-Tails seemed to realize something and shouted, Hashirama, stop! I cannot cease. You still need my assistance, Hashirama replied, tightening his fists as he prepared to continue aiding the Nine-Tails in breaking free from Madara's Genjutsu. I am already free from Madara's Genjutsu, the Nine-Tails insisted. What? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on the Nine-Tails' pupils. Madara had previously informed him that when the Nine-Tails' eyes returned to their original form, no longer resembling the Sharingan, it would indeed be free from his control. At this moment, the Nine-Tails' eyes were no longer the vivid red with 3 interconnected tomo, but had reverted to their original golden hue. I truly am free from Madara's Genjutsu, the Nine-Tails exclaimed. Filled with joy, I never expected that Madara was genuinely allowing you to assist me, rather than simply beating me senseless. Just as the words left its mouth, the Nine-Tails prepared to flee. Yet, in the next second, an extraordinarily strange sensation spread through its body. The feeling of being ensnared by Madara's Genjutsu returned. Simultaneously, Hashirama clearly saw the Nine-Tails' pupils swiftly shift from gold to crimson, reverting to Madara's Sharingan. Once more, the Nine-Tails fell under Madara's control. What is happening? I was just free from his Genjutsu. The Nine-Tails exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. I understand the reason now, Hashirama pondered thoughtfully. What reason? It must be that I didn't hit hard enough. Hashirama said apologetically. I'm sorry, Nine-Tails. If I had struck with more force earlier, perhaps you would have truly escaped Madara's control. But don't worry. This time, I will strike harder. Brace yourself. Before the Nine-Tails could respond, Hashirama leaped swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to its jaw. The Nine-Tails attempted to evade, but its body was immobilized by Madara's Genjutsu. With a pained wail, its massive form was sent flying several meters before crashing down, creating a cloud of dust. The Nine-Tails landed in a crater, despair evident in its eyes, cursing Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama, how much longer must these 2 brutes torment me? They might as well kill me outright. To this day, the Nine-Tails could not comprehend why it had initially escaped Madara's Genjutsu, only to be ensnared once more. However, Madara understood perfectly. The reason the Nine-Tails had broken free was that he had been over 10 kilometers away at the border of the Land of Lightning, unable to exert his Genjutsu. Shortly after the Nine-Tails awakened, Madara, accompanied by Izuna, arrived near the Valley of the End. Naturally, he could once again ensnare the Nine-Tails with his Genjutsu. At this moment, Madara and Izuna were walking toward the Valley of the End. They clearly witnessed the scene of the Nine-Tails being sent flying by Hashirama's punch. Izuna remarked, Madara, is Hashirama feeling quite displeased as well? How did you discern that? It is evident that Hashirama is venting his emotions by mercilessly thrashing the Nine-Tails. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Madara refrained from elaborating to Izuna about his request for Hashirama's assistance in freeing the Nine-Tails from the Genjutsu. Time was of the essence, and he sensed the impending signs of departing from this world. Madara could distinctly feel that this illusory realm was not merely constructed by Itachi, but rather, Itachi had utilized a certain Genjutsu to bring him here. Soon, Itachi's Genjutsu would wane, and Madara would exit this world. He needed to hasten and complete the remaining tasks. Arriving at the Valley of the End, Hashirama was intently engaged in pummeling the Nine-Tails. Izuna was about to call out to Hashirama when Madara stopped him. Madara produced a kunai and swiftly hurled it toward Hashirama. In an instant, the kunai pierced toward the back of Hashirama's head. Hashirama seemed to sense something and abruptly turned, skillfully dodging the kunai as it flew past him. "Who?" Hashirama exclaimed, his expression vigilant, twisting to glance behind him. The sight before him widened his eyes in astonishment. "You are Izuna." As the words fell, a katana was suddenly pressed against his neck from behind. Madara's voice floated lightly from behind him. "I am still here, Hashirama. If I had intended to kill you just now, you would have already met your end." Madara chuckled. "Even if your recovery abilities are formidable, if I were to sever your head, you would find it difficult to survive. Even if you didn't die, losing your mobility would make it all too easy for me to take your life." Hearing this, Hashirama lowered his gaze to the katana against his neck, then turned to face Madara. His expression was initially one of shock, quickly followed by understanding. The kunai that had just been thrown at him bore the Flying Thunder God seal. In disbelief, Hashirama asked, "Madara, you learned Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique?" "Indeed. How did you manage that? How could Tobirama possibly agree to teach you his most treasured ninjutsu?" "I do not know. He suddenly seemed willing to teach me. Perhaps it was because I forced him to treat me to over 100 servings of beanskin sushi." Madara casually returned to the previous topic, tapping Hashirama's face with the blade. "Hashirama, tell me, in this encounter, have I not emerged victorious? If I had wished to slay you, you would already be dead at my hands." Hashirama remained silent. Nearby, Izuna exclaimed in alarm, "Madara, beware of what lies behind you." "What?" Madara raised his gaze to look at Izuna. A profound sense of unease surged within him. Suddenly, it felt as though something was pressing against his back. It was the hilt of a sword. Hashirama's boisterous laughter rang out behind Madara. "Madara, you have lost again. Ha ha ha, you are simply unsuited for ambushes." Chapter 84. If I want you to learn, then learn. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Madara looked down and was astonished to find that Hashirama, whom he had captured with the katana, had become stiff and motionless, like a piece of wood. "Curse it, another wood-release clone," Madara grumbled, tossing the katana aside in irritation. "This is so dull." The scene elicited hearty laughter from Hashirama. Not far away, Izuna, slowly approaching, displayed a hint of amusement. Only the Nine Tails, observing the kunai lodged in its body, turned away with an unhappy expression, muttering, "I really want to give these two brutes a good thrashing." 20 minutes later, Hashirama had come to understand the circumstances surrounding Izuna's resurrection through Edo Tensei. He bore no animosity toward Izuna. In fact, his demeanor was quite friendly. Izuna reciprocated this sentiment toward Hashirama. However, regarding the leaders of the other four great nations who were gathering in the Hidden Cloud Village, plotting to take advantage of their battle with Madara to eliminate both of them and assault Konoha, Hashirama was filled with rage, scolding the leaders of the four nations. Yet, after a moment, Hashirama regained his composure, instead advising Madara, "Madara, I understand your intentions. You wish to seize this opportunity to eliminate the leaders of the other four nations." Hashirama sighed, "Let's leave it be. After all, those four individuals have not truly taken any aggressive actions against Konoha. Moreover, with you and me overseeing the village, no one would dare to invade." Upon hearing this, Izuna could not help but murmur to Madara, "You are right. Hashirama is far too kind." Madara said little in response, merely nodding silently. "Very well, Hashirama. As the Hokage of Konoha, we shall proceed as you wish." "Really?" Madara, "Of course. Truly not seeking retribution against the leaders of those four great nations? How could that be?" Madara had previously declared that if the leaders of those four nations were to perish today, they would not survive to see the morrow. It was unnecessary for them to make an outright attack on Konoha. Merely discussing plans for an offensive was enough to cross Madara's line. He had no time to go to the Hidden Cloud Village to eliminate the leaders of the other four nations. Nor did he wish to sully his hands with such tasks. As he prepared to depart this world, he intended for Hashirama to adopt a more ruthless approach toward the other nations. Unyielding kindness and constant forbearance would only lead Konoha into a predicament. Hashirama's expression became serious, seemingly unable to comprehend Madara's stance. Was it possible that Madara had no desire for vengeance against the leaders of the other four great nations? This was a stark contrast to Madara's previously violent disposition. Soon, Hashirama understood. It was likely that during Madara's years away from Konoha, he had experienced numerous events that softened his edges. At this thought, Hashirama felt a pang of guilt. He bore a great deal of responsibility for Madara's forced departure from Konoha. Then, Madara began to recount his discussions with Tobirama while in Konoha. Upon hearing that Madara had willingly allowed Tobirama to succeed him as the next Hokage, Hashirama fell silent, lowering his head, feeling a deep sense of shame. Especially when he heard Madara praise Tobirama, stating that he would undoubtedly serve the citizens of Konoha better than Madara himself could. Hashirama's guilt intensified. In the past, he had repeatedly promised Madara that the position of Hokage would be passed to him. Yet, in reality, he had done nothing to facilitate Madara's succession. He had not hinted to the citizens of Konoha that Madara should be their next Hokage, nor had he laid bare the truth to the political elite of the village. Even when Tobirama tarnished Madara's reputation within the village, causing the citizens to loathe him, Hashirama refrained from intervening. At that time, he had wished to avoid offending either Tobirama or Madara, always hoping for a solution that would allow everyone to coexist peacefully. Until the day Madara was forced to leave Konoha, Hashirama had not conceived such a solution. Hashirama, I have long since lost interest in the position of Hokage. Tobirama is an admirable candidate, and I have come to accept him. My temperament is too fierce for such a role. He is different. As the next Hokage, he will surely govern Konoha well. Madara sat beside Hashirama, smiling. Moreover, when I departed Konoha, I took with me 3 scrolls of ninjutsu developed by Tobirama, all of which are quite remarkable. How could I still have the audacity to vie for the position of Hokage? With that, Madara laughed heartily. Izuna joined in the laughter, amused at the thought of Tobirama's rage upon discovering that Madara had pilfered his hard-earned techniques. However, Hashirama could not find joy in this moment. He lowered his gaze, remaining silent, feeling deeply touched. For reasons unknown, the more Madara laughed, the heavier Hashirama's heart became, burdened with a sense of immense debt towards him. With a guilty expression, Hashirama finally spoke. Madara, back then. But Madara interrupted. The past is behind us. There is no need to bring it up. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to hold grudges. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's guilt only intensified. The promises he made to Madara remained unfulfilled. Did Madara truly not desire the role of Hokage? Hashirama understood well how desperately Madara had yearned for that position. He was an incredibly proud individual. Now, when Madara claimed indifference to the title, it was clear he recognized that he could no longer attain it. Remembering the scene of Madara being ostracized by the entire village and quietly departing from Konoha, Hashirama felt a twinge of sorrow. Madara's contributions to Konoha were undeniable, yet the village's repayment left him heartbroken. He longed to do something for Madara, but he felt at a loss as to what that could be. He could not help but ask, Madara, is there anything I can still do for you? Yes, Madara replied with a smile. Hashirama was taken aback, turning to face Madara, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. What can I do for you? Teach me your ninjutsu. What? Hashirama's brow furrowed in surprise. The typically proud Madara was willing to learn his ninjutsu? In their time of peaceful coexistence in Konoha, Madara had often dismissed his techniques as worthless. If you are unwilling to teach me, then forget it, Madara said with a laugh. I am willing. I am willing. Hashirama quickly replied. Which ninjutsu do you wish to learn? Just tell me, and I will teach you right now. The dark walking technique. Ah, so it is that technique. Hashirama immediately understood. The dark walking technique had been developed by Tobirama specifically to counter the Uchiha clan. After being taught to Madara, he had modified it significantly. In their past sparring sessions, Hashirama had employed this technique against Madara, rendering him blind and stripping him of his vision, leaving him in darkness, unable to utilize his Sharingan. However, this technique did not pose much of a threat to Madara, as his perception was extraordinary, and he did not heavily rely on his Sharingan during battle. Nevertheless, Hashirama was taken aback that Madara had shown interest in this technique. Madara, I shall teach you this at once, Hashirama declared, making the hand signs and preparing to explain the chakra utilization techniques of the dark walking technique. Yet, Madara interrupted, Hashirama, I shall not learn this technique for free. In return, I will teach you one of my techniques. There is no need to teach me, Madara. I am willingly teaching you the dark walking technique, Hashirama insisted, waving his hand. Before he could finish, a sharp pain struck his head. Madara had clenched his fist and delivered a blow to the top of Hashirama's head. If I ask you to learn, you will learn. Why all the unnecessary words? I, Uchiha Madara, do not take advantage of others. Hashirama rubbed the swollen bump on his head, understanding Madara's character and not wishing to refuse. He chuckled sheepishly. All right, I will learn. Hashirama, the technique I am about to teach you was developed during my 6 years away from Konoha. It was originally created to counter you. This ninjutsu, when used alone, is not particularly powerful. It can only level the valley of the end, Madara stated earnestly. However, once I activate my Rinnegan and combine it with my ocular techniques, its power will increase dramatically. I am eager to know the effects this technique will have when paired with your sage techniques. Upon hearing this, Hashirama felt a surge of curiosity. Rubbing the bump on his head, he asked, "What is the name of the technique you wish to teach me?" "Heavenly Barrier, Starquake." Meanwhile, Izuna silently observed as Hashirama and Madara discussed the matter of teaching ninjutsu. A smile of satisfaction crept upon his lips, for Madara was indeed remarkable. Understanding the temperament of Hashirama all too well, Madara appeared to have ensnared him. This maneuver was aimed at leveraging Hashirama's strength to eliminate the leaders of the other four great nations currently congregated in the Hidden Cloud Village. In Chapter 85, the plan to divide Konoha, the process through which Hashirama instructed Madara in the art of dark techniques, was not overly complicated. Madara swiftly grasped the essence of this technique. While teaching Hashirama the technique of Tengai Shinsei, Madara casually draped an arm around Hashirama's shoulder, imparting the intricacies of the skill while cleverly directing Hashirama to face the direction of the Hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, Madara had yet to master sage techniques. However, he was acutely aware that combining his ninjutsu with sage techniques would not only amplify its power, but also extend its range. Hashirama had already entered a sage state. As he formed hand seals, Madara patiently guided him, urging, "Not enough, Hashirama. Infuse more sage energy. Just a bit more, splendid." In the Hidden Cloud Village, the first Mizuki, Kurohana, the first Reikage, Ei, the first Wind Shadow, Redo, and the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, were still deliberating on an offensive against Konoha. Initially, a sense of guilt lingered in their hearts towards Konoha, for during the preceding years, they had received numerous generous gifts from the village. Konoha had established ninja academies in their respective nations and selflessly shared its educational framework with the four great nations. Moreover, Konoha had instructed them in ninjutsu, and Hashirama himself had visited their lands to assist in constructing dwellings. All four nations had signed peace treaties with Konoha, acknowledging that their recent growth and prosperity were largely due to Konoha's support. Konoha, however, had never sought recompense, merely requesting that they refrain from waging war. Yet today, seizing the opportunity presented by Madara and Hashirama's precarious situation, they gathered to discuss declaring war on Konoha, a move that was undeniably ungrateful and opportunistic. Consequently, as the plan to attack Konoha commenced its discussions, the leaders of the nations bore somber expressions. Even if they verbally justified the war, deep down, they were acutely aware of its immoral foundation. Gradually, as the leaders began to discuss the occupation of Konoha and the allocation of its resources, the previously somber atmosphere in the office transformed into one of boisterousness. Amidst the debates, Mizuki Kurohana proclaimed, "Once Konoha falls, my demands are modest. All the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan shall belong to me." Reikage Ei shot Kurohana a glance, chuckling, "Mizuki, you have discerning taste. The Sharingan is indeed a valuable asset. In that case, I shall claim the territory of the Senju clan, and naturally, I will oversee their secret techniques." With a gleam in his eye, Reikage Ei continued, "I have no interest in the trifles of the Senju or Uchiha clans. I desire only the secret techniques passed down from Konoha's other prominent clans, Uzumaki, Shimura, Yamanaka, and Yamanaka. Not a single child from these clans shall be harmed. They will be of great use to me." "Fine. If you have claimed all the good things, I shan't compete with you," Tsuchikage Ishikawa remarked with a grin. "The resources of Konoha's academies, its military equipment, war intelligence, and commercial establishments shall be under my jurisdiction from this day forth." In no time, the four leaders reached a consensus regarding the distribution of resources following the occupation of Konoha, and they hastily drafted contracts to sign. Afterward, in the Reikage's office, the atmosphere among the four leaders was remarkably jovial, casting aside any lingering guilt towards Konoha. As they conversed, each leader envisioned the bountiful rewards that would follow the conquest of Konoha, vivid images of prosperity flashing before their eyes. "It is about time. The brothers Kin and Jin should be returning soon," the Reikage remarked, gazing out the window towards the valley of the end. However, he saw no sign of their return. "The brothers Kin and Jin are rather sluggish today," the Reikage frowned, evidently displeased. "Patience," Mizuki Kurohana chuckled. "Good things take time. Wait a little longer, and the good news will surely arrive." Sachikage Ishikawa, appearing quite at ease, added, "The brothers Kin and Jin are formidable. Equipped with the tools of the Sage of Six Paths, they will surely possess the ability to escape, even against the weary Hashirama and Madara." Wind Shadow Redo, brimming with anticipation, stated, "While you are not in a hurry, I find myself rather anxious. My land of the sand is but a desolate wasteland, devoid of vegetation, where even the most common crops struggle to thrive. According to our signed contracts, half of Konoha's territory is to belong to my sand country. This is what I eagerly await. I can hardly contain my desire to obliterate Konoha at this very moment." Upon hearing this, Kurohana, Ei, and Ishikawa erupted into hearty laughter, with Redo joining in as well. The office resonated with their avaricious and raucous laughter. Meanwhile, several children playing on the streets of the hidden cloud village gazed up at the sky in bewilderment. Why have the clouds suddenly dispersed? They wondered. Their eyes brightened as they fixed their gaze upon the heavens. The sun is being obscured. Is it a solar eclipse? The children's exclamations attracted the attention of nearby adults, who also looked skyward. The shadow of the sun was swiftly engulfed by the encroaching darkness over the hidden cloud village. Moments later, many began to grasp the gravity of the situation, and a palpable panic and chaos erupted throughout the village. Simultaneously, in the Reikage's office, the laughter gradually faded. Hearing the commotion outside, the leaders of the four nations clearly sensed something was amiss. However, before they could discern the situation, Reikage Ei, standing by the window, suddenly noticed something unusual. He looked up, momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "What in the world is that?" In an instant, Reikage Ei leapt from the window, landing on the ground with a taut expression, his jaw clenched. A meteor. The other three leaders quickly comprehended that something extraordinary was unfolding. What is happening? Is there something wrong in the sky? Let's go see. They all rushed from the Reikage's office, looking up in unison. Instantly, their words faltered. A chilling sensation coursed down their spines. Chapter 86. Only the divine could achieve this enormous. Truly enormous. The meteor blotted out the sun, its diameter spanning thousands of meters, sufficient to engulf the entire hidden cloud village. The sun had long been obscured by the meteor, casting a vast shadow over the village that continued to expand. As the meteor approached, the ground trembled under the immense pressure it exerted, causing a powerful gust of wind to sweep through. Cries of terror and anguish mingled together, as countless villagers were pinned to the ground, blood gushing forth, their eyes filled with despair. The remaining citizens of the hidden cloud village cast their desperate gazes upon the four leaders, their last vestiges of hope resting in their hands. At that moment, the four leaders finally sprang into action. Without hesitation, they unleashed their full power, launching an assault on the descending meteor in a desperate attempt to shatter it. Not only the four leaders, but all the elite ninjas of the hidden cloud village mobilized, deploying their ninjutsu against the meteor. A torrent of techniques rained down upon the falling mass, stones shattered, and dust swirled, accompanied by an unrelenting roar. Yet, their efforts proved futile. The colossal meteor plummeting from the sky showed no signs of fracture, its sheer size rendering the attacks against it merely a trivial nuisance. As it descended, reaching altitudes of 5,000, 4,000, and 3,000 meters, numerous elite ninjas found themselves overwhelmed by the force of its descent, blood gushing forth as they struggled to rise, let alone summoned their jutsu in resistance. The leaders of the four great nations fought valiantly, their bodies trembling with fear and uncertainty. Who was responsible for this calamity? Why had a meteor fallen from the heavens so suddenly? At just 1,000 meters above ground, the fierce energy had already caused the structures of the hidden cloud village to collapse. The waters of several great lakes surged wildly. The leaders of the four nations, their eyes bloodshot from the pressure, stood with great difficulty, hearts heavy with despair. Yet, despite the overwhelming hopelessness, they did not surrender. They continued to resist with fierce determination. However, the water shadow, White Lotus, the earth shadow, Stone River, and the wind shadow, Fierce Fight, were engulfed by regret amidst their despair. They lamented that they should never have come to the hidden cloud village today. Reikage Ei gritted his teeth, blood oozing from between them, his visage marked by tension and desperation as he roared. Who is responsible for this? What enmity drives someone to annihilate my village? Spare the hidden cloud village. If you must kill, take my life alone, but do not involve the innocent citizens. A torrent of blood erupted from Ei's mouth, yet his anguished cries went unanswered. Meanwhile, on a cliff at the border of the Land of Lightning, the figure of the Golden Horn remained pinned to a tree by a branch. Ignoring his pain, he craned his neck, eyes wide with horror, fixated on the direction of the hidden cloud village. He witnessed the meteor, thousands of meters in diameter, plummeting from the heights of tens of thousands of meters towards the village. Fear, despair, shock, and awe surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he found it lodged in his lungs, unable to escape, murmuring, "Is this the method Madara spoke of, to kill the wind shadow, earth shadow, raikage, and water shadow?" Golden Horn recognized Madara's formidable strength, but never could he have anticipated such terrifying power. What ninja in the entire realm could withstand an assault of this magnitude? Finally releasing the breath that had been trapped within him, he gasped, "To control meteors, that man is no mere human. He is a god. Such deeds are the province of divinity." Golden Horn had initially struggled against the cursed seal Madara had implanted within him, but witnessing the impending disaster, he ceased his efforts. Before a god, any struggle was futile. If Madara wished to end his life, he could do so with ease in 100 different ways. "That is my village," he thought, as he gazed upon the hidden cloud village, soon to be crushed beneath the colossal meteor, filled with sorrow for his loved ones and comrades within its walls. At the same time, Golden Horn felt a pang of relief that he was not in the hidden cloud village at that moment. He could clearly see the water shadow, White Lotus, Earth Shadow, Stone River, Wind Shadow, Fierce Fight, and Raikage, AI, still fighting valiantly, yet he harbored no hope for their survival. Despair clouded his eyes as he looked skyward, realizing that the meteors falling upon the hidden cloud village were not singular. A second, even larger meteor was hurtling down from the clouds. In the Valley of the End, Hashirama's face bore the clear markings of sage mode. His hands poised in a sealing gesture, yet doubt flickered across his expression. "Madara, have I failed to execute the jutsu you taught me properly?" He surveyed his surroundings, perplexed. "It seems ineffective." Feeling disheartened, Hashirama spoke with a hint of regret. "I apologize, Madara. It appears I have not mastered it." Silence enveloped the Valley of the End. Neither Madara nor Izuna acknowledged Hashirama's words. Both activated their respective eternal Manjiki Sharingan, gazing intently towards the hidden cloud village. Their perceptive abilities, augmented by their ocular powers, allowed them to see the dire circumstances unfolding in the village, though the devastation wrought by the meteors remained obscured from their view. Did Hashirama not master the heavenly meteor technique Madara had imparted? In truth, he had succeeded remarkably, the power exceeding even Madara's expectations. As astonishment filled Izuna, he murmured to himself, "Truly, he is the man my brother regards as a rival." Madara remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hidden cloud village. Convinced that his calculations were correct, the heavenly meteor technique, when combined with the Rinnegan, could increase the speed of descent. Yet when paired with sage art, the greater the sage energy, the farther the meteor could be drawn. At its zenith, it could even forcibly attract the moon to crash down. Undoubtedly, by now, the leaders of the 4 great nations had perished, and the hidden cloud village would follow suit. While many innocent villagers would perish, Madara was indifferent. He had always been of a tempestuous disposition, displaying gentleness only towards the people of Konoha. If blame were to be assigned, it was for the villagers of the hidden cloud for being born in the wrong nation. If the leaders of the other great nations had been stronger, it would have been the citizens of Konoha who faced annihilation. Having readied himself for an offensive against Konoha, he was also prepared for the eventuality of his own demise at their hands. "It seems Itachi cannot hold on to my presence in this world much longer," Madara mused. A sense of melancholy washing over him. He had intended to visit Konoha once more, but time was slipping away. Perhaps it is for the best to eliminate the leaders of the other 4 nations, thus alleviating a significant burden from Konoha. I trust that soon enough, Hashirama will recognize that I was the one who eradicated the leaders of the other nations and realize he has been ensnared in my scheme. He may feel anger towards me, but it matters not. By then, I shall have departed this world, impervious to his scorn. Madara hoped that Hashirama, after this event, would temper his benevolence and adopt a more vigilant stance in safeguarding Konoha. As he gazed towards the hidden cloud village, he perceived the second meteor descending towards it. At that moment, Hashirama, noticing Madara's disregard, felt no offense. He believed the fault lay within his own execution of the technique. Otherwise, having completed the jutsu, there should have been observable effects. Could it be that my infusion of sage energy was insufficiently pure? Hashirama pondered, scratching his head and pacing thoughtfully. Realization dawned upon him as he formed the seals once more, infusing his energy with sage chakra for another attempt. This time, he was especially earnest, his focus unwavering. The technique, initially designed for use with the Rinnegan, was now being wielded by Hashirama as a sage art. The sage art, Heavenly Meteor. A powerful surge of chakra erupted, soaring towards the heavens. Even Hashirama did not notice that this time, he faced the direction of Konoha. Chapter 87. Sage, you have no head. After the technique was executed, Hashirama surveyed his surroundings but saw no change. The absence of effects left him puzzled. According to Madara, the technique, known as Tengai Shinsei, which he developed, exhibits mediocre effects when utilized independently. However, when combined with sage techniques, its power amplifies dramatically. Yet, at this moment, the situation surrounding the technique Madara instructed him on appeared somewhat amiss. Hashirama muttered to himself, pondering why it lacked effect and where the flaw lay. The Tengai Shinsei, when employed as a conventional ninjutsu, is capable of attracting a meteor to fall, possessing the potential to level the valley of the end. But why? When infused with sage energy, was there no observable result? After a brief contemplation, Hashirama seemed to grasp the underlying issue. He questioned, Madara, does your ninjutsu, when infused with sage energy, create a counteractive force that diminishes its efficacy? He continued, it appears this technique may be better suited for you after you awaken your Rinnegan. What do you think, Madara? Madara's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the land of lightning and the hidden cloud village. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara snapped back to reality, patting Hashirama on the shoulder with a significant expression, stating, Hashirama, the Tengai Shinsei can indeed be used in conjunction with sage techniques. So, why did it not work? Hashirama, bewildered, expressed his confusion. I've already attempted it twice, yet I see no sign of the meteor falling as you described. The technique has potential. It's merely that without your Sharingan, you cannot utilize the ocular techniques to control the distance and see it, Madara replied with a smile. Just as he uttered these words, he abruptly turned to Hashirama, exclaiming, Hashirama, you attempted it twice? He then spun around, lowering his head to observe Hashirama's hand signs. Raising his gaze once more, he looked toward the direction Hashirama faced. It was Konoha. At that moment, a jolt of realization surged through Madara's mind. He looked up at the sky above Konoha, his heartbeat quickening. The clouds were thick, rendering visibility difficult to the naked eye. Within Madara's crimson eyes, the three interlinked tomo spun rapidly. He saw it. Not just one. Things had escalated dramatically. The situation had spiraled beyond his control, sending a chill down his spine. Izuna, too, sensed that something was amiss. Like Madara, he activated his Sharingan to peer into the sky. His gaze penetrated the obscuring clouds, revealing that meteors had indeed been drawn in, hurtling toward Konoha. The size of these meteors surpassed those that had previously fallen on the hidden cloud village. This sight caused Izuna's heart to skip a beat, leaving him dazed. Madara, did you see that? I saw it. Madara gritted his teeth, his voice laced with fury as he shouted at Hashirama, Hashirama, you fool. His initial intention was to use Hashirama's assistance to annihilate the hidden cloud village and eliminate the leaders of the four great nations planning to attack Konoha. Little did he expect Hashirama would inadvertently bring about Konoha's destruction. Hashirama, seemingly unfazed by the insult, took it in stride. After all, it was only natural for Madara to be frustrated, given how thoroughly he had taught him, yet Hashirama still struggled to grasp it. Hashirama scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Perhaps my aptitude is lacking. I just need more practice to master it. Immediately, he faced Konoha again and began forming hand signs once more. The marks of sage energy appeared on his face in an instant. As the sage energy merged with chakra, it surged upward with tremendous force. Sage art, Tengai, you fool. Madara did not hesitate, kicking Hashirama with great force. Taken by surprise, Hashirama felt a sharp pain in his back, crying out as his body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the nine tails, sending them both tumbling several meters and creating a crater upon impact. The wailing of the nine tails echoed throughout the valley of the end. Hashirama brushed off the dust from his clothes, sighing. Madara can be quite temperamental when teaching others ninjutsu. Thank goodness he was never appointed as a teacher at the Konoha Academy. Otherwise, I would have to clean up his mess daily. As his words faded, Madara and Izuna landed beside Hashirama. Madara, I won't hold it against you for kicking me. I know you were merely motivating me, Hashirama said generously. Rest assured, I will master the ninjutsu you taught me and not bring you shame. Before he could finish, Madara covered Hashirama's mouth. Enough. I do not care about shame. I only wish for Konoha to remain unharmed. Hashirama, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew they must act swiftly. Otherwise, Konoha would face annihilation, and all its citizens would perish. What? Konoha? Upon hearing the name, Hashirama instantly became serious. He sensed the urgency in Madara's demeanor, which was unlike his usual jesting. Hashirama pushed Madara's hand away, his expression stern. What is happening, Madara? Who seeks to destroy Konoha? I will not allow it. In response, Madara and Izuna fixed their gaze intently on Hashirama. Following a brief explanation from Madara, Hashirama finally grasped the situation. Madara, are you suggesting that my actions have summoned this disaster upon Konoha? Initially taken aback, Hashirama's expression shifted to one of regret and fear as he comprehended the magnitude of the technique he had unleashed. The realization left him in a state of agitation. I must return to Konoha immediately. I will shoulder the consequences of the calamity I have brought upon them. With that, Hashirama sprinted toward Konoha. However, just a few steps in, Madara leaped in front of him, blocking his path. Do not obstruct me. Hashirama, seemingly frantic, raised his hand to push Madara aside. Yet, Madara grasped his wrist firmly. Fool, can you run faster than my flying thunder god? Hearing this, Hashirama paused, and Madara continued. Do not forget, Konoha was founded by both you and me. Now that Konoha is in peril, how could I allow you to face this alone? I will also lend my strength. Izuna approached, grabbing Hashirama's other wrist, casting a glance at him. Do not misunderstand, Hashirama. It is not that I harbor deep feelings for Konoha. I have no attachment to it, but my clan still resides there. I cannot simply stand by and let them perish. Izuna, thank you. Hashirama's eyes sparkled. Behind them, the Nine-Tails lay in a pit, utterly disheveled, having grasped the situation. It seemed Hashirama's actions had inadvertently brought about a catastrophic disaster for Konoha. Now, Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna were all heading there to confront this calamity. Did this not imply an opportunity for escape? Given the severity of the disaster Hashirama had invoked, Madara would surely expend considerable energy to counter it. Perhaps at that moment, he would be unable to exhaust his ocular power to maintain control. That would present a chance for escape. If Madara were to perish amidst Konoha's impending disaster, the outcome would be nothing short of fortuitous. The Nine-Tails lay silent in the pit, feigning death, merely squinting its eyes as it observed the movements of Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna. Madara, quickly, use your flying thunder god to take us to Konoha, Hashirama urged. Madara nodded, saying nothing further. He grasped both Izuna and Hashirama, employing the flying thunder god. As they departed, Madara cast a glance back at the Nine-Tails. This time, in resisting the colossal meteors falling toward Konoha, the Nine-Tails would undoubtedly play a crucial role. However, he had yet to master the technique fully. Transporting Hashirama and Izuna to Konoha posed no problem, but bringing the Nine-Tails along would be somewhat taxing. He resolved to first deliver Hashirama and Izuna, then return for the Nine-Tails. Madara marked the ground with a flying thunder god seal. The next moment, the figures of the three individuals vanished without a trace. At last, they have departed. Witnessing this scene, the Nine-Tails, whose eyes had been narrowed, suddenly opened them wide. A surge of joy flooded its heart. Hashirama and Madara, those two scoundrels, have finally left me. Reflecting on the torment inflicted upon it by Hashirama and Madara earlier, the Nine-Tails felt an uncontrollable rage welling up inside. After enduring such prolonged beatings, it could finally breathe freely. Rising immediately, the Nine-Tails shouted furiously, Madara, Hashirama, you two rascals, I truly wish for you to perish in this calamity of Konoha. Even if Konoha still exists after your demise, I shall obliterate it. For having bullied me for so long, do they truly believe I lack temper? I am the Nine-Tails, the king of the tailed beasts. How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Once I find the opportunity, I shall exact my revenge. The Valley of the End echoed with the Nine-Tails' furious curses. Just as the Nine-Tails was in the midst of its tirade, its voice suddenly ceased. It widened its eyes, staring at the sudden appearance of Uchiha Madara. Taken aback for a moment, the Nine-Tails then inhaled sharply. Madara, how have you returned? Madara remained silent, striding towards it. The Ninetales felt an overwhelming unease and cautiously inquired, Madara, you didn't hear what I just said, did you? What did you say? Nothing at all. The Ninetales hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales felt a wave of relief and couldn't help but feel a bit fortunate. Did you just curse at me? Uchiha Madara suddenly asked. Just by observing the Ninetales' guilty demeanor, Madara could surmise its earlier actions. The Ninetales avoided eye contact, hesitant to respond. Curse if you wish. I am indifferent. After all, I have not been kind to you either, as long as you do not curse me to my face. Uchiha Madara spoke with remarkable ease. I shall not hold that against you. Hearing this, the Ninetales' eyes gleamed with hope. Really? Indeed. As Madara approached the Ninetales, before it could react, he leaped into the air and swiftly descended, delivering a powerful kick to the Ninetales' head, catching it completely off guard. The Ninetales felt an intense pain erupt in its head, its body collapsing forcefully into the ground, half of its head buried in the dirt, a large bump forming on top. Madara, is this your idea of not holding a grudge? You must be joking. The Ninetales bellowed in anger. The reason I struck you was not due to your curses behind my back. I couldn't care less about that. I wish to issue a warning. I am taking you to Konoha, and if you dare harm the citizens of Konoha, I will kill you. What if I do not harm the citizens of Konoha? Then your previous blow was for naught. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hokage's office, the meeting room was filled with tension as Tobirama summoned the heads of various clans to urgently announce matters for immediate execution. The meeting's content revolved around Uchiha Madara. Tobirama meticulously enumerated Madara's contributions to Konoha, urging the clan leaders to immediately propagate these deeds among the citizens of Konoha. The core message was simple: to emphasize that Madara is a hero of Konoha. He should not be ostracized by the citizens. The clan leaders were taken aback by Tobirama's actions. He had informed them of Madara's reconciliation with Hashirama and that Madara would not destroy Konoha but would return to it. Naturally, the clan heads felt delighted about Madara's return, as his strength was widely acknowledged. Madara's return would significantly bolster Konoha's military power, greatly enhancing its deterrent effect against the other four nations. However, they found Tobirama's call to promote Madara's past heroic deeds within the village perplexing. As the meeting concluded, the clan leaders remained seated. Tobirama, I do not understand why you are doing this. The leader of the Yamanaka clan couldn't help but ask. Madara's return to Konoha is a good thing. He was indeed a hero of Konoha, and while the citizens may be unaware of his contributions, we are not. However, publicizing these matters. The Yamanaka clan leader paused, a hint of mockery in his voice. Tobirama, promoting these matters is not beneficial to your aspiration of becoming the next Hokage. Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders chimed in with similar sentiments. Tobirama, your previous attitude toward Madara was not this way. His ambitions are considerable. Once his reputation improves in the village, he will undoubtedly vie for your position as the next Hokage. Tobirama, you are currently the best candidate for the position of the second Hokage. There is no need to allow Madara to become your competitor. All the clan leaders harbored similar thoughts. Madara's return to Konoha and his willingness to protect it was undoubtedly a good thing. However, promoting Madara's good reputation within the village and recounting his past contributions would essentially lead the citizens of Konoha to recognize him as the next Hokage. For his contributions were monumental, equal to those of Hashirama. In terms of merit, Tobirama could not compare to Madara. Ignoring the shared achievement of founding Konoha after its establishment, Madara traveled far and wide, single-handedly compelling all nations to submit to Konoha. Who could rival such an accomplishment? Yet precisely because of this, the clan leaders were reluctant to promote Madara's heroic deeds among the citizens of Konoha, for they had always followed Tobirama. With Madara's fierce temperament, should he gain power, they would not necessarily fare well under his rule. The clan leaders most vocally opposed to this were the leaders of the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. They had not forgotten how Madara had bullied them in the sushi shop, not only beating them, but also emptying their wallets. Now, asking them to promote Madara's heroic deeds in Konoha? Absolutely not. Why should they? The money Madara had taken from them remained unpaid. If Madara were to become the second Hokage, wouldn't he demand sushi from them daily, making them pay? Just the thought was terrifying, far worse than death itself. Lord Tobirama, forgive my frankness. The leader of the Uchiha clan slammed the table. I do not agree with the contents of your meeting today. I refuse to implement it. The Sarutobi clan leader echoed resolutely. I feel the same. As soon as the words left their lips, Tobirama's figure flickered and appeared before them, arms crossed, fingers lightly raised. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from him, engulfing the entire meeting room. Everyone present felt the weight of Tobarama's formidable killing intent, their legs feeling as if they were made of lead, unable to move. Silence reigned in the meeting room, a silence so profound it felt akin to impending death. Everyone sensed that Tobarama was on the verge of violence. The Uchiha and Sarutobi clan leaders before him dared not utter a word, tightly closing their mouths, swallowing all that they had intended to say. You must understand that the contents I have conveyed in this meeting are not up for discussion as usual. Rather, they are a notification. Tobarama's tone was firm and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. No one dared to question him as they had before, nor did anyone dare to rebut. It was as if to contradict him would mean certain death. Everyone nodded in silence, unable to voice their thoughts, and could only comply with Tobarama's orders. Chieftain Shimura, Chieftain Sarutobi, do you two refuse to carry out my commands? Tobarama's gaze fell upon the two chieftains before him. Upon hearing his words, both leaders shivered involuntarily, bowing their heads, their voices strained as they replied, I am willing to implement it. I will do so immediately. From the depths of my heart. Madara is a hero of Konoha, and I will certainly celebrate his achievements. No one dared to oppose any further. It was evident to all that Tobarama was resolute in his intent to vindicate Madara. However, just as the leaders of the various clans were preparing to act and send word to the citizens of Konoha to herald Madara's heroic deeds, an elite ninja rushed into the conference room, looking alarmed as if facing a formidable enemy. Lord Tobarama, it is bad. The Ninetales has appeared in Konoha. What? Instantly, the faces of everyone in the conference room changed dramatically. Tobarama leaped from the Hokage building to survey the scene. Indeed, the colossal form of the Ninetales lay at the center of Konoha. The streets were in chaos, with citizens in a state of panic. Their predominant emotion clearly one of fear. A profound sense of foreboding arose within Tobarama. What was happening? Why had the Ninetales suddenly manifested in Konoha? Was the Ninetales here to wreak havoc? That cursed fox. Without hesitation, Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. The other clan leaders, acutely aware of the looming danger, sensed something amiss. The Ninetales appeared to be lying down, not causing any destruction in Konoha. Chieftain Sarutobi's expression grew grave. Yet, I feel something is terribly wrong. It seems as though something significant is about to transpire. Chieftain Shimura felt a similar, inexplicable unease. Let's go see. If anyone dares to harm Konoha, no matter who it is, even if it costs me my life, I will never let them go. The citizens in the center of Konoha were fleeing in disarray. The clan leaders pushed against the tide of people, rushing toward the heart of Konoha. The first to arrive at the center of Konoha was, of course, Tobarama, utilizing the Flying Thunder God. The massive body of the Ninetales lay on the ground. Although it had not caused any overt destruction, several buildings around it had been crushed beneath its weight. These were the homes of the Konoha citizens. There are people inside. Seeing this scene, Tobarama's gaze trembled, and he immediately erupted in fury. Ninetales, you have killed my Konoha citizens. I did not. The Ninetales turned its head to look at Tobarama. Before it could finish speaking, Tobarama's heavy fist struck hard against the Ninetales' head. Its agonized howl echoed throughout Konoha. It glared at Tobarama, seemingly wishing to retaliate, but restrained by some unseen force, it dared not act. Tobarama, stop. Hashirama emerged from behind the Ninetales. The Ninetales was brought here by Madara using the Flying Thunder God and is under Madara's control through his ocular technique. I evacuated the citizens of Konoha beforehand, so there are no casualties. Brought here by Madara? No harm done to the citizens of Konoha? Tobarama was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at the Ninetales, halting his intent to continue attacking, his expression tinged with a hint of remorse. The Ninetales glared fiercely at Tobarama, its expression suggesting it might devour him whole. Why would Madara bring the Ninetales to Konoha? Tobarama could not help but inquire. To protect Konoha, Madara and Izuna emerged from behind the Ninetales. Madara cast a glance at Tobarama, then looked up at the sky, his expression tense. Tobarama, how large an object can your Flying Thunder God technique transport? At that moment, Tobarama was about to respond to Madara's question, but his gaze fell upon Izuna, causing him to shudder. Izuna? But I thought I killed you. Izuna shot Tobarama a cold glance, silent, suppressing the impulse to deliver a beating. Upon noticing the cracks on Izuna's face, Tobarama seemed to grasp the situation, You were resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. What on earth is happening? His expression was filled with bewilderment, his mind in a state of chaos. Tobirama, there is no time to explain. Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis, Madara urged urgently. Is there an enemy approaching? Yes. A formidable enemy is coming, and we need you to use the Flying Thunder God to relocate. Madara pressed, though I have learned your technique. I am still not very proficient. What about you, Tobirama? How large an object can your Flying Thunder God transport? Very large. Seeing the grave expression on Madara's face, Tobirama ceased further contemplation and promptly replied, the Flying Thunder God is my most adept technique. The effectiveness I achieve is naturally superior to yours. Tobirama understood. The situation appeared dire, and there was indeed a powerful enemy invading Konoha. Moreover, the size of this enemy was substantial, necessitating his use of the Flying Thunder God for relocation. Tobirama comprehended Madara's intent. He would use the Flying Thunder God to transfer them far from Konoha, after which they would confront the enemy. It was clear that Madara's severe demeanor indicated the enemy's strength must be formidable. Tobirama responded with utmost seriousness, Madara, rest assured. With my abilities, even if the enemy's size is equivalent to 2 Nine-Tails, I can transport them using the Flying Thunder God. Only 2 Nine-Tails in size. Madara's eyes flickered, his tone tinged with disappointment. Not enough, Tobirama. Your Flying Thunder God needs more practice. This time, do not intervene. I will protect you. Upon hearing the note of disappointment in Madara's voice, Tobirama could not help but feel displeased. Who do you look down upon? Madara, when have I ever needed your protection? 2 Nine-Tails in size is not sufficient. Madara, where is this enemy you speak of? With such a large size, how come I do not see it? As Tobirama spoke, he scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Could there truly be an enemy of such magnitude? Was it a tailed beast? Or could it be? Tobirama remarked with dissatisfaction, Madara, how large is this enemy you want me to transport with the Flying Thunder God? Please be specific. How specific? I cannot provide an exact measurement. Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze, fixated on the densely packed clouds above, but I can assure you, it is larger than the entirety of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tobirama was initially taken aback. Larger than all of Konoha? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the Ten-Tails could not possess such size. Tobirama quickly reacted, casting a scornful glance at Madara. Huh, what a farce, Madara. You are still so childish to make such jokes. Do you find this amusing? Madara showed no intention of acknowledging Tobirama. I rarely joke, especially not at the expense of Konoha. He, along with Hashirama and Izuna, raised their heads, their full attention directed towards the sky. On the streets, the citizens, having fled in panic due to the sudden appearance of the Nine-Tails, seemed to have noticed something. They collectively looked up, followed by a chorus of terrified screams, frantic voices, and cries of fear resonating throughout Konoha. Above Konoha, the dense clouds abruptly parted. A fierce wind surged downward, rushing towards the entire village. The clan leaders, hastening from the Hokage building, halted abruptly, gazing skyward, their expressions shifting dramatically as an intense sense of crisis surged within them. What was that object? A meteorite, so enormous. The violent wind descending from above made it impossible to keep one's eyes open, the sound of rushing air deafening. Compared to this new threat, the peril brought by the Nine-Tails seemed trivial. The clan leaders' eyes trembled, their pupils quivering violently. Chieftain Sarutobi gritted his teeth, looking up at the sky, shouting, Konoha is in grave danger. Those who wish to survive, flee at once. He took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. At my age, I've lived enough. Death holds no fear for me. I see Lord Hokage, Hashirama, and Madara in the heart of Konoha. I shall join them. With that, the Hiruzen clan leader dashed towards the center of Konoha without a backward glance. The Shimura clan leader, filled with dread, turned and ran in the opposite direction of Hiruzen. Instinctively wanting to flee, he took a few steps before halting, his cheeks puffing out in determination. He stomped his foot heavily. I refuse to be a coward. It's not just Hiruzen who is willing to fight for Konoha. I will too. If I survive this battle, I shall petition Lord Hokage to construct the most magnificent house in Konoha for me. With his declaration, the Shimura clan leader let out a fierce roar and followed in Hiruzen's footsteps. Not only Hiruzen and Shimura, but the other clan leaders also hesitated for a moment before their gazes solidified with resolve, racing towards the positions of Hashirama and Madara. At that moment, in the heart of Konoha, Tobirama looked up, tightly grasping a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, his eyes trembling as he muttered, "Madara? I truly hope you are jesting." In his pupils, the image of a meteor was vividly reflected. Enormous, incredibly vast, even larger than the meteor that crushed the village hidden in the clouds. With a diameter of thousands of meters, it was a sight that instilled despair. As the colossal meteor plummeted, the overwhelming pressure left the citizens of Konoha feeling weak and unable to stand. Is this the ninjutsu that Madara originally devised to deal with me? A bead of sweat trickled down Hashirama's forehead. Madara truly regards me highly. His hands were already forming seals, ready to unleash his technique the moment the meteor descended a fraction lower. The streets were engulfed in chaos. Fear, horror, despair, and screams echoed through the air. Even the Ninetales lifted its gaze towards the rapidly descending meteor. With its fierce eyes filled with rage, it cursed. This place, Konoha, is far too perilous. That bastard Madara wants to bury me with him. Would the Ninetales assist in thwarting this disaster for Konoha? Absolutely not. It had no desire to engage in such a death wish. Instinctively, the Ninetales sought to flee, but was ensnared by Madara's ocular technique, rendering escape impossible. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the Ninetales. At this distance, it was time to strike. Madara roared, "Hashirama, you protect the people of Konoha, Izuna. We shall move." With that, he tightly gripped the Ninetales' tail and leaped into the air. The Ninetales, sensing the impending danger, widened its eyes and shouted, "Madara, what are you doing? If you seek death, do not drag me along." Madara ignored the Ninetales. With a powerful throw, he hurled the Ninetales towards the colossal meteor plummeting down. In that moment, the Ninetales' expression twisted into sheer terror. "Uchiha Madara, you bastard. I truly wish to kill you." In the high altitudes above Konoha, the fierce winds carried the Ninetales' furious curses. Chapter 91, Madara, this time, let me protect you. Meanwhile, in the reality of the Uchiha clan's territory, under the bright moonlight, silence reigned. Itachi, having completed the imperfect Tsuki no Mi, Munai, before his brother, drew his sword, preparing to execute his plan of clan extermination. However, just a few steps in, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation. His body stumbled, leaning on his sword for support. What is happening? The Tsuki no Mi I cast on Sasuke is incomplete. Blood flowed continuously from Itachi's eyes, and in his crimson pupils, 3 interlinked tomos spun uncontrollably. An intense sense of crisis surged within him. No, I cannot continue like this. His ocular power was severely depleted. If this persisted, he would be unable to fulfill his plan of extermination. He could not stop. His Tsuki no Mi was beyond his control. Suddenly, Itachi realized, is it because I cast Tsuki no Mi too many times today that the one I just used on Sasuke has gone awry? He attempted to terminate the illusion on his brother, but found it utterly impossible. "Itachi, what is wrong with you?" Obito's gaze fell upon Itachi. Itachi ignored him, turning to look at his brother. When Uchiha Madara was struck by Itachi's incomplete Tsuki no Mi, he stood still, his expression vacant, as if a lifeless shell. His consciousness was immersed in the illusionary world crafted by Itachi, unable to escape. However, at that moment, Madara's condition seemed somewhat unusual. Although he remained motionless with vacant eyes, his body trembled and sweat poured down his face. What kind of world has my incomplete Tsuki no Mi constructed for Sasuke that prevents me from even terminating his illusion? Moreover, since Sasuke had yet to break free from the illusion, his experiences there were already affecting his physical condition in reality. This situation was unprecedented, even for Itachi. He immediately realized that his brother must be experiencing something extremely perilous within the illusion. A growing sense of crisis surged in Itachi's heart, not for himself, but for his brother. He couldn't help but worry. If Sasuke were to die in the illusion, would he also perish in reality? After all, he had used Tsuki no Mi too many times today, resulting in an incomplete version for Sasuke, which had slipped out of his control. A profound sense of regret welled up within Itachi. He deeply regretted using Tsuki no Mi on Sasuke. He feared that his incomplete Tsuki no Mi would be too much for Sasuke to endure, potentially leading to his death. At that moment, Itachi cast aside thoughts of extermination. He approached Uchiha Madara, bowing his head and locking eyes with him. He wiped the blood from his eyes and closed them. When he reopened them, the 3 interlinked tomos spun even faster. "I am sorry, Sasuke. I should not have cast Tsuki no Mi on you." Let me see what you are experiencing in this uncontrollable illusion. I must know how to save you. Instantly, everything Madara experienced within Itachi's chaotic Tsuki no Mi illusion flashed rapidly before Itachi's eyes. In an instant, Itachi's expression changed dramatically. Indeed, my Tsuki no Mi illusion for Sasuke is out of control. His image within it is not himself, but rather the most powerful clan leader of the Uchiha clan from years past, Uchiha Madara. Itachi witnessed his brother within the out-of-control Tsuki no Mi illusion, initially fighting fiercely against the Nine Tails to protect Konoha. He saw Sasuke learning the Flying Thunder God technique from Tobirama in the illusion. He watched as Sasuke ruthlessly eliminated the high-ranking officials of the Land of Water and acquired the Earth Grudge Fear Secret technique. He saw Sasuke effortlessly defeat Kinin AR and Jinin AR. He saw Sasuke learn the Dark Release technique from Hashirama. He saw Sasuke, using Hashirama's hand, kill the leaders of the other four nations planning to attack Konoha. At this point, Itachi's emotions surged intensely: shock, astonishment, and joy. This uncontrollable Tsuki no Mi illusion seemed to have truly created a world. Sasuke within it had perfectly grasped Madara's power. Sasuke had even learned numerous elite jutsu within it. Upon realizing this, Itachi regained his composure, and what remained in his heart was predominantly joy at Sasuke's determination to protect Konoha. Sasuke, like him, held Konoha in the highest regard. However, Itachi felt perplexed by. Until this moment, he had not witnessed Sasuke facing any crisis within the illusion that would elicit a physical reaction from his real body. However, Itachi soon grasped the situation. In the uncontrolled illusion, the destructive jutsu unleashed by Hashirama, intended to obliterate the hidden cloud village, had inadvertently been cast upon Konoha. Itachi beheld a colossal meteor plummeting from the horizon towards Konoha. Even knowing it was merely a chaotic illusion, his heart tightened at the sight. In the face of impending disaster, the leaders of Konoha's clans displayed remarkable resolve, refusing to flee and instead committing themselves to resist the calamity. Itachi spotted his brother, along with Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna, who had been resurrected through Edo Tensei, working in unison to defend Konoha. Itachi had just seen Sasuke spring into action. In that instant, he understood why his brother's body trembled and was drenched in sweat in reality. At that moment, within the chaotic illusion, his brother, embodying the figure of Uchiha Madara, was relentlessly slamming the Nine Tails against the descending meteor, causing his real body to tremble uncontrollably and sweat profusely with anxiety. Unbeknownst to the Uchiha Madara within the illusion, every action he took was being witnessed by Itachi. As he gazed upon the massive meteor crashing down, Uchiha Madara felt an unprecedented surge of tension and fear. He was not afraid of dying here, for he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Konoha and evade this disaster. What terrified him was the thought of Konoha's destruction and the loss of all its inhabitants. Even though this was Itachi's illusion, he preferred to believe it was a tangible reality. As long as he lived, Konoha would never perish, Madara silently vowed. He then shouted to the Nine Tails, "If you wish to survive, use your tailed beast bomb to attack the meteor." Upon hearing this command, the Nine Tails ceased its furious retorts. A surge of potent chakra erupted, and a blinding light flickered. Without holding back, the Nine Tails unleashed a powerful tailed beast bomb, directing it forcefully towards the meteor. It struck. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, and a cloud of dust enveloped the area. Observing this scene, the clan leaders felt a glimmer of hope. Madara aimed to utilize the Nine Tails to unleash a tailed beast bomb to shatter the meteor. Had the Nine Tails succeeded in destroying the meteor? Was Konoha's crisis averted? In the next moment, the billowing dust began to disperse as the meteor continued its rapid descent. The Nine Tails' formidable tailed beast bomb had great power. Yet the meteor was simply too massive. It had only managed to shatter a third of the meteor's exterior, leaving 2/3 still intact. The hopeful expressions of the clan leaders abruptly faltered, their eyes widening in shock. The fierce winds cascading from the meteor, descending from 8,000, 7,000, 6,000 meters above, pressed heavily upon the citizens of Konoha, making their breaths labored. The howling winds grew louder. In midair, the Nine Tails, propelled by inertia, was still barreling towards the meteor, unable to unleash another tailed beast bomb. Realizing that its attack had failed to obliterate the meteor, a wave of despair washed over the Nine Tails. It was unable to leverage its position in midair and could not evade. That bastard Madara is truly going to get me killed. I won't die with my eyes closed. The Nine Tails cursed in desperation. Just then, Uchiha Madara and Izuna leaped swiftly, appearing at either side of the Nine Tails. Do you wish to die? Madara inquired. The Nine Tails, momentarily stunned by Madara's presence, replied, Of course not. Before it could utter further complaints, Madara seized its tail tightly and exclaimed, If you don't want to die, then live well. Your previous tailed beast bomb was cast to protect Konoha, and I have acknowledged you, Nine Tails. In my heart, you are a citizen of Konoha. I will protect you. As long as you are alive, I will not let you die. What? The Nine Tails' gaze sharpened. Madara, you wish to protect me? A sense of inexplicable security began to blossom within the Nine Tails. However, before it could process this, a sharp pain erupted in its tail as Madara forcefully slammed it towards the ground. Take this moment to rest and prepare to unleash another tailed beast bomb. With that, the Nine Tails was hurled downwards. Madara, do you want to kill me? You idiot. With Hashirama here, he can catch you. On the ground, Hashirama had already completed his hand seals. The markings of sage art evident upon his face. Would release, flower tree world. Instantly, several towering trees erupted in Konoha's center, their branches flourishing with vibrant foliage and blossoms. Sturdy trunks intertwined and grew rapidly, forming immense platforms that extended towards the Nine Tails landing spot, ready to catch it securely. It turned out that Madara had coordinated with Hashirama, requesting him to use wood release to save the Nine Tails. Perhaps these two fools still possessed some semblance of conscience. As the Nine Tails landed safely, it exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in midair, Madara and Izuna's speed towards the meteor had slowed. They had leapt from the ground with great height, and their momentum was waning. Soon, they would plummet to the ground. Brother, it's time to use that jutsu. Let me be your wings, Izuna declared resolutely. Without a word, Madara reached out to Izuna. At that moment, their voices harmonized in the air. Susanoo. A torrent of chakra erupted from their bodies, forming a towering warrior. However, unlike before, the Susanoo formed by Izuna expanded like ripples in water, condensing into wings on Madara's Susanoo's back. This was a technique they had cooperatively executed in wartime. After so many years, their synergy remained impeccable. Izuna, your wings seem a bit smaller than before. Could it be due to your being reincarnated? Too small. You don't want to fly, do you? Izuna playfully struck the wings formed by her Susanoo against Madara's Susanoo's head. Instantly, Madara's speed of ascent diminished. Izuna, stop fooling around, he urged. You were the one who first complained about my size. Izuna promptly accelerated, flapping her wings towards the rapidly descending meteor. Madara raised his head, gripping the sword of his Susanoo, his gaze fixed intently on the looming meteor. The sound of the rushing wind filled his ears as he channeled all his strength into that single strike. Just as he prepared to swing, a kunai shot up from the ground. The kunai bore the mark of the flying thunder god. In an instant, Tobirama appeared beside Uchiha Madara. Tobirama, what are you doing here? Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, then shouted at Tobirama, Did I not say this? During this calamity in Konoha, do not interfere. I shall protect you. I need your protection. I am the next Hokage. With Konoha in peril, how could I possibly stand idly by? Tobirama asserted resolutely. But what can you actually do? I can employ my flying thunder god technique to transport the meteorite far from Konoha. Do not overestimate yourself, Tobirama. Your flying thunder god can only carry two entities the size of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara raised his gaze, fixating on the enormous meteorite hurtling towards them, and exclaimed, Tobirama, look closely. This meteorite is immense. Even after being struck by the Nine Tails tail beast ball, its remaining volume exceeds that of the Nine Tails by tenfold. How can you possibly utilize the flying thunder god to remove it? I can. Tobirama gritted his teeth. I previously told you that I could transport two entities the size of the Nine Tails, but that does not imply that my flying thunder god has reached its limits. With that, Tobirama delivered a powerful kick to Madara's Susanoo, using the force to propel himself towards the descending meteorite. The sudden kick caused Madara to stagger. As he prepared to unleash a torrent of insults, he heard Tobirama's unwavering voice amidst the roaring wind above. Madara, 6 years ago, I forced you to leave Konoha. And for that, I feel immense guilt. I wish to make amends. Grant me this opportunity. This time, let me protect you. Chapter 92. This is the last time I teach you the flying thunder god. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, his eyes glinting as he gazed at Tobirama, murmuring, You fool, I have long since forgiven you. Why would I hold a grudge? Just don't die? Once this catastrophe concludes, if I remain in this world, I wish to savor some bean-curd sushi. I still need to ask you for money. So Tobirama, you must not perish so easily. In the sky, Tobirama's gaze was resolute. The oppressive wind that bore down upon him squinted his eyes, while the thunderous roar of the massive meteorite compressing the air filled his ears. He felt the intense pressure scraping painfully against his cheeks. Clutching a kunai marked with the flying thunder god symbol, he hurled it at the rapidly descending meteorite. The kunai struck the massive rock, sparking a flash of light. In an instant, Tobirama's form appeared beneath the meteorite. The violent force of the impact twisted his insides, causing unbearable pain as his vital energy surged tumultuously. And yet, the pressure intensified. Madara, behold the true flying thunder god. Tobirama roared. Chakra surged from within him. In the next moment, Tobirama's expression changed drastically, his heartbeat racing. The meteorite was far too massive for him to displace. Blood poured from his mouth as the meteorite's pressure reached a devastating peak. He felt his insides tearing apart. Under this overwhelming force, Tobirama could only use the flying thunder god to teleport himself. Which fool summoned this meteorite? Tobirama gritted his teeth, his eyes trembling with rage. He wished to use the flying thunder god to escape, but instinctively turned to glance at the ground below. On the ground, the citizens of Konoha looked up at the sky. Even from thousands of meters away, Tobirama could not discern their expressions. Yet he felt their fear and their fierce desire to survive. High above, he could see the entire outline of Konoha clearly. At that moment, Tobirama's heart stirred. This was the village built by his brother Hashirama and the man he once despised, Madara. The people within lived lives of profound happiness. Such hard-won joy should not be lost. Tobirama, what are you holding on for? The meteorite is too large, beyond your capacity. Do not expect to displace it with the flying thunder god. Quickly escape. Uchiha Madara, summoning his Susanoo, flapped the wings formed by Senna, calling out to Tobirama above. Madara could see that Tobirama's attempt to use the flying thunder god to displace the meteorite was futile. He could even smell the metallic tang of blood in the air, Tobirama's blood. The integrity of Tobirama's body was rapidly deteriorating. That fool. Does he wish to die? Seeing this, Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth, flapping his wings with increasing urgency as he approached Tobirama. Tobirama, the legacy of the second Hokage must continue. You cannot perish, you fool. Uchiha Madara's fingers trembled as he formed a hand seal. Tobirama heard Madara's words clearly. His eyes were bloodshot. The plush collar around his neck had been crushed by the meteorite's immense pressure. Blood erupted from his mouth. He grasped the meteorite with both hands. Feeling cracks form in his heart, the collapse of his organs worsening. This torment was not solely due to the meteorite's pressure, but rather from the forced use of the flying thunder god. My duty is to protect Konoha. I could indeed escape using the flying thunder god, but if Konoha perishes and its people die, what meaning does my survival hold? Tobirama's breaths quickened as he clenched his teeth, his mouth stained crimson with blood. The chakra, drained from his life force, surged forth. He looked down at Uchiha Madara, soaring towards him, and shouted, Madara, you are the hero of Konoha. You should not meet your end in this manner. I, however, have wronged you too many times. My death would be inconsequential, Madara. I, Tobirama, am sorry. Madara, open your eyes wide and witness. This is the last time I teach you the flying thunder god. With that, Tobirama looked up. His armor was soaked in blood. Compared to the colossal meteorite, his form appeared as an inconspicuous. Yet at that moment, the chakra, drawn from his very essence, enveloped the entire meteorite. An intense wave of dizziness clouded Tobirama's mind. His vision darkened abruptly, and the sound of the rushing wind faded away. He could no longer perceive the immense meteorite beneath his touch. Sight, hearing, and touch all vanished. This sensation of impending death ignited an instinctual fear within him. Amidst the terror, a fierce, primal scream erupted within him. Though he could not hear his own cry, Uchiha Madara, racing towards him, heard it all too clearly. Madara, in my final moments, I have done right by you and by Konoha. Flying thunder god. A silent explosion of blood mist erupted beneath the massive meteorite. Chapter 93. Surviving the calamity to those on the ground. The silent explosion of blood mist appeared as nothing more than a mere speck compared to the enormous meteorite. The citizens of Konoha were unaware of Tobirama's actions. The heads of various clans sensed something amiss, expressions of concern shadowing their faces. The head of the Shimura clan looked up, his eyes trembling. Sarutobi, did Tobirama employ that forbidden technique, the one that drains his life force to rapidly enhance his chakra? The elder Sarutobi gazed upwards, holding his breath as tears welled in his eyes. In the next instant, the massive meteorite, along with the small burst of blood mist at its base, vanished. Along with them, Madara and Senna also disappeared. At the moment when Tobirama successfully utilized the flying thunder god to displace the meteorite, Madara sensed where Tobirama had sent it. It was to Sunagakure. The houses of Konoha trembled and fell silent under the immense pressure that descended from the sky. The villagers felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them. For a brief moment, all was quiet in Konoha, before an eruption of jubilation broke forth. The meteor had vanished. We are saved. We have survived. In the streets, the citizens of Konoha experienced the thrill of being alive after the calamity. Many adults, still in disbelief, rose only to collapse back onto the ground. Gasping for breath as their taut nerves finally relaxed, drenched in sweat. A number of children, unable to contain their emotions any longer, burst into tears, releasing the fears they had stifled in the wake of such terror. The air was filled with cries and laughter, and even shouts of anger. Who was the fool that summoned the meteor? It was too terrifying. In the center of Konoha, the heads of the various clans, relieved that the crisis had passed, began to notice the absence of Tobirama. It dawned upon them that Tobirama must have used the flying thunder god technique to divert the meteor. But where was he? Why had he not returned? Concern for Tobirama's safety weighed heavily on them. Hashirama, silent, lowered his head and sat on the ground, his face devoid of expression. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed from the ground nearby. A kunai, bearing the mark of the flying thunder god, fell beside Hashirama. The seal had faded. It was the very kunai Tobirama had used to approach the meteor. Hashirama picked up the kunai, glancing at it. A profound sadness washed over his previously stoic face. "Brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you," he murmured. The streets of Konoha were alive with the sounds of survival, yet there Hashirama sat, gazing at the kunai left by Tobirama, tears streaming down his cheeks without a hint of emotion. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, the village bore no resemblance to its former self. It was buried beneath the massive meteor that Tobirama had sacrificed himself to divert. Beneath the colossal rock lay countless crushed bodies, a scene of utter desolation. Everyone, from the political elite to the common citizens, had perished in this disaster. None had survived. Tobirama, bloodied and battered, lay atop the meteor, clinging to life. He had lost his senses, unable to feel pain, his essence seeming to drift away from his body. Is this what death feels like? He pondered, aware that he had brought calamity to Sunagakure and that its people had likely perished. A flicker of guilt stirred within him, but it was overshadowed by concern for the lives of Konoha's citizens. The lives of those from other nations mattered little to him. In his final moments, memories from his childhood flashed before his eyes, culminating in the image of Hashirama and Madara shaking hands, united in their shared vision for Konoha. "Hashirama, Madara, farewell. In the days to come, protect our Konoha," he whispered, a faint smile gracing his lips as his spirit began to depart from his corporeal form. Just as his soul was on the brink of liberation, a voice penetrated the silence. Ninjutsu, soul binding. It was not a sound he heard with his ears, but rather one that resonated within his very essence. It was Madara's voice. In an instant, Tobirama's soul was bound within his body, unable to escape. On the massive meteor that had destroyed Sunagakure, Madara and Izuna appeared beside Tobirama's battered form, both having released their Susanoo. "Is Tobirama not dead?" Madara asked curiously. "No. I used the soul-binding technique on him," Izuna replied. "Is that one of the forbidden techniques you stole from Tobirama's home?" "Indeed," Madara said, his tone reflective. "I'm fortunate to have pilfered from Tobirama, or else his soul might have already crossed into the afterlife." Madara carefully lifted Tobirama. "You promised to return the first Konoha headband I made. Until then, you shall not die." His control over the soul-binding technique was still novice. It would only last a minute. But that minute was crucial. It would be enough for Hashirama to heal Tobirama's wounds. Earlier, in the Valley of the End, Madara had inquired about the origins of Hashirama's sage techniques. Hashirama had learned them from the Wetbone Forest, mastering formidable healing jutsu. Reviving Tobirama would be a trivial matter. "The danger to Konoha is not yet over, Izuna. Let us hasten back." Agreed. Meanwhile, in Konoha, no one was aware that the sage art, heavenly obstruction technique Hashirama had previously employed was still in effect. The meteorites drawn in were not singular, but rather two. Above Konoha, clouds once again obscured the sky. In the vastness of outer space, several meteors converged, forming one even larger than the one that had previously threatened Konoha, now hurtling towards them. At the same time, mere meters above Konoha, the immense form of the Ninetales lay upon the layered disk created by Hashirama's would release, Flower Tree World. Earlier, the Ninetales had unleashed a tailed beast bomb at the swiftly descending meteor, only to be struck down by Madara and subsequently caught by Hashirama's technique. The Ninetales had intended to regain its strength and flee, but soon sensed something was amiss. Hashirama was not genuinely attempting to save it. The Ninetales felt utterly weak, its vision blurred and its head spinning. Though unable to see the struggle between Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna against the meteor, it could hear the jubilant cheers of Konoha's citizens below. Furthermore, it noted the oppressive force from the massive meteor had dissipated. Instinctively, the Ninetales understood that the threat had been neutralized. A wave of relief washed over it. Not only was it spared from the meteor's wrath, but it was also free from Madara's control. Why was it no longer under Madara's influence? Was Madara dead, or simply out of range of his ocular control? The Ninetales couldn't dwell on such thoughts. It just wanted to escape. It instinctively attempted to rise, but found itself unable to move. Its body felt increasingly feeble. Surveying its surroundings, it noted the branches from Hashirama's technique that were holding it down, adorned with vibrant flowers. The scent of the pollen was peculiar. Suddenly, the Ninetales realized the truth and shouted, "Madara, where are you? Help me. Hashirama has poisoned me with this would release. He didn't intend to save me. He meant to kill me. Madara, use your eye technique to control me and take me away. I'm being poisoned." The Ninetales' curses reached Hashirama's ears. Instantly, Hashirama perceived the gravity of the situation, looking up to the sky. Where was Madara? Not only did the colossal meteorite vanish alongside Tobirama, but so too did Madara and Izuna. Hashirama was resolute in his belief that Madara and Izuna were not taken away by Tobirama's flying thunder god technique. For Tobirama, having risked his life to successfully utilize the flying thunder god to carry away the meteorite, left Madara and Izuna at a considerable distance. This indicated that Madara had chosen to leave of his own volition, taking Izuna with him. The light in Hashirama's eyes gradually dimmed. He formed a single hand seal, and in an instant, the flowers surrounding the Ninetales withered, the toxic fumes emanating from the pollen dissipating into nothingness. "I apologize, Ninetales. I did not intend to harm you." Hashirama spoke to the creature. "In the heat of the moment, I hastily employed would release to catch you, forgetting that this technique released toxins. I am truly sorry." "Very well, I understand. I forgive you," the Ninetales replied, squinting at Hashirama with a glare, flicking its tail lightly. "But what can I do, if I do not forgive you?" The Ninetales then queried, "Now that Madara is no longer here and I am free from his ocular control, upon my recovery, you won't confine me like Madara did, will you?" Hashirama shook his head. "I will not control you. You are free to go wherever you wish. As long as you do not harm the citizens of Konohagakure. You are my friend." "All right, I understand." The Ninetales flicked its tail and closed its eyes to rest, seeking to regain its strength. It had no desire to remain in Konohagakure as Hashirama's friend. The colossal Senju Buddha that Hashirama had summoned in the Valley of the End was vividly etched in the Ninetales' memory. With over 1,000 hands, each capable of delivering a fatal blow, it resolved to leave the village as soon as it regained its strength and to keep its distance from Konohagakure. This place was far too perilous, and it vowed never to return. On the ground, Hashirama paid no further heed to the Ninetales, his gaze fixed upon the sky, seemingly searching for the figures of Madara and Tobirama, but finding none. Tobirama had sacrificed himself to save Konohagakure, and Madara had departed. Lowering his head, Hashirama cautiously wiped the kunai left behind by Tobirama, whispering, "I truly wish they could remain by my side forever." In the next moment, a sound of footsteps echoed behind Hashirama. Madara's voice resonated beside him. "Hashirama, did you miss me?" At this, Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned to face Madara, joy surging within him. "Madara, you've returned. You're unharmed." "I am unscathed, but your brother Tobirama is another matter," Madara replied, placing his hand atop Hashirama's head and twisting it to direct his gaze elsewhere. "Look over there. Hurry, save your brother. I don't have much time to keep his soul confined." Upon seeing Tobarama's wretched state, Hashirama's eyes trembled, a deep pang of distress tightening within his heart. The heads of the various clans surrounding them felt a wave of sorrow at the sight. They all understood the grave cost of Tobarama's sacrifice for the salvation of Konoha. Regaining his focus, Hashirama immediately formed hand seals, summoning technique, slug. In an instant, a massive slug, comparable in size to the Nine Tails, materialized. This was the strongest healing slug summoned from the wet bone forest by the Sage of Slugs. Under Hashirama's guidance, Tobarama's mangled body was swiftly engulfed by the slug, rapidly healing his injuries. Within mere seconds, Madara sensed that even without forcibly confining Tobarama's soul within his body, it would not depart from him. The heads of the clan leaders remained anxious, waiting in anticipation. Moments later, the enormous slug vanished, leaving only a pool of slime on the ground, within which Tobarama's body lay, now restored to its former glory. Observing this, the tension in the hearts of the clan leaders finally eased, and Hashirama let out a long sigh of relief. Am I safe? Am I still alive? Is this Konoha? Tobarama stood up in bewilderment, meticulously recalling the events that had transpired, including the sensation of his soul being wrenched from his body and Madara's command of ninjutsu, soul confinement. At this moment, Tobarama seemed to grasp something profound. Madara had saved him, utilizing a forbidden technique pilfered from his own family. However, how had his injuries been healed? He scanned his surroundings until his gaze landed on Madara, who was vigorously shaking off the slug-s slime from his body. Grumbling in displeasure, "What is this sticky stuff all over me, Madara? Did you do this? It's utterly revolting." After a brief explanation from Hashirama, Tobarama finally understood that he had been temporarily kept in a state of suspended animation through Madara's soul confinement and subsequently healed by Hashirama's summoning of the wet bone forest's most effective healing slug. Listening to the jubilant cheers of the Konoha citizens who had survived the disaster, Tobarama felt a sense of relief wash over him. The heads of the various clans began discussing the recent calamity that had befallen Konoha. Meanwhile, Tobarama and Hashirama deliberated on how to rehabilitate Madara's name and alter the negative perception held by the villagers. High above in the center of Konoha, several meters up, the Nine Tails squinted its eyes, fixating on Madara below. Its breath caught in its throat. It muttered angrily, "How did that guy return? How was he not crushed by the meteorite?" At that moment, Madara was wholly absorbed in his own concerns, gazing skyward alongside Izuna, both of their expressions tense. Their crimson eyes featuring the rapidly spinning Tomo. "Brother, do you see it?" "I see it." Simultaneously, a small shadowy appeared on the ground before them, quickly expanding. 1 meter, 5 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters. In just a few seconds, this shadowy had encompassed all of Konoha. And there was another one. Look to the sky. The streets erupted with terrified cries once more. At that moment, Hashirama's heart sank. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. This anxiety stemmed from above. He looked up, and the sight before him widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. How could this be? Tobarama gazed upward, feeling as if lead had filled his legs, rendering them heavy. The sky was nearly obscured by the meteorite. The second meteorite was twice the size of the first. The clan leaders raised their heads, their earlier relief now completely absent, replaced by a palpable despair. The second meteorite, still thousands of meters in the air, bore down upon them, creating a powerful gust of wind that pressed heavily upon everyone in Konoha. On the streets, the citizens of Konoha fell silent, no longer fleeing in panic. They were all pinned to the ground. Cracks formed on the rooftops of buildings, rumbling ominously. Amidst the despair, Madara's voice rang out. "Hashirama, summon several more healing slugs for me to use shortly." He clapped a reassuring hand on Hashirama's shoulder, looking skyward with a demeanor devoid of fear. "The trouble you've caused, I will resolve. This may be my last chance to protect Konoha. Izuna, let us go?" Without hesitation, Izuna and Madara formed hand seals, summoning Susanoo. Madara leaped into the air, the colossal Susanoo taking the form of a divine warrior, towering hundreds of meters tall, wielding the radiant sword of Susanoo. As the Susanoo wings, conjured by Izuna, flapped incessantly, Uchiha Madara felt a profound distortion in the atmosphere around him. In essence, Itachi's genjutsu was on the verge of collapse, and he would soon depart this realm. To aid the village of Konoha in overcoming this calamity, Action was imperative. Without hesitation, Madara swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 5 shadow clones. These clones, in turn, executed further seals, multiplying to 25 shadow clones, all in the state of Susanoo. This was the limit of his power. At this moment, Itachi, observing Madara, felt a tremor of dread. In the uncontrollable realm of Tsukuyomi, Sasuke's Susanoo exhibited a power so immense that it could flawlessly employ the same technique as Madara. Could it be that Sasuke had perfectly inherited Madara's abilities within this distorted illusion? Itachi's heart stirred with emotion. At this juncture, he comprehended that he could not fulfill his plan of extermination. The continuous use of Tsukuyomi had drained his ocular power significantly, particularly the last one cast upon Sasuke, which had spiraled out of control, persistently depleting his strength. However, should the plan of extermination fail tonight, his clan would undoubtedly launch an attack on Konoha by dawn. Thus, Itachi devised a strategy. Sasuke would be the one to thwart the clan's intentions. Within the chaotic Tsukuyomi, Itachi clearly perceived Sasuke's resolve to protect Konoha. This determination to safeguard Konoha had gained Itachi's approval. Consequently, Itachi resolved that once the Tsukuyomi illusion concluded, he would confess to Sasuke about his years spent as a double agent between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. In reality, Sasuke was not Uchiha Madara, nor could he wield the power of extermination. However, the clan held no suspicion towards Sasuke. He could bestow upon him Shirsue's remaining eye, which possessed the unique ability of Kotoamatsukami, capable of altering others' thoughts. If Sasuke could utilize this power when the clan gathered to attack Konoha, he might change their minds and avert the conflict, allowing for peaceful coexistence. Itachi had contemplated executing this plan himself, but the clan's deep-seated wariness of him posed a significant risk. He feared that should he attempt to use Kotoamatsukami, he would be immediately detected, inciting the clan's hatred towards Konoha even further. Originally, Itachi intended for Shirsue's eye to be a safeguard for Sasuke. Yet now his thoughts had shifted. After revealing the truth to Sasuke, should Sasuke react with fury and kill him, it would be a form of relief for Itachi. Meanwhile, within the tumultuous Tsukuyomi, the 25 Susanoo shadow clones flapped their wings, swiftly soaring towards the descending meteor. Chapter 95. Do not let the hero's heart grow cold. Is this the extent of Madara's power? Below, the heads of the various clans gazed upwards, witnessing the 25 Susanoo shadow clones encircle the falling meteor. Wielding their Susanoo swords, they struck down upon the meteor with tremendous force, creating a cacophony of thunderous roars. The meteor's descent began to slow. The clan leaders, their eyes trembling, were left in awe of Madara's might. From their previously despondent expressions, a flicker of hope ignited. Simultaneously, on the streets of Konoha, the citizens, once overwhelmed by the oppressive force from above, felt the pressure lessen. They lifted their gazes to the sky, where a colossal meteor obscured the sun, yet the 25 Susanoo shadow clones of Uchiha Madara were equally conspicuous. The immense meteor shimmered with chaotic blue light as the Susanoo sword struck relentlessly against it. He is saving us. That man is Uchiha Madara. In that moment, a Konoha citizen recognized him. Others, initially taken aback, soon grasped the implications. Uchiha Madara? The very outcast who had been ostracized 6 years prior in Konoha? The man everyone believed would bring harm to the village? Madara's notorious reputation had long spread among the citizens of Konoha. Presently, as they faced disaster, rendered helpless against an overwhelming calamity, it was Uchiha Madara who stood forth, capable of resistance. How could it be that the man they had all once reviled had risen to save them? Were the rumors about Madara's brutality truly so dreadful? Gazes turned skyward, pondering the tales that painted Madara as a man who would disregard the lives of Konoha's citizens for his own gain. A man whose methods were said to be excessively violent, who, upon gaining power, would ensure that the citizens of Konoha would suffer. Yet, since the inception of Konoha, no one among them had ever been subjected to his wrath. At this moment, the citizens of Konoha appeared to awaken to a startling realization. Madara's brutality? Indeed, his methods were harsh, but they had never been directed at them. His fierce tactics had always been reserved for Konoha's enemies. Even when he had been forced to leave Konoha due to their disdain, he had never laid a violent hand upon them, nor had he uttered a harsh word. Now, as Konoha faced calamity, it was Uchiha Madara who selflessly emerged to exert every effort to save them. The citizens could hear the roar of every Susanoo shadow clone as they swung their swords against the colossal meteor, a sound resonating profoundly in the hearts of the people below. The clan leaders felt stirred, while the Ninetales trembled in fear. Tobirama swallowed hard, realizing that Madara truly had the power to confront such a vast meteor. After this disaster, if they all survived, he vowed never to engage in conflict with Madara again. Tobirama, he said to his brother Hashirama, we should be grateful that Madara has always harbored the intent to protect Konoha. Otherwise, if he wished to destroy it, with his strength, even you might not be able to withstand him. No, if Madara sought to annihilate Konoha, I could withstand him, Hashirama replied, instinctively gazing at the sky. Perhaps not, Tobirama countered, surprisingly praising Madara. Hashirama, Madara is already on the verge of stopping that massive meteor. Can you truly match such strength? At this, Hashirama fell silent for a moment before softly replying. Those two meteors were inadvertently formed by my jutsu. What? Tobirama was taken aback, then swiftly turned to gaze at Hashirama. Brother, are you serious? Hashirama declared resolutely. The height of the meteorite now far exceeds my range of attack. If Madara cannot stop it, once the meteorite descends further, I shall risk my life to resist this catastrophe. If I succeed, I will take full responsibility and resign from the position of Hokage. Tobirama gazed intently at Hashirama, his eyes flickering with emotion. Gritting his teeth, he realized that this calamity threatening Konoha was indeed brought about by his brother, Hashirama. In other words, he and Uchiha Madara were putting their lives on the line to clean up the mess created by Hashirama. Brother, you scoundrel, you truly deserve to die. Tobirama clenched his fists. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Hashirama, placed a hand on his head, and whispered urgently in his ear, do not be foolish, brother. If the citizens of Konoha discover that this disaster is your doing, they will never forgive you. You will be ostracized from Konoha just as Madara was 6 years ago. I can only imagine the pain Madara felt being forced to leave, and I share part of the blame. But brother, I do not wish for you to endure such suffering as well. Remember, this disaster is not your fault. It is a natural calamity. Understand? It is a disaster from the heavens. I believe Madara will conceal the truth for you, and I will as well. But do not be foolish enough to reveal it to others. Do you understand, my foolish brother? Before Tobirama could finish, Hashirama pushed him away and looked up at the sky. We will discuss this later. First, we must address the immediate threat. An ominous premonition surged within Tobirama as he raised his gaze. High above, fragments of meteorites, struck by the 25 Susanoo shadow clones of Madara, rained down with alarming speed, falling faster than the colossal meteorite itself. These fragments, though not large in stature, each had a diameter exceeding 10 meters. Any one of them, if it were to strike within Konoha, would obliterate not only the citizens, but also the very structures that housed them. Witnessing this, the citizens of Konoha were overcome with panic and fear, their faces paling as they desperately sought refuge. Among them, one individual, in a state of terror, shouted at Uchiha Madara, "What is Madara doing? With 25 massive clones, he cannot even stop these meteorite fragments. How can we mere civilians, without any jutsu, hope to withstand such destruction? Is he intentionally trying to harm us, holding a grudge against us for forcing him to leave Konoha?" Before he could finish speaking, Tobirama suddenly appeared before him. With a resounding thud, he struck the man's head, blood gushing forth as he slammed him to the ground. "Tobirama-sama, what are you doing? I am a citizen of Konoha. You should protect me, not harm me." The man gasped, bloodied, glaring at Tobirama. Yet, Tobirama did not glance at him but surveyed the surrounding citizens, all eyes fixed upon him. With a commanding voice, he pointed to the sky, articulating each word with strength. "Madara is up there, risking his life to delay the meteorite's descent, striving to protect Konoha, to safeguard us all. Despite his formidable strength, he is but a man, not a deity. He cannot guarantee that he alone can combat this natural disaster. Yet he fights with all his might. I refuse to let our hero, who is risking his life for our survival, be met with words or actions that might dishearten him. The events of 6 years ago must not repeat themselves." Having spoken, Tobirama cast aside the man he had held. The citizens of Konoha dared not cast blame upon Uchiha Madara any longer. Nevertheless, their anxieties remained focused on the rapidly descending meteorite fragments. At that moment, even the clan leaders of various families, upon witnessing the scene, were filled with dread. They began to form hand signs, preparing to utilize their jutsu to resist the impending onslaught. In that instant, Hashirama clapped his hands together and swiftly formed seals. "Would style assist me, Kurama?" he called out to the Nine Tails. Instantly, countless trees erupted from the borders of Konoha, stretching forth to form a protective canopy, enveloping Konoha 10 meters high, resembling a vast umbrella shielding the village. Only a circular void with a diameter of 10 meters was left open above the center of Konoha, allowing the citizens to witness Madara's struggle against the colossal meteorite. The fragments of the meteorite continued to rain down upon the wooden barrier. The sound of splintering would echoing through the air. However, under Hashirama's control, the shattered trees quickly regenerated. "We are saved. It is Hashirama's wood style." The citizens of Konoha breathed a sigh of relief. The dense canopy of wood instilled a sense of security among them. The opening left by Hashirama was intentional, meant to observe Madara's efforts against the massive meteorite. Everyone felt that while Hashirama's wooden barrier could withstand the smaller fragments, it could not possibly hold back the enormous meteorite that dwarfed Konoha itself. If Madara could not stop it, Konoha would undoubtedly be crushed. All the citizens rushed toward the center of Konoha, gathering around the 10-meter-wide opening to witness Madara's attempts to thwart the meteorite. At that moment, all hope rested upon Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, a piece of meteorite debris hurtled straight toward the opening above Konoha. Witnessing this, the crowd tensed. In the next instant, a tailed beast bomb struck the fragment, sending it crashing elsewhere. It was the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was protecting us with the wooden barrier Hashirama had created. If any fragments fell through the opening, the Nine Tails would use its tailed beast bomb to shield us. The hearts of those gathered in the center of Konoha eased slightly. The clan leaders understood the gravity of the situation and felt immense gratitude toward the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, high above, Madara's Susanoo had ceased its assault on the meteorite. He was now flapping its wings, distancing itself from the falling rocks, observing his 25 Susanoo shadow clones as they continued to bombard the meteorite. "We cannot continue like this. Izuna, we must devise another plan," Madara said, his expression grave. Before him, the colossal meteorite had diminished in size by a quarter under the assault of his Susanoo clones. Yet it was still too slow. If only he had enough time, he could shatter the meteorite. But the citizens of Konoha could not afford to wait that long. While he had succeeded in delaying its descent, it was not for much longer. "Madara, you cannot rely solely on your own strength to destroy this meteorite in such a short time. You need the power of others." Izuna's voice echoed from behind him, atop the wings of the Susanoo. Power of others? Chapter 96. Everyone, follow my command. Attack. Madara's expression hardened as he looked down. On the ground, Konoha appeared minuscule, akin to a mirror. The attacks of others could not reach such heights. By the time they could strike the meteorite from the ground, it would be too late. The meteorite would swiftly obliterate Konoha. Upon hearing this, Izuna fell silent for a moment before saying, "Madara, you must flee." "Flee?" Uchiha Madara was taken aback. Izuna continued, "You have already done your utmost to avert this catastrophe for Konoha. Continuing to resist poses a grave risk to your life. I harbor no sentiment for Konoha, but I do not wish for your demise here." Madara remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the diminutive Konoha below, contemplating his options. Izuna pressed on Madara. "You should utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape now. I can remain here to protect Konoha in your stead. After all, I exist in a state of Edo Tensei. I am already dead. But you, on the other hand, have a life to preserve." Noticing Madara's continued silence, he reiterated, "You have done all you can. The people of Konoha recognize your efforts. You need not risk your life further for a disaster that has already unfolded." "I must." Uchiha Madara's eyes glimmered with resolve. "Why?" "Because my home lies here." He pointed emphatically at Konoha below. Upon hearing this, Izuna said nothing more, only letting out a sigh. "My foolish brother." "Izuna." It suddenly dawned on Uchiha Madara. "I have a way to harness the power of others." "What?" Izuna was momentarily stunned. At that moment, his shadow clone, surrounded by the falling meteorite and utilizing Susanoo's sword to strike at it, ceased its assault. Each Susanoo clone had conjured 3 flying thunder god marks upon the massive meteorite. These 3 marks formed a triangular configuration, interconnected by Susanoo's power, resembling the rotating patterns of Madara's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, creating a ring of flying thunder god marks. Subsequently, all Susanoo clones soared to the bottom of the meteorite, flapping their wings vigorously to decelerate its descent. Concurrently, in the space before Uchiha Madara, The power of Susanoo coalesced into 3 larger flying thunder god marks. These larger marks, connected by Susanoo's energy, rotated to form another ring. This technique combined the flying thunder god that Tobirama had taught him with the power of Susanoo. Each Susanoo ring scattered across the enormous meteorite served as a teleportation array capable of transferring ninjutsu. As long as Uchiha Madara brought this created flying thunder god ring down to the ground, the Konoha ninjas could attack it. In that instant, when they unleashed their attacks upon the ring, their combined force would be redirected to the meteorite. This was how he intended to utilize the strength of others. Without delay, Uchiha Madara sped toward the ground with the flying thunder god marks in tow. Meanwhile, above Konoha, Hashirama materialized, his enormous form bouncing atop the protective barrier, visibly enraged. As he unleashed another tailed beast bomb to block the falling meteorite debris, he muttered angrily. Why does Hashirama only use his wood release to shield the people of Konoha and not protect me? Does he lack chakra? Here I am, dodging meteorite fragments while simultaneously trying to shield Konoha's center, creating a safe viewing environment for those ingrates. If I don't, Hashirama will surely eliminate me. Just as the Nine Tails grumbled, it failed to evade a falling meteorite fragment, which struck it painfully, causing it to roll and howl in agony. Amidst its cries, the Nine Tails cursed under its breath, not a single good one among Konoha's lot. If I ever get the chance, I swear I will annihilate you all. At that moment, the heads of various clans sheltered beneath the wood release barrier certainly heard the Nine Tails' pained wails. Hiruzen, the clan leader, expressed his gratitude. The Nine Tails is risking itself above to protect us, creating an environment for us to observe Madara's efforts to stop the meteorite, and that truly moves me. Similarly, the Shimura clan leader reflected, if we survive this calamity, I will ensure my clan never consumes fox meat again. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara's rapidly approaching figure captured the attention of everyone in central Konoha. All eyes were fixed upon him, and the marks coalescing before him seemed to be the flying thunder god seals. Tobirama looked up, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the flying thunder god rings before Madara. Then, as realization struck, he frowned and muttered, "What is that rascal Madara concocting with my flying thunder god marks? If he mishandles it, it would tarnish the name of the flying thunder god and bring shame upon me." Barely had he finished speaking when Uchiha Madara landed atop the protective wood release barrier that enveloped Konoha. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the myriad fragments of meteorites and the silent, cowering Nine Tails beside him. Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at the Nine Tails. "I heard what you said earlier. We will settle this later." The Nine Tails shuddered, glaring at Uchiha Madara, but remained silent. Uchiha Madara then lowered his gaze, looking down upon the people gathered below. On the ground, Hashirama, Tobirama, the clan leaders of Konoha, and the multitude of citizens peered through the gap in the wood release barrier, fixated on Uchiha Madara. The cacophony of noise faded into silence. No one spoke, no one stirred. It was as if everyone understood that Uchiha Madara was intent on doing something significant. They awaited his words with bated breath. "Madara, I regret to inform you that our ninjutsu cannot reach the height of the meteorite, leaving you to confront it alone." Hashirama began. "Is there anything we can do to assist you?" "Indeed." Uchiha Madara responded immediately. "I have a method that will allow all of you to attack the meteorite." "What?" The clan leaders and all the ninjas of Konoha were taken aback. They too could strike at the meteorite. They too could contribute to the defense of Konoha. In an instant, their hearts raced, their spirits ignited with fervor. This calamity faced by Konoha was truly extraordinary, an act of nature, a meteorite descending from the heavens. Its massive form was beyond their ability to counter. They wished to help, yet they could not conjure Susanoo like Uchiha Madara or sprout wings like Izuna to ascend and combat the meteorite. In simple terms, their capacity to strike from ground to sky was woefully inadequate. By the time the meteorite descended within their reach, it would be too late. Konoha would be buried beneath its weight. This desperate yearning to thwart the disaster while feeling utterly powerless struck at their hearts. Yet now, Madara had revealed to them that they too could play a part in protecting Konoha. Instantly, the expressions of all present brimmed with anticipation. "Madara, how can we assist?" "Whatever you say, we will follow your lead. Madara, if you can enable me to strike at the meteorite, I would willingly exhaust all my chakra and risk my life for this cause." Voices resonated, one after another, each individual articulating their thoughts, yet conveying a singular desire to contribute to the protection of Konoha. Amidst the cacophony, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow and extended his hand downward, attempting to signal for silence. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The crowd remained a tumultuous chorus of voices, loud and chaotic. Despite Madara's attempts to quiet them, the din persisted. Frustration surged within him, and his gaze swept across the assembly, his demeanor turning fierce and intimidating. "Silence," he commanded, his voice thunderous. "Would you prefer to listen to one another, or to me? Do you wish to be crushed by a meteor? Do you no longer care for Konoha?" Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura emanated from Madara, pressing down upon the crowd with formidable force. In an instant, silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes turned to Madara, their voices stilled, each awaiting his direction. Madara then pointed towards Tobirama, addressing him directly. "Tobirama, you fool." After all these years of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted angrily. "Madara, who are you insulting?" Before Tobirama could say more, Hashirama covered his mouth, urging him to remain calm. "Calm? What nonsense!" Tobirama's frustration ignited, a fire of indignation surging within him. All present were keenly anticipating Madara's next move. Yet, in front of everyone, Madara unleashed his vitriol upon Tobirama. Did he not care for his dignity? After all, it was Tobirama who had taught him the Flying Thunder God technique. Madara continued, "Tobirama, after all these years, have you not realized that your technique not only allows for the transportation of objects and people, but it can also transfer ninjutsu?" "What?" Tobirama was taken aback. "My Flying Thunder God can transfer ninjutsu in your hands? Open your eyes and see the effects of the improvement I have made to your technique," Madara declared, directing the gathered Flying Thunder God rings above Konoha. The 10-meter diameter rings aligned perfectly with the gap left by the wood-release protective canopy above. "Now, unleash your strongest jutsu into this Flying Thunder God ring. The rings I have created can redirect your techniques, allowing your attacks to strike the meteor directly. My Susanu's shadow clones are doing everything they can to halt its descent. We have only 30 seconds. If we fail to prevent this calamity from reaching Konoha in that time, my soul will accompany yours to the afterlife." Madara's voice rose to a near roar, reverberating through the air, compelling each listener to reflect with trepidation. In that moment, many Konoha ninjas began to gather their chakra. Simultaneously, Madara formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Activate the Flying Thunder God." The 25 rings connected by Susanu's power erupted in blue light atop the massive meteor. In an instant, the blue beams traversed thousands of meters, connecting with the ring hovering above the crowd. The brilliance of the blue light was blinding, distorting the space within the rings. "Everyone, I need your strength. Follow my command." Madara's voice rang out, resolute and commanding. "Attack!"